Chapter 1. You are a mature system. Learn to cultivate on your own. Your body, working tirelessly, has cultivated for 3 months without rest, evolving its constitution, evolution value plus 99,999, achieving the status of a saint's body. The Cleansing Heart Sutra, witnessing your body's evolution into a saint's body, is stimulated, triggering a critical hit, cultivation speed plus 999, reaching the peak of the 9th level. The sword control technique is envious and even more defiant against the Cleansing Heart Sutra, goes into overdrive, increasing cultivation speed by 999, and reaches the peak of the 9th level. The Cleansing Heart Sutra at the peak of the 9th level causes the world's spiritual energy to surge into your body, elevating your realm, stepping into the harmonized deity realm. On a peak in the rear mountains of the Cleansing Heart sect, Li Xing leaned against a green boulder, his legs crossed, a brilliant smile on his face. Indeed, he was not from this world. He had crossed over from Blue Planet. After 3 years of struggling in this world, he joined the Cleansing Heart sect 3 months ago. Upon joining the sect, he also awakened his transmigrator's benefit, activating his system's golden finger. You are already a mature system. You should learn to cultivate on your own, he said half-jokingly after awakening the system. Unexpectedly, the system actually did as he said. His body, automatically cultivating tirelessly for 3 months, evolved into a saint's body. The Cleansing Heart Sutra and sword control technique also automatically cultivated diligently to the peak of the 9th level. His realm even reached the harmonized deity realm. Subtlety, gathering spirit, harmonized deity, life wheel, cave illusion. These were the cultivation realms in this world. The harmonized deity realm was not a minor realm. Within the Cleansing Heart sect, only inner disciples could reach it. And inner disciples were considered core disciples of the Cleansing Heart sect, holding high status. He, on the other hand, was just an outer disciple, with a realm of only subtlety 6th level. Now stepping into the harmonized deity realm, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with inner disciples. The Cleansing Heart Sutra at the peak of the 9th level is indeed powerful. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is too fast, Li Xing sincerely exclaimed. Just now, the spiritual energy of the world surged into his body, far more powerful than before. I heard that no one in the Cleansing Heart sect has been able to cultivate the Cleansing Heart Sutra to the 9th level, not even the sect leader, who only reached the 7th level. Li Xing murmured, indeed. If one could cultivate to the 9th level, how fast would the cultivation speed be? The sect leader becoming the Northern Supreme Powerhouse wouldn't be a dream, and the Cleansing Heart sect could become a supreme great sect. The Cleansing Heart sect was not weak, considered a first-tier force in the north. However, in the north, there were 9 supreme sects even stronger, towering above first-tier forces, known as the Supreme 9 Sects. A system that can automatically cultivate and is extremely diligent is the best system. Li Xing laughed, once again giving a thumbs up to his system. Who else could boast of a system as good as his? None. Other systems all give tasks to the host, making the host work themselves to exhaustion, with penalties for not completing tasks, making it seem like the system is the host's grandson. His system, on the other hand, understanding and considerate, able to listen to his thoughts as the host. With just a sentence that he was mature and should learn to cultivate on his own, the system immediately started cultivating automatically. How wonderful! This is the beautiful cultivation life I yearn for. I take care of living. The system takes care of cultivation. Li Xing laughed, happily basking in the sun here. The environment here was too good, with a waterfall right in front, beautiful scenery, and the key was that it was sparsely populated. Ever since he joined the Cleansing Heart sect, he had mostly been here, enjoying the scenery and basking in the sun. After all, he didn't need to cultivate. The system did it for him. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, he heard some noises, opened his eyes, and looked in the direction of the sound. The sound came from the waterfall side, where a person had appeared at some point. It was a beautiful young lady, tall and sexy, with exquisite features and snow-white skin, practicing swordsmanship under the waterfall, enduring the torrential flow. Wet temptation. Li Xing was stunned. His originally half-reclined body immediately straightened up. Under the waterfall, the girl was already soaked through, her beautiful figure fully visible, her inner skin subtly revealed. Li Xing's nose started bleeding, and he quickly covered it with his hand. Non-virtuous gaze, non-virtuous gaze. Li Xing quickly got up, preparing to leave. He might not be perfect, but at least he had moral bottom lines. However, just then, the girl under the waterfall saw Li Xing on the opposite peak. Peeping Tom. She was furious, never expecting to be peeped on. Swish, she threw the sword in her hand, controlling it with the sword control technique, the sword flying like a streak of light towards Li Xing. Li Xing had just stood up when he saw the sword flying towards him. Without hesitation, he quickly used the sword control technique, subtly changing the sword's trajectory, making it pierce into a nearby tree. At that moment, the girl leaped to this peak, bringing a fragrant breeze with her. Disgusting peeping Tom, how dare you peep at me here? The girl glared at Li Xing, gritting her teeth, her full figure heaving with anger, making Li Xing's eyes glaze over. Li Xing couldn't take it anymore. Feeling like his nose was about to bleed, he quickly hid behind the green boulder, not looking at the girl anymore. From behind the green boulder, he said, "That, junior sister, how about we put on a coat first?" Wet temptation, and now right in front of him. He really couldn't take it. The girl also realized something at that moment. Seeing her soaked clothes, her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. She quickly put on an outer coat, wrapping her full figure. Caught red-handed and now trying to act decent, trying to get away with it, huh? She said angrily, not believing Li Xing was any decent person. If he were really decent, why did he peep at her earlier? Clearly, he was caught and was now pretending to be decent, trying to fool her. Li Xing, seeing the girl put on the coat from behind the green boulder, came out. "No, junior sister, don't wrong me. I often cultivate here, not just a day or two." He shook his head, truly wronged. For 3 months, he had almost come here every day, and never once had he seen anyone practicing swordsmanship under the waterfall. In fact, not only did he not see anyone practicing under the waterfall, he hadn't seen any other disciples coming here. The disciples within the sect were all busy cultivating. No one would come to the rear mountains to enjoy the scenery and waste time. Cultivate? What cultivation are you doing here? The girl didn't believe it. This place wasn't a cultivation spot. She was just in a whim, thinking practicing swordsmanship under the waterfall pressure might have a good effect. That's why she came here. She thought Li Xing must have had ulterior motives, had been eyeing her for a long time, and seeing her come to practice under the waterfall, he secretly hid on the peak to peep. Cultivate the cleansing heart sutra and sword control technique. I'm just an ordinary outer disciple. I don't know any other techniques, Li Xing said. The cleansing heart sutra and sword control technique were the basic techniques within the sect. Lies. The girl shouted. The sword control technique once again activated. The sword in the tree instantly pulled out, spinning in mid-air, flying towards Li Xing. She wanted to capture Li Xing and hand him over to the sect's stone elder for punishment. #### Chapter 2. Junior sister, put away your sword. The long sword flew towards him, shimmering with spiritual light, dazzling and eye-catching, showcasing the extraordinary prowess of the young maiden. Controlling a sword from afar was a skill that required mastery of the 3rd level of the sword control technique. Among the outer disciples, few could reach the 3rd level, with most only managing to attain the 2nd level. Those who could master the 3rd level were typically inner disciples. However, the young maiden was not an inner disciple but an outer disciple. Li Xing recognized her, which was why he addressed her as junior sister. If she were an inner disciple, he would have called her senior sister. Her name was Li Xing, a prominent figure among the outer disciples. Not only was she beautiful and charming, but her talent was also exceptionally high. She had only been in the Qingxin sect for a month, but had already surpassed all other outer disciples, earning her the title of the top outer disciple. Li Xing was indeed remarkable, as evidenced by her mastery of the sword control technique. Within a month, she had reached the 3rd level of the technique, a feat that was not simple. Throughout the history of the Xianxia sect, only a few had achieved such a feat. Additionally, Li Xing's cultivation level was not low, standing at the 8th stage of the Gathering Spirit realm, further surpassing her fellow outer disciples. Her mastery of the Xianxia technique had also reached the 3rd level, making her the top outer disciple in every sense. The long sword flew towards Li Xing, and it seemed about to pierce through him, but Li Xing remained motionless. Seeing Li Xing's lack of response, Li Xing became anxious. Although she was annoyed by Li Xing's peeping, she did not want him to be seriously injured. If the sword struck Li Xing, it would surely pierce through his body, causing grave harm. Oh no, it's my fault. He's just an ordinary outer disciple. How could he defend against my attack? I was too angry just now. With her level of strength, she was far beyond the reach of ordinary outer disciples. She quickly tried to regain control of the sword to prevent it from seriously injuring Li Xing. However, at that moment, she was shocked. She had lost control of the sword. The sword halted in front of Li Xing, as if frozen in place. Junior sister, put away your sword. Swords are meant for enemies, not for fellow sect members, Li Xing said with a gentle smile. And I assure you, I did not peek at you. Then, under his control, the sword flew back to Li Xing. He left the scene. Li Xing was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Li Xing's retreating figure, her emotions in turmoil. To nullify her control and take over the sword, how many levels had Li Xing mastered in the sword control technique? Without a doubt, Li Xing's mastery of the technique far surpassed hers, by a significant margin. Otherwise, Li Xing could not have done this. At that moment, she felt a deep sense of defeat. As the top outer disciple, she had been surpassed by another outer disciple. Her heart was filled with a bitter taste. Li Xing descended from the peak and returned to his residence. He brought out a rocking chair, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely reclined, slowly sipping the tea. Outer disciples did not have individual residences, and he was no exception. This was a small courtyard with 8 rooms, shared with other outer disciples. However, it was almost as if he lived alone. The other 7 outer disciples were always busy with their cultivation, never returning to the residence, even sleeping in the training grounds. The training grounds had a gathering spirit formation, offering better cultivation effects than outside. Warm sunlight bathed Li Xing's face, causing him to squint his eyes. You basked in the sun, feeling very comfortable, Saint Body Evolution Value plus 99. The system's voice rang out, and Li Xing's face broke into a smile. Basking in the sun and gaining evolution value. Who else could do that? No one. Under the warm sunlight, Li Xing dozed off unconsciously. When he woke up, the afternoon had passed, and the sky was nearing dusk. That nap was comfortable. He stretched and stood up from the rocking chair. It was great. Even while sleeping, his saint body was diligently cultivating, and his evolution value had increased by several thousand. I'm hungry, time to hunt some game. He left the courtyard, heading towards the 100 Beasts Mountain outside the Xianxia sect. The sect had a dining hall for the disciples, but he didn't particularly like it. The food there was bland, lacking in flavor, and was mass-produced. It wasn't inedible, but it certainly wasn't delicious. After trying it once, he never went back. Instead, he usually ventured into the 100 Beasts Mountain to hunt his own game and cook it himself. The 100 Beasts Mountain was home to many demonic beasts, all captured by the sect's elders and placed there for the disciples to battle and hone their skills. Previously, with his lower cultivation level and limited strength, Li Xing could only hunt small demonic beasts. However, things were different now. Not only had his cultivation level improved, reaching the harmonizing spirit realm, but his body had also evolved into a saint body. He planned to hunt stronger demonic beasts. The 100 Beasts Mountain was located right next to the Xianxia sect, making it very convenient for control. Li Xing didn't take long to reach the 100 Beasts Mountain. As soon as he entered, he heard occasional roars from within. Even at dusk, many disciples were still battling demonic beasts to hone their skills. Li Xing, junior brother, here to hunt again. Haha, junior brother Li Xing, not much to say, but your grilling skills are top-notch, flawless. Unfortunately, I've already eaten today, or I'd definitely join you for a meal." Li Xing encountered several outer disciples, all of whom greeted him warmly. He had a good reputation and got along well with many outer disciples. He was also generous. Whenever he hunted game in the 100 Beasts Mountain and grilled it, he would invite other outer disciples to join him. After tasting his grilled meat, these outer disciples all gave him a thumbs up, praising his culinary skills and being thoroughly impressed. However, at the beginning, he wasn't very good at grilling. His grilling skills were terrible. But later, with the help of the system, everything changed. He still remembered it clearly. It was the first time he grilled in the 100 Beasts Mountain. He caught a rabbit, skinned and cleaned it, and then started grilling. He was quite confident at the time, thinking that grilling wasn't difficult. He had eaten grilled meat almost every day on Earth, so he believed his grilled meat would taste great. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. He couldn't control the heat properly, and the entire rabbit was charred. He took a bite and immediately spat it out. It was too bad to eat. At that moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. "You ate the grilled meat, which was extremely bad. Feeling ashamed of your culinary skills, you trained frantically, culinary skill value plus 666. After that, his grilling skills improved significantly. Now, his culinary skills were maxed out, and the grilled meat he made was incredibly delicious. He never went back to the dining hall again. In the 100 Beasts Mountain, weaker demonic beasts lived in the outskirts, while stronger ones resided in the depths. Outer disciples, with their weaker strength, mostly trained in the outskirts, while inner disciples usually ventured into the depths. Li Xing headed towards the depths. "Oh, junior brother Li Xing, are you going into the depths? The depths are dangerous. The demonic beasts there are very strong. Is junior brother Li Xing going to the depths for something important? If it's urgent, we can accompany junior brother Li Xing." Li Xing encountered more outer disciples along the way, all of whom were concerned and advised him not to venture into the depths. "It's okay. I'm just going in to take a look. I won't go too deep. Thank you for your concern, senior brothers and sisters." Li Xing smiled and said, "I have a sense of measure and won't act recklessly." He valued his life the most and wouldn't joke about it. Chapter 3. Jian. Master, save me. All right then. Be careful, Li Xing. Seeing Li Xing so determined, these outer sect disciples did not say much more. They warned Li Xing to be cautious before bidding him farewell and leaving. As soon as Li Xing ventured deeper, he felt various terrifying and dreadful presences. The depths were indeed perilous, and the beasts within were far from ordinary. Be careful, don't be careless. Let's see just how strong the saint body is. His eyes gleamed as he constantly reminded himself inwardly not to be careless. Soon, he set his sights on a rhinoceros. Judging from the aura it emitted, he deduced that this rhinoceros was likely at the first level of the Unity God realm. For him, dealing with this rhinoceros was not a problem. He could easily slay it with his 9 layers of sword control technique. However, he did not want to do so. He wanted to test just how powerful the saint body was. With a swoosh, he moved, his speed lightning fast, even surprising himself. The rhinoceros was initially some distance away, but he reached it in an instant. The rhinoceros clearly hadn't reacted yet, and they ended up staring at each other. He stopped right in front of the rhinoceros. He reacted quickly suppressing his surprise, and threw a punch at the rhinoceros. This punch was unimaginably fast. The rhinoceros couldn't react in time. With a bang, his fist struck the rhinoceros. The powerful rhinoceros, in front of his fist, was like paper. He punched right through its body. The rhinoceros was struck in the heart and immediately collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out, dead. So fierce. Li Xing couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's called the saint body. It truly lives up to the saint." He was extremely satisfied with the power of the saint body, which was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Then, he collected the rhinoceros's corpse. It was a great feast, delicious, especially since the rhinoceros had reached the unity god realm, its flesh containing essence that was beneficial for cultivation. He wore a storage ring on his finger, of low grade and small capacity. The rhinoceros's corpse almost filled the entire space inside. Too small. He shook his head. The internal space of the ring was indeed too small, not nearly enough. Just as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind. You said the ring's space is small. The ring can't bear such humiliation. How can a male ring be called small? The ring's anger surged. Space increased tenfold. Immediately, Li Xing felt the internal space of the ring expand. What the heck? This was possible? Li Xing's eyes widened. He truly hadn't expected such an operation. However, did the ring misunderstand the concept of anger? If it was so angry, why only increase tenfold? Shouldn't it be 100-fold? You're still too small, not even enough for a few sesame seeds. He taunted the ring relentlessly, hoping it would continue to expand further. Unfortunately, the system's voice did not reappear, and the ring did not continue to expand. It must be due to the material grade, Li Xing pondered. The ring he wore was of too low a grade. Increasing tenfold was likely its limit. For instance, techniques like the cleansing heart art and the sword control technique, once reaching the 9th level, could not be further cultivated. No big deal with such a great system. Do I lack techniques and artifacts? Li Xing smiled, feeling that these were not issues. He had only awakened the system a few days ago. Who knew if the system had other incredibly powerful functions? He had nothing to worry about. Then, he strode deeper into the depths. Although the rhinoceros was good, the beasts deeper inside were better. He didn't want to make the rhinoceros his dinner tonight. He wanted a better beast for dinner. In the depths, at a certain location, several young men and women dressed in inner sect attire hid in the shadows, their eyes fixed on a beast in the valley. It was a golden lion, its entire body golden and dazzling, looking like it was cast from gold, majestic and extraordinary, exuding a pressuring aura. Finally found this golden lion. We've already notified senior brother Jian. He's on his way here. They whispered to each other. They were acting on Jian's orders, searching the depths for the golden lion's whereabouts. Jian was the first among the inner sect disciples, of extraordinary talent and unparalleled aptitude. He had already reached the life-will realm, making him a shining star in the cleansing heart sect. Before long, a streak of light flew rapidly from afar and landed here. The light enveloped a figure, who was Jian. He wore a green robe, exuding an imposing presence, with a handsome and outstanding appearance, carrying a unique aura, clearly a formidable character. As the first among the inner sect disciples, he had privileges, not having to wear the uniform like other inner sect disciples. Senior brother. The group of inner sect disciples respectfully bowed to Jian. Jian nodded slightly in response, then turned his gaze to the golden lion in the valley. Truly impressive. He stared at the golden lion, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He was extremely fond of the golden lion. Such a majestic and handsome golden lion was worthy of his status as the first among the inner sect disciples. He had come to capture the golden lion as his mount. Confident and without resorting to any sneaky tactics, he flew openly into the valley, hovering in midair in front of the golden lion, looking down at it. Roar. Seeing Jian, the golden lion let out a low roar, its lion eyes flashing with ferocity, and a terrifying aura erupted from its body. Lion, don't be alarmed. I am Jian, the first among the inner sect disciples of the Cleansing Heart sect. Today, I have come to take you as my mount. Jian stood with his hands behind his back, full of arrogance, looking down at the golden lion. This is a great opportunity for you, a chance to change your fate. By my side, you will surely become an invincible beast king in the future. He was exceptionally confident, as if he had already secured the golden lion. Come, kneel before me, offer your loyalty, and embrace the chance to change your fate. He spoke calmly, truly confident to the extreme. As the first among the inner sect disciples, He absolutely had the right to be this confident. He was too strong, having never lost a battle since he started his cultivation journey. Boom! At that moment, the golden lion attacked, its massive paw seemingly traversing space, reaching Jian in an instant, too fast for him to react. Jian was directly smacked into the ground by this paw. His bones almost shattered, blood spewing from his mouth. What the heck? Is this it? The golden lion transmitted an arrogant mental wave. It had thought Jian was strong, but he turned out to be weak and easily defeated. Ah! Jian felt the disdainful mental wave from the golden lion, and he was truly enraged. He had come with great confidence to take the golden lion as his mount, but instead, he was smacked into the ground by the golden lion's paw, and he was scorned by the golden lion. How could he possibly endure this? He burst out from the ground, his body's power fully erupting, determined to suppress the golden lion. I was careless just now, that doesn't count. Jian shouted coldly, now, let me show you the might of the first inner sect disciple. He glowed brilliantly, unleashing a powerful sword technique, the sword light dazzling and carrying immense power, slashing towards the golden lion. However, the golden lion was outrageously strong. It swatted with its paw, instantly breaking Jian's sword technique, and its paw landed on Jian again, smacking him back into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Ah! Jian was completely dumbfounded. His earlier confidence was long gone. Clearly, the golden lion was far more terrifying than he had imagined, beyond his ability to contend with. Master, save me! He cried out in desperation, completely abandoning any semblance of dignity. All he wanted now was to survive. He had no doubt that the golden lion could easily annihilate him. Chapter 4. Defeating the golden lion, man and sword as one. All the inner sect disciples were dumbfounded, their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. What is happening here? Senior brother Jian came in full force, only to be slapped into the ground by the golden lion with a single paw. This was completely different from what they had imagined. In their expectations, as the top inner sect disciple, Jian should have demonstrated invincibility in front of the golden lion, taking it as a mount with overwhelming strength. However, the script was completely reversed. It was not senior brother Jian who displayed overwhelming strength, but the golden lion. How could this be? Damn it! Senior brother Jian is in danger. They were in a state of panic. The golden lion was too powerful. It was clear that senior brother Jian was no match for it. There was a high possibility that senior brother Jian could lose his life here. This made them extremely anxious. One by one, they wanted to rush forward to rescue him, but as soon as they took a step, they all stopped, not daring to go any further. Even senior brother Jian, who was so powerful, was not a match for the golden lion. What could they do to rescue him? If they went forward, they would only be adding to the golden lion's meal, being killed by it. On the other side, Jian was filled with regret to the extreme. He had been too arrogant, thinking he could easily handle the golden lion, and hadn't prepared anything beforehand. Now, he was reaping what he had sown, paying the price for his arrogance. The golden lion had evidently broken through again, and was far more powerful than he had known. According to his previous understanding, the golden lion was just a beast that had recently stepped into the life wheel realm. But now, the golden lion was clearly not what he had imagined. The strength it displayed was definitely above the third level of the life wheel realm. The golden lion might have encountered some fortuitous opportunities in the depths, causing its strength to rapidly increase. He was almost on the verge of collapse. This time, he was truly doomed. He was at the peak of the first level of the life wheel realm, far from being a match for the golden lion. The gap was too large, a difference of two whole realms. Beasts were inherently extremely strong in individual combat capabilities, let alone with a gap of two realms. Even if he were to fight desperately, he would not be a match for the golden lion. I am unwilling. He roared in anger, filled with deep resentment. He was the top disciple of the inner sect, with extraordinary talent, destined to become a powerful figure in the world. Yet now, he was about to perish here. How could he possibly be willing? With a thunderous boom, he went all out, his internal strength erupting crazily, and he rushed out from the ground, wanting to escape. However, the golden lion clearly had no intention of letting him go. As soon as he emerged from the ground, the golden lion's paw came down again, like a mountain of 5 fingers, heavily striking him. Pft, pft, pft. Blood splattered everywhere. His entire body was almost crushed, a mass of blood and flesh, with all his bones broken, and he was once again smashed into the ground. He coughed up blood continuously, unable to stand up. His injuries were too severe. He only had a sliver of strength left. That paw almost took his entire life. The golden lion's paw reached into the ground, grabbing him out. It opened its blood-soaked mouth, revealing its full set of fangs, ready to eat Jian. To think that I, the top disciple of the inner sect, would perish at the hands of a lion. Ah, I die with unfulfilled grievances. Jian screamed, desperately trying to stop this from happening. However, everything he did was in vain, being slowly fed into the golden lion's mouth. In despair, he closed his eyes. This time, he was truly doomed, about to be eaten alive by the golden lion. I hope it swallows me whole without chewing, or it would be too painful, he cried, now only hoping for a quick death. However, the scenario he had anticipated did not occur. With a loud bang, he heard a huge collision sound, and then he lost his balance, falling to the ground. What happened? He hurriedly opened his eyes, wanting to understand what had happened. Then, he saw a scene that was incredibly unbelievable. What did he see? A black-haired, black-eyed youth, dressed in outer sect disciple attire, was fighting fiercely with the golden lion. No, it couldn't be called a fierce battle, because this was a complete one-sided battle. The black-haired youth, dressed in outer sect disciple attire, was incredibly fierce and terrifying. The powerful golden lion, in front of him, was like a chick, being beaten up by the black-haired youth, with absolutely no ability to fight back. The golden lion's robust body was now like paper, easily pierced by the black-haired youth's fists, with blood staining its fur. Soon, the golden lion's body was riddled with one hole after another. This is too fierce. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, deeply frightened. An outer sect disciple defeating the golden lion? My God, didn't he see wrong? Was this a hallucination before his death? Roar. The golden lion let out a furious roar. It was indeed not simple. Despite being crushed and beaten, it still found an opportunity and bit down on the black-haired youth's arm. It's over. Jian's face turned pale. The old ginger is hotter. The golden lion was ultimately not simple, with rich combat experience. The black-haired youth's arm was bitten by the golden lion, and it was bound to be lost. The situation was likely to reverse because of this. However, what happened next almost made his jaw drop in shock. The golden lion bit fiercely onto the black-haired youth's arm, but the arm was not bitten off by the golden lion. Instead, the golden lion's fangs were broken and shattered, splattering out along with its mouth full of blood. Ah, how is this possible? He simply couldn't believe it. How hard must the black-haired youth's body be to break and shatter the golden lion's fangs? Was this really the level that a flesh and blood body could achieve? Little lion, you're not being honest. Li Xing slightly frowned, a bit dissatisfied. He had actually been sneakily attacked by the golden lion. With a loud bang, he punched directly at the golden lion's heart, instantly blasting it, ending the golden lion's life. Yes, this black-haired, black-eyed youth was none other than Li Xing. Li Xing happened to pass by here and saw the golden lion committing atrocities, about to eat Jian, so he decided to intervene. This made him even more satisfied with the might of his sacred body. Throughout the entire fight, he only used the power of his sacred body. Even the powerful golden lion was not a match for it, being utterly weak in front of the sacred body's power. Meanwhile, Jian looked like he had seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief as he stared at Li Xing. He never thought that one day he would be saved by an outer sect disciple. In the distance, the inner sect disciples were even more shocked. Was Li Xing really just an outer sect disciple? Wasn't he wearing the wrong clothes? When did outer sect disciples become so strong? Thank you. Jian came back to his senses from the shock and hurriedly thanked Li Xing. If it weren't for Li Xing, he would have definitely died, being eaten alive by the golden lion. It's nothing. Li Xing smiled lightly, saying, "We are all fellow disciples. Helping each other is only natural." After saying that, he ignored Jian and focused on the golden lion. The golden lion was indeed quite good. He decided that tonight he would have grilled lion meat. Then, he began to handle it. He glanced at a spot not far away where Jian's weapon had fallen. It was a green sword. Jian had used it when he went all out earlier, but the green sword couldn't even scratch the golden lion's fur. He activated his sword control technique, and the green sword instantly flew over. Under his control, the green sword began precise skinning work. During this process, Jian was completely stunned. Li Xing's control over the green sword was too strong. The skin and meat separated so precisely and perfectly, illustrating what true skinning was, with not a single piece of meat left on the skin. He asked himself, even if he had practiced the sword control technique to the 5th level, he couldn't achieve such precise control over the green sword. Such precise and perfect control made him seriously doubt that Li Xing had reached the state of man and sword as one. However, he was not certain, because the state of man and sword as one was only attainable when one had mastered the sword control technique to its 9th level of perfection. Could Li Xing, so young, really have perfected the sword control technique to its 9th level? May I ask, senior brother, which level of the sword control technique have you mastered? He asked cautiously. Senior brother? Li Xing was surprised, looking at Jian and said, "You must be mistaken, senior brother Jian. I am an outer sect disciple, and you are an inner sect disciple. You should address me as junior brother." Jian was the top inner sect disciple, with a reputation too big to ignore, so Li Xing knew of him. Outer sect disciple? Upon hearing Li Xing's words, Jian almost fell to the ground in shock. Easily dominating the golden lion and seemingly having mastered the sword control technique to its 9th level of perfection, Li Xing claimed to be just an outer sect disciple. What kind of joke was this? There were no such outer sect disciples. Even he, the top inner sect disciple, couldn't achieve these feats. Li Xing's identity was definitely not as simple as an outer sect disciple. "No, senior brother, you're too modest," he quickly said. "In the world of cultivators, what matters is strength. With such extraordinary prowess, how could I dare to call you junior brother? It's better to call you senior brother." "Please don't." Li Xing shook his head and said, "The Qingxin sect has rules. Senior brother is senior brother, and junior brother is junior brother. The hierarchy must not be confused. Senior brother, please call me junior brother." "All right, junior brother." Jian's face was full of odd expressions, but he changed his address and no longer called Li Xing senior brother, instead calling him junior brother. "That's right." Li Xing smiled and said, "As the saying goes, a great fortune follows a narrow escape. Senior brother, you're in for a treat tonight." He continued, "Not to boast, but my barbecue skills are top-notch, absolutely delicious. Once the lion meat is grilled, you can try it." "Grilled lion meat?" Upon hearing this, Jian's eyes lit up with excitement, and he said happily, "Great." He wasn't particularly interested in Li Xing's barbecue skills. After all, he had eaten grilled meat before, and how much better could it get? What he was looking forward to was the flesh of the golden lion. The golden lion was no ordinary beast, its flesh comparable to great medicinal herbs. If he could consume the flesh of the golden lion, not only would his injuries be healed, but he would also benefit greatly. Thus, he was filled with anticipation. Chapter 5, White Fox. I'd rather die than eat. Elder brother Jian, I'm glad you're safe. We were really worried about you just now. The inner sect disciples, seeing the commotion from afar, rushed over, eager to sample the roasted golden lion meat. After all, such powerful golden lion meat was not something one could easily come by. If they missed this opportunity, there might not be another. Jian glanced at these inner sect disciples, thinking to himself how shrewd they were. But he didn't say anything. Who could resist the allure of golden lion meat? Li Xing didn't mind either. The golden lion was so large that he couldn't finish it alone, and he wasn't stingy. He often shared with outer sect disciples. The inner sect disciples were quick to act, fetching water and gathering firewood, assisting from the sidelines. After cleaning the lion meat, the fire was lit, and Li Xing began roasting the meat. Soon, the meat turned golden and glossy, releasing a fragrant aroma. Especially after Li Xing sprinkled various seasonings, the aroma of the roasted meat became even more intense. These seasonings were not readily available ingredients, but were painstakingly concocted by Li Xing, making them his exclusive secret. It smells so good. Before the meat was fully cooked, Jian's mouth was already watering. The aroma was so enticing that it stimulated his appetite like never before. All he could think about was savoring a piece of this roasted meat, completely forgetting the precious value contained within the golden lion meat. The other inner sect disciples also struggled to control their saliva, their eyes gleaming with desire, almost ready to pounce on the meat. "Don't rush, it's not ready yet," Li Xing chuckled, taking out a jug of wine and asking Jian and the others, "Would you like some wine?" This was his own brew, also a masterpiece. Of course, it was related to the system. On Earth, he enjoyed a drink from time to time. This world also had wine, but it didn't suit his taste, so he didn't like it much. He later tried to make his own wine, but the result was unpalatable. Then, the art of winemaking was greatly stimulated, skyrocketing his skills to the level of a wine god or wine saint. "I don't really like wine," Jian shook his head. He had tried wine before, and the experience was quite unpleasant, like swallowing a burning knife, both spicy and bitter. After that, he never drank again. "We don't either." The other inner sect disciples also disliked wine and shook their heads. All right, Li Xing didn't press, understanding that some people love wine while others don't, which is normal. He took out a wine cup, opened the jug, and poured himself a cup. As soon as the jug was opened, the aroma of the wine spread, causing Jian and the others' expressions to change immediately. What kind of wine was this? It was too fragrant. The pure aroma wafted to their noses, instantly captivating them, making them eager to have a taste. Drinking alone is too lonely. Although I don't like wine, Brother Li Xing saved my life, so I am willing to share a few cups with him, Jian declared nobly. Wow, elder brother Jian is so amazing. Clearly, Jian was tempted by the aroma and wanted to drink, yet he spoke so nobly and righteously. The inner sect disciples were amazed, inwardly giving Jian a thumbs up. He was truly their role model. Then, they followed suit. Drinking is about the atmosphere. Two people drinking is a bit lonely. Today, I am fortunate to meet Brother Li Xing, and I am willing to join in and drink with you. That's right. They all spoke up, unable to resist the temptation of the wine. During the barbecue, they also learned Li Xing's name, one more eloquent than the next. Li Xing thought to himself, seeing through it all. Eating meat and drinking wine in large gulps is the way to go. Come, let's drink together. Li Xing smiled, filling several cups and drinking with Jian and the others. After a sip of wine, Jian and the others dispelled their previous notions about wine. It was incredibly delicious, smooth yet rich, full of flavor. Definitely the best wine they had ever tasted. The meat is ready. Come, let's eat. Li Xing noticed the meat was done and happily shared it with Jian and the others. They drank and ate, laughing and chatting, the atmosphere incredibly joyful. Eating and drinking, talking and laughing, you are very happy. Your saint physique, influenced by your joy, has a critical boost, increasing by plus 99,999, reaching small success stage. The system's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind, making him even happier. This was a humanized system, 1,000, even 10,000 times better than those that constantly issued tasks to the host, threatening to obliterate them if the tasks were not completed. Small success stage of the Saint physique, his physical strength must have increased significantly. He wondered if even the combat power of those above the life wheel, in the void divergence realm, would be unable to harm him? If so, that would be incredible. After all, the void divergence realm was no small realm. It could be considered powerful, with some elders in the sect at that level. Although Jian, as a disciple, had reached the life wheel realm, just one realm away from the void divergence, this gap could be described as night and day. The void divergence realm was a watershed, extremely difficult to cross, with some cultivators spending their entire lives unable to enter it, a qualitative change. I'll test the power of the small success stage, Saint physique later to see how strong it really is. He thought to himself, "Oh, when did a little fox come over?" Li Xing noticed a small white fox with pristine fur had approached the barbecue, its little eyes fixed on the meat, drooling profusely. "Do you want to eat?" He smiled at the fox, tearing off a piece of meat and walking over, saying, "Come, eat. It's okay." Hearing Li Xing's voice, the fox suddenly snapped out of it. "How could I be so shameless? Embarrassing. So embarrassing." Her entire fox face turned red, feeling incredibly ashamed. You see, she wasn't an ordinary white fox but the princess of the White Fox clan. The White Fox clan was extremely powerful, a top-tier race in the north. Xianxia sects combined couldn't match them. Yet here she was, acting like she had never tasted good food before, drawn to the aroma of the barbecue. It was so humiliating. "I won't eat, absolutely not. I'd rather die than eat." Seeing Li Xing offering her the meat, she thought to herself, as the princess of the White Fox clan, being fed by someone else? If she ate it, where would her dignity be? Absolutely no way. Chapter 6. She's definitely a foodie, unable to resist the temptation of delicious food. The White Fox thought she would never accept Li Xing's feeding, but when Li Xing pushed the roasted meat closer, she couldn't hold back anymore. She bit into the meat and started devouring it voraciously. It was too fragrant. After just one bite, she was completely hooked, greedily gnawing on the roasted meat. What a cute little fox. An inner door disciple stood up, attracted by the fox's adorable appearance, wanting to go over and cuddle it. "Stop." Jian quickly stopped the disciple, saying, "Don't you see where we are? Can you just touch this white fox casually?" The inner door disciple had drunk quite a bit and was a bit tipsy, his face flushed red. Upon hearing Jian's words, he immediately snapped to attention, cold sweat breaking out on his back, filled with dread. Indeed, how could they casually touch the beasts here? This was the deep part of the 100 Beasts Mountain, inhabited by powerful beasts like the golden lion. Weak beasts couldn't survive here. This white fox in front of them, though looking very cute and harmless, was definitely not an ordinary fox. It must be extremely powerful and terrifying. He quickly sat back down, no longer daring to make any reckless moves. "Slow down, there's still plenty of meat." Li Xing was a bit surprised by how fast the fox was eating. The size of a wash basin, the fox finished it in no time. Moreover, the fox's teeth were incredibly strong. It even ate the bones clean. He doubted if it was even a fox, thinking maybe it was a white dog. Otherwise, how could it eat the bones too? But he just thought about it briefly and soon dismissed the idea. There were no ordinary beasts in the depths. The little white fox was definitely not simple. Its strength must be astonishing. He tore off another large piece of roasted meat and handed it to the little fox. The little fox was eating with great relish, no longer having the previous mindset of refusing to eat, having already been conquered by the deliciousness of the roasted meat. Jian and the others had already stopped, not because they didn't want to eat, but because they couldn't handle it. This wasn't ordinary roasted meat. The golden lion's flesh contained too much potent energy, and their bodies couldn't withstand it. If they ate more, they might explode from the overwhelming power. They had eaten a lot of the meat and had greatly benefited from it. They had no doubt that once they returned and fully refined the energy in their bodies, their strength and realm would see a significant increase. Li Xing, however, was unaffected, still happily munching on the meat. His minor saint physique was too powerful. Even the extremely potent energy in the golden lion's flesh didn't affect him, giving him no feeling of being overwhelmed by power. It really isn't an ordinary white fox. Li Xing squinted his eyes, looking at the little fox, thinking to himself. He understood why Jian and the others stopped eating. Their bodies couldn't handle it, but the little fox was fine, which clearly indicated its high level of strength and realm. Jian and the inner door disciples were stunned. The disciple who wanted to cuddle the little fox was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was filled with lingering fear. Such a voracious little fox must be very strong. Fortunately, Jian stopped him earlier. Otherwise, his fate would likely have been very miserable. How could such a powerful little fox allow others to casually touch it? If he had really gone over, he would have suffered greatly. Ha, so much of an eater, then the rest of the meat is all for you. Li Xing smiled, giving the remaining meat to the little fox. The golden lion was huge, and the remaining meat was still quite a lot, larger than an adult cow, but the little fox was very capable, finishing it all in no time. Completely devoured. The little fox perfectly demonstrated this. Even the bones were completely annihilated, not a single bit left. After finishing, she let out a satisfied burp, lying on the ground, feeling incredibly comfortable. Oh no, my elegant and noble image is all gone. But in the next moment, she reacted and quickly got up from the ground. Goodness, she was so noble and elegant. Yet here she was, gobbling up food and lying on the ground, feeling so embarrassed. Oh, you're quite image-conscious, aren't you? Li Xing couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little fox's behavior, thinking how adorable she was. Hearing this, the little fox felt so ashamed that her head almost touched the ground. What a wicked person! If it weren't for this guy, how could I have lost my image? How could I have done such a shameful thing? She said angrily in her heart, feeling that everything was Li Xing's fault. Haha, don't be like that. The more Li Xing looked at the little fox, the more he liked her, and he reached out to pat her head. The little fox was shocked, her fur standing on end, instantly moving away from the spot. My goodness, she had been head-pat by a man. She glared at Li Xing, her eyes seemingly spitting fire. How could she, so pure and noble, have her head patted by a man? This was something that had never happened before. You have such a small heart. Just a head pat, and you react so strongly. Li Xing shook his head, a bit sad, saying, I just let you eat so much meat, and you're being ungrateful. Seeing Li Xing's sad expression, the little fox also felt a bit guilty. After all, she had eaten a lot of meat, and saying such things to Li Xing was indeed not very fair. Seeing the little fox wasn't so angry anymore, he chuckled softly, saying, It's okay. I have a big heart. I won't hold it against you. Come with me. I'll make roasted meat for you every day. And not just roasted meat. I can make other delicious dishes too. The little fox rolled her eyes at Li Xing, thinking she wasn't so easily fooled. Besides, her identity was so noble. She opened her mouth to refuse and even wanted to scold Li Xing for being so audacious and overestimating himself. But thinking of the delicious roasted meat, she hesitated. It was too delicious. She swore she had never eaten such delicious roasted meat, and even after eating so much, the flavor still made her crave more. This is an opportunity. I can escape while taking advantage of it. I swear I'm not thinking about eating his food. I just want to escape, she said to herself in her heart. Initially, she left her clan territory out of curiosity and ended up encountering a senior of the Xianxia sect, who suppressed her and brought her back to the Xianxia sect, leaving her in the 100 Beasts Mountain. The demon clan and the human race were sworn enemies, constantly at war. She had always been careful not to expose her identity, pretending to be a beast without a background, which was why she was still safe. The White Fox clan was a prominent clan in the demon race, enemies with many human factions. If people knew she was the princess of the White Fox clan, her fate would be very tragic. So she never dared to reveal her true identity. I can't leave the 100 Beasts Mountain on my own. I'll be caught if I go out. Going with him, I can leave the 100 Beasts Mountain, and there's a good chance I can escape the Qingxin sect later. She finally made her decision, choosing to go with Li Xing. Then, she reluctantly began to wag her tail at Li Xing, showing her goodwill. She's definitely a foodie. Li Xing laughed, suddenly picking up the little fox. The little fox instantly lost her composure. Chapter 7. The adorable little white fox transforms into a dominant queen. In Li Xing's embrace, the little white fox felt his large hands occasionally stroking her smooth fur. She was both shy and furious. My noble and pure body, ruined. She ground her teeth in secret, almost on the verge of tears. But thinking about needing to rely on Li Xing to escape, she endured it all. Just wait until I escape. Once I return to my clan, I will have my father capture you immediately, and then I'll make you experience the same humiliation I'm enduring now, holding and touching you. She swore bitterly, vowing to exact revenge. Whatever Li Xing did to her now, she would do to him in return. No, she would repay him double. Jian and fellow senior brothers, today we had a delightful conversation. Let's gather again another day. Li Xing smiled. It's getting late. Let's part ways here. Good. Be sure to visit Li Xing again when you have time. Jian and several inner door disciples bid farewell to Li Xing and left Mount Bai Shou. Li Xing also departed for his residence. On their way back, Jian and the inner door disciples couldn't stop expressing their astonishment. They never expected that among the outer door disciples, there would be such a hidden talent like Li Xing. Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, Jian suddenly stopped and called out to his fellow disciples. What's wrong, senior brother Jian? The inner door disciples asked, puzzled. Jian's face was solemn as he said, I hope you won't spread rumors when you return. Why? Some disciples asked, realizing that Jian was referring to Li Xing. Think about it, Jian said gravely. Li Xing is so skilled that his sword control even seems to have reached the realm of man and sword as one. Can that be achieved overnight? It's obvious that Li Xing has been practicing for a long time. But why is he so low profile in the sect? Clearly, he doesn't want to draw too much attention. Hearing this, the inner door disciples' eyes lit up. Indeed, if it weren't for Li Xing's desire to stay low-key, how could he be just an outer door disciple with his abilities? It was impossible. Senior brother Jian is indeed thorough in his thinking. We understand. We won't spread rumors. They all agreed. Good, Jian nodded in satisfaction. Let's keep Li Xing's prowess among ourselves. He continued, after all, Li Xing doesn't want to be too high profile, and he's been so kind to us, treating us to grilled meat and fine wine without any airs. We can't be ungrateful. Right? We can't be ungrateful. We won't mention Li Xing to outsiders. The inner door disciples nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Xing returned to his residence with the little white fox in his arms. The journey was excruciating for the fox, who kept tallying up grievances against Li Xing in her mind. The courtyard was pitch black, and the other outer door disciples still hadn't returned. Li Xing entered his room, placed the fox aside, lit the lamp, and began to undress, preparing for bed. Wow, this man is so shameless, undressing so openly. The little white fox quickly turned her head away, not wanting to look. But her heart was pounding intensely. She had never seen such a scene before. When Li Xing first undressed, she glimpsed his well-built upper body. Just one glance made her heart race and couldn't forget the sight. The image of Li Xing's muscular torso kept replaying in her mind. But to be honest, it really looks good, she couldn't help but think. Then, she stealthily turned her head back, wanting to take another look. But as soon as she did, something covered her head. Little fox, you're shameless, Li Xing's amused voice sounded. The little white fox was instantly infuriated. The shameless one was Li Xing, undressing in front of her. Yet he had the audacity to accuse her. She yanked the cloth off her head and snarled at Li Xing. However, her cute appearance made her snarl look more adorable than intimidating. Li Xing couldn't help but laugh. All right, It's you who's shameless. Why else would you turn back to sneak a look? He said to the fox. By now, he had already put on his nightclothes. The little white fox was left speechless. Indeed, she had turned back because she wanted to see Li Xing's well-built upper body again. You shameless. She spoke human words, expressing her indignation, truly upset. Li Xing wasn't surprised by the fox's ability to speak. A white fox that could survive in the depths was no ordinary beast. It was already intelligent and capable of speech. Shameless? No, I didn't force you to look. You chose to look on your own. In fact, I'm the victim here. Li Xing said with an expression of a wronged party. Seeing Li Xing's attitude, the little white fox felt even more enraged. She had originally planned to stay by Li Xing's side, doing nothing, and wait for him to leave the Qingxin sect, so she could follow him and gain her freedom. But now, Li Xing had angered her so much that she no longer intended to follow that plan. Enough pretending. She decided to reveal her true self. She said to Li Xing, "You insignificant outer door disciple, truly unaware of your place. I didn't want to bother with you, but you keep pushing it. Do you really think you're something?" The courtyard was quiet, with no one else around. She also checked the nearby courtyards and found them empty. She planned to subdue Li Xing forcefully, making him her servant to help her escape the Qingxin sect. As the princess of the White Fox clan, her strength was formidable. Although she couldn't match the sect elders, dealing with an outer door disciple like Li Xing was more than enough. Considering how well you grilled the meat and treated me to so much, I'm willing to give you a chance. The little white fox leaped onto the table, her head held high, exuding confidence. Come, kneel before me, become my servant, and obey my commands. Li Xing's expression turned peculiar upon hearing the fox's words. The adorable little white fox had transformed into a domineering queen. The contrast was too great. Are you serious? He looked at the fox with deep meaning, feeling no fear or worry. What was there to be afraid of? His physical prowess had reached the level of a minor sacred body, far stronger than before. The little white fox, no matter how strong, was doomed to fail. Bold. The fox shouted. This is your only chance. Don't be ungrateful. Don't refuse a good offer for the sake of pride. She was even more confident. Chapter 8. Stop playing. It's all part of the plan. The source of the little white fox's confidence lay in her cultivation at the 5th level of the life wheel realm. If she were to engage in battle with the golden lion, she could easily suppress it. All right, Li Xing chuckled. I find you cute and pretty, and I really like you. I want to keep you by my side, so don't be ungrateful. On the table, the little white fox grew even angrier. Tiger. No, old fox. No, little fox. Don't you dare take me for a sick cat, she exclaimed indignantly. Then, she glowed all over, her fur becoming crystal clear, and she leaped high, pouncing towards Li Xing. She decided to teach Li Xing a lesson and subdue him. Li Xing was no ordinary man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to roast and eat the golden lion. She knew this and was careful in her attack, immediately using her strongest power to try and take him down in one strike. Stop playing, Li Xing said with a smile, extending a large hand that pierced through the terrifying force she had unleashed, directly grabbing her by the tail and lifting her up. The little white fox was horrified, her fur standing on end. She looked at Li Xing with eyes full of horror. How was this possible? She couldn't believe it. Everything was too incredible. Just how strong was Li Xing's body? The force she had unleashed was immense. Even a spiritual artifact would have difficulty withstanding it. Li Xing showed no signs of spiritual energy, using no spiritual power, yet he had withstood her attack? Are you even human? She couldn't help but ask, suspecting that Li Xing was a beast in human form. Human bodies were notoriously weak. How could he be so powerful? Don't doubt it. I'm a pure human, Li Xing said, holding the little white fox in his arms and stroking her smooth fur. Don't worry, you won't be at a disadvantage following me. Although the little white fox was shocked by Li Xing's formidable physique, she still felt disdain when she heard his words. She was a princess of the White Fox clan. Did Li Xing really take her for a simple, uneducated fox without any background? And what did he mean she wouldn't be at a disadvantage? What could Li Xing possibly offer her? Really? I believe you. I'm willing to follow a strong person, she said insincerely. Li Xing being stronger than her was a fact, and she couldn't deal with him now, so she said this insincerely to temporarily placate him and avoid harm. I'll endure. Once I can trick him out of the Xianxia sect, then I can find a way to contact my father and have him come to rescue me, she thought to herself. You despicable wretch, when my father arrives, I'll have you subdued and make you my pet, she secretly planned in her heart. Li Xing chuckled, patting the little white fox's head. That's more like it. In the future, you'll be glad you made this decision. With the invincible system, his future was bound to be filled with light and brilliance. The little white fox following him would certainly not be at a disadvantage, but would achieve greatness alongside him. I'm sleepy, Li Xing yawned, feeling drowsy. He put the little white fox aside and warned her, control yourself. Don't sneak onto my bed just because you're infatuated with my handsomeness. So shameless. The little white fox secretly disdained. Who would even want to get on your bed? Don't be upset. It's your own fault for having a history, thinking of sneaking a peek at my muscular body. Li Xing laughed, then lay down on the bed to sleep. The little white fox was speechless, cursing herself for why she had to sneak a peek at Li Xing earlier. Now it was her stain, and Li Xing would bring it up from time to time. She angrily lay in a corner, not thinking about escaping. Even if she could escape from Li Xing, she couldn't escape from the Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect had elders guarding it. A beast like her couldn't get out. Moreover, Li Xing was too mysterious, completely unknown how strong he was. She didn't think she could escape from him. But to be honest, this guy's looks are really something. Lying in the corner, she repeatedly told herself not to look at Li Xing, but she still couldn't help stealing glances at him with her peripheral vision. Li Xing's appearance was handsome and manly, perfectly matching her aesthetic. She thought that if Li Xing weren't so annoying, she could consider being friends with him, or even trying to develop a closer relationship. But just then, Li Xing's closed eyes suddenly opened. I know I'm handsome, but you need to control yourself, Li Xing said to the little white fox, noticing her peeking at him. Then he turned over, giving her a view of the back of his head. This guy. The little white fox felt both embarrassed and angry, not expecting to get caught peeking at Li Xing again. I'm so mad, she fumed, but there was nothing she could do about it. The night quickly passed. The next day, the sun was bright, shining through the window onto Li Xing, who woke up comfortably from his sleep. Minor Saint Body diligently practiced during sleep, evolution value plus 999. The system's voice rang in his mind, and Li Xing smiled with joy. He couldn't help but praise his system again. It was humanized, hardworking, and quite good. After getting up, he washed his face and brushed his teeth, then went to prepare breakfast. There was a kitchen in the small courtyard where he often cooked. Unfortunately, the other outer sect disciples who lived with him rarely returned, so he usually cooked for himself. The little white fox had been angry with Li Xing all night, but all her resentment vanished when Li Xing made breakfast. A simple bowl of millet porridge. She didn't know how Li Xing did it, but it was so delicious that she couldn't resist. She immediately wagged her tail and ran over to Li Xing, wanting to have a bowl of this millet porridge. I'm not being greedy. I'm deliberately flattering him, lulling him into a false sense of security so I can better execute my plan, she reasoned with herself in her heart. However, it was just reasoning. What flattery, lulling, and plan execution were all false. She just couldn't resist the temptation of the millet porridge, wanting to drink it. Li Xing served the little white fox a large bowl of millet porridge, and she immediately happily drank it up. After breakfast, Li Xing picked up the little white fox. Let's go. Time to practice, he said, leaving the courtyard with the little white fox in his arms and heading towards the Spirit Peak. Spirit Peak was another place he often visited. The scenery was as good as the back mountain, especially since many outer sect sisters and disciples liked to practice swordsmanship there. Watching beautiful sisters and disciples practice swordsmanship was another delightful sight. Except when he wanted to be alone and went to the back mountain, he usually spent his time at Spirit Peak, watching the beautiful sisters and disciples practice swordsmanship. It was said that watching beautiful sisters and disciples practice swordsmanship made his cultivation incredibly fast, or rather, the system's cultivation was incredibly fast. When he watched happily and his mood was good, the system would be influenced by his mood and practice even more diligently. Practice? The little white fox's eyes lit up when she heard this. All right, I want to see just how he practices and how strong he really is, she thought, feeling quite eager. Could a human's body be cultivated to such a hard and strong level? She was very curious about how Li Xing had cultivated his body to such a level. If possible, she could secretly learn and make her own body stronger. She looked forward to it even more. Chapter 9. Li Xing. Senior sister, don't slander me. On the way, Li Xing encountered many outer sect disciples. These outer sect disciples greeted him warmly, showing that he had a good reputation among them. Through their conversations, he learned about some recent developments. A mysterious ancient site had appeared in the north, rumored to be from ancient times. The entire northern region was in a frenzy, with numerous forces and powerful individuals rushing to the site. The sect leader and the elders have also gone. I hope they can gain something from the ancient site, so that our Xianxia sect can become even stronger. As soon as the news of the ancient site spread, the sect leader and a group of elders left the Xianxia sect to head towards the site. Currently, only 1 or 2 elders remain to guard the sect. So many elders have gone? Li Xing was slightly surprised. There were dozens of elders in the sect, yet the sect leader had almost taken them all with him. It seemed that the ancient site was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, the sect leader wouldn't have made such a big move. If we don't advance, we will fall behind. Falling behind means being defeated. An outer sect disciple sighed. It is said to be from an ancient site, too important. If we don't compete, it means we are falling behind. True, Li Xing nodded. Not competing indeed means falling behind. The world of cultivation is cruel, with no room for true kindness and beauty. Once you fall behind, you risk being swallowed by other forces. The competition for the ancient site was indeed very necessary. After bidding farewell to the outer sect disciples, he went to the back mountain. An ancient site. How incredible must the opportunities and fortunes it holds be? Aren't you tempted to go and take a look? The little white fox spoke to Li Xing, urging him to go to the ancient site. With such a big commotion, her father would definitely participate. If Li Xing also went to the ancient site, that would be perfect. At that time, she could directly find her father and then suppress Li Xing to become her pet. Not interested. Li Xing shook his head, not wanting to get involved in the chaos. With such a big commotion, almost all the northern forces and powerful individuals were there. What was he going for? Did he think he had too long a life? He didn't want to risk his life there. Although if he could gain something from the ancient site, such as ancient techniques or artifacts, it would indeed be of great help to him. After all, the more powerful the technique, the higher the potential. The Xianxia art and sword control technique he practiced were of low rank, with limited potential. Later, the system stopped practicing the Xianxia art and sword control technique because they had reached their maximum level. The system is so diligent and hard-working, I can't let it down. I should learn a few more techniques for the system to continue practicing. Li Xing thought to himself with a smile. Host, are you polite? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind. Li Xing almost burst out laughing. Indeed, this system had a lot of character. Go. The appearance of the ancient site is a rare opportunity. Missing it might leave you with lifelong regrets. You are so young and promising, so powerful. You should go and see for yourself. The little white fox continued to persuade and incite Li Xing, saying, even if you don't compete for the opportunities and fortunes, it's necessary to go and broaden your horizons. Little white, what are you doing? Be good, don't think too much. Li Xing patted the little white fox's head, unmoved, and brought her to their usual spot on the spirit peak. The scenery here was perfect, offering a clear view of the senior and junior sisters practicing their swordsmanship. At this moment, the senior and junior sisters had already started practicing their swordsmanship. "Time to cultivate," he said happily. All the practicing senior and junior sisters were within his sight. It had taken him quite some effort to find such a good spot. "What?" The little white fox was stunned. This is called cultivation? Watching girls practice swordsmanship is called cultivation. My goodness, she had never seen such a shameless person. It was clearly the behavior of an old lecher, yet he could call it cultivation. She looked down on Li Xing with disdain. So unserious. Watching the beautiful senior and junior sisters practice swordsmanship makes you very happy. Your mood is refreshed. The cultivation of the minor saint physique accelerates. Evolution value plus 8,888. The system's voice rang in Li Xing's mind. Watching the senior and junior sisters practice swordsmanship indeed greatly enhanced his progress. "It's really you. Senior sister, look. He's here again. Look at that lecherous smile of his." Li Xing was enjoying himself when suddenly he heard such a voice. His face immediately fell. What the hell? His smile was obviously so handsome and charming. How could it be described as lecherous? So it's Li Xing. He looked around and saw Li Xing. No wonder his handsome and charming smile was described as lecherous. It was clear that Li Xing still harbored resentment towards him and didn't believe his words. She still thought he was peeping that day. He secretly complained. This Li Xing junior sister, with such a good figure and so beautiful, how could she not believe what people say? Beside Li Xing stood a white-clothed maiden. She had a cold expression, stunningly beautiful, with an ethereal air, like a fairy from the moon. Mu Yin. Li Xing recognized the identity of the white-clothed maiden. Mu Yin, an absolute prodigy within the Xianxia sect, a legend in her own right, the personal disciple of the sect leader, is hailed as the hope of the Xianxia sect, with the potential to lead the sect to even greater glory. At the same time, Mu Yin was ranked first on the Xianxia sect's beauty list, outshining all the other female disciples. Mu Yin walked over, her long legs straight and captivating. She truly lived up to her title as the #1 beauty. Li Xing was already very beautiful, but compared to her, there was a significant gap. She was like a blooming, beautiful flower, while Li Xing was like a supporting green leaf. In every aspect, she far surpassed Li Xing. Beautiful? Not as beautiful as me. My human form is even more beautiful than hers. Seeing such a beautiful Mu Yin, the little white fox felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. However, she felt a bit timid, as Mu Yin was indeed stunningly beautiful. "I'm cultivating. Don't disturb me." Seeing Mu Yin approach, Li Xing spoke first. He knew why Mu Yin was here. It was undoubtedly because Li Xing had accused him of peeping again. Therefore, he spoke first to silence Mu Yin and Li Xing. How can he be caught peeping and still be so righteous? The little white fox was truly speechless. Mu Yin and Li Xing had already come over, yet Li Xing could still say with such a righteous air that he was cultivating. She truly admired him, with such thick skin. How dare you? In front of senior sister Mu Yin, you still dare to play tricks and act shamelessly. Li Xing was furious. This was senior sister Mu Yin, the only personal disciple of the sect leader, with an extraordinary status. Yet Li Xing still dared to lie with his eyes wide open. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Last time's incident could be considered an accident, but this time was different. A senior sister had approached her, saying that someone often peeped at them on Spirit Peak and asked for her help to teach the peeper a lesson. She didn't usually practice swordsmanship with these senior sisters, so she didn't know about this situation. The senior sister described Li Xing's appearance, and she immediately identified him as the one who peeped at her that day. Thinking she wasn't a match for Li Xing, she had brought senior sister Mu Yin. Cultivating? What kind of cultivation? Junior brother, you shouldn't speak carelessly and need to be cautious with your words. Mu Yin's expression was cold as she looked at Li Xing. Junior sister Li Xing has reported your situation to me. You don't cultivate properly and come here to peep every day. Tell me, what exactly are you trying to do? Senior sister Mu Yin, don't slander me. How could I be peeping? Peeping is done in the dark. I'm here so openly, with the sun shining brightly. There's no darkness or shadow. Where's the peeping? Li Xing argued forcefully, correcting Mu Yan's words. As for not cultivating properly, that's nonsense. I'm diligently cultivating here every moment. He continued. Diligently cultivating? More like diligently watching the senior and junior sisters. Lu Qing gave Li Xing a disdainful look and said angrily. Chapter 10. Doubting myself? Am I really that bad? Quibbling. Mu Yan rebuked, her expression unfriendly. She had seen Li Xing lying here watching the female disciples practice their swordsmanship, yet Li Xing dared to claim he was still training. This lie came so easily. You say you were training, what were you training in? The Cleansing Heart Sutra or the sword control technique? She demanded again. In the Xianxia sect, the status of outer disciples was not high, and their training options were limited to just the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the sword control technique. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, outstanding disciples like Lu Qing could train in more techniques and even enter the Hall of Techniques to select other techniques for training. Oh, I practiced both, Li Xing said. I was watching the senior and junior sisters practice their swordsmanship here. On one hand, I was training the Cleansing Heart Sutra to temper my Tao heart, and on the other, I was observing the sword control technique of the senior and junior sisters to verify and train my own sword control technique. What a stretch. Lu Qing gritted her teeth, refusing to believe a word Li Xing said. Although what Li Xing said sounded reasonable, she would never believe it. She believed Li Xing was just an old lecher, and his words had nothing to do with real training. So diligent, huh? Mu Yan sneered, clearly not believing Li Xing either. She said, since you're training so diligently, what level have you reached in the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the sword control technique? Not bad, both at the 9th level, Li Xing replied. I suggest everyone learn from me. Senior and junior brothers should watch the senior and junior sisters practice their swordsmanship, and vice versa. The effect is really great. He added, 9th level? That was too much of a boast. Even the little white fox felt her face turn red. She had been in the depths of the 100 Beasts Mountain for some time and understood what it meant to reach the 9th level in the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the sword control technique. Not to mention reaching the 9th level in both techniques. Even reaching the 9th level in one technique had not happened in the Xianxia sect for nearly a century. Even the current sect leader of the Xianxia sect had not reached the 9th level in both techniques. Li Xing casually claimed to have reached the 9th level in both techniques, blowing the roof off with his boast. She felt embarrassed for him. You are brave. Lu Qing didn't know what to say. Although Li Xing's sword control technique was indeed better than hers, she would never believe Li Xing had reached the 9th level in it. Mu Yan lightly frowned, having never seen someone so boastful. Reaching the 9th level in both the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the sword control technique? Impossible. Even the sect leader couldn't do it. Her impression of Li Xing plummeted to the bottom. Not only was Li Xing not serious, but he also lied through his teeth. So impressive. The 9th level of the sword control technique. I've never seen it before. I'd like to learn from you. She looked at Li Xing and gently waved her hand. In the next instant, a long sword flew out from her body and directly stabbed towards Li Xing. She was indeed skilled. Having reached the late 6th level of the sword control technique, the sword flew out like lightning, leaving a series of afterimages, making it impossible to track its movements. Boasting came with a price. She decided to give Li Xing a lesson to make him live a more down-to-earth life in the future. However, as the sword just flew out, her face changed dramatically, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had lost control of the sword. Senior, sister, how could this happen? Lu Qing exclaimed, horrified. The sword that was supposed to stab Li Xing had mysteriously appeared behind Mu Yan, pointing at her back. If it moved forward just a bit more, it would pierce into Mu Yan's body. She was so scared that she could barely stand, her body trembling. Oh my! The little white fox was also startled. Li Xing wasn't bragging after all? His mastery of the sword control technique was truly that high. What kind of background does he have? Not only is his physique incredibly strong, But his mastery of the sword control technique is also so high. She thought to herself, feeling that Li Xing was not simple at all, with deep waters. How did you train? Mu Yin, who had lost her usual cold demeanor, trembled as she asked Li Xing. The sword under her control had been seized by Li Xing in an instant. Li Xing's sword control technique was clearly far beyond hers. 9th level. Even if Li Xing hadn't reached the 9th level, he was definitely close. Didn't I tell you the method earlier? Li Xing chuckled. All right, don't disturb my training. After saying that, he sat down again, leaning against the green stone, leisurely admiring the senior and junior sisters practicing their swordsmanship. Mu Yan's expression was strange. Could it be that Li Xing was truly training here? Otherwise, how could he have reached such a high level in the sword control technique? Should she try it too? Watch the senior and junior brothers practice their swordsmanship for verification. But if she did that, it would be too embarrassing and awkward. She couldn't do such a thing. On the other side, Li Xing didn't think too much. After hearing what Li Xing said, her big eyes lit up. Thank you, senior brother, for your teachings. I've understood. She said so and hurriedly left the place, heading to the area where the male disciples practiced their swordsmanship, ready to observe and train her cleansing heart sutra and sword control technique. Really went? Li Xing was a bit embarrassed, not expecting Li Xing to believe him so easily. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, even a good thing. He thought to himself, Li Xing is so beautiful. The senior and junior brothers who are observed by her probably feel more excited and motivated to practice even harder. Li Xing was stunningly beautiful. Who wouldn't want to leave a good impression in front of her? It was a given that when Li Xing arrived, the senior and junior brothers would all want to perform well in front of her. What about you? Why don't you go? He looked at Mu Yin, who was still standing in place, not leaving. Mu Yin wanted to go, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Observing a group of male disciples practicing their swordsmanship, just thinking about it made her blush. But then, her eyes suddenly lit up. I want to stay by your side, observing you, she said to Li Xing with a hint of excitement, praising herself in her heart. Observing a group of male disciples, she couldn't do it, but observing one person, she could manage. Li Xing was so skilled. Staying by his side to observe him would surely yield even better results. How clever of her, she thought happily in her heart, her face even unconsciously showing a smile. Senior sister Mu Yin, you need to control yourself. Your smile is very inappropriate. Li Xing saw the smile on Mu Yan's face and said, Senior sister, you should practice the cleansing heart sutra more. Don't entertain any wrong thoughts. Then he picked up the little white fox and quickly left the place. Mu Yin was stunned. Did her smile look that evil? Evil is evil. But running away is what? Am I that bad? She bit her lip, feeling very wronged, and stomped her foot. What the heck? She was so beautiful, and many male disciples dreamed of getting close to her. Yet Li Xing ran away as if afraid of losing out. Was she really that bad? This made her doubt herself, the first time she questioned her own beauty. No, I must stay and observe. She chased after him. Chapter 11. Too fast to handle. Mu Yin had set her sights on Li Xing and was determined to observe him closely. Wherever Li Xing went, she followed. This pursuit lasted for several days. Originally, Li Xing was just a small, obscure figure within the Qingxin sect, known to very few. But after Mu Yan's relentless pursuit, Li Xing's name spread throughout the entire sect. No way. Has senior sister Mu Yin fallen for Li Xing? He's just an outer disciple. How could this be? I ate 10 bowls of rice, and I still can't figure out where I went wrong. The Qingxin sect was in chaos. Countless male disciples wailed, unable to comprehend what was so special about Li Xing that senior sister Mu Yin would chase after him so persistently. This was senior sister Mu Yin, the personal disciple of the sect leader, and the most beautiful woman on the beauty list, yet she had fallen for an outer disciple. What's more, this outer disciple didn't seem particularly interested in senior sister Mu Yin, treating her with indifference. Oh, How the heavens are unfair. They found it hard to even exchange a word with senior sister Mu Yin, while Li Xing seemed to be getting annoyed by her relentless pursuit. Seeing this scene, they almost wanted to spit blood. Could this be why senior sister Mu Yin likes Li Xing? Because senior sister Mu Yin is used to being adored by everyone, Li Xing's indifferent attitude towards her has piqued her interest? Finally, a male disciple couldn't hold back and exploded. Li Xing, I challenge you to a duel. Be a man and fight me. A male disciple approached Li Xing, demanding a duel. He was no ordinary disciple. He was the grandson of a senior elder, enjoying a very high status within the sect. At the same time, he was a fervent admirer of Mu Yin. Move aside, I don't have time for you. What status do you have, higher than even an inner disciple, challenging me, an outer disciple? Do you have any shame? Li Xing promptly refused. I'll let you have the advantage, fighting at the same level. The male disciple said, not interested. Li Xing was too lazy to fight, and was about to leave with the little white fox in his arms. What a coward! How could senior sister Mu Yin fall for someone like this? Many disciples gathered to watch, despising Li Xing for not accepting the challenge. You don't have a choice. The male disciple snorted coldly and launched an attack on Li Xing without hesitation. If you lose, stay away from Mu Yin, he said bitterly. Swish. A sword light flashed, blocking the male disciple's attack. Zhao Sun, what do you think you're doing? Mu Yin arrived, dressed in white, with flawless skin and unparalleled beauty, like a female sword immortal descending from the wind, ethereal and otherworldly. The male disciple, Zhao Sun, upon seeing Mu Yin, said, nothing, I just wanted to spar with junior brother Li Xing. Spar? Good. I also want to spar with you. How about you spar with me first? Mu Yin said, summoning a long sword and preparing to spar with Zhao Sun. No way. Senior sister Mu Yin is so protective of Li Xing? The hearts of countless male disciples shattered. What exactly does Li Xing have that we don't? Their heads nearly exploded trying to figure out why senior sister Mu Yin would fall for Li Xing. Facing Mu Yin's challenge, Zhao Sun didn't dare accept. Mu Yin was recognized as the top talent of the Qingxin sect, and he was no match for her. Li Xing, are you even a man? Hiding behind a woman. What kind of man are you? Have the guts to fight me without relying on senior sister Mu Yin. He shouted at Li Xing. Li Xing, who had been about to leave, finally stopped. It wasn't because of Zhao Sun's words. He just felt that leaving wasn't the best option. Now, all the male disciples were furious with him, wanting to cause trouble. He needed to resolve this issue, or he would be plagued by endless trouble in the future. What a mess, I'm so unlucky. Li Xing felt the bad luck, suddenly attracting so much trouble for no reason. Indeed, women are trouble, especially beautiful women. All right, I accept your challenge. Come on. He put the little white fox down and prepared to fight Zhao Sun. After dealing with Zhao Sun, there should be no one else daring to cause trouble for him. That's more like it. Zhao Sun's smile was radiant, feeling incredibly happy. He intended to defeat Li Xing forcefully, making Li Xing lose face in front of everyone, so that Mu Yin would see how unworthy Li Xing was. This way, Mu Yin would definitely stop liking Li Xing. Then, he took a step forward, confidently saying to Li Xing, as a senior, I should let you go first. Come on, you make the first move. He was also a talented genius, rarely defeated in battles at the same level. Li Xing was just an ordinary outer disciple, certainly no match for him. Not only would he let Li Xing go first, but he could even let Li Xing use both hands and one leg. He could still defeat Li Xing with just one leg. Oh, okay. Li Xing wasn't being pretentious and directly made his move. Well, you've already lost. In the next instant, he said this. What? Lost? Everyone felt like their ears were playing tricks on them, doubting they had heard wrong. They wanted to say, Big brother, do you fight with your mouth? You haven't even moved, yet you say you've won? How shameless. Bang. At that moment, Zhao Sun's entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily into a giant tree, breaking it. How is this possible? What just happened? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief, unable to understand what had occurred. In their eyes, Li Xing hadn't moved at all, remaining in place. So how did Zhao Sun get blasted away? So powerful? Mu Yan's pupils contracted, unable to believe what she saw. The others couldn't see Li Xing's movements, but she could. However, she didn't see it clearly either. Li Xing's speed was too fast. She only saw a blur of shadows as Li Xing reached Zhao Sun, delivered a punch, and swiftly returned to his original spot. She was shocked. She hadn't sensed any spiritual energy fluctuations from Li Xing, which meant Li Xing's speed came from his physical body. How could this be? How could a purely physical body possess such terrifying speed? Oh, heavens, what kind of physique does Li Xing have? The minor sacred body is indeed powerful. On the other side, Li Xing thought to himself, surprised by this speed. The sacred body has further advanced, truly powerful. Zhao Sun struggled to stand up from the ground, also looking confused about what had happened. His cultivation level was too low to see Li Xing's movements. "Senior Sister Mu Yan, are you helping him like this?" he said bitterly, extremely dissatisfied, thinking Mu Yan had intervened secretly. Mu Yan was left speechless. Zhao Sun was too presumptuous, completely unaware of how strong Li Xing was. "Alas, it's so hard to admit that I'm strong." Li Xing sighed, "It's also my fault for being too fast, not giving you a chance to see. All right, let's fight with slow motions this time." Slow motion fight? What is this? Everyone was bewildered, completely not understanding what Li Xing was trying to do. Chapter 12. Shoulder massage and back rub, so comfortable and relaxing. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was meant by a slow motion battle. They racked their brains but couldn't figure it out. Soon, they understood. Li Xing moved, demonstrating what a slow motion action looked like. He lifted his leg and took a step, breaking down the action into tiny increments, moving at a speed comparable to a turtle's pace. Did you see that this is a slow motion battle? Li Xing even slowed down his speech, enunciating each word one by one. A simple action of lifting a leg and taking a step, he managed to break down into dozens of steps, making everyone's expressions increasingly strange. What on earth? Was Li Xing serious? Everyone was speechless, having never seen such a battle before. "You should die." On the other side, Zhao Sun roared, his eyes practically spitting fire. What was Li Xing doing with his slow movements? Was he humiliating him? He couldn't stand it. Did Li Xing look down on him so much that he thought he could win like this? With a loud bang, he charged from his original spot, not particularly fast, but compared to Li Xing's speed, he was like lightning. Li Xing swung his fist, still at a reduced speed, which obviously couldn't compare to Zhao Sun's. Zhao Sun reached Li Xing, his foot almost kicking Li Xing, while Li Xing had just barely lifted his fist. "Reaping what you sow. Can there be a reversal? It's impossible." Everyone laughed, believing Li Xing was too pretentious and now had to face the consequences. They were eager for Li Xing to suffer greatly and lose face. After all, the woman they considered the most perfect had fallen for Li Xing. They hated Li Xing to the core. Bang! Li Xing didn't change his speed, still moving slowly, and the result was obvious. Zhao Sun's foot hit Li Xing's body. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Xing didn't get knocked down. Instead, Zhao Sun, who kicked Li Xing, fell to the ground. "Ah, my leg." Zhao Sun clutched his leg and cried in pain. The leg that hit Li Xing had fractured, rendering the entire leg useless. Everyone was shocked. What kind of monster was Li Xing? His flesh was too tough. Zhao Sun was furious. With a swoosh, he unleashed all his power, summoning a long sword that shot towards Li Xing like a streak of light. Earlier, he had thought Li Xing was just an ordinary outer sect disciple and hadn't used his full strength, only a portion of it. Now he realized that Li Xing wasn't an ordinary outer sect disciple and had been hiding his true abilities. However, he still wasn't willing to admit defeat. So what if Li Xing was hiding his skills? He still couldn't compare to him. He used all his strength, executing a sword technique, aiming to defeat Li Xing and make him pay. Li Xing continued with his slow movements, and the sword instantly struck his body. Bang! A shattering sound rang out. The sword that struck Li Xing shattered on the spot. What? Is he human? He's like a humanoid beast. Everyone was stunned, their jaws almost hitting the ground. How could they not be shocked? Zhao Sun, the grandson of a senior elder, was extremely strong, possessing the power of the second realm of the life wheel. Moreover, the long sword Zhao Sun used was no ordinary sword. It was a sword personally requested by Zhao Sun's grandfather from the sect's weapon-forging elder, with a high grade that surpassed the level of spirit artifacts, belonging to the category of mystic artifacts. The value of mystic artifacts was unimaginable. There weren't many in the entire sect. Apart from a few disciples, most were controlled by elders and the sect leader. A full-strength attack from the second realm of the life wheel, using a mystic artifact, ended in shattering. Goodness, their understanding was completely shattered at this moment. Could a human body really be that tough? They looked at Li Xing with eyes full of awe. Recalling the previous events, Li Xing had knocked Zhao Sun away without even moving. It was likely that Li Xing's speed was too fast, and they hadn't seen the process. After all, Li Xing's body was so incredible that it wasn't surprising he possessed such supernatural speed. Zhao Sun lay on the ground, his eyes wide open. He simply couldn't believe Li Xing was so powerful. No wonder Senior Sister Mu Yin pursued Li Xing relentlessly. Senior Sister Mu Yin probably knew how powerful Li Xing was all along. Everyone came to their senses, looking at Mu Yin with strange expressions. At this moment, Li Xing stopped, knowing that everyone should have realized his strength, and they probably wouldn't come looking for trouble anymore. See you all later. He picked up the white fox and left the place. Mu Yin didn't hesitate to follow him. She had set her sights on Li Xing and wouldn't give up. Li Xing is too fierce. Just pure physical strength is so strong. How strong would he be if he added spiritual power? Everyone discussed, their previous attitudes towards Li Xing having already changed. They all believed that Li Xing was the rising star of their Qingxin sect, destined to make Qingxin sect even more glorious in the future. I think Senior Sister Mu Yin and Junior Brother Li Xing are a perfect match. Yes, they are a talented man and a beautiful woman. A golden boy and a jade girl. A match made in heaven. Many disciples chimed in. Where's your face? Where is your face? Earlier, you said Li Xing was a toad lusting after a swan, and now you call them a perfect match? I still think Li Xing is not worthy of Senior Sister Mu Yin. Some male disciples refuted. Don't mention Li Xing, in their hearts. No one was worthy of Senior Sister Mu Yin. Of course, except for themselves. This incident quickly spread throughout the sect, even reaching the ears of the two remaining elders. Pure physical strength to withstand Zhao Sun's full-strength attack and shatter the mystic sword? The two elders looked at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This was something they simply couldn't believe. Even as strong as they were, having reached the void realm, they couldn't withstand such an attack with just their pure physical strength. Let's go see him. They didn't hesitate, quickly moving to meet Li Xing. Pure physical strength being so terrifying, Li Xing likely possessed some extraordinary physique. If that was the case, the future of their Qingxin sect was bound to be bright. The most powerful beings in the world were those with special physiques. These special physique individuals were the favored children of heaven, excelling in all aspects compared to others. The invincible powerhouses who left their names in ancient history all possessed special physiques. Once special physique individuals grew up, they would undoubtedly be extremely dazzling and astonishing. Thinking of this, they became even more eager to see Li Xing, to determine if he was a special physique individual. Soon, they arrived at Li Xing's small courtyard. At the moment, Li Xing was leisurely sipping tea. Next to him, Mu Yin was gently massaging his shoulders and rubbing his back. It was unavoidable. Originally, Li Xing had always wanted to get rid of Mu Yin, but who would have thought Mu Yin had set her sights on him and couldn't be shaken off, so he had to let her stay by his side. It turned out that keeping Mu Yin around was quite nice. At least Mu Yin's shoulder massage and back rub techniques were quite good. Extremely comfortable. Use a bit more strength, yes, keep that pressure just right. He closed his eyes in comfort, enjoying Mu Yan's massage, completely unaware of the two elders who had entered the courtyard. The two elders saw this scene, their expressions extremely strange. This little guy was too good at enjoying life. Chapter 13. Better safe than sorry, let's use half the strength. The two elders exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a mixture of envy and admiration. Despite their advanced age, they had never experienced anything like what Li Xing was currently enjoying. A hint of jealousy even crept into their hearts, wishing they could trade places with Li Xing to experience the soothing sensation of a beautiful maiden massaging their shoulders and pounding their back. You are enjoying the massage and pounding from a beautiful maiden, feeling extremely comfortable, which has stimulated your minor saintly physique to train frantically. Evolution value plus 9,999. The system's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind. It seemed that further evolution and enhancement of the minor saintly physique would require a substantial amount of evolution value. He had already accumulated a considerable amount of evolution value previously, and now with this additional boost, the minor saintly physique still showed no signs of evolving. What a sin! I am enjoying myself so much, while the minor saintly physique is training so diligently. It really pains me. He sighed inwardly, feeling a deep sense of guilt. I'll go to the skill hall later and learn a few more techniques to get other aspects of my training going. I can't let the minor saintly physique bear the burden of diligent training alone. That way, it will be balanced, and I won't feel so bad. System. Was that even human? So the so-called guilt was just this? Feeling sorry just because the minor saintly physique was training alone? This train of thought was truly novel. Ahem. On the other side, one of the elders couldn't bear to watch any longer and intentionally coughed to remind Li Xing. Seeing Li Xing so comfortable, if he didn't remind him, Li Xing might fall asleep. Elders, why are you here? Mu Yan looked over, her face instantly turning red as she quickly withdrew her hands from massaging Li Xing's shoulders, lowering her head in embarrassment. She had been seen by the two elders while massaging Li Xing's shoulders, which was too embarrassing. If there were a crack in the ground, she would have dived right in. Earlier, she was so focused on making Li Xing more comfortable that she didn't notice the two elders entering the courtyard. Li Xing opened his eyes and saw the two elders. He immediately stood up with a smile. Are the two elders here to see me? He asked. Yes. One of the elders nodded. He was Elder Shi, and he said, I heard about your battle with Zhao Sun, so I came here specially to see you. Oh, I see. Li Xing had already anticipated this. Zhao Sun was not an ordinary disciple, yet he had been utterly defeated by him. He had expected the elders to come and see him. At the same time, this was the result he wanted. His overwhelming victory over Zhao Sun was not only to deter other disciples from causing him trouble, but also to make the elders come to him on their own. His cleansing heart sutra and flying sword technique had already been fully mastered, and he indeed needed to learn a few more techniques. However, the skill hall was not somewhere one could enter freely. As an outer sect disciple like him, one could only enter once a month and was restricted to the outermost areas, selecting the lowest level techniques. He deliberately attracted the elders' attention to get them to grant him a privilege that would allow him to move freely within the skill hall and select any technique he wanted. In his opinion, this shouldn't be too difficult. After all, he had demonstrated his prowess, and any sensible elder would surely grant him such a privilege. I believe that your battle with Zhao Sun did not fully display the strength of your flesh, Elder Shi said with gleaming eyes. Come, throw a punch at me with all your might, so I can see how strong your flesh truly is. Are you serious, Elder Shi? Li Xing asked, his expression odd. Although he didn't know exactly how strong his minor saintly physique was, he felt that it should be more than enough to handle a Dao Fusion Realm combatant. Even a Dao Fusion Realm 9th rank combatant should be manageable. After all, there were precedents to estimate from. When his body was still an ordinary saintly physique, he could easily deal with a Life Will Realm 3rd rank Golden Lion. Beasts generally surpassed human cultivators in physical aspects and were extremely strong in single combat. A 3rd rank Life Wheel Realm Golden Lion could hold its own against a 5th rank Life Wheel Realm human cultivator. And back then, he hadn't even used his full strength, only a fraction of it. Now, with his minor saintly physique, which had undergone a qualitative change, his physical strength had undoubtedly become even stronger. Additionally, during this period, he had gained a lot of evolution value, further enhancing the strength of his minor saintly physique. He genuinely felt that even a Dao Fusion Realm 9th rank combatant would not stand a chance in front of him. "What's the point of asking if I'm serious or not?" Elder Shi said with a hint of dissatisfaction. "What?" From Li Xing's tone, it sounded like he thought he could threaten or harm him. This was ridiculous. He was at the 3rd rank of the Dao Fusion Realm, possessing formidable strength. How could he be easily injured? Although Li Xing was indeed very strong, able to shatter a black iron sword with his flesh, the idea that he could threaten or harm him was akin to a fool's dream, impossible to achieve. The Dao Fusion Realm was a major realm, not a minor one. Upon entering this realm, one's cultivation would undergo a qualitative change. He was at the 3rd rank of the Dao Fusion Realm, even stronger. Even if Li Xing smashed his fist to pieces, it would be impossible to harm him in the slightest. "Young man, I know your flesh is peculiar and extraordinary, but you must understand that flesh strength is no match for the power of Dao techniques." Elder Shi said, "In the initial stages of cultivation, indeed, the emphasis was on the development of the body, where cultivators trained their bodies to be harder than steel, breaking various physical limits, such as achieving 1,000 or 10,000 pounds of strength, splitting mountains with their bare hands, and tearing ferocious beasts apart." He continued, "This was the earliest form of cultivation, known as the Flesh Age, but it didn't last long before being discarded. People no longer focused on it because they discovered the spiritual energy in the world and developed even stronger cultivation methods. This method of cultivation has continued to the present, known as the Dao Age. The flesh has its limits, with many restrictions and shackles, becoming increasingly difficult as one progresses. Dao cultivation, however, is limitless, with stronger power and higher limits, far surpassing flesh cultivation. Dao cultivators can open the heavens and the earth with a wave of their hand, moving the stars, something flesh cultivators cannot compare to. Therefore, after the emergence of Dao cultivation, flesh cultivation was abandoned and discarded, with people embarking on the path of Dao cultivation. So, young man, feel free to throw your punch with all your might. Don't worry about harming me. It's absolutely impossible," Elder Shi told Li Xing. Then, he glowed with spiritual light, powerful spiritual energy enveloping his body, forming a defense. He naturally wouldn't use his flesh to withstand Li Xing's punch. That would be suicidal. "Do I really have to use all my strength?" Li Xing asked again. "Absolutely. I want to see how strong your pure flesh strength is," Elder Shi firmly said. "All right then." Li Xing also wanted to test how strong his current flesh strength was, and Elder Shi was the perfect test subject. "For safety's sake, I'll use half my strength," he said. Honestly, he really felt that Elder Shi wouldn't be able to withstand a full-strength punch from him. He didn't dare use his full strength, fearing he might accidentally kill Elder Shi with a single punch. #### Chapter 14. Well played, but no more acting next time. Half. Elder Shi's beard bristled with anger as he glared at Li Xing. This young man was truly audacious. He had made it so clear, yet Li Xing still believed he couldn't withstand a full-powered punch? He had never seen such an arrogant young man. Mu Yan's expression was odd, thinking that Li Xing was overly confident. A combatant at the void condensation realm was considered a strong figure wherever they went. Did Li Xing really think Elder Shi could only handle half of his strength? She didn't even know what to say anymore. If she hadn't seen Li Xing's abilities herself, she would have thought he was a complete madman. Talking big without even thinking. "Do you think you're my father?" The little white fox sneered inwardly. Li Xing couldn't be that powerful. Only someone like her father, a top-tier powerhouse in the north, could casually say they would use only half their strength. "All right, go ahead and strike. I'll tell you, even full power won't be enough, let alone half." Elder Shi said, "After this punch, use your full strength." Since words couldn't get through, he decided to prove it with facts. "But I must remind you, it's natural for young people to be ambitious, but don't go too far. That's arrogance and conceit. He gave Li Xing a meaningful look. Remember, don't let your abilities make you arrogant and dismissive. It will lead you to great trouble. You're right. Let's make it 30%. I'll hold back a bit. Li Xing nodded. He didn't really take Elder Shi's words to heart. Instead, he was thinking that maybe half his strength wouldn't be safe and might injure Elder Shi. After all, a qualitative change had occurred, and he could feel the immense power within his body. Even half his strength might be too much for Elder Shi to handle. Elder Shi's mouth twitched. 30% strength? Li Xing was really underestimating him. No, Li Xing was overestimating himself. Another elder frowned, displeased with Li Xing's character. Special physiques were indeed stronger than ordinary people, but Li Xing was too arrogant. He felt that Li Xing needed to be disciplined and educated properly in the future. Otherwise, with such an arrogant nature, Li Xing might stray from the right path. Enough, strike already, Elder Shi said impatiently. Nothing was more convincing than facts. After one punch, Li Xing would understand how arrogant his thoughts were. Sure, but are you sure you don't want to add any defensive techniques? I've heard there's a divine art in the sect called the spiritual light shield. You should activate it for protection. Li Xing earnestly reminded. Using only 30% strength, why bother with the spiritual light shield? Elder Shi's liver ached with anger. If not for Li Xing's special physique, which he valued, he would have slapped him by now. His body was already covered with dense spiritual energy, ready for defense. Even if Li Xing used his full strength, he wouldn't be harmed. Strike! He almost ground his teeth as he uttered these words, afraid that if he said any more, he might lose control and beat Li Xing. Seeing Elder Shi's anger, Li Xing, who had wanted to persuade him further, finally swallowed his words. He said, "All right, Elder Shi, be careful." With that, he clenched a fist with one hand and swung it towards Elder Shi. Boom! His punch landed on Elder Shi, and in an instant, Elder Shi was sent flying into the sky, disappearing into the high air. Mu Yin quickly looked up, only to find that Elder Shi was already out of sight. She was shocked. Was this really just 1/3 of Li Xing's strength? 1/3 of his strength had sent Elder Shi flying into the sky. If he used his full strength, wouldn't he blow Elder Shi to bits? Is this guy even human? Or is he some bloodline of an invincible beast like a dragon, tiger, or Jian? The little white fox stared wide-eyed at Li Xing, increasingly suspecting that he was not human but a bloodline of some invincible beast, with a human form just as a disguise. Hiss! The other elder gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could physical strength be so powerful? His perception of certain things was shattered. At that moment, Elder Shi's figure reappeared, plummeting rapidly from the high sky. With a loud thud, he crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large pit and causing the entire courtyard to tremble. He was dazed, his bones almost dislocated, on the verge of fainting. "Ah, Elder, why didn't you catch Elder Shi?" Li Xing looked surprised at the other elder. He had thought the elder would catch Elder Shi, so he didn't bother. But to his surprise, the elder just watched Elder Shi fall without lifting a finger. The elder blushed, saying nothing. He had been too stunned by Li Xing's strength to think of catching Elder Shi, only coming back to his senses now. "Are you okay, Elder Shi?" Li Xing rushed over and helped Elder Shi to his feet. "I'm fine," Elder Shi stubbornly said. "How could I be hurt? I was just kidding with you. Don't be proud. That punch didn't even scratch my skin." "Oh, I see. I thought Elder Shi wouldn't be that weak," Li Xing said with a bright smile. "I was overthinking. Well, Elder Shi, let's continue. This time, I'll use half my strength." Hearing Li Xing's words, Elder Shi's body went limp, nearly collapsing to the ground. Luckily, Li Xing was holding him. He had been lying through his teeth. How could he be fine? He was in serious trouble. At that moment, he couldn't muster a shred of strength, his internal injuries severe, his chest bones all broken. Without Li Xing's support, he wouldn't even be able to stand. "Well done, old Shi. I didn't expect you to be such a good actor. Even I was fooled." The other elder let out a relieved laugh. He had thought, after all, that no one could have such purely physical strength. Well played, but no more acting next time. He joked as he walked over to Elder Shi, giving him a light punch. You old devil, trying to kill me. Elder Shi cursed inwardly, unable to hold back anymore, spewing a mouthful of blood all over the other elder's face. He had reached his limit, forcing himself not to vomit blood to maintain his image. The other elder's punch, though light, broke his limit, causing the blood that had been at the edge of his throat to gush out uncontrollably. Ah! The other elder was dumbfounded. What was happening? Elder Shi coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The other elder finally realized that Elder Shi was severely injured. He quickly placed a hand on Elder Shi, sending spiritual energy into his body. Elder Shi also quickly began to circulate his techniques, cooperating with the spiritual energy from the other elder to heal his internal injuries. Soon, his face turned rosy, and his condition improved significantly. With the help of the other elder, he fully recovered in no time. This was the power of the void condensation realm. As long as the essence was not harmed, other injuries could be quickly healed. Even if limbs were severed, new ones could grow rapidly. The void condensation realm was a realm of qualitative change. Dying was not easy. Even if the body was destroyed, one could reform a new body. Hashtag chapter 15. A punch shatters mithril steel. Did I cause trouble? Was he really that strong? Li Xing was a bit surprised, not expecting that to be only 30% of his strength. How strong would it be if I used my full power? He rubbed his chin, pondering, and looked at Elder Shi who had recovered. Elder Shi was terrified by Li Xing's gaze, feeling like a young bride being targeted by a bandit, and stammered, "What do you want to do?" Li Xing chuckled and said, "I think Elder Shi can cast the spiritual light shield. Let's do it again." Do what? No way. Elder Shi firmly refused. There was no way he would do it again. 30% of Li Xing's strength almost took his old life. And if they did it again, even with the spiritual light shield, he had no confidence. Come on. Elder Shi isn't curious about how strong my flesh is? I am too. Let's find out together. Li Xing said. Elder Shi wanted to refuse, but he was still curious about how strong Li Xing really was. Finally, he said, "Wait a moment." After that, he quickly left and returned after some time. In his hand, he held a plate-like object and said with relief, "Now you can use your full strength." Another elder was astonished and said, "Are you serious? Aren't you afraid of injuring Li Xing?" He explained, detailing the origins of the plate-like object. This is mithril steel, extremely rare and found by the previous sect leader in an ancient ruin. He described how incredibly hard the mithril steel was. The previous sect leader tried various methods to cut or melt it for crafting, but failed, not even managing to scrape off a bit of steel. Eventually, the mithril steel was left untouched until now. The previous sect leader had already stepped into the Tao realm, yet he couldn't do anything with this mithril steel. Old Shi, what are you thinking? He told Elder Shi, change it. I'm afraid Li Xing will get hurt. The Tao realm, above the Void realm, has 9 stages, also known as the 9 stages of the Tao realm. Each stage is as difficult to ascend as ascending to heaven. For example, the previous sect leader had long entered the Tao realm, but he died without advancing to the next stage, remaining in the Tao first stage. However, the difficulty of advancement also brought astonishing effects. The 9 stages of the Tao realm, each stage's advancement represents a qualitative change, with a dramatic increase in strength. Such formidable and hard mithril steel, he really feared Li Xing would get hurt, even from the rebound. Alright, if you want to change it, you do it. Elder Shi said. If they didn't use the mithril steel, he had no confidence, even with other defensive artifacts and the spiritual light shield. The other elder didn't speak. How could he dare? Li Xing's physical strength was truly terrifying. It's fine, let's use it. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel safe letting loose completely. Li Xing didn't think there was anything wrong. Could it really injure his minor saint body from the rebound? He didn't think so. Then, he began warming up, preparing to deliver his strongest punch. Here it comes. After warming up, he focused entirely and said seriously, "This punch, 20 years of effort." A loud boom echoed as he punched the mithril steel. The indestructible mithril steel was shattered into pieces by his punch, exploding violently. Ouch, it hurts so much. Eldershire behind the mithril steel was even worse, being blasted far away, crashing through several walls, his bones almost falling apart. No way. Elder Hu, the other elder, widened his eyes in shock, his heart surging with waves of astonishment, as if witnessing the most terrifying thing in the world, unable to believe what he saw. Goodness, the previous sect leader, who was in the Dao first stage, exhausted all means but couldn't damage the mithril steel at all, and Li Xing shattered it with one punch? He couldn't believe it and slapped himself, suspecting he was dreaming, but it hurt so much that he winced, confirming it wasn't a dream. Well, it's about what I expected. Li Xing thought to himself. He had always felt his flesh was incredibly strong, incomparable to the 9th level of the Void Realm, and now it was confirmed. The two elders had mentioned the previous sect leader's realm. So fierce. Mu Yin was astonished, realizing Li Xing's physical strength was so strong that he could dominate the northern region. Definitely a great bloodline. Little White Fox's eyes were glowing with green light, staring fixedly at Li Xing's figure. How could a human body be so monstrous? She now had no doubts, certain that Li Xing was a true dragon, white tiger, or Kirin, and his human form was just a disguise. With a swoosh, she pounced towards Li Xing, biting his leg. A great bloodline. If she could get some blood, her own bloodline would surely evolve. Ouch, it hurts. The next moment, she was in trouble, her teeth almost shattering, as Li Xing's flesh was too hard to bite. Eldershire returned, covered in dirt, blood still seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his injuries were not serious. It seems I caused trouble, Li Xing said awkwardly. I shattered the mithril steel. No, this is not trouble. Elder Hu quickly said, this is a good thing. The shattered mithril steel can be used for crafting. Previously, such a large piece of mithril steel couldn't be processed, and the previous sect leader also tried everything to divide it. That's good. Li Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Such a precious item as mithril steel. If the two elders asked him to compensate, he couldn't afford it. Eldershire and Elder, who collected the fragments of mithril steel from the ground. Such a powerful body. What kind of physique is it? The two elders pondered. Too monstrous. This body could crush the power of the Dao first stage. Li Xing's physique must be an ancient and extraordinary one. Legend has it that in the era of physical cultivation, there was an invincible physique that could rival the flesh of true dragons, white tigers, and Kirins. Eldershire recalled a book he had read in the past, which mentioned this invincible physique. This physique is called the Saint Body, extremely rare, with few appearing throughout history, but each one who appeared was glorious in their era, invincible among peers. Eldershire looked at Li Xing with a strange expression and said, could you be a saint body? I don't know. Li Xing shook his head, not admitting it. He explained that he was an orphan, and this physical strength was innate, always present, but recently became stronger. He could not reveal the system, so he could only offer such an explanation. It shouldn't be the saint body. If it really is, that would be too terrifying. Eldershire said, a matured saint body is incredibly fearsome. Even in the era of physical cultivation's decline and the era of Dao cultivation's rise, a matured saint body could challenge the top figures of the Dao cultivation era, not inferior to any great emperor. The Great Emperor, a peak realm of human cultivation, representing the limit. Chapter 16. Li Xing. You definitely have the potential to be invincible. I think so too. A physique as invincible as the sacred body hasn't appeared for several eras. Elder Hu nodded, not believing that Li Xing possessed the sacred body either. After all, the sacred body had long become a legend, unseen for several eras. They discussed for a long time but couldn't figure out what kind of physique Li Xing had. Let's go back and check the ancient texts again, Eldershire suggested. On the other side, Elder Hu seemed somewhat worried. He thought of other things. Li Xing, how is your cultivation talent? In terms of Dao techniques, he asked gravely, his expression serious. Upon hearing Elder Hu's question, Elder Shi's face also turned solemn. The era of physical cultivation had long declined, and various physical cultivation methods had been lost. If Li Xing's cultivation was not up to par, that would be disastrous. Without physical cultivation methods, how could Li Xing strengthen his body? It was highly likely that Li Xing would be stuck here. They hoped Li Xing had astonishing cultivation talent, so he could go further and higher. After all, the path of physical cultivation had long been severed, and the ceiling it could reach was limited, far inferior to Dao cultivation. It's okay, Li Xing said modestly. Dao cultivation talent? Heh, he didn't need it. He had a diligent and hard-working system. He didn't need to cultivate. Feeling your high expectations for the system, the small perfect sacred body gritted its teeth and cultivated. Evolution value plus 6,666. The system's voice rang in Li Xing's mind. Was this a protest against Li Xing? What do you mean it's okay? Two elders, I can vouch for it. His cultivation talent is definitely as monstrously heaven-defying as his physique. Mu Yin said enviously, Li Xing is too modest. His cultivation talent crushes mine several times over. Li Xing had personally told her that he had cultivated the flying sword technique to the 9th level, and she had witnessed Li Xing's flying sword technique, which was indeed very powerful. Even if it wasn't the 9th level, it was definitely very close. Oh! Both elders' eyes lit up. Mu Yin was the #1 disciple of the sect, and her talent was evident to all. Even in the entire northern region, Mu Yin could undoubtedly be called a heavenly genius, no inferior to disciples of top-tier factions. If even Mu Yin highly recommended Li Xing's cultivation talent and admitted her own inferiority, Li Xing's cultivation talent must have reached an extremely high level. Don't say that. I'll feel shy. It's just that I've cultivated the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique to the perfect 9th level. It's nothing much, just basic techniques. Li Xing smiled, still very humble. However, his words made the two elders uneasy. Both the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique cultivated to the perfect 9th level. Their hearts all thumped violently, like drums, realizing that Li Xing might be a peerless genius. Did you really cultivate both to the 9th level? Elder Shi asked tremblingly, unable to believe it. Li Xing nodded, not intending to hide it, and said, yes. He also wanted to enter the techniques hall, so the better he performed, the better. A peerless prodigy. Elder Shi said sincerely, you're right that the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique are basic techniques, but you don't know that the foundation of all methods is the most important. The Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique are both foundational methods, the simplest yet the hardest to cultivate. All methods stem from the same root. The Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique are like this. They are the foundation, from which various advanced methods extend. Neither he nor Elder Hu had cultivated the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique to the perfect 9th level. Even the current sect leader hadn't. Li Xing was able to cultivate the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique to the 9th level. Truly a genius, a monstrous prodigy. Wait, no. How did you get the subsequent cultivation methods for the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique? Outer sect disciples only received the first 5 levels of cultivation methods. Elder Hu looked at Li Xing with suspicion. Both the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique are core techniques of the Cleansing Heart sect. Although they are widespread and outer sect disciples can cultivate them, the later levels of the methods have not been widely disseminated. Only a few outstanding disciples can master the full cultivation methods, such as some inner sect disciples and Mu Yin. Yeah, how did you get the later cultivation methods? Mu Yin also thought of this, and Li Xing, as an outer sect disciple, shouldn't have mastered the full methods. Did you steal them? She said with a strange look in her eyes. You're always peeking at the junior sisters practicing sword techniques. You have a history of it. Did you peek at me too? She had the full methods and suspected that Li Xing had peeked at her without her noticing. What do you mean peek? Li Xing glared at Mu Yin. I told you, that's called observing, mutual verification, out in the open. He continued, and, don't be so full of yourself, who would look at you? I often go to observe some inner sect disciples practicing, and then I just learned it. For this issue, he had already thought of an excuse. He knew that some outstanding inner sect disciples had the full methods and had prepared his words in advance. Of course, the truth was different. He was able to cultivate the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique to the 9th level without the later methods, all thanks to the system. The system was powerful enough to automatically fill in the later methods for him and cultivate them to the perfect 9th level. Mu Yin was furious, pouting her mouth, looking incredibly cute. What did he mean by her not being so full of herself? Was she full of herself? It sounded like she was really not that good. The faces of the two elders changed. Was Li Xing really that heaven-defying? Could he really just observe and cultivate to understand the later methods? My God, if that was true, how monstrous would Li Xing be? Can I see your Cleansing Heart Sutra and Flying Sword technique? Elder Shi asked, wanting to confirm. No problem, Li Xing responded generously, demonstrating the perfect 9th level of the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique. The two elders were stunned. They hadn't cultivated the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique to the perfect 9th level, but they knew what the perfect 9th level of the Cleansing Heart Sutra and the Flying Sword technique looked like. There were many records in the sect. Li Xing's displayed Cleansing Heart Sutra and Flying Sword technique were exactly the same as the descriptions of the perfect 9th level in the records. Truly a peerless prodigy. Haha, physically invincible, and with unparalleled Tao cultivation talent, heaven blesses our Cleansing Heart sect, allowing us to accept such a monstrous talent. The two elders laughed heartily, as if they had already seen their Cleansing Heart sect dominating the northern region, crushing all top factions under their feet, extremely excited and thrilled. Not just the northern region, the entire Yinzhou will be under our Cleansing Heart sect's feet. Li Xing, you definitely have the potential to be invincible. The two elders were already envisioning a bright future. Li Xing was absolutely extraordinary. Once he grew up, he would surely be unstoppable. Chapter 17. The System. Work hard so I can live a happy life. Standing on top of the entire Yin province? Too small. The perspective is too narrow. With his invincible system, he will not only dominate the Yin province, but will one day become invincible across the world. Isn't that right, system? Li Xing chuckled in his mind. System. Work hard, so your host and boss can live a better and happier life. Won't you? Li Xing added in his mind. Protests, severe protests. The minor saint body is deeply dissatisfied, turning sorrow into motivation, training frantically, evolution value plus 8888. The system's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind. Haha, now that's a good system. Unlike other systems that constantly exploit their hosts, forcing them to do things. His system isn't like that at all. Li Xing was becoming more and more satisfied with this system. After all, a cheat system should prioritize the host. Look at those other systems, acting like the system is the father and the host is the son. This is what it feels like to have a system serve him. With the addition of some evolution value earlier and now again, Li Xing felt his physical strength had increased even more. The minor saint body's next advancement should be a significant leap, requiring a lot of evolution value. Li Xing thought, reaffirming this. The two elders left the area with satisfied smiles, their faces almost splitting with glee. Li Xing was a disciple of the Qingxin sect, and once he grew stronger, the Qingxin sect would naturally rise in status along with him. By then, the Qingxin sect would undoubtedly reach an unparalleled height, becoming a truly prosperous and invincible sect. Off to the scripture hall. Li Xing smiled, mentioning to the two elders before they left that he wanted to visit the scripture hall. The elders immediately gave him a token, telling him that with this token, he could go anywhere in the Qingxin sect. Upon hearing Li Xing's intention to visit the scripture hall, Mu Yan's eyes lit up and she quickly followed. What would he do at the scripture hall? Definitely to select techniques to practice. Mu Yan was excited. Would she finally see Li Xing practice? Despite following Li Xing for several days, she hadn't learned anything. Li Xing hadn't practiced even once during these days. She asked Li Xing if he didn't want her to observe his practice, which was why he hadn't practiced at all. Li Xing replied that it wasn't the case, explaining that he was always practicing, just not externally. He was meditating, practicing in his mind. What a load of nonsense, practicing in his mind. Mu Yin didn't believe it. Oh, just thinking in your head is enough to practice? Who are you trying to fool? She felt Li Xing still didn't trust her. Stick close. This time not even when he sleeps. I must stay by his side and observe his practice method. She thought to herself, determined to be by Li Xing's side at all times. She hadn't seen Li Xing practice before, which could also be because Li Xing practiced secretly at night, avoiding her. This time, she decided not to let Li Xing out of her sight even when he slept, determined to watch over him closely. After all, Li Xing was going to the scripture hall, so he couldn't avoid practicing. The Xianxia sect was vast, and it took Li Xing some time to reach the scripture hall. Along the way, he encountered many disciples, all of whom greeted him warmly, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Many female disciples also peeked at him from corners, blushing, wanting to greet him but too shy to approach. He has senior sister Mu Yin by his side, alas, we shouldn't entertain any fantasies? Who can compete with senior sister Mu Yin? Seeing Mu Yin by Li Xing's side, they became even more hesitant to approach him. Mu Yin surpassed them in every aspect, far beyond their level, not someone they could compare with. The scripture hall was large and ancient, housing the techniques and divine abilities collected by the Xianxia sect over the years. With a history of 1,000 years, the Xianxia sect's collection was quite substantial, making the scripture hall one of the sect's important foundations. The scripture hall had 9 floors, with the higher floors housing more extraordinary techniques and divine abilities. Of course, reaching the upper floors was far from easy. Even Mu Yin didn't have permission to access the 9th floor, only up to the 7th. The place was heavily guarded, with terrifying restrictions on each floor. Forcibly breaking in would result in instant annihilation. Additionally, a senior elder guarded the place day and night. This elder should still be on duty now. The scripture hall was extremely important, and the elders here would not leave easily. This also applied to elders guarding other crucial locations. The sect leader had taken a large number of elders to the ancient ruins to compete for opportunities and blessings, excluding these crucial location elders. They protected the foundation of the Xianxia sect. Even if the opportunities in the ancient ruins were astonishing, the sect leader would not take these elders away. If that were the case, the Xianxia sect would surely face a major crisis. For example, if other hostile forces launched a sneak attack, the Xianxia sect could be defenseless and plundered. Earlier, the disciples discussed that only 2 elders remained in the sect, Elder Shi and Elder Hu, excluding those guarding crucial locations. These guardians of important locations were rarely seen, seldom appearing, and the sect's disciples rarely talked about them. The elders active outside the sect indeed only included Elder Shi and Elder Hu. Hello, Grandpa Feng. Arriving at the scripture hall, Li Xing and Mu Yin saw an old man sweeping the floor. Mu Yin sweetly greeted the old man. Hello, Uncle Feng. Li Xing also greeted the old man. This old man was not the guardian elder but an ordinary janitor. Calling him an ordinary janitor wasn't entirely accurate, because the old man had once been extraordinary. He was once an elder of the sect, but an accident outside destroyed his foundation, leaving him without cultivation or the ability to practice, and he stayed in the scripture hall to clean. Hearing Li Xing address the old man, Mu Yin was furious. You're taking advantage of me. She stomped her feet in anger, and if she could, she really wanted to teach Li Xing a lesson. What's the deal? She called the old man Grandpa, and Li Xing called him Uncle. Doesn't that make her Li Xing's junior? Li Xing was clearly taking advantage of her. Who's taking advantage of you? I've always called Uncle Feng like this, Li Xing said, genuinely not intending to take advantage of Mu Yin. He had indeed called the old man uncle from the first time they met. You. Mu Yin was so angry she couldn't speak, stomping her feet adorably. All right, there's no need to get angry over such a small matter. The old man smiled, mediating, Mu Yin. You can call me Uncle too from now on. It makes me feel younger. He was kind and friendly to all disciples visiting the scripture hall. Hashtag chapter 18. Good sister, can you help me with something? All right, Uncle Feng. Mu Yin had no choice but to compromise, changing her address from Grandpa to Uncle. Uncle Feng, we're going in now. Li Xing smiled as she bid farewell to the old man and carried the white fox inside. Mu Yin waved her fist adorably at Li Xing's back, as if venting her frustration, and then followed her inside. This white fox. The old man gazed at the white fox in Li Xing's arms, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. Interesting. Finally, he shifted his gaze back to Li Xing, his eyes growing deeper. Then, he shook his head as if nothing had happened and continued cleaning. The first floor had many compartments, but Li Xing could only enter the one closest to the edge. The other compartments had energy barriers that required a pass to enter. Compared to the other floors, the first floor was much larger, as it housed low-level techniques that were not particularly valuable, thus the collection was extensive. The stairs leading to the second floor were located deep within the first floor. Mu Yin followed Li Xing, expecting her to head straight to the second floor to select higher-level techniques. The tokens given to Li Xing by the elders allowed her access up to the 8th floor, which was a higher clearance than her own. Typically, only elders could access the 8th floor, with disciples being restricted to the 7th floor at most, and only the sect leader could enter the 9th floor. However, to her surprise, Li Xing did not head to the second floor but instead began wandering around the first floor. One book after another, Li Xing meticulously examined each technique. Mu Yin was truly speechless, unable to understand what Li Xing was doing. Why not directly go to the 8th floor to select those high-level, precious techniques? Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked Li Xing, "What are you doing? Wouldn't it be better to choose high-level techniques on the upper floors?" Li Xing closed a book and glanced at Mu Yin. Didn't the elders say? Foundation is the most important. If you don't build a solid foundation, how can you soar higher? I plan to learn all the techniques on the first floor first. Mu Yin widened her eyes. Are you kidding? Learn all of them? There are hundreds of techniques here. She seriously doubted Li Xing was fooling her, but she couldn't find any evidence. Li Xing was indeed reading each technique thoroughly. Who has time to joke with you? I don't have that kind of leisure. Li Xing picked up another technique and began reading. Are you serious? Mu Yin's expression changed. Li Xing didn't seem to be fooling her. She couldn't help but say, but to learn all of them would take how long? There are hundreds of techniques here. Even the most talented wouldn't be able to master so many techniques at a glance. Li Xing looked at Mu Yin seriously. Do you know the difference between you and me? Do you know why I could perfect the clear heart mantra and the sword control technique to the 9th level? Why? Mu Yin asked excitedly. Was Li Xing finally going to share some insights with her? Because I'm diligent. Li Xing smiled. The system was rendered speechless by Li Xing. It wanted to say, do you have any shame? Where have you been diligent? You haven't been practicing at all. It was the system doing all the hard work. Your words have caused the minor saint physique to shed tears, receiving a severe shock, causing a massive evolution value plus 77777. The system's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind. Li Xing's physical strength grew stronger. What a unique system. A round of applause for you. Li Xing smiled inwardly. This system was great. Whether happy or sad, it always channeled its energy into practice. With such a system, how could he not become invincible in the future? Diligent? Mu Yan's expression changed again. How could Li Xing have the audacity to say that? She had thought Li Xing was being so serious to genuinely share some practice insights, but Li Xing was still teasing her. If Li Xing was diligent, then there were no lazy people in the world. She had never seen Li Xing practice. He was either lying in a rocking chair, sunbathing, or watching the junior sisters practice, or playing with the white fox. Li Xing did everything except practice. Yes, I'm very diligent, and that's the difference between you and me. Li Xing said seriously, not just the techniques on the first floor, but also on the second, third, and so on. I will master all the techniques on every floor. Master all of them? I believe you're joking. Mu Yin rolled her eyes at Li Xing, giving him a look to figure it out himself. She would never believe Li Xing again. Mastering all those techniques would take how many years, especially with high-level techniques being harder to learn. Most importantly, with so many different techniques, how complex would it be to practice them all? Could Li Xing's mind handle it? Wouldn't it lead to mental confusion or even demonic possession? He's really good at bragging, showing off in front of the girls. Even my father wouldn't dare to claim to practice so many techniques. The white fox thought disdainfully. Such a large number of techniques required immense mental fortitude. And how old was Li Xing? She didn't believe a young man like him could handle it. Li Xing ignored Mu Yan's rolling eyes and kept his word, reading every technique thoroughly. Upon reaching the second floor, he did the same, reading through all the techniques on that floor. Third floor, fourth floor, one floor after another, Li Xing meticulously studied every technique. "Master, please be a decent person," the system cried. "What kind of host is this? Too much of a burden." There were too many techniques, and it was almost going crazy. 7-star sword technique begins practice, feeling good, thinks it can surpass other techniques. Practice speed is rapid, experience value plus 1288. 8 extremes fist refuses to yield, claiming it is the superior technique. Practice speed accelerates even further, experience value plus 1300. Frost palm, fire control art. A series of voices echoed in Li Xing's mind, and he smiled even more happily. These techniques were competing with each other. What a good thing. Li Xing, with a smile, ascended to the higher floors. When he reached the 7th floor and picked up a technique, Mu Yan's expression changed. "Kaiyin technique. You're going to learn this too?" She looked strange, a bit embarrassed, as this technique seemed improper. Of course, more skills never burden. Li Xing smiled. "I need to stay away from you." Mu Yan was afraid and quickly distanced herself from Li Xing. The white fox was also scared, struggling in Li Xing's arms, wanting to get away from him. If Li Xing learned this technique, what if he used it on them? "What are you afraid of? I'm such a gentleman. How could I do something so despicable?" Li Xing huffed. "Gentleman? Where did that come from? Wasn't a gentleman supposed to sneak peeks at junior sisters practicing?" Mu Yan shook her head frantically, putting even more distance between herself and Li Xing. "Alas, the world is corrupt. I never expected that despite Sister Mu Yan's dignified and pure appearance, her thoughts are so impure, not thinking of good things." Li Xing glanced at Mu Yan and disdainfully said, "Who told you that learning the Kaiyin technique is for the purpose of taking advantage? I'm doing this to protect myself from unscrupulous women trying to take advantage of me. Kaiyin, Kaiyang, the meanings should be similar. Once I learn it, I won't be afraid of other women taking advantage of me." After saying this, he added, "Even if the meanings of Kaiyin and Kaiyang are not the same, I won't be afraid. If there's an unscrupulous woman trying to take advantage, I can use the Kaiyin technique to counter her. Just keep making it up." Mu Yan was disdainful of Li Xing. No matter how eloquently he spoke, she just didn't believe him. If there really was an unscrupulous woman trying to take advantage, she thought Li Xing would just jump on her. After reading the Kaiyin technique, Li Xing chuckled. He addressed Mu Yan, "Sister, my good sister, can you help your brother with something?" Mu Yan asked warily, "What is it?" "The Kaiyin technique is difficult to practice alone. Can you help me practice it, sister?" "Get lost!" Mu Yan shouted in anger, completely enraged. She was right all along. Li Xing really was quite unorthodox. Chapter 19. Is there such a thing as Li Xing? He's not human. The higher the floor, the fewer martial arts manuals stored within. On the 7th floor, there were only a dozen or so martial arts manuals, but their quality was extremely high, priceless. Li Xing meticulously read through each one, memorizing all of them. He then proceeded to the 8th floor. Mu Yan followed, though she was originally unable to enter the 8th floor, just like the little white fox in Li Xing's arms. The 8th floor housed the most crucial martial arts manuals, accessible only to the elders. However, due to Li Xing's exceptional status, the 2 elders granted him special permission to bring Mu Yan and the white fox inside. There were only 6 martial arts manuals on the 8th floor. Mu Yan was astonished upon entering, her eyes gleaming. All 6 manuals were foundational techniques of the sect, and mastering even one would significantly enhance her strength. She carefully selected from the 6 manuals and chose one to silently memorize. She knew that greed would lead to inefficiency. With the high quality of these 6 manuals, mastering just one would be enough for her, and she might not even fully comprehend or master it. She dared not attempt to memorize and practice all 6 simultaneously. Li Xing had no such concerns. He memorized all 6 manuals without hesitation. The 9th floor was inaccessible, reserved only for the sect leader. Li Xing prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the tightly closed door of the 9th floor suddenly opened, and the power barrier dissipated. Li Xing couldn't help but stop in his tracks. What's going on? Mu Yin was puzzled, not understanding what had happened. Why did the power barrier of the 9th floor suddenly disappear? Li Xing didn't think too much about it and proceeded up the stairs to the 9th floor. Can we enter? Mu Yin hesitated, fearing trouble since this was a place only the sect leader could enter. What's there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, Li Xing will hold it up. Ultimately, she followed Li Xing into the 9th floor. Once inside, she saw an ancient, yellowed book floating in the center. The book appeared to be very old, exuding an extremely ancient and profound aura, enveloped in a soft light. Don't touch it, there are restrictions on it. Mu Yin sensed restrictions flowing on the ancient book and hurriedly warned Li Xing, fearing he might get hurt. Is that so? Li Xing was unconcerned and reached out to grab the ancient book. His physical strength had grown even stronger, and he didn't believe the restrictions on the book could harm him. According to his own estimation, with his current physical strength, if he were to punch the mystic silver steel again, he could probably reduce it to dust. After all, his minor saint physique had gained a significant amount of evolutionary value. Of course, he wasn't careless. He was prepared to withdraw his hand immediately if anything unexpected happened. Boom! When his hand reached out, the restriction power on the ancient book erupted, accompanied by thunderous roars. Mu Yin saw several small lightning bolts appear, scaring her almost to the point of collapse. Although these lightning bolts were small, she had no doubt about their power. If they struck her, she would be instantly annihilated. Big brother, be reliable. Don't drag me down. The little white fox's face was filled with horror, shouting inwardly. She also felt the terror of these small lightning bolts. She believed that even a glancing blow would be fatal. She struggled to jump out of Li Xing's embrace, but Li Xing's arm holding her was as heavy as a mountain, and she couldn't break free. It's over. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but close her eyes. This time, she might be in serious trouble. However, the imagined scenario did not occur. The small lightning bolts struck Li Xing's hand, not even singeing a single hair on it. Li Xing's hand grasped the ancient book, and with a bang, the restrictions on the book were shattered by his powerful strength. As I thought, Li Xing said inwardly, a smile appearing on his lips. His physique had become even stronger. The restrictions on the ancient book were nothing to him. Too strong. Mu Yan's heart pounded violently, gazing at Li Xing's figure with astonishment. Was this really just a young man? She began to doubt, suspecting that Li Xing was not a young man, but an ancient flesh-cultivating expert who had survived to the present. His youthful appearance was merely a disguise. Otherwise, how could Li Xing be so strong? Great bloodline. The little white fox screamed inwardly, confirming that Li Xing was the offspring of great fiends like the True Dragon, White Tiger, and Kirin. Only the offspring of great fiends could be so monstrous. Apart from that, she couldn't think of any other explanation. I have to find a way to get his blood. She began to plan inwardly. If she could obtain Li Xing's blood, she would surely soar to new heights, achieving super evolution. In the martial arts hall, on the first floor, the old man sweeping the floor, Elder Feng, suddenly stiffened, stopping his sweeping motion. So powerful? He muttered to himself, then whispered, "Is this our Qingxin sect's fortune?" After saying this, he wore a pensive expression and continued sweeping the floor. In the martial arts hall, on the 9th floor, Li Xing picked up the ancient book and began to read. Tai Ching Wushang Pianzhang. He read out the title, which was written in ancient script. Every disciple entering the sect was required to learn ancient scripts, a compulsory subject. Not just Qingxin sect, but other cultivation sects as well. Cultivators often dealt with ancient artifacts. Not knowing ancient scripts was unacceptable. Every cultivation sect taught their disciples various scripts from different eras upon their entry. Li Xing had naturally learned them, so reading the ancient book posed no difficulty for him. This is a fragment. Li Xing furrowed his brows after reading the book. It was a cultivation scripture, but severely incomplete, containing only about 1/6 of the content. The book mentioned that the Tai Ching Wushang Pianzhang was divided into 3 parts, the upper, middle, and lower. The book he held was the upper part. However, even the upper part was incomplete, containing only about half of its content. No problem, I just need an introduction. The system, you can complete it, right? Li Xing said with a smile inwardly. I believe the system can definitely fill in the gaps. Well, it's up to you now. System. Senior sister, do you want to take a look? Li Xing asked Mu Yin. No, I'd better not. Mu Yin shook her head, though she really wanted to. She knew her place. This ancient book was placed on the 9th floor and had extremely powerful restrictions. She wasn't as brilliant as Li Xing. If she were to look at it carelessly, the sect leader might not let her off easily. Tai Ching Wushang Pianzhang, the Tao of Heaven, the beginning of all things. Unexpectedly, Li Xing began to loudly recite the Tai Ching Wushang Pianzhang, finishing before Mu Yin could react. Li Xing, you. Mu Yin's face turned red with anger, stamping her feet. What kind of person is Li Xing? Li Xing is truly not human. Chapter 20. Not bad, it should balance out soon. Mu Yin was furious, her full chest trembling uncontrollably. This time, she had been completely duped by Li Xing, and there was no escaping their entangled relationship. All right, no need to thank your junior brother. He's just so kind and generous. Li Xing said with a mischievous grin. Thank you? More like curse you to the depths of hell. Mu Yin was livid, her liver aching. If the sect leader ever found out, who knows what would happen? Senior sister, make sure to memorize this scripture well. It will greatly benefit you. Li Xing said seriously, this is no ordinary scripture. It could change the course of your future cultivation path. Mu Yin was taken aback, not expecting Li Xing to say such a thing. As she recalled the scripture, she was stunned by its profundity. The scripture was indeed as Li Xing had described, extraordinary and extraordinary. If she could comprehend it, her understanding of the Tao would undergo a qualitative change, opening a new door to her cultivation. Her future would undoubtedly undergo a revolutionary transformation. Thank you. She felt touched in her heart and expressed her gratitude to Li Xing. No matter what, this was an opportunity for her, and Li Xing had given her this opportunity. Although there might be trouble later on. But isn't there always risk in everything we do? There's no such thing as getting strong without effort. No need to thank me, but if senior sister insists, I wouldn't want to refuse. In that case, senior sister, help me cultivate the Yin harvesting technique? Li Xing said with a smirk. Get lost. Mu Yin roared like a lioness, her fury uncontainable, and all the gratitude she had felt for Li Xing instantly vanished. What was she thinking, being touched by someone as unserious as Li Xing? She was too naive. Li Xing closed the ancient book and put it back. Then he picked up the little white fox and left with Mu Yin. Farewell, Elder Feng, Li Xing said with a smile as they descended to the first floor. Elder Feng said kindly, come by often when you have time. Li Xing returned to his small courtyard and saw several inner disciples there. We have been ordered by Elder Shi to help junior brother Li Xing move. Elder Shi said for junior brother Li Xing to move to the Star Peak Cave residence. One of the inner disciples said respectfully. The Star Peak Cave residence. Mu Yin was envious. This was a residence even she wasn't qualified to live in. She had her own small courtyard, but it wasn't a cave residence. Cave residences were truly remarkable, built in places with abundant spiritual energy and furnished with various rare treasures. Living there, even without cultivating, would greatly benefit one. and if one were to cultivate within the cave residence, the effects would be several times better than outside. In the Xianxia sect, only elders were qualified to live in cave residences. Moreover, the Star Peak cave residence was ranked first among all cave residences, superior and extraordinary compared to the others. She was truly envious beyond measure. Moving, huh? All right, thank you, senior brothers. I have quite a few valuable items here, so please don't miss any, Li Xing said to the inner disciples. He wasn't particularly concerned about the cave residence. For him, where he lived didn't matter. After all, he wasn't cultivating anyway. But he was quite willing to move to Star Peak. The scenery of Star Peak was famous within the sect, and he had long wanted to visit it. Unfortunately, Star Peak wasn't somewhere one could just enter at will. Valuable items? Mu Yan's eyes lit up. If Li Xing was so concerned about these items, they must be quite extraordinary, right? Maybe related to cultivation? She began to feel a bit of anticipation, but then she was dumbfounded. What Li Xing considered valuable items were just some kitchen utensils, pots, pans, and cooking equipment. There were also things like rocking chairs, which had nothing to do with cultivation. It doesn't matter if we don't take the other things, but these must be taken, Li Xing said with a smile. The kitchen tools were essential for his eating and drinking, and the rocking chair was crucial for his relaxation. They were too important to him. The inner disciples were also baffled. They had expected some extraordinary items, but never imagined they would be such useless things. You'll get used to it. He's just that unreliable, Mu Yan said to the inner disciples. She had now adapted to Li Xing's unreliability. Unreliable? Was this a playful tease in the throes of passion? The inner disciples snickered. It felt like Mu Yan was speaking like a wronged little wife. It seemed that Mu Yan and Li Xing had fallen in love. Of course, they didn't dare to say much and quickly started packing as Li Xing instructed. The cave residence on Star Peak was built at the peak of the mountain, offering a panoramic view of the entire Xianxia sect below. The environment here was truly exceptional. After the inner disciples placed the items in the cave residence and said their goodbyes to Li Xing and Mu Yan, they left. The number 1 cave residence, it truly lives up to its reputation. Upon entering the cave residence, Mu Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Everything within the cave residence was extraordinary, each item having its own story and being quite remarkable. The pearl hanging on the wall for lighting was a Chongming pearl, emitting soft light that could help one quickly enter a state of enlightenment, a precious treasure. The paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls were also extremely extraordinary, imbued with Tao essence, aiding in enlightenment. The mats placed on the ground were made of special materials, also possessing the effect of aiding in enlightenment. I've decided, I'm staying here, she said to herself in her heart. Previously, she had been wary of Li Xing's intention to cultivate the Yin harvesting technique and didn't dare to stay by his side. But now she had changed her mind. She wanted to stay here and observe Li Xing day and night. To become stronger, one must take risks. Risk is necessary. She kept telling herself in her heart. Well, at most, I'll be... She glanced at Li Xing cautiously, her cheeks slightly flushed, and whispered, if it comes to that, I don't seem to be at a disadvantage. On the other side, Li Xing didn't notice Mu Yan's situation. He was admiring the scenery outside. Mist swirling, like a fairyland. You find it truly beautiful here. The Great Clear Supreme chapter is influenced by your good mood. Going into a frenzy of cultivation. Experience points plus 99.99. Small perfected saint body. 7-star sword technique. A series of voices echoed in Li Xing's mind, and the small perfected saint body, along with various techniques and divine abilities, were in a frenzy of cultivation. Breakthrough? Li Xing was slightly surprised. The Great Clear Supreme chapter was indeed powerful. It hadn't even been long since he started cultivating. Yet his realm had already improved, advancing from the original harmonizing spirit 5th layer directly to the life wheel realm. It's worth noting that after cultivating the Xianxia technique to its 9th layer perfection, he had only progressed from harmonizing spirit 1st layer to harmonizing spirit 5th layer. This took several days. Now, from the beginning of cultivating the Great Clear Supreme chapter to now, it hadn't even been half a day. Yet he had broken through 4 minor realms and directly reached the life wheel realm. The difference was evident. The Great Clear Supreme chapter was far superior to the Qingxin technique. This is not bad. With the Great Clear Supreme chapter, my cultivation realm should soon balance with, or even surpass, my physical strength, Li Xing mused in his heart. Chapter 21. New love, old love, I love them all. Relying solely on physical strength is difficult to achieve invincibility in the world of cultivation. Only by combining the power of Dao and Fa with physical strength can true invincibility be achieved. Now, the emergence of the Supreme Chapter of Tai Ching has given Li Xing hope for this future combination, and he is naturally very happy. Hey, why haven't you left yet? It's already dark. Are you planning to stay here overnight, senior sister Mu Yin, to help me cultivate the ingathering technique? Li Xing turned around to see Mu Yin, who had not left yet, and chuckled. Mu Yin had long since become accustomed to Li Xing's lack of propriety. She ignored his mention of the ingathering technique. She said, I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay here from now on. Didn't I say it before? You are my object of study. I absolutely won't give up. But there's only one room here. The cave dwelling is designed for a single person and doesn't have multiple rooms. It's fine. You sleep yours. Don't worry about me. Mu Yin had completely thrown caution to the wind, prepared to sacrifice herself to the wolf. She was determined to uncover the secrets of Li Xing's cultivation and see exactly how he trains. Don't be like this. I like to sleep naked, Li Xing said. Trying to scare me off with that? Not letting me know how you cultivate. Impossible. Mu Yin said, it's fine. My Dao heart is firm. These are trivial matters. Based on her previous observations of Li Xing, she was certain that he must be secretly cultivating at night. She was resolute in her determination to uncover Li Xing's cultivation secrets and had no intention of separating from him at night, intending to watch over him. You may not mind, but I do. I don't want my great figure to be seen for free, to be taken advantage of, Li Xing said. Who would even want to look at that? Mu Yin disdainfully thought to herself, ignoring Li Xing's words and not responding. Li Xing sighed, seeing Mu Yan's determination and knowing he couldn't drive her away. As for the ingathering technique and sleeping naked, he had just said those things to scare Mu Yin. He wouldn't do anything so low class. Oh well, let her stay. But thinking about it, living together with such a beautiful woman like Mu Yin isn't bad at all. The days I spent living together with my beautiful senior sister, Li Xing thought to himself, recalling the similar cohabitation novels he had read on Earth. Those novels were one more flirtatious than the last, their content increasingly exciting, making him feel somewhat restless and confused. But he quickly put those thoughts aside. He was such a gentleman. How could he do such things? Impossible. It's getting late, time for dinner. I'll go make some food, Li Xing said to Mu Yin. Cooking? What's the deal with that? Mu Yin was puzzled. She had long since reached the stage of avoiding grain and had not eaten in a long time. Could it be that Li Xing had not yet reached that stage? But how could that be? Li Xing's physical strength was so formidable that he could shatter mithril steel with a single punch. His body had obviously transcended the mundane. To say that he hadn't reached the stage of avoiding grain and still needed to eat was too far-fetched. Probably an excuse, using cooking as a cover to secretly cultivate. She thought to herself, she was really smart, and quickly followed, not giving Li Xing a chance to secretly cultivate. The pots, pans, and other utensils were placed outside the cave dwelling. The area outside was spacious, with pavilions and seats. Upon coming out, she felt a bit disappointed. She had thought Li Xing wanted to secretly cultivate without her knowledge, but it turned out he was really cooking. Li Xing was preparing a large piece of beast meat on the chopping board, handling it with a knife in a smooth, flowing motion that even mesmerized Mu Yin. She had never imagined that cooking could be so handsome, so free and unrestrained. Damn, I'm charmed by him, she muttered to herself, though unwilling to admit it. She had to admit that she was indeed somewhat charmed by Li Xing at the moment. Soon, she understood why Li Xing was cooking. Li Xing was making stewed meat. The aroma had already wafted out, and before it was even done, she was already immersed in it. She couldn't help but smack her lips, her mouth unconsciously leaking a glistening liquid. Li Xing wasn't cooking because he was hungry, but to enjoy the process of eating delicious food. Damn, how does he become even more charming? Mu Yin whispered. After the stewed meat was done, Li Xing brought it to the stone table in the pavilion and called Mu Yin over to eat together. Now you know why I said these things are important. Li Xing smiled, taking out a jug of wine from his storage ring, and said to Mu Yin, "Care for a drink?" He was used to eating meat and drinking wine. Without some, he always felt something was missing. Wanting to get drunk and act out of line? No way. Mu Yin rejected outright, very cautious, still guarding against Li Xing in her heart. "It's just ordinary wine. It won't get you drunk." Li Xing smiled and said, "If you don't want to, I'll drink it myself." He poured a cup for himself, downed it in one go, and then poured another. To be honest, the wine was indeed just ordinary wine, not enough to intoxicate a cultivator. He was just tasting it, and getting drunk was out of the question. He sighed, drinking just for the taste. The meaning was too far off. "Guess I need to speed up the plan to brew spiritual wine," he thought to himself. He knew how to brew ordinary mortal wine, but not the wine for cultivators, spiritual wine. No big deal. I don't know how, but the system does. When I start brewing, the system will upgrade my brewing skills, right, system? Li Xing thought to himself. Currently, his brewing skills for ordinary wine had reached the maximum level. When he started brewing spiritual wine, he believed his good system would help him upgrade. And once he brewed spiritual wine, it wouldn't just be about tasting. System. On the other side, Mu Yin saw Li Xing sigh and remained silent. She thought her earlier remark about getting drunk and acting out of line had hurt Li Xing. She apologized. "I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing. I shouldn't have thought that of you." "It's okay, but if you really feel bad about it, you can consider practicing the gathering technique with me tonight." Li Xing chuckled. Mu Yin's face immediately darkened. Oh my, how did she fall for it again? Someone as improper and thick-skinned as Li Xing wouldn't be hurt by a single word from her. "Eat," she said angrily, focusing on eating the stewed meat, not wanting to talk to Li Xing anymore. Woohoo, with the new love, the old love is forgotten. The little white fox lay on the ground and cried. She didn't know how many times she had wagged her tail at Li Xing, abandoning all the pride of being a princess, just wanting Li Xing to give her some meat. But Li Xing didn't even glance at her, only chatting with Mu Yin. She was so wrong that she couldn't help but cry out loud. Don't cry, don't cry. New love, old love, I love them all." Li Xing quickly picked up the little white fox and let her eat the stewed meat together. New love, old love? Why does it sound so ambiguous? Mu Yin's face turned red again. Chapter 22. Don't spout nonsense. I just slept on his bed for a night. Throughout the meal, Mu Yin's heart raced and her face flushed. Oh my, she had never encountered such a shameless person. She had followed Li Xing for several days, thinking she had adapted to his unorthodox ways, but she realized she was still too naive. Li Xing's unorthodoxy exceeded her imagination. Fortunately, the barbecue was delicious, a rare comfort for her. After finishing, Li Xing let out a satisfied belch and smiled at Mu Yin, saying, "Now, it's your turn to help out." "What?" Mu Yin was caught off guard. "Of course, cleaning up these dishes." Li Xing glanced at Mu Yin and said, "I cooked for you, so you can't do nothing, right? If you don't, no more meals for you in the future." With that, he left to go to bed. "Make me wash the dishes?" Mu Yin was stunned. She was born with a silver spoon, never touching anything dirty, yet Li Xing had no regard for her, asking her to do such rough work. How shameless. She wanted to stop Li Xing, but thinking about his words, if she didn't wash the dishes, she wouldn't get to eat his cooking again. Fine, I'll endure it. She clenched her teeth, fuming, but eventually decided to wash the dishes. Who could resist such delicious food? Wait, I wasn't the only one who ate. Little fox, come here and help wash the dishes. She spotted the little white fox. However, the cunning fox darted into Li Xing's room and disappeared. Damn it! She stomped her foot. What kind of master has what kind of pet? Neither of them were any good. She had to clean up alone, resentfully. For her, it wasn't much. She used her water control technique and quickly cleaned the dishes. She had never imagined using her powers to wash dishes, but she didn't have time to think about that, nor to lament, as she saw Li Xing closing his door. Whisk! She rushed over, wedging herself in the doorway to prevent him from closing it. She also picked up a straw mat from the floor. She wanted to keep an eye on Li Xing, not giving him a chance to secretly practice, determined to uncover his training secrets. Are you serious? Li Xing was surprised. Did Mu Yin really plan to watch him sleep? Of course. Mu Yin, afraid Li Xing wouldn't let her in, slipped into the room under his arm. She placed the mat on the floor, sitting cross-legged, facing Li Xing's bed. Don't mind me, pretend I'm not here, just go to sleep. She told Li Xing. Li Xing was speechless and helpless. How could he ignore her presence? Fine. He shook his head, knowing what Mu Yin wanted, and said to her, Go lie on the bed, it's more comfortable. I'll sleep on the floor. Then he took out a piece of animal hide from his storage ring and spread it on the floor. This was a hide he had cut from a beast, kept and not discarded. Hurry up, or I'll forcibly carry you to the bed. Seeing Mu Yin hesitating, Li Xing opened his arms threateningly. Mu Yin quickly ran to the bed. Li Xing lay on the hide, closing his eyes to sleep. This guy may be unorthodox, but his heart is good. Mu Yin felt warm, knowing Li Xing was doing it for her. After all, the bed was much more comfortable than the floor. She lay on the bed, watching Li Xing on the floor, not sure if he was really asleep or not, but at this moment, she found him so handsome, so charming. But her thoughts were quickly shattered. Li Xing was truly asleep, snoring like a bull, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, almost wanting to stab him. Ah, crazy, can't he just be a quiet, handsome man? Why does he have to snore so loudly? Li Xing's handsome image shattered instantly in her mind. Indeed, unreliable people are unreliable at any time, even when sleeping. She wanted to leave, to escape. She couldn't stand Li Xing snoring for a moment. No, what if this is his scheme? Trying to force me away with this. She thought it over and decided not to leave, enduring the whole night until dawn. As the morning sun rose, the star peak pierced the clouds, the gentle dawn light first illuminating the peak, making it look like a fairyland. Junior brother, I've come to congratulate you. A voice sounded outside the cave, followed by a young figure entering. At that moment, Mu Yin, disheveled and haggard, just walked out of the room. Ah! The young man saw Mu Yin coming out of the room, his mouth forming an O shape, clearly surprised. Yunjian, why are you here? Mu Yin was also startled, recognizing the young man as Yunjian, the #1 disciple of the inner sect. Junior brother Li Xing moving into the Star Peak Cave is a great event. I came specially to congratulate him. Yunjian chuckled. Sorry, I didn't know senior sister Mu Yin was staying here. My mistake for coming too early. I'll leave now. Mu Yin realized and her face turned red. She knew Yunjian must have misunderstood, thinking she and Li Xing did something. Oh heavens, she was going crazy. If this got out, her spotless reputation would be ruined. Don't go. She quickly stopped Yunjian, preparing to explain the truth. I understand. Senior sister Mu Yin, rest assured, I definitely won't spread rumors. Yunjian gave her a knowing look. What do you understand? Mu Yin was furious. Yunjian was just guessing. I do understand. Yunjian looked at Mu Yin, then at the room, seeing Li Xing lying on the animal hide on the floor. He chuckled. Impressive. From the bed to the floor, afraid the bed couldn't handle it? No wonder senior sister Mu Yin looks so haggard. Mu Yin blushed all over. What was Yunjian talking about? Was she disheveled and haggard because of that? It was because Li Xing snored all night. She endured a night of torment. That's why she looked haggard. Don't spout nonsense. There's nothing like that. I just slept on his bed for a night. Mu Yin said angrily and embarrassedly. Oh, Yunjian still had that knowing look, drawing out a long tone. Just slept on the bed for a night. Was this a roundabout admission? He was envious. Junior brother Li Xing was really something. Even senior sister Mu Yin was taken down. What are you owing for? Mu Yin glared at Yun Jian angrily. This Yun Jian was asking for a beating. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. An unorthodox person's friend is also unorthodox. Yun Jian wasn't any better. Chapter 23. The incident with the sect leader and others. All major northern forces arrive. Mu Yin was furious. She absolutely could not let Yun Jian continue to misunderstand. She decided to have a talk with Yun Jian. Well, she didn't mind using her fists to talk with Yun Jian either. Boom. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded outside, shaking the entire Xianxia sect. What happened? Mu Yin was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the noise, finding a large group of people gathered outside the Xianxia sect. Earthquake? Li Xing, who was deep in slumber, was awakened and hurried outside his room. Yun Jian, why are you here? He came out and saw Yun Jian, not expecting him to be there. I came here to congratulate Li Xing on moving into the Xingfeng cave, but it seems something has happened. Yun Jian also noticed the large group of people outside the Xianxia sect. He was full of worry. The group gathered outside the Xianxia sect clearly wasn't friendly. The explosion that had just sounded was an attack launched by someone in that group. Fortunately, the sect's protective array was activated and managed to block the attack. However, it also caused the explosion. Thank goodness the protective array was activated. If it wasn't, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mu Yin said, still feeling a lingering fear. The protective array was not normally activated due to its high consumption. It was only activated when necessary. This time, the sect leader had led a group of elders out to compete for opportunities and blessings, and to prevent any accidents, they had activated the protective array. What's going on? Someone is attacking us? The disciples inside the sect were in chaos, frightened by the attack. Elder Shi, an elder who rushed over immediately. Let's go. Li Xing's expression was serious, realizing that something might be wrong. He leaped off Xingfeng Peak and hurried towards the source of the commotion. Mu Yin and Yun Jian did not hesitate and quickly followed. The little white fox moved nimbly, following closely behind, wanting to find out what had happened. Soon, they arrived at the sect gate, where Elder Shi and elder who were confronting the group outside. Golden Light Sect, what do you want? Elder Shi shouted, his eyes cold. He recognized the origin of the group outside. They were from the Golden Light Sect. This was a force comparable in strength to their Xianxia sect, also a first-rate force in the north. He felt a sinking sensation, realizing something was wrong. The Xianxia sect and the Golden Light Sect had always been at odds, with frequent friction between them. Now that the people from the Golden Light Sect had come here and launched an attack right away, the intention was too obvious. This was an attempt to attack their Xianxia sect. Don't be so fierce. We're here to give you a way out. An elder from the Golden Light Sect stepped forward. He was elderly, who continued, your sect leader and the elders have all met with trouble in the ancient ruins. If you're smart, open your sect's protective array and let us in. We won't make things difficult for you. You can leave as you wish. What? Impossible. Elder Shi and elder whose faces changed drastically. Their sect leader and elders had met with trouble? They couldn't believe it. Don't waste time. Open your sect's protective array quickly. You should know what it means if your sect leader and elders are in trouble. Elderly from the Golden Light Sect urged. It means your Xianxia sect is now a fat piece of meat that all the forces are eyeing. If you delay, you won't even have a chance to survive. Can't contact the sect leader and others. On the other side, elder who was sweating profusely, his voice trembling. Before leaving, the sect leader and others had left behind communication artifacts for them to contact each other. Now, he used this communication artifact but couldn't reach the sect leader and others. This meant the sect leader and others might really be in trouble. Other forces are probably already on their way. By the time they arrive, you won't be able to leave. Elderly from the Golden Light Sect said, your sect is finished. There's no need to hold on. Life is more important. Their sect leader and other strong figures were also in the ancient ruins. After the Xianxia sect leader and others met with trouble, their sect leader immediately sent this news back. And they did not delay, coming here immediately. The incident with the Xianxia sect leader and others was no secret. Other forces also knew about it. Just as he said, the Xianxia sect leader and others being in trouble meant the Xianxia sect was finished. Other forces would not let go of this piece of fat meat and would definitely want to come and divide up the Xianxia sect. Now, the strong figures from other forces were probably already on their way here, and they might appear at any moment. That was why he was urging Elder Shi so much to quickly open the protective array and let them in. If not for that, how could he say he would let the people of the Xianxia sect go? Impossible. The Golden Light sect and the Xianxia sect had a long-standing grudge, with too much enmity between them. Not being able to contact them doesn't mean they're in trouble. To think we would open the protective array and let you in, you're dreaming. Absolutely impossible. Elder Shi shouted. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a large number of figures flew rapidly from the distance and landed here. The Golden Light sect's actions are quick. Of course, you're nearby, so you're naturally fast. These figures all had powerful auras, all above the Void Realm, none below it. Lihua sect, Chun clan, Moon God Palace. Elder Shi trembled, his face pale, devoid of any blood. He recognized all these people. They were all strong figures from first-rate forces. This seemed to confirm what Elder Li from the Golden Light sect had said. Their sect leader and others really were in trouble. Haha, luckily the Xianxia sect has a protective array. Otherwise, we might have come for nothing. An elder from the Lihua sect said, looking at Elder Li from the Golden Light sect and laughing. If the Xianxia sect didn't have a protective array, the Golden Light sect would have already stormed in and looted the Xianxia sect clean. Elder Li from the Golden Light sect ignored the elder from the Lihua sect. He looked at Elder Shi, his anger boiling. Stupid fools, giving you a chance to live, yet you don't cherish it, insisting on dawdling. Now, you're doomed. He was filled with rage and murderous intent. Originally, he wanted to loot the Xianxia sect clean before other forces arrived, but Elder Shi refused to open the protective array. Now, they couldn't monopolize the Xianxia sect's resources, which made him furious and determined to massacre everyone. New and old grudges would be settled together. He wanted the Xianxia sect to be bathed in blood. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a large number of figures rapidly approached from the distance, arriving here in the blink of an eye. They had terrifying auras, each extraordinary, exuding immense pressure. Yu Clan, 7 Stars Gate, Guhua Dynasty, Lunar Moon Pavilion, Elder who staggered, almost falling to the ground. Almost all the first-rate forces in the north had arrived. His face was pale, devoid of any blood, and it seemed everything was true. Their sect leader and elders were in trouble, and these first-rate forces had come to divide up their Xianxia sect. Sect leader. Elder Shi cried, unable to stand steady, staggering. He had never expected such a calamity to happen. Chapter 24. Heaven blesses Xianxia sect. Thank goodness you're here. Why is this happening? The sect master and the elders have all met with misfortune. Countless disciples gathered at the mountain gate, their expressions filled with sorrow as tears streamed down their faces upon learning this devastating news. This was a calamity of immense proportions, a severe blow to them. With the sect master and the elders all in trouble, the core and high-level combatants of Xianxia sect were gone, and the top-tier forces in the northern region had all come to attack. They felt the impending doom, knowing that Xianxia sect had no chance of surviving this ordeal. You clan, are you also targeting Xianxia sect? Your clan leader once strayed into a perilous area, and our sect master risked his life to save him. Have you forgotten that debt of gratitude now? Elder Shi looked coldly at the powerful figures from the Yu clan. Once, Xianxia sect had been so close to the Yu clan, but now they were taking advantage of their misfortune. The flow of the times compels us to act accordingly. We apologize, the Yu clan's Xianxia said, bowing his head and avoiding the gaze of Elder Shi. Xinyu Pavilion, Our relationship was also so good, especially since we were about to become family through marriage. Elder San's grandson was to marry your granddaughter. Yet today you also come to challenge Qingxin sect? Elder Shi turned to the powerful figures from Xianyu Pavilion, his heart aching. Qingxin sect and Xianyu Pavilion had been closely connected, often exchanging insights on cultivation, especially since Elder San's grandson was to marry the granddaughter of a Xianyu Pavilion elder in just a few days. It was a bond that was about to be strengthened. Seeing the Xianyu Pavilion strongmen here, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Even if Qingxin sect was truly doomed, he wouldn't have felt so bad if the Yu clan and Xianyu Pavilion didn't show up to help or even just stay away. But the Yu clan and Xianyu Pavilion were here, ready to divide and conquer Qingxin sect, and he found it unbearable, impossible to accept. We will protect Li Xing and nurture him within our pavilion, but the marriage is likely to be called off, the elder of Xianyu Pavilion said. This is all we can do. We apologize, don't blame us for being realistic. The world of cultivation is harsh. Li Xing was the name of Elder San's grandson. Is the marriage called off by your decision, or by Lin Shi's? Li Xing shouted, also present, and having heard the Xianyu Pavilion elder's words. I don't intend to deceive you. It's our decision, and Lin Shi's. We didn't force her. She felt there was no more fate between you two. She would do this. Li Xing trembled, utterly devastated. He never expected his former beloved to make such a decision. Don't be disheartened. We will cultivate you to your full potential. If you become outstanding enough in the future, you and Lin Shi can still be together, the Xianyu Pavilion elder said. No need. Li Xing snapped out of his despair. A love that comes too late is as worthless as grass. He looked at the Xianyu Pavilion elder, his gaze resolute. I won't join Xianyu Pavilion, nor any other faction. I will share the fate of Qingxin sect, he shouted. Share the fate. Qingxin sect is our home. We will not allow anyone to wreak havoc here. Many disciples shouted passionately, loyal and grateful for Qingxin sect's teachings and cultivation, willing to share the sect's fate. Of course, not all disciples felt this way. With Qingxin sect's destruction seemingly inevitable, they didn't want to die, didn't want to share the sect's fate. We're innocent, don't kill us. Please spare us. They begged the external forces, hoping to be spared. Impossible. Today, you all die. Elder Li of the Golden Light sect said, his killing intent fierce as he drew a large blade. He intended to settle old and new grudges together. Elder Li, don't be so ruthless. There are some promising talents among them. They can be spared, some powerful figures from other factions said with a smile. This time, they aimed not only to plunder Qingxin sect, but also to recruit some of its outstanding disciples into their own factions. Fine, choose who you want. After you're done, I'll kill the rest without exception. Elder Li coldly said, his killing intent undiminished. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, several figures flew to the mountain gate from within Qingxin sect. They were the elders guarding important locations. Facing the life and death crisis of Qingxin sect, they all emerged. Better to die as jade than live as shattered tiles. They want to destroy Qingxin sect, but it won't be that easy. Let's fight them. Kill one to break even, kill two to profit. Exactly, they said coldly. In the technique hall, Elder Feng continued sweeping, but his hand holding the broom trembled slightly. The tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. His gaze was profound, clearly paying attention to the situation outside. At the mountain gate, everything else is negotiable, but I must have the disciple Mu Yin of Qingxin sect. Please give me face, a strong figure from the Chen clan said. You should give face to our Li Fire sect. Our sect leader's son has long admired Mu Yin. My main task here is to bring her back, the elder of Li Fire sect said. Our palace also likes her very much. The palace master wants to take her as a disciple. We are also very interested in her. The powerful figures from various factions spoke up, all showing interest in Mu Yin. Mu Yin was a genius of extraordinary talent, well known throughout the northern region, and many factions envied Qingxin sect for having such a brilliant disciple. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Why don't you sacrifice yourself, talk to them, and stay with each faction for a while. So they leave, Li Xing joked with Mu Yin from within the mountain gate. Stay with each faction for a while? What was Li Xing talking about? Mu Yin glared at Li Xing. He was truly heartless, joking about her at a time of life and death crisis. But she quickly realized, her eyes brightening. Li Xing could shatter mithril steel with a single punch, his physical strength unparalleled. Perhaps he could suppress the entire situation and resolve this crisis. That was why Li Xing could be so calm and joke with her. What nonsense are you talking? An elder's beard bristled, angered by Li Xing's words. What kind of disciple was this, so devoid of honor and shame? Were all the disciples he taught so degenerate and lacking in character? Other elders also looked at Li Xing, their gazes unfriendly. They guarded important locations and hadn't heard about Li Xing elders sure and who hadn't informed them yet. Thank goodness you're here. Elder Shi heard Li Xing's voice and looked over, saying with great relief, Heaven blesses Xianxia sect, allowing you to become a disciple. The heavens are helping us, sending you to resolve this calamity for Xianxia sect. Wait, what was going on? The elders were bewildered, thinking Elder Shi must be mad. Otherwise, how could he place hope in a mere disciple? Ah, the sudden change was too much. Surely it had driven Elder Shi mad. They sighed, all thinking the same. Chapter 25. Allow me to recite a poem in this moment. Yes, it's fortunate to have you. These factions will pay the price for their actions. Elder Hu said to Li Xing, don't hold back. Make sure to teach them a lesson, especially those from the Golden Light sect. Don't let them off easily. He had personally witnessed Li Xing shatter the mystic silver steel with a single punch. The previous sect leader, who possessed the power of Dao, had exhausted all means and methods but failed to even scratch the mystic silver steel. Li Xing, however, shattered it with a single punch. This indicated that Li Xing's physical strength far surpassed that of Dao. Numerous first-rate factions had gathered, with over 100 powerful figures, yet the highest among them was only at the 5th level of the cavern abyss. With Li Xing's physical strength far exceeding that of Dao, these powerful figures couldn't harm him, not even a single hair on his head. The other elders of the Pure Heart sect felt speechless upon hearing Elder Hu's words. Alas, Elder Hu had also been driven mad by the sudden turn of events. They sighed inwardly. Indeed, they need a good lesson. To dare to have designs on senior sister Mu Yin, they must be insane. Don't they know she's mine? Li Xing said angrily. Wait, what do you mean she's mine? Mu Yin's face turned red. When did she become Li Xing's property? Li Xing chuckled. I haven't finished my sentence. I meant, don't they know senior sister Mu Yin is my roommate, living in the same room as me? Mu Yin's face turned even redder. What kind of explanation was that? It would have been better not to explain at all. She was furious. The despicable Li Xing always liked to tease her. In any case, they're wrong, and it makes me very unhappy. They can't be let off easily. Li Xing said, especially that elder from the Golden Light sect, with his yellowed teeth. Not only is he ugly, but his words are disgusting too. He can't be let off easily. The Golden Light sect's elder Li had threatened to make the Pure Heart sect's blood flow like a river, which had enraged him. He would definitely focus on this elderly from the Golden Light sect. The other elders felt even more speechless upon hearing Li Xing's words. Li Xing was indeed bold to respond like that. Elder Shi and Elder Hu had gone mad, showering Li Xing with excessive praise, and Li Xing had taken it all in stride. This was a sign of going to the heavens. Elder Shi, please open the sect's protective array so I can go out, Li Xing said. All right. Elder Shi nodded, ready to open the protective array and send Li Xing out. No, you're sending him to his death. Send us out instead. The other elders told Elder Shi. Go back, don't cause trouble here. This kind of battle is not something you can meddle in. An elder shouted at Li Xing. Although they were dissatisfied with Li Xing's previous words, Li Xing was ultimately a disciple of the Pure Heart sect, and they wouldn't let him go out to die. Li Xing felt a warmth in his heart. Although the elders were reprimanding him, he knew they were doing it for his own good, worrying about him. He was moved and even more determined to go out and fight. not letting these outsiders damage the pure heart sect. Please rest assured, elders, I will be fine, Li Xing said with a light smile. At that moment, Elder Shi opened the protective array, and Li Xing rushed out from within. Elder Shi, you made a grave mistake. Let's go. Seeing Li Xing rush out, the other elders' expressions turned anxious, and they also wanted to rush out to rescue Li Xing. Don't worry, elders, just watch him perform alone. Elder Shi stopped the other elders. He is an unparalleled genius, a monstrous talent that is hard to come by even in 10,000 years. He shattered the mystic silver steel with a single punch. What? Shattered the mystic silver steel with a single punch? The elders' eyes widened. Was this true? They couldn't believe it. Indeed, I hadn't had the chance to tell you about this yet. Elder Shi took out the shattered pieces of mystic silver steel, some large, some small, very fragmented. This is actually true. My goodness. The elders were all terrified, repeatedly confirming that it was indeed mystic silver steel. Their faces were full of disbelief. Was this young man, Li Xing, so fierce? Too terrifying and monstrous. That was mystic silver steel, which the previous sect leader, with the power of Dao 1, couldn't even budge. Li Xing shattered it with a single punch. They were overwhelmed with shock, their previous perceptions shattered. Meanwhile, outside, the various factions' powerful figures saw Elder Shi open the protective array, thinking that Elder Shi and the others were going to come out and fight. However, only a young man in his 20s came out? What was this? They couldn't help but laugh. What kind of trick was the Pure Heart sect playing? Were they selling their disciples for favor? You must be mistaken. If you were going to send a disciple out, you should have sent Mu Yin. Who are you sending? Just some random disciple to fob us off? What are you thinking? An unknown disciple, even if you sent thousands, we wouldn't care. They laughed, not recognizing Li Xing. He was just an ordinary disciple. Elder Shi and the others did not respond. Laugh, there will be a time for you to cry. The more you laugh now, the harder you'll cry later. They thought coldly. The powerful figures from these factions outside still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Once Li Xing makes his move, all these factions' powerful figures will cry. Ahem. At this moment, Li Xing deliberately coughed twice, saying, "In this moment, allow me to recite a poem." Recite a poem? Was this guy here to make a joke? Are you trying to make us all laugh to death to resolve the crisis of your Pure Heart sect? Mocked an elder from the Seven Stars Gate. Li Xing ignored the Seven Stars Gate elder's mockery. Forget it, reciting a poem. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand. I'll sing it for you instead. He cleared his throat, took out a jug of wine, took a big gulp, and prepared to start singing. Alone, I drink and get drunk, facing thousands of troops with a smile. My eyes, follow me alone, with bare hands to defeat all. Golden leg, dragon tiger fist, sending you like falling flowers in the water. Sweeping sword, heart-returning palm, making you feel utterly forlorn. Talk is talk, joke is joke. When you see your brother Xing, stand at attention. Countless disciples of the Pure Heart sect widened their eyes. Brother Li Xing was too fierce. Facing the powerful figures from various factions, Brother Li Xing could still sing so calmly. They couldn't help but admire him. However, to be honest, Brother Li Xing's singing was quite catchy, even making them want to hum along. Mu Yan's expression was strange. After a long while, she said, "That's so Li Xing." Meanwhile, the corners of the various factions' powerful figures' mouths twitched involuntarily. Was this young man, Li Xing, really not afraid of death? How dare he act so wildly in front of them? I'll go and kill him. The Golden Light sect's elderly was full of murderous intent, brandishing his blade and charging over. Li Xing hadn't finished singing yet, still singing, but he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to cut off Li Xing's head with one slash. If you don't kill him, I'll do it myself. Make him shut up quickly. The powerful figures from various factions also said with murderous intent. Chapter 26. Lightning Speed. Unstoppable. Boom. Unable to endure Li Xing's singing any longer, Elderly of the Golden Light sect charged at him with a blade. intent on chopping Li Xing into pieces. Are we starting the fight now? I was planning to sing another verse for you. Oh well, if you can't appreciate it, then never mind. Li Xing gulped down several large swigs of wine, then dashed towards Elder Li of the Golden Light sect. His speed surpassed lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages as he instantly reached Elder Li. Bang! With a single punch, he sent Elder Li flying, creating a large crater in the ground. Elder Li spat out blood. His chest caved in and ribs shattered. Elder Li stared at Li Xing in disbelief, his eyes filled with incredulity. Li Xing's speed was too fast for him to react. He hadn't even seen Li Xing approach before a punch landed on him. How was this possible? Especially that punch. It felt like being crushed by a mountain, the force terrifying beyond measure. What? Did I see that right? The various factions' experts were stunned, their mouths agape as if petrified, standing motionless. No one expected this outcome. They all thought Elder Li would cut Li Xing to pieces, but instead, Li Xing cleanly and decisively knocked out Elder Li with a single punch. Beautiful. Well done. Elder Shi and the other elders of the Pure Heart sect laughed heartily, their spirits soaring, as if they were the ones who had struck Elder Li. Let him be arrogant. See if he dares now. Elder Hu laughed triumphantly. Is Li Xing Jr. brother this fierce? Oh my, oh my. The Pure Heart sect disciples exclaimed in astonishment. They knew Elder Li of the Golden Light sect was a formidable figure in the northern region, yet Li Xing had knocked him down with a single punch. They were in awe. Li Xing Jr. brother truly seemed to be defying the heavens. No way. In the crowd, Zhao Sun's face turned pale as he rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe what he saw. He was terrified, filled with dread. Recalling how arrogantly he had challenged Li Xing earlier, he realized how reckless he had been. Fortunately, Li Xing hadn't taken it personally. Otherwise, Li Xing could have crushed him with a single finger. Die! In the crater, Elder Li of the Golden Light sect was furious, unleashing all his power to strike at Li Xing. Being defeated by a young man in front of so many people was unbearable, too humiliating. He had to kill Li Xing, or how could he stand in the northern region anymore? Boom, boom, boom. Li Xing's speed surpassed all limits, leaving trails of afterimages. Elder Li couldn't even see how Li Xing attacked, only to be repeatedly punched. He spat blood continuously, his body battered, bones broken, severely injured. Many in my sect want to have a good talk with you. You, come with me. Li Xing grabbed Elder Li's collar and threw him towards Elder Shi and the others. Elder Shi and the Pure Heart sect immediately activated their protective array, taking in Elder Li before swiftly closing the array. No! Elder Li of the Golden Light sect cried out in fear. The Golden Light sect and the Pure Heart sect had deep grudges. Falling into the hands of Elder Shi and the others, what chance did he have? Brother, don't worry, I'll treat you well, Elder Shi said with a kind and friendly smile. Only a fool would believe that. Elder Li desperately tried to escape, but was quickly pulled back. Elder Shi and the others had no mercy, settling old and new grudges, each taking turns to beat Elder Li. Boom. Meanwhile, Li Xing was decisive in his assault, moving like a bolt of lightning towards the various factions' experts. The experts were all shocked. They couldn't even keep track of Li Xing's position. Li Xing was too fast, beyond their imagination. Even with their spiritual senses extended, they couldn't lock onto Li Xing's movements. Boom, boom, boom. Li Xing was like a phantom, unstoppable, punching one expert after another into the air in the blink of an eye. It was terrifying. The experts here were all above the void realm, yet facing Li Xing. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, unable to resist at all. Li Xing punched one after another. No one could withstand a single punch. Form a circle. Don't give him a chance to get close. Someone shouted, gathering the remaining experts together. The remaining experts reacted quickly, forming a tight circle and unleashing their strongest attacks together. Boom, Boom, boom. The continuous explosions shook the ground, as if an earthquake was occurring. Unable to capture Li Xing's figure, they each guarded a direction, unleashing their strongest attacks to prevent Li Xing from getting close. Countless light swords erupted with overwhelming sword energy, destroying everything. Extreme cold formed a snowy landscape, with ice spikes constantly emerging, a horrifying sight. Thunder and lightning resounded, with thick bolts of lightning striking continuously. They were ruthless, all realizing that Li Xing was difficult to deal with. No one held back, continuously unleashing terrifying techniques, fearsome to behold. Without that extreme speed, he's nothing to fear. We lost because of his extreme speed, unable to track his movements. I sense his cultivation level isn't high, at least not yet in the void realm. They were not ordinary people, experienced, quickly calming down and devising a counter-strategy. One-on-one, they were hard-pressed to deal with Li Xing. Li Xing's speed made him unpredictable. However, the situation was different now. They gathered together, forming a cohesive unit, with their attacks and power covering all directions, leaving no blind spots. In this scenario, Li Xing's extreme speed was rendered useless. Moreover, Li Xing couldn't get close to them. Once he approached, he would surely be annihilated by their attacks. Let's do this. Let's break into the Pure Heart sect first. Move. They sneered, not intending to retreat just because of Li Xing. Just one Li Xing wasn't enough to scare them off. They moved as a group towards the Pure Heart sect, wanting to break in and then use the Pure Heart sect members to force Li Xing into submission. Throughout this process, they continuously unleashed attacks and power, preventing Li Xing from getting close. At this moment, Li Xing's elusive figure appeared at the sect's gate. The experts from the various factions smiled. Li Xing seemed to have no other options, wanting to face them head-on to stop them from entering the Pure Heart sect. This was exactly what they wanted. In a head-on confrontation, Li Xing was nothing, destined to be utterly defeated. Chapter 27. I'm going out to discuss compensation matters. Li Xing stood at the gate of the mountain, watching the various factions' powerhouses approaching, his expression calm. His clothes fluttered in the wind, his hair tousled, and the approaching powerhouses of the various factions were like a hurricane sweeping across the heavens, terrifying and dreadful, making him seem so small. Inside Xianxia's sect, silence reigned. All the disciples held their breath, nervously watching Li Xing, their hearts almost leaping out of their throats. The powerhouses of the various factions had banded together, forming a united front, with attacks and power enveloping all directions, making it completely unbreakable. Li Xing's extreme speed was no longer effective. He could only face them head-on. Could Li Xing withstand them? The powerhouses of the various factions were getting closer, and their attacks and power were about to reach Xianxia's sect. If they were not stopped, the sect's protective array would be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Li Xing moved. He stepped forward with a composed and calm expression, not using his extreme speed, but walking step by step into the attacks and power unleashed by the powerhouses. What followed was a scene so terrifying that it left one breathless. Countless light swords, carrying boundless sword auras, came crashing down on Li Xing, yet not even a single strand of his hair was severed. A blizzard approached, with terrifying ice spikes shooting towards Li Xing like blades. Yet, upon hitting Li Xing, they shattered instantly, leaving no trace. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning arrived in an instant, capable of splitting mountains into dust, but Li Xing caught it with one hand, causing it to explode and shatter into fragments. At this moment, Li Xing seemed to have turned into light, dazzling and radiant, walking through the myriad of attacks and power. How is this possible? Is he even human? The powerhouses of the various factions were so frightened that they trembled all over, their souls shuddering, seriously doubting that Li Xing was not human but some kind of beast in disguise. Otherwise, how could Li Xing's body be so strong? They did not sense any Tao or law power flowing in Li Xing's body. This was purely Li Xing's physical strength. A human-shaped beast. A powerhouse collapsed to the ground, listless, his expression blank. The combined power of the various factions was incredibly terrifying, yet it couldn't even harm a single hair on Li Xing's head. It was too terrifying and heaven-defying. He couldn't believe it. His perception completely shattered. Could a human's body really be that strong? He seriously doubted it. Run. This is a freak. The powerhouse's minds were completely broken, fleeing in all directions, no longer having any thoughts of fighting Li Xing. Li Xing's terror had almost driven them to despair. Blood splattered, one after another. The powerhouses fell to the ground. Li Xing was like a beam of light, moving at an unimaginable speed. No one could escape from him. Damn it! Why does he have to be so handsome? Mu Yin was mesmerized. Li Xing's battle had directly struck a chord in her heart. It's just he still can't compare to my father. If my father were to make a move, he could wipe out these people with a sneeze. Little White Fox muttered stubbornly in her heart. In no time, over 100 powerhouses were all knocked down by Li Xing, losing their ability to fight. Awesome! Awesome! This battle will definitely become a legendary one. Li Xing's name will resound throughout the entire northern region. Excited cheers erupted from Qingxin's sect. All the disciples were thrilled, turning the tide with one strength. Truly, heaven is blessing our Qingxin sect. Several elders of Qingxin sect were all laughing like flowers. The originally unsolvable disaster had been completely changed by Li Xing alone. Inside Qingxin sect, on the first floor of the cultivation hall. Is he really that powerful? Elder Feng, holding a broom, was so excited that his hands trembled. I think I see hope, he murmured, tears glistening in his eyes. On the other side, Li Xing called out to Elder Shi and the others. Arrest them all and loot them clean, he said to Elder Shi. Of course, that's a must. Those who dare to make a move must pay the price. Elder Shi replied, ordering people to arrest the powerhouses of the various factions and loot their belongings. Brother Shi, there's no need for this. Think about how we used to drink tea together. An elder from the Yu clan pleaded with Elder Shi, asking for mercy. Get lost. Elder Shi slapped the Yu clan elder on the head, angrily saying, How dare you ask me for mercy? Qingxin sect and the Yu clan had such a good relationship, yet you still came to kick us when we're down. Why didn't you say anything before? Yuesheng, it's all a misunderstanding. Blame us. We lied. We forced Lin Shi, but she still loves you. An elder from the Moon Pavilion quickly said. Lin Shi knew we were coming here. She tried to stop us with her life, but we forcibly locked her up. We didn't want you to misunderstand Lin Shi. This is the truth. He continued. Yuesheng's expression was cold. Do you think I would believe you? This is the truth. The Moon Pavilion elder gritted his teeth and said, All right, I'll go to the Moon Pavilion to investigate. If I find out you're lying, I'll ask my junior brother Li Xing to wipe out the entire Moon Pavilion. Yuesheng coldly said. Upon hearing Yuesheng's words, the Moon Pavilion elder immediately lost his spirit. He had indeed lied. He hadn't forced Lin Shi at all. Everything was voluntarily proposed by Lin Shi. Yuesheng is good, but he lacks a background, and in the future, he can only live under someone else's roof. I don't want to live such a life with him. These were the words Lin Shi had said at the time. The reality of life overcame their childhood love, and Lin Shi chose to give up on Yuesheng. No, there's no need to go. I was lying to you. The Moon Pavilion elder said dejectedly. Yuesheng could investigate the truth once he reached the Moon Pavilion. He didn't dare let Yuesheng go, fearing that Yuesheng would get angry and have Li Xing wipe out their entire Moon Pavilion. I knew it. Yuesheng was heartbroken. Lin Shi had ultimately given up on him. On the other side, Li Xing went over to Elder Shi. Elder Shi, I'm going out for a while. Letting them off like this is too lenient, Li Xing said. What they have on them can't make up for the crimes they've committed. Fortunately, he was here this time. Otherwise, Qingxin sect's fate would have been unimaginable. He had a sense of belonging to Qingxin sect. This was his home, and anyone who wanted to harm his home would have to pay a heavy price. What do you plan to do? Elder Shi asked. Li Xing said, I'm going to visit their respective factions and discuss compensation matters with them. Elder Shi was startled and whispered, Wouldn't this make things worse? Compensation was just a polite way of saying it. He was very clear that Li Xing was going to loot the factions. Of course, if other considerations were not taken into account, he would wholeheartedly support Li Xing's actions. These greedy and cruel factions indeed deserved to pay a heavy price. Not killing them and only looting them was already lenient. However, he was afraid that pushing these factions too far might lead to further trouble. Chapter 28. Preemptive strike to prevent future troubles. Is the current situation insignificant? Li Xing smiled and asked Elder Shi. The situation is already serious, and these factions won't let it rest. They will surely take further actions in the future, he continued. Their main forces are at the ancient ruins. Once they return, do you think they will remain passive? Impossible. Elder Shi was taken aback. Li Xing was right. The factions wouldn't swallow their pride. When their main forces return, a storm of blood and rain would surely follow. I'm not afraid of them, but I worry about Xianxia's sect, Li Xing said. So, I want to preemptively weaken them and strengthen Xianxia's sect, ensuring it has no more worries. He had a plan to make Xianxia's sect invulnerable to any threats. Understood. Elder Shi nodded emphatically, fully grasping Li Xing's intentions and agreeing with them. This was just the beginning. The real storm was yet to come. Fear and appeasement were useless. Only by strengthening defenses and enhancing their own strength could they ensure safety. Well, Elder Shi, could you provide me with a map? It would help me locate them. No problem. The map is ready, Elder Shi replied, handing over a detailed map marked with the locations of various factions, not just the major ones but also others. Thank you. Li Xing took the map, ready to act. Count me in. Mu Yin ran over, eager to join Li Xing. Even the little white fox tugged at Li Xing's clothes, wanting to go along. Are you serious? Li Xing's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Seeing Li Xing smile, Mu Yin knew he was up to no good. Oh, what are you thinking? That's his usual way. When has he ever had good intentions? She had initially wondered what Li Xing was plotting, but then realized he was never serious. If he were, it would be strange indeed. Absolutely. Mu Yin nodded. All right. Li Xing picked up Mu Yin. What are you doing? Mu Yin was startled, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. There are people watching. Li Xing chuckled. Is it okay if no one is watching? What a rascal. Mu Yin gritted her teeth in frustration. Was that what she meant? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Time is precious, and we can't afford to waste it. If you want to come with me, I'll have to carry you. Otherwise, you won't keep up with my speed, Li Xing explained. It was the truth. At full speed, Mu Yin wouldn't even see his shadow. Little fox, come up, we're leaving. He addressed the white fox. The fox immediately jumped onto his shoulder. Let's go. With a powerful leap, he soared into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. The leaders of the factions were livid. They never expected someone as monstrous as Li Xing to exist in Xianxia's sect. Not only had they failed to plunder Xianxia's sect, but now they faced the threat of being plundered themselves. What exactly happened to our sect leader and elders? Elder Shi pressed the faction leaders for details. The faction leaders cooperated and quickly revealed everything. That ancient ruin is extraordinary, possibly the retreat of an ancient great cultivator, containing a self-contained world. The beings who entered were astonished to find a complete small world within. This world was vast and preserved many rare opportunities and blessings. Someone discovered a sacred herb. One of the leaders said, "Sacred herb?" Elder Shi and the others were shocked. They hadn't expected the ancient ruin to be so remarkable, containing a sacred herb. The entire northern region hadn't seen a sacred herb in an unknown number of years. The last one appeared during the previous era. A sacred herb, with the word sacred, was enough to signify its extraordinary and sublime nature. It was a treasure beneficial even to saints, a medicine that even saints craved. And how extraordinary are saints! They stand at the pinnacle of cultivation, overlooking all beings, witnessing the vicissitudes of time. They were far from such a realm. A single glance from a saint could easily obliterate them, making them non-existent. In the presence of a saint, they were less than ants, too insignificant. A sacred herb coveted by saints was undoubtedly incredibly tempting to them. Whoever obtained it could achieve a meteoric rise, standing at the peak. Not just sacred herbs, but also sacred pills and weapons. The ruin is too well preserved, leaving behind many treasures, the leader continued. However, the dangers are numerous. He described numerous restrictions and terrifying beasts within, likely the pets of the ruin's owner, now grown to an unfathomable level of power. The floating cloud palace, a flourishing sect far superior to our major factions, sent formidable experts, all above the Dao realm. Yet, they suffered heavy losses upon entry, with several Dao 1 and Dao 2 level experts being annihilated. As he spoke, his body trembled uncontrollably. Those were Dao 1 and Dao 2 level experts. Dao 1 was manageable, but Dao 2 was incredibly powerful, capable of easily obliterating any major faction. Yet, within the ruin, they were nothing, effortlessly wiped out. They were killed by a small rabbit. The floating cloud palaces group had the misfortune of encountering a rabbit. Initially thought harmless, the rabbit proved terrifying, easily killing several members. The survivors barely escaped, nearly losing their lives. Your sect leader and elders were captured by a beast inside. Many saw it. Do you think they have any chance of survival? After this incident, the news was quickly relayed back. The remaining leaders of the factions gathered at Xianxia sect, intending to divide it. Even a flourishing sect had seen it, but didn't care about Xianxia sect, focusing entirely on the ruin. The ruin was too extraordinary and sublime. News would spread rapidly, drawing beings from the other 4 regions, East, South, West, and Central. Even other states might join the donghua. The ruin was too extraordinary and sublime. News would spread rapidly, drawing beings from the other 4 regions, East, South, West, and Central. Even other states might join the donghua. Under such circumstances, the flourishing sects dared not divert their attention, all aiming to gain as many opportunities and blessings as possible before the other regions arrived. Otherwise, competition would become fiercely intense. Sect leader. Elder Shi's eyes welled with tears. Under such dire circumstances, their sect leader and elders were indeed in grave danger, unlikely to survive. He had nurtured a monstrous prodigy like Li Xing, and Xianxia sect was destined to shine brilliantly, becoming a legendary sect, standing supreme. Sadly, their sect leader and elders wouldn't witness such glory. Chapter 29. This old lady is the epitome of menopause. Elder Hu and the other elders were also weeping. This time, it was a mix of fortune and misfortune. The good news was the emergence of Li Xing, a monstrously talented disciple, while the bad news was that the sect leader and many elders had met with misfortune. In the first floor of the cultivation hall, Xiaotian, oh what a good child, yet met with such a tragic fate. Elder Feng sighed, feeling both heartache and self-blame, saying, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't forced you to go, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble." He kept shaking his head, almost making a grave mistake. Fortunately, Li Xing was there, or else he didn't know how to handle the situation. Xiaotian, whose full name was Qin Xiaotian, was the current sect leader of Xianxia sect. Was it Elder Feng who had forced the sect leader of Xianxia sect to that ancient relic site? If so, it seemed that Elder Feng was not simple at all. In the woods, Li Xing carried Mu Yin swiftly through the forest, leaving only a gust of wind behind. His speed was incredibly fast, almost like lightning, and this was not even his full speed. At his peak, he could run even faster. However, even at this speed, those at the level of Dao 1 and Dao 2 couldn't catch up with him. In Li Xing's arms, Mu Yin closed her eyes, her head resting on Li Xing's chest, enjoying the moment. What a warm chest, she whispered softly in her heart. The strong masculine aura, the warm chest, she felt as if she was melting, sinking deeply into it. On Li Xing's shoulder, the white fox was furious. Mu Yin was comfortably nestled in Li Xing's arms, while she, the fox, was in a miserable state. Li Xing's rapid sprint created a huge gust of wind, almost blowing her wits away, her fur standing on end all over. That's my spot. She gritted her teeth in her heart. Li Xing often carried her, but this time, her spot was taken, and Mu Yin was in Li Xing's arms. At that moment, Li Xing stopped. He looked at Mu Yan's expression of enjoyment and asked with a smile, "Feeling comfortable?" Very comfortable." Mu Yin replied subconsciously, but she quickly realized and her face turned crimson, hastily correcting herself. "Not comfortable, it's terrible. Put me down quickly." Women, always saying one thing but meaning another. Li Xing chuckled, setting Mu Yin down, as they had arrived at their destination. This was the location of the Golden Light sect, the closest to Qingxin sect. Qingxin sect and Golden Light sect had frequent conflicts due to their proximity. If they were further apart, there wouldn't be so many conflicts. Also, it was because Golden Light sect was the closest that they were the first to arrive at Qingxin sect. Ancient buildings lined up deep in the mountains, exuding a soft glow, majestic and awe-inspiring. Golden Light sect was also a long-standing sect with a rich history. "Who are you?" From the gate of Golden Light sect came a questioning voice. The two disciples guarding the gate noticed Li Xing and Mu Yin. Isn't this Mu Yin from Qingxin sect?" One of the disciples recognized Mu Yin, furrowing his brows in surprise. "Why are you here?" He knew what had happened to Qingxin sect, and that the elders of their sect had gone to divide up Qingxin sect. He also knew that other major forces had gone as well. In such a situation, as the senior disciple of Qingxin sect and the direct disciple of the sect leader, how could she be wandering around? Had the elders failed? Did they not break into Qingxin sect? Impossible. Even if the elders hadn't succeeded, there were so many other major forces. In such a situation, failure was impossible. That left only one possibility. That possibility was that Mu Yin had been away from Qingxin sect on a journey and was unaware of the calamity that had befallen her sect. That's why Mu Yin was here. If Mu Yin had been in Qingxin sect, she definitely wouldn't have been able to leave. She would have been controlled. Mu Yin? Inside Golden Light sect, a young girl passing by the gate heard the name Mu Yin and immediately came to the gate. "Yun Shiji." "Shiji, hello." The two disciples quickly bowed and greeted the girl. The girl was named Mu Yun, the senior disciple of Golden Light sect and the direct disciple of the sect leader, exceptionally talented. "Haha, it really is you." Mu Yun ignored the two disciples, her gaze entirely on Mu Yin. She laughed non-stop, full of pride, saying, "Mu Yin, our long-standing rivalry is finally going to be settled." Golden Light sect and Qingxin sect were not on good terms, often clashing, and she and Mu Yin frequently engaged in disputes, their resentment deep. "Aren't you embarrassed to say that?" Mu Yin smiled, beautiful and unparalleled, saying, "What do you mean finally settled? It sounds like you're on par with me. When have you ever been on par with me? Every time. Weren't you beaten to a pulp, fleeing in panic?" Mu Yun couldn't compare to her. There was a big gap. In every aspect, she had always surpassed Mu Yun. Mu Yun saying such things now was indeed laughable. That was before. Mu Yun was furious, her face red with anger as she shouted, "Everything is different now. Your Qingxin sect is down, and you're nothing. From now on, you're a phoenix without feathers, not even as good as a chicken." Is this person going through menopause? Such a fiery temper. Li Xing scratched his nose, asking Mu Yin, "What is menopause?" Mu Yin was puzzled, not understanding. Menopause was a term from the Blue Star, and Li Xing explained, it means an old lady, easily angered and irritable. Mu Yin smiled. Li Xing was really mean, using the term old lady to describe Mu Yun, who was still so young. "You're asking for death." Hearing Li Xing's words, Mu Yun exploded with rage, her killing intent surging, wanting to tear Li Xing to pieces. However, she couldn't get out. It was a critical period, and Golden Light sect had activated their protective sect formation, completely sealed, unable to enter or exit. At that moment, two figures flew from deep within Golden Light sect, landing at the gate. Elder Lu, Elder Zhao, Mu Yun, and the two disciples quickly bowed to the two figures. These two figures were the two elders left behind to guard Golden Light Sect. The other elders of Golden Light Sect had gone to Qingxin Sect. One of the elders, an old woman, nodded, her bent body like a skeleton, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, looking like a mean and harsh person. She was Elder Lu, who had sensed the situation here and came with Elder Zhao. Perfect timing. Strip her of her cultivation base and keep her as a foot-washing maid for Xiaoma. She looked at Mu Yin and said indifferently. Xiaoma was the son of the sect leader of Golden Light Sect. She was indeed mean and harsh, intending to destroy Mu Yin and cut off her path to cultivation. Mu Yin was exceptionally talented, not inferior to outstanding disciples of major sects when fully grown, destined to become a powerful figure in the future. Even though Qingxin Sect was down, with Mu Yan's talent, any cultivation sect would be happy to take her in. She was tempted to bring Mu Yin into Golden Light Sect. But she couldn't do that. Golden Light Sect and Qingxin Sect had deep-seated grudges, and this time, they had even gone to attack Qingxin Sect. Taking in Mu Yin, there was no guarantee that Mu Yin would be of use to them. She might become a future threat. So, she decided to be ruthless, not giving Mu Yin the chance to become a threat. This old lady is the epitome of menopause. Li Xing looked at the old woman, shaking his head in disbelief. The old woman was indeed a venomous hack. The old woman didn't understand what menopause meant, but she knew it wasn't a compliment. You're courting death. Cut out your tongue, chop you to pieces, and feed you to the dogs. She snorted coldly, opening the sect's protective formation and flying out. Chapter 30. Is it possible that she really can't open it? The old woman's expression was cold as she flew out from within the sect, looking down on Li Xing and Mu Yin from above. She casually swatted out a palm, as if swatting a fly, with a cold and detached gaze. As a senior elder stationed within the sect, her strength was formidable, with a cultivation level at the 4th stage of the Void Abyss realm. In her eyes, Li Xing and Mu Yin were indeed as insignificant as flies. Hello there. However, at that moment, Li Xing suddenly appeared in the sky, right before her, smiling and waving at her. What was going on? The old woman was shocked, her face filled with disbelief. Li Xing was clearly below. How did he suddenly appear before her? Before she could think further, she thrust her dragon-headed cane directly at Li Xing's head. Boom. Incomprehensibly, she didn't even know what happened, but Li Xing's fist had already smashed into her chin, sending her flying straight into the sky. All her old yellow teeth were knocked out, and she spewed blood from her mouth as she plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground and creating a deep pit, with dust flying everywhere. Aya! She wailed in agony, the pain so intense that she could barely stand it. Her body was deformed from the impact, and countless bones within her were broken. How is this possible? Inside Golden Light Sect, another elder, Elder Zhao, along with Mu Yun and the 2 disciples, were all terrified, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. Who exactly was Li Xing? This was too terrifying. One moment he was on the ground, and the next he appeared right in front of the old woman in the sky, akin to teleportation. Close the sect's protective array. Elder Zhao hurriedly closed the sect's protective array. If Li Xing were to enter, they would be in serious trouble. People these days are so heartless. Look at them, not even caring about your fate, just closing the protective array like that, not even considering coming out to save you. Li Xing squatted above the pit, looking at the old woman inside and said, "Why don't you help me open the protective array from outside, and I'll teach them a lesson, so they understand the importance of righteousness." You're dreaming. The old woman snorted coldly, her palm glowing with lightning that shot out rapidly to kill Li Xing. This was the Palm Thunder, a powerful divine technique she had cultivated, with a high rank and formidable destructive power. Li Xing swatted a palm, blocking the lightning, which didn't even harm a single hair on him. You! The old woman trembled with fear. What kind of monster was this? A humanoid beast? How powerful was the Palm Thunder? Many Void Abyss realm experts had perished under it, yet Li Xing blocked it with a single palm and remained unscathed. She was utterly terrified. Not cooperative, are you? Li Xing jumped into the pit, grabbed the old woman's leg, and lifted her out. Then he swung her around and slammed her repeatedly into the ground, smashing her face into a grotesque shape, with her howling in pain. However, the old woman was no ordinary person. Even in such a situation, she could still remain calm and counterattack. With a flash of brilliance, she summoned all the magic weapons she had, launching them towards Li Xing to kill him. Yet, all the magic weapons that struck Li Xing shattered and exploded, unable to harm him in the slightest. Li Xing's physical body was too strong. The old woman felt a chill run down her spine. Those magic weapons were all top-grade artifacts, indestructible, capable of splitting mountains and chopping stones, cutting through metal and severing iron. How could they be so fragile against Li Xing? Beast! This must be a beast! She cried out in her heart. Li Xing was definitely not human. Otherwise, how could his body be so terrifying? On the other side, Elder Zhao, Mu Yun, and the two disciples were all dumbfounded. This Li Xing was too fierce, completely beyond their imagination. They silently mourned for the old woman. There was no way they would go out to rescue her. Otherwise, they would also suffer a beating from Li Xing. You know, if you help me open the sect's protective array, I'll stop. Li Xing said to the old woman. I can't open it. The old woman cried out. All right, I didn't expect you to have such a strong backbone. Li Xing didn't believe her. He had clearly seen the old woman open the protective array to come out earlier. He carried the old woman to the sect's gate, and then swung her towards the protective array's light barrier. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! The old woman cried out in pain. The protective array's light barrier was much harder than the ground. Being slammed into it like this, she didn't know how much pain she was in. Her whole body was almost falling apart, covered in blood and bruises, with not a single spot left unharmed. Still not going to help me open the protective array? Li Xing scolded. The old woman wailed, I really can't open it. All right, I'm going to see if your bones are harder or the protective array's light barrier. Li Xing continued to swing the old woman and slam her into the protective array, causing the entire light barrier to tremble violently. The old woman's eyes were dazed from the pain, and she felt as if she were on the brink of death. She even wished Li Xing would just kill her. It was too painful, the kind of pain that pierced through the heart. My apologies, I didn't expect you to have such strong willpower. Still not willing to help me open the protective array? Li Xing asked. I really can't open it. The old woman cried out again, half her life already gone. Then let's continue. Today, I'm determined to soften your stubborn bones. Li Xing continued to swing the old woman and slam her. Wait, Li Xing, do you think there's a possibility that she really can't open it? Mu Yin said at this moment. She felt that the old woman might really not be able to open it. The old woman didn't seem like someone with a strong backbone, so she shouldn't have held out until now without giving in. Li Xing stopped and asked the old woman, Are you really unable to open it? I really can't open it. I can control the array and open or close it at will when I'm inside, but once I'm out, I can no longer control the array. The old woman wailed in pain. You didn't say that earlier. You made me waste so much time. Li Xing glared at the old woman. The old woman felt utterly miserable. She wanted to say, Didn't I say it earlier? I've said it over 800 times, but you didn't believe me. As soon as I said I couldn't open it, you started swinging me around and slamming me. What a curse on her backbone. What a curse on her strong willpower. She didn't have any of that. Her mental defenses had long collapsed. If she could open it from the outside, she would have done so long ago. Useless thing. Li Xing raised his hand and threw the old woman to the side. Hey, you, hurry up and leave. I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, when our sect elders return, you won't even get a good death. Elder Zhao shouted to Li Xing from behind the protective array's light barrier. They won't be coming back. Li Xing said indifferently. The Golden Light sect elders who had gone to divide up the Pure Heart sect had all been detained and held captive within the Pure Heart sect. Impossible, Elder Zhao said decisively. If it were just his sect that had failed, it might be possible. But there were so many first-rate forces involved. It was absolutely impossible. Nothing is impossible. I'm here to settle accounts with you. Li Xing smiled and said, Our pure heart sect is very polite. Since you came to plunder us, we naturally have to return the favor and plunder you back. Elder Zhao saw the smile on Li Xing's face and felt a sudden jump in his heart. Could it be that even his sect's protective array couldn't stop Li Xing? Chapter 31. Tired. Destroy it. Do whatever you want. What a pretentious show-off. Returning our plundering with a counter-raid? Are you insane? Mu Yun sneered, not as concerned as Elder Zhao. Her confidence mainly stemmed from her faith in the protective array of their sect. She believed that Li Xing had no chance of breaking through their sect's protective array. If he could break it, why would Li Xing go to such lengths to coerce Elder Lu? There was simply no need. In fact, she was utterly mistaken. This so-called protective array couldn't stop Li Xing otherwise. Li Xing wouldn't have mentioned visiting the other top-tier forces. After all, such top-tier forces should all have protective arrays. Given the current turbulent situation, the protective arrays of these forces would surely be activated, making it impossible to enter casually. Li Xing's minor saint body had gained a lot of evolutionary value during this period, making his strength even greater. He deeply felt this during his battles with the experts from various forces. According to his estimation, if he fully unleashed the power of his minor saint body now, it should be around the level of a Dao V expert. Of course, this was just his own estimation. He hadn't seen a Dao V expert, nor did he know how powerful they truly were. However, breaking through the protective arrays of these top-tier forces shouldn't be a problem. As for why he was so confident in breaking the protective array and still coerced the old woman, it was entirely because her mouth was too foul, her words too malicious, and it disgusted him. He was just deliberately teaching her a lesson. All right, your taunt was quite effective. I'll take it. Li Xing smiled calmly, took a step back, and then threw a punch. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the entire barrier shattered instantly, allowing Li Xing to step in. You. Mu Yun looked like she had seen a ghost, collapsing to the ground in fright. The protective array had been shattered by Li Xing with just one punch. The protective array was the foundation of a sect, playing a crucial role. Their sect had invested an enormous amount of effort into this array, and even a Daoi expert would find it difficult to forcefully break through. Had Li Xing done it with just one punch? What's more, she hadn't sensed any spiritual energy fluctuations. Was it just a purely physical punch that could be so terrifying? Good heavens, was Li Xing even human? A chicken will always be a chicken, with such limited vision. Don't talk about a phoenix losing its feathers. Even if a phoenix did lose its feathers, it's not something a chicken like you can compare to. Li Xing glanced indifferently at Mu Yun and said without any hesitation. Mu Yun's face turned pale, filled with extreme anger, yet she had nothing to say. Under such circumstances, what could she say? Was she courting death? Damn it, he's so handsome again. Mu Yin muttered softly, feeling warm inside. Li Xing was defending her, speaking up for her. Go to hell. At this moment, Elder Zhao roared in anger, summoning a scroll, a heavy treasure from the Golden Light sect, left behind by the sect leader before he departed, in case of emergencies. This was his last resort, something he dared not use lightly. Earlier, when Elder Lu was being brutally beaten by Li Xing, he didn't dare to use it, fearing further trouble. After all, the current situation was truly chaotic. Anything could happen. If he went out to save Elder Lu with this scroll and encountered an ambush from other forces, it would be disastrous, and the entire Golden Light sect would be doomed. Now that Li Xing had broken into the Golden Light sect, he had no choice but to use the scroll. As the scroll was summoned, it emitted boundless radiance, with Dao and Law flowing, a special force rippling, locking onto Li Xing, and directly sucking him into the scroll. It was a 100-beast scroll, and after Li Xing was sucked in, all the beasts on the scroll came to life, charging at Li Xing within the scroll's world. The 100 Beasts Qinkuan Scroll, Mu Yin exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. The 100 Beasts Qinkuan Scroll was a famous treasure throughout the northern region, with terrifying power. It was said that anyone sucked into the scroll never survived. The limitations of mere physical strength are showing. Inside the scroll, Li Xing sighed. His cultivation level was too low, and his Tao and law hadn't caught up. If his cultivation level were as strong as his minor saint body, this scroll wouldn't have been able to contain him. The system's voice rang in Li Xing's mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle. As he had thought, the incomplete technique was automatically completed by the system. The Supreme Clear chapter was divided into 3 parts, the upper, middle, and lower. What was stored in the 9th floor of the technique hall was only the upper chapter of the Supreme Clear chapter. And even this upper chapter was incomplete, containing only half of the content. The middle and lower chapters were also divided into 3 sections each, meaning the complete Supreme Clear chapter had a total of 9 sections. Roar, roar, roar. Inside the scroll, the roars of beasts echoed continuously, as the 100 beasts charged at Li Xing, each one terrifying and formidable. No wonder this scroll was famous throughout the northern region, with the rumor that no one who was sucked into it survived. This scroll was indeed powerful. Even a Daoi expert would find it troublesome, as the beasts inside could battle a Daoi expert. Unfortunately, they encountered Li Xing. Li Xing was far too ferocious compared to the beasts. In front of him, the beasts were no more than chicks. He punched one by one, and none could withstand even a single punch of his. In less than a moment, all the beasts were dealt with. Hello there. Inside the scroll, he waved with a smile at Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao, seeing Li Xing smile, felt a chill run down his spine, his whole body drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. The 100 Beasts Qianquan scroll, it forms its own Qianquan. You can't get out? He stammered, placing his hope in the scroll's Qianquan, hoping it could trap Li Xing. Its own Qianquan? How big is this Qianquan? Li Xing smiled, not flustered. He stretched and did a set of warm-up exercises, then began to run at full speed. In the next instant, he stopped. This Qianquan isn't that big after all. I didn't even start running properly, and I've reached the end. Quite disappointing. Li Xing shook his head, already at the edge of the scroll's Qianquan. With a bang, Li Xing threw a punch, and the Qianquan was instantly shattered. He walked out from within. What a freak. Elder Zhao was so frightened that he fell to the ground. How vast was the Qianquan? Even a Daoi expert, using their full speed, couldn't reach the end in a month. Li Xing had run to the end in an instant? And this was without even starting to run properly? Tired, destroy it, do whatever you want. He had completely given up, no longer thinking about stopping Li Xing. This was not something he could stop. Chapter 32. The Golden Light Sect is very generous. We'll share some more with you later. What kind of monstrous event is this? Elder Zhao was completely dispirited, lacking any energy, and didn't want to do anything. But soon, Li Xing pulled him up and forced him to lead the way to the Golden Light Sect's treasury. I can't open it. Really? I don't have the authority. Only the sect master can open the treasury. Upon arriving at the treasury, Elder Zhao hastily explained, fearing he would suffer the same beating as Elder Lu. He wasn't lying. He genuinely couldn't open it. The treasury was filled with valuable items, the true foundation of the Golden Light Sect, accessible only to the sect master. Li Xing tossed Elder Zhao aside and then he punched. Boom. The treasury's restrictions exploded, shattered by his single punch. Nothing could withstand his power. Inside the treasury were impressive treasures, all rare and precious. The little white fox darted in, sweeping through the place and storing the items in her own storage artifact. Li Xing didn't stop her. He let the fox take whatever she wanted. It didn't matter. They were going to other top-tier sects later, all no weaker than the Golden Light Sect. They wouldn't lack good things. This is just the beginning. We'll be visiting many more places. Everything here is for you. Whoever takes it is theirs. Li Xing smiled and said to Mu Yin, Sister, hurry up. If you're slow, the little white fox will take everything. Look how nimble she is. Hearing that whoever took the items was theirs, Mu Yin rushed into the treasury to collect them. Let's go, Elder Zhao. Let's visit other places, like the medicinal garden or the forging hall. Elder Zhao gave in, completely surrendering, and led Li Xing to the medicinal garden, the forging hall, and other important locations. These were all heavily guarded areas, each with restrictions, but in Li Xing's presence, they were as fragile as paper, all broken with a single punch. Then Li Xing looted everything from these places. Elder Zhao's eyes turned red as he watched. Li Xing was ruthless, truly leaving nothing behind, plundering everything down to the last bit. The entire medicinal garden was left as a big pit, even the soil taken away. The forging hall was no different. Even the floor tiles were removed by Li Xing. Other important areas were similarly ransacked, not a single item left behind. Now will you leave? He wept bitterly, not wanting to see Li Xing ever again, as the entire Golden Light sect had been looted clean. It's not over yet. Li Xing smiled and said, now we start looting people. Call your sect's disciples here. Have them hand over everything they have. Elder Zhao almost fainted. Was Li Xing even human? He was taking even the personal belongings of their sect's disciples? There's no choice. Who asked your elderly to be so outstanding? I have to give special attention to your Golden Light sect, Li Xing calmly said. That elderly wanted to make the Pure Heart sect bleed rivers of blood. Before coming, he had already decided to give special care to the Golden Light sect, to truly leave nothing behind. Hurry up, don't make me force you, Li Xing urged. Elder Zhao was filled with resentment, but had no choice. Li Xing's fists were stronger, so he had to comply, calling all the Golden Light sect's disciples to hand over everything they had. Let's go. Li Xing was satisfied, picking up Mu Yin and letting the little white fox jump onto his shoulder as they left the Golden Light sect. He sprinted at full speed, faster than teleportation, and soon arrived at the next top-tier sect's location. As expected, the sect's protective array was activated. Li Xing first tried to negotiate amicably, asking the sect members to let him in to loot. The sect members were dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone like Li Xing, someone who wanted to loot them and expected them to willingly let him in. They naturally refused. Unable to negotiate, Li Xing had to force his way in. The protective array was also fragile before him, unable to withstand his punch. Then he looted the sect's treasury clean, but did not touch other areas. As the saying goes, leave a way out for others, and you'll meet again in the future. He left a way out, seeing if this sect would know how to behave in the future. Let's go. He picked up Mu Yin and continued with the little white fox to the next place. Ancient ruins. Within the small world of the dojo, the leaders of various top-tier sects and clans gathered together, exploring this small world. It was too terrifying here. They were far from the strength of those grand sects and decided to act together to avoid the fate of the Pure Heart sect's leader. By now, the Pure Heart sect should have been looted clean. The leader of the Golden Light sect smiled. Probably. It should have been divided by now. I imagine good news will come soon. Other sect leaders and clan heads also smiled. The Pure Heart sect had a long heritage and deep foundations. Dividing such a sect would greatly benefit them all. Look, good news is already here. The leader of the Blazing Fire sect smiled. The communication artifact on his person lit up. It was connected to their sect. This communication artifact allowed for mental communication, keeping the content private. Soon, his smile disappeared, replaced by a dark expression, as if hearing some terrible news. Moreover, he looked at the leader of the Golden Light sect with a strange expression. At that moment, the communication artifacts of other sect leaders and clan heads also lit up. Their original smiles vanished, replaced by dark expressions, each one looking worse than the last. Haha, why do you all look so grim? Is it because the good news you were expecting didn't come? The leader of the Golden Light sect laughed, his smile full of pride and joy. He hadn't heard the contents of these communication artifacts, as they were also for mental communication. However, seeing the grim expressions of the other sect leaders and clan heads, he could guess. These sects must have failed, gaining nothing or very little from the Pure Heart sect. And this was precisely why he was proud and joyful. Why did these sects fail? It must be because their Golden Light sect succeeded. Their sect was the closest, arriving at the Pure Heart sect earlier than the others. Their elders must have dissolved the pure heart sect immediately, looting it first. The later sects would fail, gaining nothing or very little. The strange look from the leader of the Blazing Fire sect further confirmed this. He was sure their Golden Light sect had looted the Pure Heart sect first. Don't be sad, don't be upset. Think about it, this was something that could have been foreseen. The leader of the Golden Light sect chuckled, saying, "Our Golden Light sect is closest to the Pure Heart sect, with the most interactions and deepest understanding." His smile grew even wider. "There's no helping it. Who asked us to have such an advantage? Our success was inevitable. Your failures are normal." After hearing these words from the leader of the Golden Light sect, the expressions of the other sect leaders and clan heads became even more peculiar. "Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Since our Golden Light sect looted the Pure Heart sect first, I'll check later and share some with you all." The leader of the Golden Light sect smiled generously. Chapter 33. The leader of the Golden Light sect has gone mad, even vomiting blood in anger. "Without all of you, my Golden Light sect wouldn't have succeeded. This is the cause and effect, and I won't forget it. After counting, I will definitely share some with all of you." The leader of the Golden Light sect smiled brilliantly, clearly basking in the glory of a victor. Being the first to ransack the Pure Heart sect, causing other factions to return empty-handed, was an incredibly satisfying feeling. Share? What do you have to share? Share what? A hammer. Your Golden Light sect has been ransacked to the point where even your underwear is gone. The leader of the Blazing Flame sect looked disdainfully at the oblivious leader of the Golden Light sect, who was still basking in his own self-satisfaction. It was both pitiful and sad. "Wake up, stop dreaming. The operation to divide the Pure Heart sect has failed." He revealed the truth, as the Golden Light sect's situation was truly dire, even worse than any other faction. The Pure Heart sect produced a monstrous disciple with an indomitable physique, sweeping through the powerful figures of various factions. All the powerful figures who went to the Pure Heart sect were suppressed and held captive there. He continued, "Moreover, this monstrous disciple didn't stop there. He went to our respective factions' locations and carried out a counter-raid on us. This information was relayed by the elders within the sect, and many top factions had fallen victim to Li Xing's counter-raid." "What are you joking about?" The leader of the Golden Light sect scoffed, not believing a word. "Arg, damn it. My clan's treasury has been completely ransacked. I will kill that guy." Some faction leaders and clan heads roared, completely erupting with murderous intent. The messages coming through the communication artifacts were all about their treasuries being emptied. Keep acting. I'd believe you if I saw it." The leader of the Golden Light sect laughed, dismissing it all with disdain. "You're just jealous of me, trying to put on a show to see me make a fool of myself. It's hilarious. A single disciple sweeping through the powerful figures of various factions, ransacking the treasuries of each faction. It's so absurd, it's like absurd's mother opening the door for absurd. Absurd to the extreme. Were the powerful figures of each faction made of mud? Were the treasuries of each faction so easily accessible? It was too ridiculous to be true. How could he possibly believe it? Who has the mood to act for you?" The leader of the Blazing Flame sect, with red eyes, said, "All of this is true. That monstrous disciple, with just his physical strength, swept through the powerful figures of various factions. No one could withstand a single punch from him. The great arrays of each faction were like paper in front of him, broken with a single punch." After speaking, he looked pitifully at the leader of the Golden Light sect and said, "Your Golden Light sect is the worst, the most thoroughly ransacked. Not just the treasury, but anything of value that could be taken. He took it all." He continued, "And he even ransacked your elders and disciples, everything taken. No exaggeration, your Golden Light sect is now completely empty, not even a sesame-sized spirit stone left. Haha, you're indeed jealous of me, making my Golden Light sect sound so pitiful." The leader of the Golden Light sect remained calm, shaking his head slightly. "I understand, I get it. After all, such a big piece of meat like the Pure Heart sect, you didn't get a bite of it. and my golden light sect got it all. You must be feeling very uncomfortable. Pfft, you're too self-righteous. The leader of the Blazing Flame sect spat, saying, do you know why you haven't received any messages from your sect yet? The communication artifact you left in the sect was also taken. Your elder Zhao came to our Blazing Flame sect, asking our elders to help relay this message. That was how he knew the Golden Light sect was ransacked so badly. That's why his earlier look at the leader of the Golden Light sect was so strange. Impossible, you can't fool me. The leader of the Golden Light sect's expression remained unchanged, still calm and composed. Talking about a monstrous disciple, don't you find it ridiculous to even say it? Even if you said the ancestor of the Pure Heart sect was still alive, it would be more believable than this so-called monstrous disciple. He sneered repeatedly. Living in your own world. The leader of the Blazing Flame sect truly felt sorry for the leader of the Golden Light sect. He said, try contacting your sect elders, see if you can reach them. How could I not be able to contact them? I'll do it right now to show you. The leader of the Golden Light sect laughed, taking out the communication artifact for contacting the sect. Tell us about the situation in our sect. Did our elders win triumphantly and return with full loads? He sent the message with his consciousness and deliberately spoke loudly so that the other faction leaders and clan heads could hear what he said. The response came quickly. Without hesitation, he read it out, wanting to provoke the other faction leaders and clan heads, slapping their faces. Yes, victorious and fully loaded. Anything with a bit of spiritual energy, we took it all, not leaving a single thing. After reading, the leader of the Golden Light sect's smile became even brighter. Hear that, everyone? Ransacked clean. He laughed heartily, his mood extremely pleasant. The leader of the Blazing Flame sect looked at him like he was an idiot, saying, ask who it is. Not giving up, huh? Fine, let's make you give up. The leader of the Golden Light sect contacted again. Who are you? Speak loudly about your origins. He sent the message with his consciousness and spoke loudly again. All right, I am the Monkey King of Water Curtain Cave, the great sage equal to heaven, the designated envoy to obtain the Buddhist scriptures by the Buddha, the Jade Emperor, and Guanyin, who caused a great ruckus in heaven 500 years ago. The leader of the Golden Light sect read it out as it was. After reading, his expression changed. Who the hell are you? He went mad, completely enraged, and also sensed something was wrong. The Golden Light sect might really be in trouble. Otherwise, which elder of the Golden Light sect would dare to answer him like this? But the communication artifact on the other end remained silent. He soon realized. Earlier, he was so angry that he shouted directly, not using his consciousness to transmit the message, so the other end couldn't hear him. He used his consciousness to ask again. I am Li Xing, a disciple of the Pure Heart sect. He read it out, his eyes immediately going dark, his body staggering unsteadily, almost falling to the ground. A disciple of the Pure Heart sect. The leader of the Blazing Flame sect hadn't lied to him. The Pure Heart sect really had such a monstrous disciple. The communication artifact he left in the sect was in Li Xing's hands, the best proof. The Golden Light sect had truly been ransacked clean. With a poo sound, he couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His nest had been raided clean. Not even a single spirit stone left for him. At this moment, he completely went mad. The Golden Light sect's thousands of years of accumulation was gone. I will kill you. He sent the message with his consciousness, his killing intent surging like waves. Really? In 1,000 cuts. He was furious. Not killing Li Xing was unthinkable. Don't joke, you can't beat me. The communication artifact on the other end transmitted Li Xing's light-hearted voice. Then the communication ended. Hashtag chapter 34. A man can never say no. Don't worry. Stop messing around. You can't beat me. These light words nearly drove the head of the Golden Light sect to the brink of collapse. I will kill him. His eyes were bloodshot, as he had never hated anyone this much before. Li Xing had become the person he most wanted to kill. However, he was not ordinary, being the head of a sect. and he did not let his anger cloud his judgment. Don't you all want to kill him? Come with me, let's go there first and kill him. He looked at the other heads of sects and clan leaders, extending an invitation. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that if he faced Li Xing alone, he probably would not be a match for Li Xing. He knew he couldn't do what Li Xing had done. Let's go back and kill him together. He looted the treasure vaults of all the major factions. We absolutely cannot let him get away with it, or he will become even harder to deal with, and we will all live in fear of him. Some sect leaders and clan heads responded with fierce killing intent. The treasure vaults were the foundation of their power, the accumulation of their millennia-long reserves, and seeing them looted away was too much for them to bear. However, some sect leaders and clan heads hesitated and did not express their opinions. They did not want to leave the ruins of the Taoist temple, hoping to stay and obtain the opportunities and blessings of the place. After all, the other four factions would soon learn about the existence of the Taoist temple ruins. Once their powerful figures arrived, the competition would become even more intense, making it even harder for them to obtain any opportunities or blessings. Why are you hesitating, everyone? Even the most prosperous sects find it hard to gain opportunities here. Do you really think you can stay and succeed? The head of the Golden Light sect looked at those hesitating sect leaders and clan heads, saying, "Don't hesitate anymore. Let's go back together and kill that disciple first. We have to protect at least one thing, right? The opportunities and blessings here are too elusive for us. All right, let's go and kill him first and take back our wealth." These sect leaders and clan heads no longer hesitated. The head of the Golden Light sect was right. They had to protect at least one thing. The chances of obtaining the opportunities and blessings here were very low, so it was better to go back and kill Li Xing first and reclaim their wealth. That disciple, you're as good as dead. The head of the Golden Light sect said coldly, and with the other sect leaders and clan heads, they led the forces of their factions out of the ruins of the Taoist temple and headed towards the Clear Heart sect. On the other side, Li Xing and his group returned to the Clear Heart sect. When Li Xing took out one storage artifact after another, each filled to the brim, Elder Shi and the other elders were all stunned. There were too many, and they were all extremely precious treasures, not a single one ordinary. They had never seen so many precious treasures before, and they were so excited that their bodies trembled. In addition, they were also shocked by Li Xing's incredible abilities. The locations of the top-tier factions were all well-guarded fortresses, difficult to penetrate. Yet, in less than half a day, Li Xing had looted these top-tier factions, truly terrifying. They really didn't know how Li Xing did it, managing to move through these top-tier factions like a flat plane, too strong. Li Xing told these elders to take care of the items, as he had already kept a lot of good things for himself. The rest of these items were specially left for the Clear Heart sect. My sect must not be allowed to be messed with by others, Li Xing said with gleaming eyes. He expressed his intention to set up another great array within the sect to protect the Clear Heart sect, preventing others from attacking it. This was something he had long planned, and one of the important reasons for looting the treasure vaults of various factions. Setting up a great array required a large amount of precious treasures, and the one he planned to set up was an ultra-powerful array, requiring even more precious treasures. In this way, relying solely on the Clear Heart sect was not feasible, which was why he had thought of looting the treasure vaults of various factions. You also know arrays? Mu Yin widened her eyes in disbelief. Li Xing was too amazing, seemingly all-around capable, and even knowledgeable in the art of arrays. Just learned it. Li Xing smiled, as it was indeed something he had learned not long ago. There were also some array manuals in the Cultivation Hall, which he had studied at that time. Calculating the time, it had only been about a day. However, his system was quite diligent, and it would occasionally have explosive cultivation sessions, allowing him to reach a high level of proficiency in these array manuals in just a day. Then he began to act, setting up the array. The 5 elements array. You really just learned it. Mu Yin covered her mouth, amazed when she learned what array Li Xing was going to set up. This was an array manual stored in the 7th floor of the Cultivation Hall, and she had been by Li Xing's side at the time. She felt dizzy, thinking Li Xing was too much of a freak. From the time they left the cultivation hall until now, she hadn't seen Li Xing cultivate at all. Even at night, she had watched over Li Xing, who slept like a log, snoring loudly, causing her to suffer all night, and even leading to a misunderstanding with Jian in the morning. Could it be that he just looked at it once and learned it? She couldn't help but think. If that was the case, then Li Xing was too monstrous and extraordinary. The 5 elements array? Will it work? Elder Shi asked softly. He knew about the 5 elements array, which was something the previous sect leader had obtained from an ancient ruin. It was severely incomplete, with the beginning missing, making it impossible to cultivate. If it weren't for the fact that the previous sect leader thought this array manual was too valuable to discard, it wouldn't have been left in the cultivation hall and would have been disposed of long ago. Did Li Xing really learn the 5 elements array? He seriously doubted it. A man can never say no. Don't worry. Li Xing chuckled. The 5 elements array had already been automatically completed by the system, and he had cultivated it to a high level. The array he set up would definitely be several times more powerful than the sect's protective array. The key was that once the 5 elements array was set up, it would automatically harness the power of the 5 elements from the surrounding environment, operating continuously without any consumption. This was great, which was why Li Xing chose to set up the 5 elements array. After all, other arrays were not like this. When activated, they consumed a lot of energy and needed to be replenished, which was troublesome and wasteful of precious treasures. He carved the array patterns with the ease of flowing water, stunning Mu Yin and the other elders, who felt as if they were watching a master of arrays with years of experience, with not a single flaw, each pattern perfectly executed. During this process, Li Xing continuously added precious treasures to imbue the patterns with power. After some time, Li Xing successfully set up the 5 elements array. The array glowed, with the power of the 5 elements circulating, spreading out to cover the entire Clear Heart sect, showering down countless colorful light spots. Then, everything returned to calm, with the power of the 5 elements turning invisible, operating automatically to protect the entire Clear Heart sect. There really are incredible talents in this world, Elder Shi said from the bottom of his heart. To be able to cultivate such a severely incomplete 5 elements array? This truly shocked him. How fortunate our Clear Heart sect is to have accepted such a disciple, he exclaimed again, full of excitement. With a monstrous talent like Li Xing in the Clear Heart sect, there was no need to worry about the sect's future strength. He believed that one day, their Clear Heart sect would become the #1 sect in the world, looking down on countless other cultivation sects, becoming the strongest sect. And he believed that this day would not be too far away. Chapter 35. Shouldn't you be calling her aunt instead of sister? This is just the beginning. I will gradually improve the various gathering arrays within the sect to allow my fellow disciples to cultivate better and faster, Li Xing smiled. Already considering himself a part of Qingxin's sect, he would spare no effort to make Qingxin's sect stronger. People always need a foundation, and he had chosen Qingxin's sect as his. In the Hall of Cultivation, Elder Feng, gripping his broom, trembled as he muttered to himself, "Should I talk to him? Should I reveal everything?" Li Xing's astonishing talent had given him hope, and he wanted Li Xing to help him. However, he hesitated. It's not that simple. He shook his head, ultimately deciding to put the idea aside. He didn't want to harm Li Xing. What he wanted to do was too dangerous. Li Xing, though strong, was still far from being able to help him at this stage. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a large number of figures approached swiftly from the distance, carrying overwhelming killing intent, descending at the gates of Qingxin's sect. Li Xing, come out and die. The leader of Jingguang's sect, the sect master, strode forward, roaring in anger. He held a long saber, his eyes shooting cold light, making his intentions clear. All the sect masters and elders of the major powers were present, their expressions equally cold, having rushed here from the ancient ruins. Their respective sects, each with a history of thousands of years, had never encountered such a situation, where all their treasures were plundered by a single person. It was an unprecedented humiliation. Speak politely. Your people are still in my custody. Li Xing arrived at the gate, his expression calm and composed. He casually glanced at the sect master of Jian's sect and said, "If you keep shouting, I'll kill all the captives right away." Is this the infamous disciple? So young, looking no more than 20 years old. The sect masters and clan leaders of the various powers observed Li Xing with a mixture of awe and disbelief. When they were Li Xing's age, they didn't even know what they were doing, yet Li Xing was already challenging them. Wait, kill all the captives. Their expressions changed. Their people were also being held captive. I'm not afraid of you. The sect master of Jian sect didn't care about such threats. He was determined to kill Li Xing, no matter what. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he was silenced by the other sect masters and clan leaders. The sect master of Jian sect didn't care, but the other sect masters and clan leaders did. They were afraid that if they angered Li Xing, he would kill all the captives. After all, Li Xing dared to plunder their sect treasuries. Killing all the captives was something he was fully capable of doing. Calm down, calm down. There are so many lives at stake. We can't act rashly. You stop negotiating. We'll handle it. They stopped the sect master of Jian sect from speaking further. One of them stepped forward to negotiate with Li Xing. Release our people and return the treasures you plundered from our sections. Then we can discuss everything amicably. A middle-aged woman stepped out, elegant and dignified, exuding mature charm and stunning beauty. She was the leader of the Moon God Palace. If you stubbornly insist on going your own way, your end will be very tragic. She spoke again, neither humble nor arrogant, offering compromise while also threatening. All right, no problem. I'll release your people right now. Li Xing instructed Elder Shi to release the captive powerful figures from the various sects. He didn't intend to use these captives as leverage. It wasn't necessary. If he wanted to, he could eliminate all the sect masters and clan leaders in an instant. Released so easily? This was unexpectedly smooth. The sect masters and clan leaders were taken aback, not expecting this. They thought Li Xing would use the captives to negotiate with them, and they were prepared for such negotiations. However, Li Xing simply released all the captives. He's scared. How could he not be afraid? No matter how strong he is, it's limited. Can he take on all of us? Impossible. They quickly realized that Li Xing was afraid and trying to appease them. Where are my people? The sect master of Jian sect's face darkened. The captives were being released one by one, but he didn't see any of his people from Jian sect. Release your people? What are you thinking? Li Xing glanced at the sect master of Jian sect and said, I released them because the palace leader is beautiful and has a sweet voice. What do you have? A big donkey face, ugly as hell, and a voice like a horse duck. Do you really think I'd release your people? Dream on. What a ridiculous description of a big donkey face and horse duck voice. The expressions of the sect masters and clan leaders changed. The situation didn't seem to be as they had imagined. Li Xing didn't seem to be afraid. If he were really afraid, would he dare to say such things? They couldn't help but look at the leader of the Moon God Palace, wondering if Li Xing had been swayed by her beauty and agreed to release the captives. It was possible. The leader of the Moon God Palace exuded mature charm that even they found alluring. It was natural for a young man like Li Xing to be captivated by her. On the other side, the sect master of Jian sect was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation, being called a donkey face and a horse duck. His eyes were spitting fire, his killing intent surging like waves. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him now. He leaped into the air, his long saber slashing across the sky, the blade light reflecting terrifyingly. Kill him. We can't let him live. He'll be a huge threat. Some sect masters and clan leaders also moved, bursting with radiant light, advancing towards Li Xing. Li Xing was so young yet so terrifying. He posed a significant threat to them. If they couldn't kill him now, they would live under his shadow in the future. With their people released, they no longer had any reservations about their actions. Cute little brother, I quite admire and like you. Unfortunately, I can't protect you. The leader of the Moon God Palace gently shook her head, then also joined the attack. Her delicate features, well-maintained skin, and voluptuous figure, surrounded by faint moonlight, exuded a mature woman's charm that outshone all the young girls, offering a fatal attraction. To be honest, if possible, she would have liked to protect Li Xing. Unfortunately, under these circumstances, she couldn't protect him. The sect masters and clan leaders of the various powers wouldn't let Li Xing live. Shouldn't you be calling her aunt instead of sister? After all, she looks quite old. Li Xing stroked his chin and said honestly. The leader of the Moon God Palace's face turned black instantly. Kill him. She immediately summoned a long sword, her killing intent even stronger than the sect master of Jian sect, charging to the front, determined to tear Li Xing apart. Women are indeed fickle. She said she liked me earlier, and now she's swinging a sword at me. Li Xing sighed. Chapter 36. Reciprocity. It's only polite to return the favor. A single call of auntie, considering the age involved. The palace mistress of the Moon God Palace was instantly incensed, her killing intent soaring. Before the blade strike from the Golden Light sect's master could descend, she had already drawn her sword and lunged forward, delivering a preemptive strike. Li Xing stood still, not moving, not intending to join the battle. Just the right time to test the power of the Five Elements formation, he smiled. The Five Elements formation isn't just for defense, it can also be used for offense. The protective formation of the Clear Heart sect, like those of other top-tier forces, was solely defensive. He didn't like this. A formation that could both defend and attack was far superior. In the event of an enemy attack, one could directly control the Five Elements formation from within, either expelling or eliminating the threat. He took out a formation flag, gently waved it, and instantly, the invisible formation lines of the Five Elements formation materialized, flowing with five-colored light. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot out, representing the metal element of the Five Elements, colliding with the palace mistress's sword. With a bang, the sword shattered, and the golden light pierced through the palace mistress's left shoulder, spraying a trail of blood. The palace mistress swayed, her face pale, struggling to stay upright. Boom! At that moment, the Golden Light sect master's blade descended, its blade aura stretching tens of feet long, incredibly terrifying. Within the Five Elements formation, the earth element glowed, forming a wall of earth to block the strike. Then, a giant earthen hand emerged from the wall, smacking the Golden Light sect master to the ground, leaving him dazed. Other sect masters and clan leaders rushed forward, each unleashing their formidable might. They were the strongest within their respective forces, their cultivation surpassing the void-shattering realm, reaching the Tao first stage. Roar! The Five Elements formation glowed, its lines pulsating, coalescing into a massive Five Elements beast that charged forward. The beast's body was as large as a mountain, its surface flowing with five-colored light. A single swipe sent several sect masters sprawling to the ground, their bodies overwhelmed by the powerful Five Elements force. Kill! The Golden Light sect master and the palace mistress joined the fray, displaying their ultimate techniques to attack the Five Elements beast. The other sect masters and clan leaders also unleashed their full power, holding nothing back. In an instant, a cacophony of various techniques and superior artifacts erupted, creating a scene of heart-stopping intensity. Pft, pft, pft. Blood sprayed like rain. One sect master and clan leader after another fell wounded. The Five Elements beast was too ferocious, sweeping through its foes like a wolf among sheep, none able to withstand its onslaught. How can this be? The elders like Elder Shur were stunned, their hearts filled with inexplicable awe. They hadn't expected the Five Elements formation to be so powerful and terrifying. The sect masters and clan leaders, before it, were like mere children, utterly powerless. What kind of monster is this? Elder Shur looked at Li Xing, unable to help but marvel once more. In less than a day, Li Xing had completed the Five Elements formation manual and set up such a formidable formation. He was truly shocked, never having heard of such a monstrous prodigy before. Is he really just a young man? He seriously doubted it, wondering if Li Xing was some old monster reincarnated. Otherwise, how could he be so freakishly talented? Damn it, he's so handsome again. Watching Li Xing wield the formation flag and control the 5 elements formation in battle, Mu Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration. She thought he was incredibly handsome, striking a chord in her heart. So handsome, should I marry him? A voice echoed in Mu Yan's ears. Without hesitation, Mu Yan nodded, yes, yes. But she quickly realized, why did this voice sound so familiar? She turned her head to see Li Xing had somehow moved to her side. The voice belonged to Li Xing. Her face instantly flushed red, her ears burning. The scoundrel Li Xing, how improper. She grumbled in her heart, the previous admiration for Li Xing's handsomeness completely gone. At the same time, with Li Xing by Mu Yan's side and ceasing to wave the formation flag, the 5 elements beast stopped moving. If the 5 elements beast had consciousness, it would certainly have to say something. Brother, we're in the middle of a battle. Can't you focus on the fight instead of chasing girls? It's a matter of life and death, you know? Well, wrong. Not life and death. It's a matter of beast's life. Fortunately, Mu Yan noticed the situation and angrily told Li Xing, can you be serious? The 5 elements beast is almost beaten to pieces by them. Elder Shi and the other elders stood by, each pretending not to see, secretly chuckling in their hearts. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. They sighed in their hearts, watching the young couple flirt, envious of their carefree youth. In fact, they had long seen the 5 elements beast stop moving but didn't remind Li Xing. They had already realized that the sect masters and clan leaders posed no real threat, and there was no need to interrupt or remind Li Xing. No worries, Li Xing chuckled, waving the formation flag again. The 5 elements beast let out a long howl and resumed action. It was too powerful, swiftly resolving all the sect masters and clan leaders like a gust of wind sweeping through fallen leaves. How can this be? This is impossible. Where did this 5 elements formation come from? The sect masters and clan leaders lay on the ground, each heavily injured, losing their ability to fight or even flee, completely drained of strength. They couldn't believe it, never having heard of such a terrifying 5 elements formation in the Clear Heart sect. Where did it come from? And who set it up? Especially the Golden Light sect master, who was even more incredulous. They had long been in conflict with the Clear Heart sect, and he had even boasted that no one knew the Clear Heart sect better than them. Yet, the appearance of this 5 elements formation slapped him hard, as he had been completely unaware of its existence. Ladies and gentlemen, reciprocity is the essence of etiquette. It's impolite not to return the favor. At this moment, Li Xing walked out from the Clear Heart sect. He smiled amiably as he approached the sect masters and clan leaders, shouting, "Robbery! Hand over all the good stuff." The sect masters and clan leaders exchanged bewildered glances. What a ridiculous notion of reciprocity. At this moment, they couldn't be more regretful, their intestines turning green. Had they known this would happen, they would never have come. How utterly tragic they were. Not only did they fail to reclaim the treasures Li Xing had taken, but now they were facing a robbery by Li Xing. This was truly losing both the wife and the soldiers. They had essentially delivered themselves to him. Ah, they were going crazy, each having lived a long life and leading a sect, yet being robbed by a young man like Li Xing, utterly humiliating. Alas, even if they wanted to go mad, they couldn't. Each more severely injured than the last, completely incapacitated, forced to comply with Li Xing's demand and hand over all their valuables. Everyone, feel free to come again, but remember to bring more good stuff next time. Li Xing waved goodbye, smiling. Chapter 37. What? Do you like late-life romance? Who the hell would come back again? If I do come back, it will only be to take your life. The sect leaders and clan heads, their faces pale, were about to leave the place. Oh, I almost forgot regarding this matter. I hope you all can keep it confidential and not spread it around. Li Xing smiled and said, if I hear even a whisper of it outside, I won't care who leaked it. I'll hold all of you accountable. not letting a single one off. Shooting the leader first, the early bird gets the worm. It's better to stay low-key. This time, if it weren't for the crisis that the Qingxin sect faced, which couldn't be resolved, he definitely wouldn't have made a move. The world of cultivation is vast, and there are countless strong individuals. His nascent saint body is powerful, but it's far from invincible. If he doesn't stay low-key, he could easily be targeted and meet with misfortune at any moment. Is this collective punishment? The sect leaders and clan heads felt a chill in their hearts. Li Xing, though young, thought of everything thoroughly. They sighed, realizing that Li Xing, like this, was even harder to deal with. Then, they left, warning each other not to spread the matter. They were all tied to the same boat. If one leaked it, they would all die. The elders of the Golden Light sect who were detained within the sect were also released, catching up with their sect leaders and returning together. The matter concluded, but the sect leaders and clan heads on their way back were far from calm. They had joined forces, which was an incredibly strong force. Even facing a prosperous great sect, they had the qualification to negotiate. Yet, they ended up in such a miserable state, stripped clean and returning in disgrace. Let's go. Back to the ruins of the sacred site. That's our hope. We must gain something. Absolutely must. They gritted their teeth, not returning to their respective places, but heading straight back to the ruins of the sacred site. This time, they were determined. No matter what, they had to gain something from the ruins of the sacred site. Their treasury and reserves had been plundered clean, leaving them with no retreat. If they didn't gain something from the ruins of the sacred site, they might not even be able to maintain their status as a first-class force, and could fall. Qingxin sect. Li Xing, aren't you going to the ruins of that sacred site? It's a relatively well-preserved ancient sacred site, where someone found saintly medicines, saintly pills, saintly artifacts, and other extraordinary items. Elder Shi said beside Li Xing, hoping he would enter the ruins of the sacred site to compete and seize. After all, Li Xing had the strength to compete, and if he missed this opportunity, it was uncertain when such an extraordinary sight would appear again. No, I'm quite timid and afraid of death, don't want to get involved in there. Li Xing shook his head. He knew how extraordinary saintly medicines and the like were, but he also understood that good things weren't easy to obtain. He had the system, so as cultivation wasn't a problem, there was no need to take risks. Moreover, his realm had improved again, from the first level of the life wheel to the third level, advancing 2 small realms in succession. After completing the first chapter of the Supreme Clear Scripture, the speed of absorbing the essence of spiritual energy in the world had significantly increased, allowing him to advance 2 small realms in less than half a day. Following this development, his cultivation realm would certainly rise rapidly. There was really no need for him to get involved in the ruins of the sacred site. It was better for him to quietly lie low within the sect. Time flew by, several days had passed. The entire northern region had become lively, the news of the ruins of the sacred site had indeed spread, and the strong from the other 4 regions had come to the north. The 5 regions of Yinzhou, east, south, west, north, and central, with the central region being the strongest. The central region occupied the core area, where the spiritual energy was abundant, and extraordinary talents emerged. It could be said that it was a land of outstanding people and spiritual energy, with the other 4 regions combined not necessarily being able to match it. The other 4 regions were about the same in strength, with no significant difference. After arriving in the north, they immediately flooded into the ruins of the sacred site. The creatures from the central region were indeed formidable. Having just entered, they had already reached the depths. The prosperous great sects from the north that had entered earlier were left behind. They were very unwilling, but they had no choice. They simply couldn't compare with the strong from the central region. The gap was too great. Within the Qingxin sect, Li Xing hadn't been idle these past few days. With the sect leader and a large number of elders in trouble, only a few elders like Elder Shi remained. This was not good for a cultivation sect. The high-level combat power was too scarce. At the same time, the disciples also didn't receive corresponding guidance and teaching, which was also detrimental to the development of the disciples. He had to take on this responsibility. There was no way, who made him so versatile, with various Dao and methods reaching a very high level, even surpassing Elder Shi and the other elders. He was teaching and imparting the Dao every day. All the disciples were listening to his teaching, and even Elder Shi and the other elders had joined in. I'm a disciple. How did I end up like a founding ancestor? Li Xing was both amused and helpless. He was originally just an outer sect disciple, yet now the elders were listening to his teaching. Too impressive. On the other side, Elder Shi and the other elders were constantly amazed at how extraordinary Li Xing was. Every time they listened to Li Xing's teaching, they benefited greatly, as if they had been enlightened, greatly aiding their cultivation. Was he really not a reincarnation of an old monster? They had this feeling more and more strongly, thinking that Li Xing was a reincarnation of such an old monster. Otherwise, how could his Dao realm be so high? Even the sect leader couldn't compare with Li Xing. The gap was immeasurable. These days, Li Xing's cultivation realm had soared rapidly. The supreme clear scripture was indeed extraordinary, its grade suspected to be supreme. Li Xing's improvement was too fast, from the original 3rd level of the life wheel to the 6th level of the void, almost advancing one small realm a day. Tell me, why have you been avoiding me lately? In the back mountain, Li Xing found Mu Yin. Mu Yin ran away whenever she saw him, so he quickly stopped her. These days, Mu Yin seemed to be avoiding him, very afraid to see him, making him feel very confused, wondering what he had done to Mu Yin. He couldn't stand it. So this time he specially found Mu Yin to uncover the truth. No, it's just that. Mu Yin stammered, hesitating and unable to say what she meant. What exactly is it? Li Xing asked. Mu Yin's behavior was too strange. Could it be that a few nights ago, when Mu Yin was guarding him in his room, he sleepwalked and did something improper to her? Under his questioning, Mu Yin finally revealed the truth. His face was filled with a strange expression. Mu Yin actually thought he was the reincarnation of a mighty being who had lived for endless ages. That's why she had been avoiding him, not knowing how to face him. What are you thinking? I'm not the reincarnation of any old monster. I'm just me, a young and handsome me, in the prime of my life, only 20 years old. Li Xing said. 20 years old, this was his real age. His physical body had crossed over to this cultivation world, and he was only in his teens before the crossover. I thought so. How could you be such an old senior? If you really were, you'd be too that. Mu Yin breathed a sigh of relief, completely relieved. When she saw how powerful Li Xing was, she also thought he might be the reincarnation of some old senior. These days, she had been struggling with this issue. An old senior, being so intimate with her every day, even though the body was young, she still felt awkward and couldn't accept it. Now it was fine. She got a definite answer, no longer struggling. Thinking about it, where would there be such an unserious old senior? Dong. Li Xing raised his hand and knocked on Mu Yan's head. Little head, what are you thinking about all day? If I were an old senior, wouldn't we be in a late-life romance? He chuckled and said, So, do you like late-life romance? Get lost. Who's in a romance with you? Mu Yin shouted angrily at Li Xing. Also, stop knocking on my head. It'll get knocked stupid, okay? You were already stupid, okay? How much stupider can you get? Otherwise, how could you imagine me as an old senior? You're the stupid one. Mu Yin puffed up with anger and swung her fist towards Li Xing, but Li Xing dodged with a flash. She chased after him, and the two of them started chasing and playing around like that. It looked particularly like playful banter between young lovers. Chapter 38. The Face-Distorting Fist, the Beauty-Restoring Fist. Under Li Xing's guidance, and with the aid of numerous heavenly treasures, the cultivation levels of Elder Shi and the other elders, as well as the disciples, were rapidly rising. The Xianxia sect was heading towards a bright future. One day, someone came to the Xianxia sect, and Elder Shi personally received this visitor. His expression grew serious as he found Li Xing. The sect leader is alive. Someone has seen him. He revealed this piece of news. The visitor was a powerful figure from a second-rate faction who had once been indebted to the Xianxia sect. He had seen the sect leader's figure in the ruins of an ancient site and had come to inform them. Truly? Li Xing's eyes lit up. Was this an opportunity for him to relinquish his burden and no longer have to endure the hardships of teaching and preaching? Truly. Elder Shi nodded. I thought the sect leader and the elders were captured by beasts in the ruins, and I assumed the worst. But it seems they are alive. He relayed everything the visitor had told him to Li Xing. The visitor had been in the ruins for some time, and had also seen the sect leader and the elders being captured by beasts, believing they wouldn't survive. But today, he had caught a glimpse of the sect leader. The visitor saw the sect leader's figure, but the situation doesn't look good, Elder Shi said gravely. The sect leader is trapped in a perilous area, covered in wounds, and his condition seems dire. The visitor had only seen the sect leader from a distance and hadn't seen the other elders. He had wanted to rescue the sect leader, but had nearly met with disaster when he approached the perilous area, scaring him away. He had then quickly left the ruins to deliver this news to them. As long as he's alive, Li Xing nodded. I'll go in and bring him out. Elder Shi felt a warmth in his heart. How fortunate was the Qingxin sect to have a disciple like Li Xing. Initially, Li Xing had no intention of entering the ruins, fearing danger, but upon hearing the sect leader was still alive, he immediately volunteered to go. It truly moved Elder Shi. It's a shame we elders are so useless, unable to do anything and forcing you to run around. He sighed heavily, feeling ashamed that everything relied on Li Xing. It's all right, things will get better, Li Xing said. I'll pack up and prepare to leave. Be careful. Your safety is paramount. If it becomes too dangerous, retreat immediately and don't risk your life. Elder Shi earnestly advised. I'll be fine, Li Xing said, handing over the flags controlling the 5 elements array to Elder Shi and explaining their use. You all need to be careful too. Try to stay in as much as possible. His minor saint physique had recently been enhanced, and even if he encountered danger, he could protect himself. Moreover, he had plundered many treasures from the leaders of major factions. These treasures, diligently cultivated and improved by him, had greatly increased in power, making him even more secure. Li Xing found Mu Yin and entrusted the white fox to her. Take care of it for a few days, he said, not planning to bring the fox with him. The ruins were too perilous, and he feared for the fox's safety. As for Mu Yin, he couldn't take her either. This wasn't a sightseeing trip, and the ruins were no safe haven. It was best for him to go alone. Unexpectedly, the white fox swiftly jumped back onto him, clinging tightly to his clothes. I want to go. If you don't take me, I'll die right here, the fox declared, determined to follow Li Xing. Her father was likely in the ruins too, and she wanted to find him. However, her intentions had changed. Previously, she had wanted Li Xing to go to the ruins to escape and return to her father. Now, she felt Li Xing was extraordinary and wanted to stay by his side. Finding her father was more about letting him know she was safe and easing his worries. All right, I'll take you, Li Xing relented, seeing the fox's insistence. But you can't go like this, he said. You're too beautiful and cute. I'm afraid it might attract unwanted attention and cause trouble. He continued, also, I don't plan to reveal my identity and will disguise myself. Staying in this form might expose my identity. Discretion was the better part of valor, especially since he had heard from Elder Shi that many powerful figures from other factions had entered the ruins, making the situation even more chaotic. He wasn't afraid of anything himself, but he worried about bringing trouble to the Qingxin sect. So, it was better to change his identity. With a new identity, he wouldn't have to hold back and could act without fear. Okay, no problem, the white fox agreed. Changing her appearance didn't matter to her. But, I don't know how, she admitted. She hadn't learned any transformation techniques, only able to turn into a human form. Don't worry, I'll help you. I know how, Li Xing smiled. This was where his comprehensive training paid off. The Donghua Hall had a technique for altering one's appearance, which he had also learned and diligently practiced with the system, achieving a high level of proficiency. It might be a bit painful, so bear with it, he told the white fox. How painful can it be? Go ahead, the white fox confidently replied. Then, she regretted it. This technique for altering appearance is called the face-distorting fist, Li Xing said, holding the white fox with one hand and punching her with the other. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts! The white fox cried, feeling like her entire body was being torn apart, her bones nearly dislocating. Finally, Li Xing stopped and successfully changed the white fox's appearance. Mu Yan, who was watching, struggled to suppress her laughter, finding it both amusing and painful to watch. The white fox, seeing Mu Yan's reaction, feared something was wrong. She quickly formed a mirror with her paw and looked at her reflection. Then, she fell silent. In the mirror, she had turned into a black mutt, looking incredibly ugly. Worse, she was incomplete, having only one ear. She had become a one-eared black mutt. Li Xing, I'll kill you. Give me back my beautiful appearance. I was such a cute white fox, and you turned me into this. She erupted in silence, lunging at Li Xing with a bite. The treacherous Li Xing was too much. Changing her appearance didn't need to be this drastic. However, she was quickly subdued by Li Xing. Don't get mad. The uglier you are, the less likely anyone will bother you, and you'll be safer, Li Xing explained. Don't worry, you won't stay like this for long. Once we rescue the sect leader and return, I'll use the beauty-restoring fist to restore your original appearance. The face-distorting fist. The beauty-restoring fist. It was a complete technique for altering one's appearance. Chapter 39. Who said there are only women who bring disaster, not men? The white fox bared its teeth, but was helpless. It's okay. It's just for a short time, and I'll still be stunningly beautiful when I return. She consoled herself in her heart. It was just a temporary ugliness, nothing serious. However, as soon as she finished consoling herself, she couldn't remain calm. What's your situation? Why didn't you use that face-shattering fist on yourself? The white fox's eyes were unfriendly, and she was quite angry. Li Xing had also changed his appearance, but he didn't use the face-shattering fist. He just swayed his body and changed his appearance. I don't need to pretend to be ugly, and besides, could you really bring yourself to hit so hard? Li Xing gave the white fox a sidelong glance. He didn't just have one technique for changing his appearance. He also had another, called the change of spirit technique. The change of spirit technique was gentle, unlike the face-shattering fist, which required getting punched. It was impossible to hit oneself so hard. But was it okay to hit her so hard? The white fox almost cried. Li Xing's heart was truly black, too treacherous. All right, even if you can't hit yourself that hard, why didn't you pretend to be ugly? The white fox said angrily. Li Xing was much better off than her. His new appearance, though not as good as his original one, was still handsome and ethereal. Who would take a man's looks seriously? We all know about the beauty that brings disaster. But when have you ever heard about a man bringing disaster? Li Xing looked at the white fox as if she were a fool. Thinking about it, it was true. The white fox could only silently endure all this. He, how could you even think of reasoning with him? Is he the kind of person who would reason? Mu Yan laughed non-stop. The white fox was so cute, and she wasn't just following Li Xing now. When had Li Xing ever reasoned with anyone? Don't say that about me. I've always been one to persuade with reason. Li Xing glared at Mu Yan and then said, My name is Li Jiodao, a lone cultivator, with no sect or faction. This was the name he had given himself. 9 was the ultimate number, and taking the name Jiodao meant invincible, unstoppable. What about me? The white fox asked. However, she immediately regretted it. Li Xing was so devious, how could he give her a good name? You'll be called One Ear. It's fitting and vivid. What a ridiculous name. It was indeed very ugly. The white fox resolutely refused, saying, I'll choose my own name. If you don't agree, I'll kill myself. Why always talk about suicide? Li Xing was speechless. The white fox gnashed her teeth and said, It's all because of you, you freak. I have nothing to threaten you with. If I could beat you, why would I threaten you with death? Then, she seriously pondered over a name. Call me Black Phoenix. No way, you're just a mutt. What's with the phoenix name? It doesn't suit you at all. Call me Black Emperor. You dare to call yourself an emperor? That's too arrogant. I'm afraid you'll get beaten up. Then what should I be called? The white fox was getting anxious. All right, compromise. I won't call you One Ear anymore. Let's call you Little Black. It's low-key, luxurious, and meaningful. Li Xing said. What a ridiculous claim of low-key, luxurious, and meaningful. Li Xing sure had the nerve to say that. The white fox looked disdainful. However, she couldn't think of a better name for the moment, so she compromised. Fine, Little Black it is, but definitely not One Ear. With everything prepared, Li Xing was ready to set off with the white fox. Be careful, be very careful, and always be careful, Mu Yin repeatedly urged, emphasizing the word careful several times. Don't worry, I haven't married you yet, so I definitely won't die, Li Xing said playfully. Get lost. Mu Yin glared at Li Xing. He really had no sense of propriety. Li Xing left the Qingxin sect with the white fox. He flew on his sword, swiftly passing through the clouds. Now, at the 6th level of the Void Realm, his speed of flying on the sword was not slow. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the site of the ancient dojo ruins, the Qianlin Mountain Range. The Qianlin Mountain Range was vast and undulating, with ancient trees forming dense forests, exuding a strong primitive atmosphere. The dojo ruins were located deep within the Qianlin Mountain Range. He entered the mountain range with the white fox, retracting his sword. It had to be said that this dojo ruin was too attractive. There were cultivators coming and going everywhere in the mountain range. Adhering to the principle of being low-key, Li Xing followed the crowd and headed deeper into the mountains. What a handsome little brother. A young girl approached Li Xing, her figure extremely beautiful, her skin snow-white, her features delicate, giving off an air of fragility. Hello, little brother. My name is Chu Yin. Can we travel together? She was very bold, directly extending an invitation to Li Xing. Her eyes filled with ripples, as if she had taken a liking to Li Xing. The white fox almost burst out laughing inside. She glanced at Li Xing, her eyes full of mockery. Look, he's been slapped in the face. He said that only beautiful women bring disaster, not men, and that a handsome man wouldn't be a problem. So what is this now? Not even inside the dojo ruins yet, and he's already being targeted. Li Xing noticed the white fox's mocking gaze and knew what she was thinking. He was furious and wanted to pick up the white fox and give her a good beating for mocking him. However, he had to admit, he was indeed a bit unlucky. Why did he encounter a fangirl and get targeted so quickly? He sighed inwardly. To some extent, could this be considered an inauspicious start? The white fox was laughing heartily inside when Chu Yan's next words made her stop and almost jump with rage. Little brother, you are truly handsome and kind-hearted. This ugly mutt, so ugly and so crippled, with only one ear left, yet you haven't abandoned it. It's truly touching. After saying these words, Chu Yan broke the white fox's heart. Ignorant, only seeing the outer beauty, not seeing the inner beauty, such a vulgar woman. The white fox cursed inwardly, furious. May I know the name of such a handsome little brother? It must be very nice. Can you tell me your name? Chu Yan's eyes were captivating, and she looked very endearing. Sorry, I don't like to reveal my name to strangers. Li Xing's expression was cold. I'm used to traveling alone and have never liked traveling with others. Sorry, miss. After saying that, he carried the white fox and left, leaving a big bag for Chu Yan. Chu Yan was stunned, and it took her a long time to react, furious and stomping her feet. She never expected to be so cruelly rejected. Do you really think I fancy you? How big is your face? She said angrily. She didn't really fancy Li Xing at all. What fangirl? She wasn't. She approached Li Xing just to make him work for her. The dojo ruins were dangerous, and she needed someone to clear the way for her so she could stay safe. Li Xing was the one she found to clear the way. Li Xing, carrying a ugly and crippled mutt, didn't seem strong, and looked easy to deal with. She was quite confident, believing she could easily control Li Xing and make him work for her. Who knew? Li Xing rejected her. You're such a fool. She snorted coldly, quite furious. If she got the chance inside the dojo ruins, she wouldn't mind stabbing Li Xing. Then, she searched the crowd again, looking for someone who could work for her. She didn't want to find someone strong, just someone who looked average. The stronger the person, the harder it was to control. Found one. Her face lit up with a brilliant smile as she found another target. It was a seemingly honest young man, whose aura didn't seem very strong. It's you. She smiled with a hint of a curve, and with her round legs, she walked towards the honest young man. Chapter 40. A single sword frosts the 19 states. Even the heavenly gates must open. Hello. The honest and simple young man, seeing the exceptionally beautiful and elegant Jian approach him with such enthusiasm, immediately became shy and flustered. Jian, seeing this, secretly laughed. This time, the young man wouldn't escape. He would serve her, venturing ahead to explore for her. Deep within the mountains, more spiritual beings roamed, all formidable, exuding sharp auras. Li Xing held the white fox, once again suppressing his aura, not wanting to draw attention. His purpose this time was merely to rescue the sect leader. The white fox looked around, hoping to see familiar faces, but to her disappointment, she saw none. In fact, she barely saw any other beings from the Yaoguai, demon, clans. Did father and the others not come? She muttered to herself. The Qianlin Mountains were also part of human territory, and this ancient site was the Dao field of a certain human great master. The relationship between the Yaoju and humans had always been strained, marked by frequent conflicts. It was highly likely that her father and other Yaoju members had indeed not ventured here. Soon, she realized her mistake. She overheard discussions among the nearby cultivators, learning that the Yaoju had not given up on this place, and that many Yaoju had already entered the Dao field ruins. The powerful Yaoju forces have all arrived, unstoppable. We can only allow them to enter. It's normal. After all, the opportunity for cultivation is paramount. The Yaoju here are not weak, very strong. No major sect wants to engage in conflict prematurely, weakening their own strength. It's normal. After all, the opportunity for cultivation is paramount. The Yaoju here are not weak, very strong. No major sect wants to engage in conflict prematurely, weakening their own strength. Some cultivators exchanged thoughts. Indeed, a formidable demonic powerhouse appeared, exuding overwhelming demonic energy, and entered the Dao field ruins without any obstruction. That's a peerless demon from the central region, the Great Rock King. He's untouchable. If you encounter him in the Dao field ruins, leave immediately and do not approach. Someone whispered, recognizing the identity of the powerful demonic cultivator. He hailed from the central region, where he was notorious, with few daring to provoke him lightly. Subsequently, several more formidable Yaoju powerhouses emerged, each exuding an awe-inspiring presence that struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld them. It's too difficult. Almost all the famous Yaoju from the central region are here. This time, we're probably just spectators. To gain anything in the Dao field ruins is as unrealistic as a dream. Many sighed, aware of their limitations, knowing they would likely return empty-handed. Rumble. A war chariot flew in from the sky, stirring up massive disturbances. Inside sat a girl, as beautiful as a celestial, with a cold and aloof demeanor, like an icy mountain, making one fearful to approach. Then, the chariot entered the Dao field ruins. Xuanhuan Liyue, the senior disciple of Tianyin sect, one of the strongest young talents in the central region. It's rumored she's even stronger than some veteran powerhouses. Someone spoke enviously. The gap between humans was vast. Xuanhuan Liyue was so dazzling, while he was nothing, merely existing to fill the numbers. Roar. A lion's roar echoed, shaking the forest, terrifyingly powerful, causing weaker cultivators to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A majestic 9-headed lion appeared, its body flowing with brilliant light, exuding overwhelming ferocity. That's a 9-headed lion. It's said that this lineage has a terrifying ancestor, a great menace whose reputation echoes through the ages, very fearsome. I wonder if this 9-headed lion has pure blood. Someone remarked, if it's pure-blooded, that's terrifying. It could become a legendary beast in the future. Even if it's only partially pure, possessing some of that bloodline, it's still formidable, capable of dominating its peers. What? There's someone on its back? A cultivator was shocked to the core, staggering, unable to believe what he saw. A 9-headed lion that could dominate its peers was merely a mount? Heavens, who could be riding the 9-headed lion? There really is someone. So young. Looks like he's only around 20. More cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. Could someone so young really subdue a 9-headed lion? Too impressive. On the 9-headed lion, a young man sat casually, his demeanor ethereal, like a banished immortal, with a sword hanging at his waist. Among the 3,000 sword sects of the world, I am invincible. A single sword frosts the 19 states, even the heavenly gates must open. He murmured softly, full of confidence. What a narcissist! The white fox pouted, having heard the young man's poem. Swish! The 9-headed lion turned its gaze towards the white fox, its 9 heads, 18 eyes, staring intensely. Good lion. The young man smiled, patting the middle head of the 9-headed lion, calming it down. A lowly mutt, missing an ear. What's there to be jal about? It's beneath your dignity. The young man said indifferently, casually glancing at Li Xing before riding the 9-headed lion into the Daofield ruins. So? Arrogant. Li Xing gritted his teeth, really wanting to pull the young man down and give him a beating. Alas, the young man had already entered the Daofield ruins. I hope not to meet you again. If I do, I'll definitely teach you why the world's flowers are so red. He thought to himself. Brother, you're lucky. Do you know who that is? Li Xing, the king of talents in the central region. Someone next to Li Xing said, recognizing the young man's identity. He was from the central region and knew Li Xing's status. Like xuanhuan Li Yue, he's one of the brightest stars in the central region. Even some veteran powerhouses are wary of him, not daring to provoke him easily. He continued. Oh. Li Xing replied indifferently, holding the white fox and leaving the area. Is he scared silly? Seeing Li Xing so calm, the person thought he was terrified. It's understandable. It's like walking through the gates of hell. He chuckled, shaking his head. This was only because Li Xing didn't take offense. If he had, Li Xing would surely be doomed. As for the little mongrel in Li Xing's arms, it would die even worse. On the other side, Li Xing admonished the white fox, saying, be cautious and prudent. Don't speak carelessly. I don't want to cause trouble. This time, the main goal is to rescue the sect leader. I didn't mean to, just thought he was too narcissistic and couldn't help but say it out loud. The white fox stuck out its tongue, apologizing repeatedly, thinking it was just a silent complaint, but accidentally spoke out loud. It's a small matter, not a big deal. That person is indeed unlikable. But, don't do it again. Li Xing also had a bad impression of Li Xing, wanting to beat him up just now. He entered the Daofield ruins with the white fox. The ordinary-looking Daofield, once inside, transformed entirely. It was a self-contained space, vast and filled with pure, abundant spiritual energy, akin to a sacred land for cultivation. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching automatically activated, drawing in streams of spiritual essence into Li Xing's body, rapidly enhancing his cultivation level. I've broken through. Li Xing smiled, realizing this place was extraordinary. Just entering, he had benefited, his realm rising from the 6th layer of void abyss to the 7th. Compared to the outside, the spiritual essence here was richer and purer. Of course, this was also due to the supreme chapter of Tai Ching, whose grade was too high, absorbing spiritual essence too quickly. With other methods, Li Xing wouldn't have advanced so swiftly. Chapter 41. Hearing voices, but not seeing people. After rescuing the sect leader, I can stay here for a while? Li Xing had the idea of staying here longer. After all, his cultivation could advance rapidly here. As for the sacred medicines and artifacts, he didn't have any immediate thoughts about them. These things were too extraordinary and not easily obtainable. He didn't want to risk his life. Life is the most important. He cherished his life the most. Nothing could compare to it. With that, he quickly set off with the white fox, heading towards the perilous area where the sect leader had once appeared. The person who went to report to Xianxia's sect had detailed everything clearly, so Li Xing knew exactly where that perilous area was. Indeed, the journey was fraught with danger. En route, he encountered an ambush. It was a large tree on the side of the road, seemingly ordinary, but it possessed terrifying power. Li Xing hadn't noticed it at first, thinking it was just an ordinary tree, but as he passed by, the tree attacked him. The tree shook, shedding a large number of leaves, which seemed to fall naturally like they were blown by the wind. In reality, these leaves were extremely dangerous, each one as sharp as a blade, capable of easily taking a life. A demonic tree? Li Xing chuckled, initially unaware, but he sensed something when the leaves fell. He opened his mouth and spat out a small flame, which instantly grew into a sea of fire, engulfing and burning all the leaves to ashes. Sorry to disturb you. The demonic tree was frightened, pulling its roots out of the ground with a thud, and then it ran away. Everything happened too quickly, in the blink of an eye. The white fox only reacted after it was all over. She was astonished. Luckily, Li Xing was there. If it were just her, she wouldn't even know how she died. The relic of the Taoist temple was indeed filled with dangers. Nothing could be underestimated, not even the weeds by the roadside, which could be fatal. However, these dangers were nothing to Li Xing. He easily dealt with them and arrived at the entrance of the perilous area. Fortune favors the bold, and even in the most perilous places, there may be opportunities. Many creatures had their eyes set on this perilous area, wanting to explore it. This was a valley, and at the valley entrance, a terrifying force was pulsating, almost visible to the naked eye. Clearly, entering wouldn't be easy. Because of this, many creatures had gathered at the valley entrance, none daring to make a move, filled with apprehension. Wanting to gain fortune but lacking the courage to venture in? You might as well go home and sleep. In dreams, everything is there, and it's safe. Nothing will happen. Someone sneered, arriving from another direction, disdainful of the creatures gathered at the valley entrance. He was a bald young man, his body robust, muscles bulging, exuding a formidable aura. It's Sun Tai, one of the top talents from the western region. A murmur came from the crowd, someone from the west recognizing the bald youth's identity. Sun Tai moved, confident in himself, unafraid, striding towards the valley entrance. As he walked, his body glowed with dazzling flames, like he was on fire, his aura even more intimidating. Dao 1 level aura. Is this the strength of the top talents from the West? Truly terrifying. Those sect leaders from major powers, their cultivation levels are no more than this. No wonder he's so confident. Someone exclaimed, taking a deep breath. Those sect leaders from major powers had cultivated for over 100 years to reach the Dao 1 level. Sun Tai, so young, had already reached this level. Truly terrifying, worthy of being called a top talent. The East, South, West, and North regions are more or less equal, while the Central region is far superior, surpassing the other four. How strong must the top talents from the Central region be? Someone couldn't help but say, unable to imagine. The top talents from the Central region were bound to be even stronger, possibly already at the Dao 5 level. Dao 5 level. If that were true, it would be truly frightening. After all, the strongest combatants in the four regions were around the Dao 5 level. Were the top talents from the Central region already comparable to the strongest combatants in the four regions? Puff. At that moment, Sun Tai was struck hard, unable to enter, spitting out blood and retreating. Half his body was cracked, blood flowing, his face pale. If he hadn't retreated immediately, he would have been completely killed. So terrifying? Too scary. How can anyone enter? Everyone was terrified, filled with fear. Even someone as strong as Sun Tai had suffered so badly. Luckily, they hadn't ventured in, or they would have surely died. Oh, so that's all you've got? Thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a pretty face with no substance. You'd better hurry home and dream. That's safer, and you can have anything you want there. Sarcastic voices rose from the crowd, as if many held a grudge against Sun Tai for what he had said earlier, mocking him. Who was so bold? Although Sun Tai had been severely injured, he was still a Dao 1 level combatant. Wasn't it dangerous to mock him now? The crowd hurriedly searched through the crowd, wanting to see who it was. Looking to die? Sun Tai's gaze was cold, sweeping through the crowd, his killing intent surging. He had been so arrogant earlier, berating everyone for lacking courage, suggesting they go home and sleep. Yet, he had failed miserably, almost losing his life. His mood was terrible. Now, so many were mocking him. His anger flared, and he wanted to kill everyone who mocked him. However, there were too many people, and he was badly injured, unable to identify the mockers. Who's looking to die? You? You're in no condition to kill anyone. Better find a place to heal. Laughable in your state. Who could you kill? Thought everyone was scared of you. Pretty face with no substance. Sarcastic voices rose again in the crowd. Everyone was shocked. Who were these people? So bold. Still mocking despite the danger. They didn't see who it was. Interesting, hearing voices but not seeing people. Li Xing didn't know who it was either. Both times, he only heard voices, not seeing anyone. You're all dead. Sun Tai said coldly, his killing intent even stronger. Thinking I'm injured and can be mocked? You're truly ignorant and naive. He took out a round medicinal pill, swallowed it, and instantly, his aura surged, his body glowing with auspicious light, his wounds healing at a visible speed. In no time, almost the next moment, his injuries were fully healed, his condition restored to peak. This time, coming to the Taoist temple relic, he had prepared thoroughly. The pill he took was by Chao Dan, a precious healing medicine, invaluable. You think I can't find you? Indeed, you're well hidden. I didn't notice who you are. But don't think you can escape? Sun Tai sneered. Can't find you? No problem. I'll just kill everyone here. You must be among them. He was ruthless, cold-blooded, and cruel, intending to kill everyone here, not sparing a single one. Chapter 42. No need for the next life. This life will do. Boom. Sun Tai moved, truly enraged, and a terrifying force swept over everyone, intending to unleash a massacre and kill everyone. Do you have any humanity left? You actually want to kill everyone. You are a cold-blooded beast. What are we still hesitating for? Let's fight him. It's either him or us who dies this time. The voices mocking Sun Tai continued, and everyone looked at each other, wondering who it was. They still hadn't figured it out. Die. Sun Tai's gaze grew even colder. At this point, those people were still insulting him. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Swish. He summoned a green sword and unleashed a sword technique, countless sword beams illuminating the sky, condensing into dozens of long swords that slashed forward. Everyone was shocked. Sun Tai was serious, truly intending to take their lives. They felt unwilling, really not wanting to confront such a genius as Sun Tai, but they had no choice. They had to fight him, or they would all be killed by Sun Tai. Boom, boom, boom. Various explosions sounded as everyone fought desperately with Sun Tai. Are we being used as pawns? Li Xing's eyes flickered with a strange light. So many people were mocking Sun Tai, but why hadn't anyone noticed who it was? He felt that things were not simple. Perhaps someone was intentionally provoking Sun Tai, using them as pawns. He didn't want to be used as a pawn. He blended into the crowd and launched attacks, pretending to kill Sun Tai, while secretly observing to see who was using them as pawns. Sun Tai was indeed powerful, his sword technique unstoppable, and in no time, many were injured, blood flowing everywhere. Pooh! At that moment, Sun Tai suddenly staggered, a long spear piercing his back, drawing out a large amount of blood. Immediately after, the spear disappeared as if it had never existed. Who? Sun Tai roared, his eyes bloodshot, never expecting to be injured. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd didn't think much of it, assuming that with so many people, Sun Tai couldn't cover all angles, allowing someone to succeed and stab him in the back. However, the spear's appearance was too sudden, and the battle was chaotic, so they didn't see who had struck. Their eyes lit up, and they quickly intensified their attacks. This was a golden opportunity. Die! Sun Tai went berserk, truly terrifying, and even with a spear in his back, he was still fierce, knocking more people away, blood spilling from their mouths. Pooh! At that moment, the spear appeared again, swift as lightning, hidden among the crowd's attacks, directly piercing through Sun Tai's left shoulder, making him stagger and almost fall. Sun Tai was afraid, realizing something was wrong, that there was an enemy on par with him, hidden among the crowd. He dared not continue, wanting to retreat, but the person clearly didn't want to let him go, the spear repeatedly striking, each strike terrifying, piercing his body, creating one bloody hole after another, his breath rapidly weakening, suffering a heavy blow. Having a brain is a good thing. Unfortunately, you don't have one. An figure appeared beside Sun Tai in an instant, letting out a cold laugh, then kicked Sun Tai in the chest, sending him flying towards the valley entrance. Boom! The valley entrance surged with power, immediately striking Sun Tai, shattering half of his body. Swish! A pure, agile figure took advantage of the valley entrance's attack on Sun Tai, rushing into the valley. The valley entrance also attacked her, but not with much strength, clearly having been dispersed. In the end, she succeeded, withstood the valley entrance's attack, and stood within the valley, a beautiful girl with a voluptuous figure. Thank you, Tianming Ge. She sweetly smiled, addressing a figure outside the valley. That figure was a young man with silver hair, holding a long spear, the one who had repeatedly injured Sun Tai and kicked him into the valley entrance. It's nothing, wait for me inside. I'm coming too. He smiled, a brilliant smile, completely unrecognizable as the ruthless person who used Sun Tai to disperse the valley entrance's power, helping the girl into the valley. At this moment, Sun Tai was completely dead, his entire body shattered, a miserable sight. Everyone was shocked and quickly realized they had been used as pawns by the silver-haired youth, Tianming. At the same time, they became afraid, for Tianming's gaze fell upon them. What was he going to do? Use them to disperse the valley entrance's power? Indeed, that was Tianming's intention. Survival of the fittest, as it has always been. Everyone, help me. Let me into the valley. He walked forward, his presence overwhelming. Everyone's realms were not high, only around the void realm, and they were already heavily injured from the previous fight with Sun Tai. Facing Tianming now, they had no ability to resist, none at all. How treacherous! Little White Fox bared its teeth, bitterly thinking in its heart. Tianming was ruthless and treacherous, deliberately blending into the crowd, mocking and humiliating Sun Tai, provoking a fight between Sun Tai and the crowd, then reaping the benefits, not only dealing with Sun Tai but also leaving the crowd injured and unable to fight. Is this a double win? People in the cultivation world are indeed one more ruthless than the next. Li Xing thought coldly in his heart. This incident had also served as a wake-up call for him. The cultivation world was full of deceit and treachery. In the future, he must be extremely cautious, not to be careless, or he would surely suffer a big loss. Tianming walked step by step, the crowd frightened, retreating continuously, their faces pale. If chosen and thrown into the valley entrance, they would have no chance of survival. They would surely be killed by the valley entrance's power. Don't any of you have a bit of a spirit of sacrifice? Tianming chuckled, saying, I like people who are willing to sacrifice. Come on, step forward and help me into the valley. Spirit of sacrifice? Who would sacrifice themselves for such a thing? This was certain death. The crowd retreated again and again. Since that's the case, then I'll choose myself. Tianming's gaze fell on some people, directly attacking, his powerful force enveloping them, throwing them into the valley entrance. No, I don't want to die. These people cried out, but they could do nothing. Unable to break free from Tianming's force, they could only be thrown into the valley entrance. Li Xing remained silent, also among these people. He had quietly moved to the front earlier, wanting Tianming to choose him. Boom. As soon as they were thrown into the valley entrance, the valley entrance's power erupted, attacking them. Tianming's eyes lit up, waiting for this moment. He made no hesitation, bursting from his original spot, quickly flying into the valley entrance. The power was dispersed. This was the best time to enter. Thank you for your help. I, Tianming, will remember your kindness. If there's a next life, I'll repay you in the next life. Tianming, with a brilliant smile, was about to enter the valley. The valley entrance's power was dispersed, and he felt no pressure. No need for the next life. This life will do. At that moment, Li Xing grinned at Tianming. Tianming's heart suddenly thumped in alarm. Chapter 43. This move is called trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. What the hell? Li Xing's words and his grinning smile made Tianming feel an ominous premonition. However, he ignored Li Xing, as the most important thing now was to enter the valley. He glowed all over, withstood the forceful impact at the valley entrance, and the dispersed forces posed no threat or pressure to him. He accelerated his charge, ready to enter the valley in the next instant. But then, an unexpected incident occurred. He came to a sudden halt. Someone had grabbed his foot. Get lost. He turned around to see, his eyes cold and piercing. Li Xing had actually grabbed his leg. With a loud bang, he channeled his strength into his leg, trying to shake Li Xing off. But to his surprise, he failed. The explosive force did not manage to shake Li Xing off. Get down here. With a forceful pull, Li Xing, holding Tianming's leg, dragged him to the ground, causing Tianming to wince in pain. Then, Li Xing quickly sent the others out. He took on a significant portion of the valley entrance's force, so these people did not suffer any harm. Tianming was furious, wanting to tear Li Xing into pieces, but he knew very well that this was not the time to do so. The collision with Li Xing earlier made him realize that Li Xing was not easy to deal with. If he got entangled with Li Xing at the valley entrance, he might lose the chance to enter the valley. Without hesitation, he quickly jumped up from the ground and rushed into the valley. Brother, don't leave. You might as well help me enter the valley. Li Xing leaped high, directly overtaking Tianming, stepping on Tianming's face with one foot, causing Tianming to fall to the ground, and using the force to charge into the valley. The crowd was in an uproar. No one expected such a turn of events. They were shocked by Li Xing's strength, who had knocked Tianming to the ground and entered the valley by stepping on Tianming's face. Serves him right. This move is called trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice, a double loss. They cheered inwardly, seeing Tianming's comeuppance as a villain, feeling extremely satisfied. Just as Li Xing entered the valley, a long whip suddenly lashed towards him. Die! Long Yao, the girl previously sent into the valley by Tianming, was full of murderous intent, her attack ruthless. The whip moved like a venomous snake, locking onto Li Xing. She was very strong, at the mid-stage of the Dao 1 level, and was a couple with Tianming, both being top talents from the south. Li Xing dared to step on her Tianming brother's face. She couldn't bear it, wanting to send Li Xing to the Yellow Springs. The whip danced wildly, creating a series of phantom shadows, making it difficult to discern the real from the fake, extremely terrifying. Even those of the same level could not easily break her whip technique. Good deeds beget good returns. Evil deeds beget evil returns. Causality is cyclical, always true. Those who harm others must bear such evil returns. Li Xing's voice was cold, his figure disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Long Yao. With a bang, he kicked out, shattering Long Yao's spine, sending her flying into the valley entrance. Then, he picked up the white fox and left, heading deeper into the valley. Let's go. Inside the valley entrance, Tianming was covered in blood, his appearance miserable, but he still mustered his strength to carry Long Yao out of the valley. He was too badly injured, not daring to stay for even a moment, and quickly left the place with Long Yao. Who is that person? So powerful. Indeed. I think he could directly break in without dispersing the valley's forces. What level is he? Dao 2 or Dao 3? So young and already at such a high level. Is he a talent from the central region? People were shocked by Li Xing's strength. After Tianming and Long Yao exited the valley, they clearly sensed the aura of the Dao 1 level, while Li Xing could easily handle Tianming and Long Yao, leading them to believe Li Xing had reached the Dao 2 or Dao 3 level. Separated by the valley's forces, they did not know that Li Xing relied on his physical strength, all thinking his cultivation level was high. In fact, Li Xing's cultivation level was not that high, dealing with Tianming and Long Yao entirely with his physical strength. The valley's forces isolated everything. Those outside could not sense whether Li Xing had any spiritual energy fluctuations. However, even if they didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from Li Xing, they wouldn't think it was his physical strength. There was no such terrifying physical strength. This wasn't the era of physical cultivators. The era of physical cultivators had long ended in the ancient times, and the Dao cultivation civilization had continued for countless eras. Tianming and Long Yao were the best examples. They had fought with Li Xing, not sensing any corresponding powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, but they also didn't think it was Li Xing's physical strength. In their view, it was a manifestation of Li Xing's high level, containing his spiritual energy fluctuations, not wasting any. To be able to do this, he is at least at the Dao 3 level. Tianming, with Long Yao, stopped after traveling a long distance, and Tianming spoke. Tianming, brother, we must not let him go. I want him dead. Long Yao gritted her teeth. She was a heavenly maiden from the south. When had she ever suffered such humiliation, being kicked to break her spine? She was filled with hatred, her mind full of thoughts of killing Li Xing. How could I let him go? Tianming's gaze was cold, his hatred for Li Xing no less than Long Yao's. He was publicly stepped on by Li Xing, his whole face deformed, all his facial bones broken, and even now, his face still bore Li Xing's footprint. This was more painful than being directly killed. Li Xing was on his must-kill list. Let's find Uncle Ming. Ask him to help us take revenge, he said coldly, wanting to find a clan elder to help him take revenge. His Tian clan was a prosperous great clan in the south, and the Uncle Ming he mentioned had a very good relationship with him, possessing the combat power of the Dao 5 level. Once Uncle Ming arrived, Li Xing would surely die. Agreed. Long Yao nodded, saying, I just saw many extraordinary things in that valley. It's clearly not simple. I think our two clans should focus on that valley, giving up the competition for the deeper parts. Her clan was also a prosperous great clan in the south, with many strong members also present. However, these strong members had all entered the deeper parts of the ancient battlefield. The strong members of Tianming's clan were also the same, all entering the deeper parts of the ancient battlefield. The deeper parts had more opportunities and creations. The area they were in now was still far from the deeper parts. Let's aim for the second best. There are too many strong forces from the central region, and almost all the prosperous great forces from the other four parts are also in the deeper parts. Long Yao said, the competition in the deeper parts will undoubtedly be extremely difficult and dangerous. Our two clans should just focus on that valley. I just glanced briefly and saw many extraordinary things. If we dig deeper, the harvest we can get will be unimaginable, definitely not weaker than the competition in the deeper parts. That valley is so extraordinary? Tianming was surprised, not expecting it. He originally thought that valley was just a small opportunity and creation place, didn't expect it to possibly be a large opportunity and creation place. Absolutely extraordinary. Long Yao affirmed. All right, if that's the case, I won't trouble Uncle Ming to make a special trip. Tianming said, then let's contact our clans, explain the situation of that valley, let the strong members from the deeper parts withdraw, mainly targeting that valley. Their two clans had a close relationship, and this time, entering the ancient battlefield, they were also acting together. Chapter 44. Don't rush, let it run 40 miles first. Tianming and Long Yao separately took out their communication artifacts to contact their clan's elders, informing them of the detailed information about the valley. It's indeed difficult in the depths, There are too many strong individuals, and we are not at an advantage. Moreover, it is extremely dangerous in the depths, inhabited by various powerful beasts, and there are even many imperceptible restrictions. The messages from their clans indicated that they had long considered retreating from the depths. Since entering the depths, they not only gained nothing but also lost several strong individuals each, which made them heartbroken. They expressed that they would return immediately and asked Tianming and Lengyao to wait for them. He's as good as dead. He can't possibly survive. Tianming sneered. The valley would be occupied by their two clans, and Li Xing inside would have no way out. He took out 2 pills and handed one to Lengyao. These were healing pills that could quickly heal their injuries and restore them to their original state. Inside the valley, it was even more extraordinary here, with the essence of spiritual energy so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Li Xing, holding the white fox, had not been inside for long before a shimmer of auspicious light appeared on Li Xing, and he advanced another level, from the 7th level of void divergence to the 8th. After the advancement, he exuded a trace of the 8th level of void divergence, which shocked the white fox in his arms. Just like that, he broke through. The white fox felt dizzy. When did breaking through become so easy? The reincarnation of a great ferocious beast. She was once again convinced that Li Xing was the reincarnation of an invincible great beast. However, she did not know what kind of invincible great beast Li Xing was. Was he a dragon, a white tiger, or a Qilan? A dragon, soaring in the sky, dominating through the ages, the leader of the 10 great beasts. She thought in her heart, hoping that Li Xing was the reincarnation of a dragon, because she liked dragons. Then, she silently calculated in her heart how to obtain Li Xing's essence blood. If she could get it, she would surely soar to the heavens and achieve super evolution. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but take a bite at Li Xing's chest. Ouch! It hurt so much that she bared her teeth. Her entire mouth almost shattered. What are you doing? Going into heat? Li Xing picked up the white fox, his expression strange. The white fox actually bit him on the chest? The white fox hadn't realized it at first, but then she reacted. She was so embarrassed that she buried her head and didn't say a word. Really going into heat? Li Xing glared. Seeing the white fox's behavior, it seemed to be true. A human-fox romance, is it? He mumbled. What human-fox romance? You're the reincarnation of a great beast. What human are you? The white fox thought disdainfully in her heart. Besides, who's going to romance with you? Really? However, if she could get a drop of his blood, she thought it would be okay to romance a little. No big deal. A human-fox romance is not bad. A spirit is pretty good. Li Xing grinned. His eyes seemed to reveal anticipation. He even thought of some plots from books on Blue Planet, like, my wife is a fox spirit, and my pet white fox falls in love with me. The white fox secretly glanced at Li Xing and saw his seemingly expectant eyes. She couldn't help but think in her heart, brother, come on. I just want a drop of your blood. Do you want to eat me whole? The valley was vast, especially with its complex layout. Li Xing, with the white fox, wandered in the valley for a while but didn't find the sect leader. Blindly searching like this won't do. Li Xing stopped, thinking about how to quickly find the sect leader. Roar. At that moment, a roar of a tiger sounded, followed by a giant tiger rushing out, its speed as fast as lightning. Almost as soon as the roar sounded, it opened its bloody maw and pounced towards Li Xing. Crunchy and delicious, human meat, tasty. The giant tiger chewed its mouth, thinking it had swallowed Li Xing in one bite. After all, its speed was too fast. Wait, where's the human? However, it quickly realized that there was no human in its mouth, just air. What a silly tiger. Behind, Li Xing's figure appeared. Looking at the cute, giant tiger, he couldn't help but laugh. The giant tiger heard Li Xing's laughter and immediately became furious, angrily pouncing towards Li Xing. As a result, it missed again. It felt a shock in its heart, realizing something was wrong. Considering it had the combat power of the 3rd level of the Tao, its speed was extremely fast, almost instantaneous, yet Li Xing could still evade it. It couldn't help but start to feel uneasy. What it originally thought was food might be extremely terrifying. How dare you toy with the king of tigers? I'm furious. I will kill you and tear you into pieces. It roared in anger, then stared in a certain direction, saying, I've found you. I'll kill you now. Then, it pounced over. Behind, the white fox said, What a silly tiger. We're clearly behind it, and it didn't notice, thinking we're over there. It's really funny. Li Xing had moved them to the back of the giant tiger, which didn't notice them and thought they were in another direction. Only you think it's silly. It's not that silly. Li Xing shook his head, saying, It's using diversion tactics, very clever. Knowing it's not my match, it wants to escape. The white fox looked over and indeed, after pouncing over there, the giant tiger didn't look back and ran away. However, it's still naive. I don't want it to escape. No matter what, it can't escape. Li Xing held the white fox and smiled lightly. What do you want to keep it? The white fox asked. Li Xing nodded and said, Yes. Are you going to eat roast meat? The white fox started to drool, her mouth filled with saliva. Dong. Li Xing tapped the white fox on the head, saying, You only think about eating. The white fox glared at Li Xing angrily, saying, If you don't eat, what do you keep it for? Keep it to find the sect leader. Li Xing said, The valley is too big and full of dangers. Just searching like this, we don't know when we'll find the sect leader, and the sect leader might be in trouble before we find him. He continued, So, we need to find helpers. There are many beasts here, and there must be some very fierce beast kings. I want to ask those beast kings for help. Let them mobilize the beasts in the valley to find the sect leader. This way, we can quickly find the sect leader. This was what he thought of when he saw the white tiger. Before that, besides the white tiger, he had also seen many beasts. The vast valley was inhabited by many beasts. Will the beast kings help? The white fox asked. Beast kings aren't that easy to talk to. They will. Li Xing smiled and said, I will reason with them, move them with emotions. They will be touched by my sincerity and then help me. What a load of reasoning and emotions. The white fox knew that if they really found those beast kings, Li Xing would reason with his fists and move them with his feet, using force to make the beast kings help. Oh, so you want to keep that silly tiger to help you find the beast kings? The white fox understood. That's right, Li Xing said. The white fox said, Then why don't you chase after it? That silly tiger is long gone. Don't rush. Li Xing smiled lightly, confident and composed, saying, Let it run 40 miles first. Chapter 45. Let's start with a Dao 7-level beast to gauge the situation. Confidence naturally requires a foundation. The small perfected saint body is Li Xing's foundation. The diligent small perfected saint body is constantly cultivating, and now, it is undoubtedly even stronger. Swish. Li Xing, holding the little white fox, moved, his speed surpassing lightning, so fast that it was hard to believe. In the next instant, he and the little white fox landed on the back of the giant tiger. Two dumb dogs, ahem. No, one dumb dog and one earth dog. Your tiger lord tricked them with a little strategy. The giant tiger was mumbling to itself, saying, Who in the world is the smartest tiger? None but your tiger lord. Before it could finish, it felt a sudden weight on its back, as if something had landed on it, and it immediately closed its mouth in fright. Could it be that human and the earth dog? Oh my, it really is you. It turned its head to look, and was terrified to see that it was indeed that human and the earth dog. Li Xing's face darkened. What was this dumb tiger talking about? It was fine to call the little white fox an earth dog. After all, the little white fox was currently an earth dog. But this dumb tiger dared to call him a dumb dog. He raised his hand and punched the tiger's head, almost knocking it to pieces, causing the tiger to grimace in pain and tears to flow. The tiger was greatly shocked. The thought of resisting disappeared under that punch. It could clearly feel that Li Xing had held back. If Li Xing hadn't, that punch would have definitely shattered its head. This was definitely not someone it could deal with, far beyond its capabilities. Brother, Big brother, I was wrong. It quickly begged for mercy, extremely sensible, saying it was willing to go through fire and water for Li Xing, just to avoid being killed. The little white fox glared. This big tiger was nothing. Its spine was too soft. Perform well, and I won't kill you. Li Xing sat on the tiger's back and said, Have you seen the sect leader? He condensed a portrait with his power and presented it to the tiger, asking it. No. The tiger shook its head, having never seen the sect leader. Li Xing waved his hand, erasing the portrait of the sect leader, and asked again, Is there a beast king here that rules over 100 beasts? Yes. The tiger answered without hesitation, quickly saying, There are 3 beast kings here. The rhinoceros king, the black ape king, and the white elephant king. It described how the 3 beast kings were extremely powerful, and no beast in the valley dared to disobey them. How strong are they? Li Xing asked. Dao 9 level. The tiger replied. Li Xing was inwardly shocked. This relic of the Dao field was indeed terrifying. The valley was not deep inside, and even in the outer areas, there were Dao 9 level beasts. The depths of the Dao field relic must contain even more terrifyingly powerful beasts. Bang! At this moment, Li Xing raised his hand and knocked on the tiger's head again, causing the tiger to howl in pain. Why are you hitting me? The tiger cried bitterly. It had been so cooperative, answering everything. Why was it still being hit? Li Xing ignored the tiger and summoned an ancient mirror, shining it on the tiger's head. Then, the tiger became silent, motionless, like it had turned to stone, frozen in place. Various images appeared in the ancient mirror, showing the tiger's memories. This was the soul mirror, something Li Xing had plundered from the treasuries of various top-tier factions, capable of revealing the soul memories of the person it shone upon. He had knocked on the tiger's head to better allow the soul mirror to reveal the tiger's soul memories. Under extreme pain, the soul's defenses were at their lowest and most easily breached. It didn't take long for him to review the tiger's memories and put away the soul mirror. The tiger hadn't lied. Everything it said was true. Dao 9 level, huh? Not bad. Should be no problem. Li Xing muttered to himself, estimating his own capabilities. After all, he had never seen a Dao 9 level combatant and didn't know how strong they were. Not bad. Should be no problem. In Li Xing's arms, the little white fox was startled, her speech stuttering. Was he sure he wasn't joking or bragging? Was Li Xing really that strong? Her father, as the top combatant in the northern region, was only at the Dao 6 level. The difference between that and the Dao 9 level was vast, incomparable. The tiger was also startled. Did this young man really have such strength? Even daring to challenge the 3 beast kings? Let's go, first to the iron-back bear. Li Xing was cautious and didn't rush to find the 3 beast kings. He decided to first find the iron-back bear. From the tiger's memories, he had seen the iron-back bear, a Dao 7 level beast. He wanted to use it to gauge his own strength. Iron-back bear, brother, how about you two go? The tiger's legs trembled. It didn't dare to go. The iron-back bear was too fierce. It feared it might not return. Why so many words? Hurry up, or I'll stew you and make tiger soup. Li Xing knocked on the tiger's head again, and the tiger didn't dare to hesitate anymore, quickly running towards the iron-back bear's territory. Soon, they arrived at the iron-back bear's territory. It was very quiet here, with no other beasts. The Dao 7 level was strong, and other beasts dared not stay in the iron-back bear's territory. The tiger hesitated again, lingering at the edge of the iron-back bear's territory, not daring to go deeper. The iron-back bear had a fierce reputation in the valley. Any beast that trespassed its territory ended up in a terrible state. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up. Li Xing knocked on the tiger's head again, causing it to grimace in pain, no longer hesitating and running deeper. They reached the depths and saw the iron-back bear. The iron-back bear's body was as big as a mountain, with a strong aura of ferocity. Seeing Li Xing dare to trespass its territory, it was furious, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. Boom! It didn't say a word, directly raising its massive bear paw and slapping towards Li Xing. The bear paw was fast, almost instantly reaching them, surrounded by terrifying power fluctuations, extremely fearsome. The tiger immediately collapsed to the ground, shouting, "We're doomed! We're doomed!" The little white fox also shrank its head. The power of the Dao 7 level was just too terrifying. It inwardly shouted that Li Xing was too reckless, directly confronting the Dao 7 level iron back bear without any preparation. Boom! Just as the bear paw was about to land, Li Xing moved. He punched out, with crystalline light erupting, colliding with the bear paw. Pooh! Blood splattered, flesh flew. Li Xing's punch pierced through the bear paw, causing the iron back bear to grimace in pain and quickly retract its paw. "Die for me!" The iron back bear roared, its eyes spewing fire, its back glowing, a special power erupting, forming a beam of light, blasting towards Li Xing. The beam of light passed by, rippling with terrifying power fluctuations. The ground was split into a deep trench. Nearby trees and rocks exploded and shattered in an instant. Oh my lord! The tiger was so scared it didn't even dare to breathe. The iron back bear's most powerful attack came from its back. The attacks formed from its back were absolutely terrifying. Even Dao 8 level combatants wouldn't dare to withstand them. It felt that this young man was truly courting death, thoroughly provoking the iron back bear. Chapter 46. Jealousy ensues. Li Xing is delighted. A beam of light shot forth, dazzling and radiant, carrying with it a terrifying wave of power that even a cultivator of the 8th realm would find unsettling. This was the full-force attack of the iron back bear. Li Xing moved, throwing a punch that extinguished the beam of light, leaving him unscathed, not even a hair on his head harmed. As for any sense of pain, it simply did not exist. Li Xing understood. The minor saint physique was indeed much stronger now. He hadn't even used half his strength, yet a 7th realm force was completely inadequate before the minor saint physique. Bravo! Li Xing praised the minor saint physique in his heart. With this, he should have no problem facing a 9th realm beast king. You praise the minor saint physique, which feels greatly honored, triggering a frenzy of cultivation and a critical hit, evolution value plus 99,999, advancing to the mid-stage. Mid-stage? Li Xing grinned, the minor saint physique evolving further. Now he was even more confident and without pressure facing a 9th realm beast king. However, he also realized that evolving the minor saint physique was indeed not easy. So much evolution value just to reach the mid-stage. There was a mid-stage. Naturally, there would also be a late stage. It seemed that evolving the minor saint physique to a major stage would require even more evolution value. No problem, I don't need to cultivate anyway. The minor saint physique is so diligent, often triggering critical hits. Advancing to a major stage is just around the corner. Li Xing smiled inwardly. The system's voice resounded again in Li Xing's mind. Li Xing smiled. Was this jealousy now? The supreme chapter of the Great Clear has 9 chapters, and you've only perfected the 2nd one. Want me to praise you? Li Xing thought, that's not enough to earn my praise. You'd have to perfect at least up to the 5th chapter at once. System. This was the supreme chapter of the Great Clear. It couldn't afford to provoke Li Xing. If it could, it would surely point and curse at Li Xing. The supreme chapter of the Great Clear, an extraordinary and supreme cultivation technique, not some common low-grade technique, and he wanted to perfect up to the 5th chapter at once. Among those cultivating the supreme chapter of the Great Clear, even the most gifted took several years to perfect the 2nd chapter. It had perfected the 2nd chapter in just a few days, which was already ultra-fast, even miraculous. Well, seeing your strong desire for progress, I'll give you a small compliment. Li Xing thought. The system's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind. That's right, this is how it should be. Currently, the physical strength is far ahead. Supreme chapter of the Great Clear. Your task is still heavy. You must work harder than the minor saint physique. Strive to catch up and walk shoulder to shoulder. Li Xing thought. You encourage the supreme chapter of the Great Clear to cultivate harder. The minor saint physique expressed it will work even harder, always striving to be the leader, not to be surpassed. Li Xing smiled. Was this a competition now? Good. He was very happy. The more they competed, the stronger he would become. The ironback bear had long been scared to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Heavens, its strongest attack didn't even scratch Li Xing. It was truly terrified. The giant tiger was dumbfounded, looking at Li Xing's figure with a gaze of awe. Could this be a reincarnation of a great human cultivator? Otherwise, how could he be so freakishly terrifying? Hold on to the thigh. Must hold on to the thigh. It kept muttering in its heart. Li Xing was too fierce, very likely a reincarnation of a great human cultivator. It had to hold onto Li Xing's thigh, then its future would surely be bright and unimaginable. Stronger than my father. The little white fox widened its eyes, greatly shocked. No wonder Li Xing came straight to the ironback bear without any preparation. He had absolute strength as support. When will I ever get his blood? She was about to cry. Li Xing was so strong. Her hope of obtaining his blood was even slimmer. Don't cry. There are countless experts in the world. I don't believe he won't bleed. I'll stick with him. There will always be a day he bleeds. She comforted herself in her heart, completely giving up on the idea of relying on herself. Li Xing far surpassed her. She couldn't rely on herself to get his blood. She could only place her hopes on Li Xing's future enemies. This was also Li Xing. If he knew what the little white fox was thinking, he would definitely pick her up and spank her. What? Actually hoping he bleeds. Have you seen the sect leader? Li Xing manifested the sect leader's appearance and asked the ironback bear. Never seen him. The ironback bear shook its head repeatedly. Image him. Li Xing nodded, then asked the ironback bear. By the way, your bare paw is so badly injured. Is it okay? The ironback bear thought Li Xing was concerned about it. It quickly said, It's nothing, just a minor injury. I can heal it soon. Even if the whole paw is severed, it's fine. I can heal it. It wasn't lying. The seventh realm was not low. As long as it didn't harm the life origin, nothing would be a problem. Even if it lost limbs, even half its body was ruined, it wouldn't die. It could regenerate. Oh, then I'm relieved. Li Xing smiled, his smile warm and brilliant. Since it's fine even if the paw is severed, then give me a paw. I've been wanting to eat a bare paw for many days. He asked with a smile, shouldn't be a problem, right? Ah. The ironback bear was dumbfounded. So Li Xing asking if it was okay was actually for its paw? It was so regretful. Its intestines were twisted. Really wanted to slap itself hard. Why did it say so much? And why did it say even if the whole paw was severed, it was fine? Now its paw was gone. And no problem. It didn't dare to refuse, had to sever its own paw to save its life, giving the paw to Li Xing. After all, even if the paw was severed, it wouldn't die. It just needed some time to grow a new one. Off we go, to find the Beast King. Li Xing took the paw, holding the little white fox, riding the giant tiger, leaving the place. Seeing Li Xing's terrifying strength, especially thinking Li Xing was a reincarnation of a great human cultivator, the giant tiger no longer worried or feared, quickly carrying Li Xing towards the lair of the nearest Beast King. 30 years east, 30 years west. Old rhinoceros bastard, your tiger grandpa is here. The giant tiger shouted in its heart, full of confidence. This area was under the rule of the Rhinoceros King. It lived here, constantly bullied by the Rhinoceros King. It had long been fed up. Now, it had Li Xing as its backing. It was going to turn the tables, no longer had to look at the Rhinoceros King's face. It was going to make the Rhinoceros King pay. Chapter 47. Don't misunderstand, bro. I just want you to see my rhino horn. The giant tiger carried Li Xing swiftly to the lair of the Rhinoceros King. It was even quieter here. Long before they reached the area, there were no signs of other beasts in the vicinity. The giant tiger didn't care about this now. It went straight to the depths, having full confidence in Li Xing. The Rhinoceros King lived in a cave, and outside the cave was a cold pond. By the pond's edge, a lush, vibrant medicinal herb grew. This herb looked extraordinary, with a crystalline luster surrounding it, exuding an extremely potent life essence. The Rhinoceros King wasn't inside the cave, but by the pond, guarding the herb. In a few more years, this cold spirit herb will be fully mature. Then I can refine it. Its eyes were filled with greed as it gazed at the cold spirit herb. Many times in the past, it had been tempted to refine the herb, but in the end, it resisted. The difference between a mature and an immature cold spirit herb was enormous. A mature cold spirit herb was a genuine medicinal king, invaluable, capable of helping it break through the barrier of the Tao realm, transcending the 9th stage of the Tao and entering a higher realm. An immature cold spirit herb could only increase its cultivation slightly, not helping it break through the realm barrier. The giant tiger arrived with Li Xing. When Little White Fox saw the cold spirit herb, her eyes lit up. As a princess of the White Fox clan, she had some knowledge and recognized at a glance that it was a medicinal king on the verge of maturity. We've struck it rich. A medicinal king hasn't appeared in the north for who knows how long. Little White Fox exclaimed excitedly. A medicinal king was too extraordinary in value. Even her clan, with its long heritage and deep reserves, one of the northern powerhouses, did not possess a complete medicinal king, only a few leaves of one. Don't get too excited. It's nothing. If you like it, I'll give you a few later. Li Xing smiled lightly, showing no interest in the cold spirit herb. He had plundered the treasuries of some top factions and obtained many rare spiritual herbs. With the diligent cultivation of the system, these herbs had all been elevated to the level of medicinal kings. An immature cold spirit herb was truly beneath his notice. Give me a few? Little White Fox's expression changed, her eyes looking strange. A medicinal king was no common cabbage. To give it to her so casually, and several at that? She felt Li Xing was being unreliable again, bragging wildly. On the other side, the giant tiger was filled with envy when it heard Li Xing's words. A medicinal king, given away so casually and several at once. How powerful must this person be? At this moment, it was even more convinced that Li Xing was the reincarnation of a human great sage. Meanwhile, the rhinoceros king, lying by the cave entrance, glanced indifferently at Li Xing. Little tiger, what are you doing here? Bringing me food? But why are you letting food ride on you? It said indifferently. Bold. Little tiger is not a name you can call. Call me Tiger Lord. The giant tiger roared, feeling unspeakably exhilarated. It had wanted to say this to the rhinoceros king for so long. Now, it had finally said it. And what food? That's my big brother. It roared again. Are you mad? The rhinoceros king's eyes turned cold and sharp, like blades, making the giant tiger tremble. However, the giant tiger quickly recovered, straightening its body. It believed Li Xing to be the reincarnation of a human great sage, and no longer feared the rhinoceros king. Less nonsense, don't be rude to my big brother. It shouted. I see you really are mad. The rhinoceros king snorted coldly, fury surging within it. As one of the 3 beast kings, when had it ever been challenged like this? Especially by a small fry like the giant tiger, which wasn't even worthy of licking its feet. Boom. Its rhino horn glowed, arcs of electricity flashing, quickly blasting towards the giant tiger. Li Xing leaped down, slapping out with a palm, colliding with the arcs of electricity and extinguishing them. Beast King, I come with no ill intent, only seeking a small favor from you. Li Xing said calmly. You say help, and I help? Humans are just food to me. The rhinoceros king said bluntly. Then, it charged towards Li Xing. It unleashed its bloodline divine ability, a brutal charge, with terrifying radiant light erupting from its body. Every step it took caused an earthquake, leaving deep footprints. Under the brutal charge, its strength soared in all aspects. Even the other 2 beast kings wouldn't dare to confront it head-on. Its destructive power was extreme. Soon, it reached Li Xing, its rhino horn thrusting fiercely towards him. It smirked, as if already seeing Li Xing pierced by its horn. Even a beast king couldn't withstand this attack, let alone a human cultivator. Bang! However, its smile soon froze, replaced by an expression of utter shock. Li Xing's hand pressed against its head, forcing it to a halt. Moo! It roared, its power erupting fully, thrusting forward again. Yet, it couldn't advance at all. Li Xing's hand, pressing against its head, seemed to possess infinite strength, firmly holding it in place. No matter how much it erupted, it couldn't push through. It was terrified, its face filled with horror. What kind of being was this? Too terrifying. Under its brutal charge, the other two beast kings would be knocked flying, but Li Xing had stopped it. Moreover, Li Xing looked relaxed, showing no strain at all. How strong must he be? Its heart raced wildly. Had Li Xing transcended the 9th stage of the Tao realm and entered a higher one? A human great sage reincarnated. My luck is in. The giant tiger grinned widely, almost to its ears. The rhinoceros king was no match for Li Xing, like a sheikling. Li Xing must be the reincarnation of a human great sage. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? This is insane. His strength is like an abyss, never-ending, constantly challenging my perceptions. Little White Fox thought to herself, could she still get Li Xing's blood? It looked unlikely. On the other side, the rhinoceros king quickly retracted all its power, very tactfully saying, "Brother, don't misunderstand. I just want you to see my rhino horn. Look, isn't my rhino horn beautiful? I'll say this. In this valley, no beast's horn can compare to mine." It reacted very quickly, realizing it wasn't Li Xing's opponent, and immediately backed down. Survival was the most important thing. Everything else was insignificant. What kind of beast king is this? So spineless. The giant tiger thought disdainfully. Then, it chuckled, thinking again, beautiful rhino horn? You really dare to say that? The iron-back bear who said that before has already given up its bare paw. It felt the rhinoceros king's rhino horn was likely to be lost as well. #### Chapter 48. The valley's beasts are in motion. Efficiency is very high. As expected, the Rhino King's horn did not survive. Li Xing found the rhino horn beautiful and asked the Rhino King if he could have it. No problem. The Rhino King said almost through tears, knowing it was no match for Li Xing. Compared to its life, the horn was a lesser concern. It could grow a new one, albeit over a longer period, but if it lost its life, everything would be gone. It broke off its horn and gave it to Li Xing, regretting deeply. There were so many excuses it could have used, but why did it have to mention the horn? Now it was gone. Li Xing held the horn and said with a smile, "It can be made into a horn comb for Mu Yin. With her long hair, she needs a good comb to manage it." To make a comb? The Rhino King almost cried. The horn was the essence of its being, extremely precious and extraordinary. If refined into a magical artifact, it would surely be a formidable weapon. But Li Xing wanted to use it as a comb for combing hair. The Rhino King's eyes filled with tears, feeling deeply wronged and undervalued. Don't just think about Mu Yin, think about me too. I have more fur, and I need a good comb. Little White Fox shouted. All right, I'll make one for you too, Li Xing said. The horn was large enough to make 2 combs. Afterward, he stored the horn and summoned an image of the sect leader, asking the Rhino King if he had seen it. No. The Rhino King shook its head. You are the first human I've seen. All right. Li Xing nodded and said, I need you to help me find the sect leader. Mobilize all the beasts to search for him. He is somewhere in this valley. No problem. The Rhino King quickly replied. It thought Li Xing was going to ask for something big, but it turned out to be just this small task. It felt a bit relieved. Let's go. Li Xing leaped onto the giant tiger's back, holding Little White Fox, and left to find the other 2 beast kings. He wanted all the beasts in the valley to move, so they could find the sect leader faster. This man is not simple. What is his background? He doesn't even care about a nearly mature medicinal king. After Li Xing left, the Rhino King muttered. It thought the frost spirit herb would be taken by Li Xing, but surprisingly, Li Xing didn't even mention it. Forget it. No point in overthinking. I should just focus on what he asked me to do. It shook its head and stopped thinking. Although Li Xing didn't say what would happen if the task wasn't done well, the Rhino King knew it wouldn't end well for it if it failed. You, come here. It let out a low roar, its voice penetrating, summoning its subordinates to mobilize all the beasts to search for the sect leader. On the other side, the giant tiger carried Li Xing to the territory of the Black Ape King. Everything went smoothly, with no surprises. The Black Ape King agreed readily, of course, only after Li Xing showed his strength. Otherwise, a beast king of the Dao 9 level would never agree to help so easily. Take care, I will inform you immediately if I get any news, the Black Ape King said with a smile, bidding farewell to Li Xing. Next, Li Xing found the White Elephant King. After a punch from Li Xing, the White Elephant King also readily agreed, commanding all the beasts to move and search for the sect leader. Li Xing stayed with the White Elephant King, waiting for news. All the beasts in the valley were in motion, and he believed they would get news of the sect leader soon. We've been busy all day, let's have a good meal. Li Xing smiled, taking out a bare paw. Then, he took out pots, pans, and other cooking utensils, starting to make braised bear paw. The White Elephant King watched in astonishment, trembling with fear, afraid that Li Xing might have his eye on it and cook it next. It wasn't impossible. A man who carried a pot with him was too terrifying. Soon, the braised bear paw was ready, its aroma wafting, enticing. The White Elephant King beside him was drooling, too fragrant, its mind filled with thoughts of wanting to take a bite. Here you go. Li Xing gave a portion to the White Elephant King. The bear paw was large, so giving a portion to the White Elephant King wasn't a problem. After all, the White Elephant King was helping him. Thank you, thank you. The White Elephant King thanked repeatedly, then started devouring it. One bite and it was filled with flavor. Never had it imagined a bear paw could be so delicious. The giant tiger watched longingly, wanting to eat but not daring to say, its saliva already forming a small puddle. Here's a portion for you. Li Xing gave a portion to the giant tiger. The giant tiger had performed well, taking him around, so it deserved it. Thank you. The giant tiger thanked profusely, then started devouring its portion. All the beasts in the valley were in motion, and the efficiency was indeed very high. Before Li Xing even finished his bear paw, he received news. Some beasts have seen him. The Rhino King came in person. Its subordinates had found relevant information. It explained that many beasts had seen the sect leader. The sect leader followed a gray wolf inside, which was already on the brink of death, heavily injured, later torn apart and eaten by the beasts. It continued, however, the sect leader escaped unharmed. Do you know where the sect leader is now? Li Xing asked urgently. Yes. The Rhino King nodded. Later, some beasts saw the sect leader again. They tried to kill him but failed. The sect leader fled to that place. That place? Li Xing frowned. Where is that place? That is the forbidden area of the valley, extremely terrifying. No beast that has entered has ever come out. The Rhino King explained. That place is the residence of a disciple of the sect. In fact, the entire valley belongs to that disciple. Seems like this isn't an ordinary disciple. Li Xing thought. It was obvious that an ordinary disciple couldn't possess such a large valley. However, he didn't act immediately. He tapped the Rhino King's head, causing it to wince in pain. Then he activated the soul mirror, shining it on the Rhino King. The soul mirror's level had been enhanced. Originally, it couldn't even reveal the soul memories of a Dao 9 level, not even a Dao 5 level. But now, the soul mirror easily revealed all of the Rhino King's memories. He was afraid the Rhino King might trick him, leading him deep into the valley. Soon, he went through the Rhino King's memories, confirming that it wasn't lying, everything was true. Let's go. He didn't even finish his bare paw, holding little white fox, ready to leave. After all, the sect leader had been inside for some time, and he was afraid something might happen to him if he delayed. Big brother, wait for me, take me with you. The giant tiger called out at this moment. It knew how terrifying the depths of the valley were, but it trusted Li Xing and wanted to go with him. That's not a good place, stay here. I think you're not bad. I'll come back to find you after I come out, Li Xing said. Then, he held little white fox and left the place. Chapter 49. Seriously handsome, playfully annoying. In the blink of an eye, Li Xing, carrying the little white fox, arrived at the deepest part of the valley. The valley was vast, but his speed was too fast, covering 1,000 miles in an instant. Ancient buildings of grand scale stood there, exuding a sense of heavy historical vicissitudes. These were ancient structures from a time long past, preserved remarkably well without a single blemish. Li Xing knew well that all this was related to the relic of the Taoist field. The relic of the Taoist field formed its own world, inside which was extremely special. If this ancient building were outside, it would not have been preserved so perfectly. It would have decayed and vanished with time. I wonder what kind of figure the master of this Taoist field was, Li Xing said with deep emotion. To create a small world as one's own Taoist field, what kind of means and abilities were these? The origin of such a person must be extraordinary. However, he soon put aside his emotions and prepared to enter with the little white fox. Now is not the time for emotional reflection. Rescuing the sect leader was the priority. In his arms, the little white fox looked anxious, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Li Xing noticed the little white fox's anxious expression and smiled. Are you scared? If you are, you can wait for me outside. On the surface, it seemed harmless, but in reality, it was very dangerous. No beast that entered ever came out alive. Back then, the beasts that chased the sect leader stopped their pursuit because he fled into this place. They dared not venture in recklessly. No, it's not that. The little white fox shook her head, still looking worried. Just say what's on your mind. Why be so hesitant? Li Xing teased with a smile. You're not really in heat, are you? If that's the case, I'll reluctantly help you out. Of course, you'd have to turn into a human form first, become a sexy, alluring little fox spirit. If it were before, the little white fox would have jumped up and hit him for his unruly behavior. But now, she remained motionless, her face still full of worry. In fact, ever since she saw the rhinoceros king's memories, she had been like this. Li Xing sensed something was off and put away his playful demeanor, becoming serious. What's really wrong? Are you afraid of getting into trouble in this relic and not being able to get out alive? Indeed, this relic is not simple, filled with mystery and danger. This relic was not fixed. It was originally not here and had been moving since ancient times. Now it had moved to this place. When he encountered those beasts upon entering the Taoist field, Li Xing sensed something was amiss. There were too many beasts in this relic. How could there be so many beasts in an ancient relic? Where did these beasts come from? Did they reproduce generation after generation since ancient times? It was possible. But if so, shouldn't the language they spoke be ancient? However, none of the beasts he encountered spoke ancient language. They all spoke contemporary language. At that moment, he realized that this relic had not been opened for the first time, but had been opened many times. At least, it had been opened many times in contemporary times. Hence, the beasts in the relic could master contemporary language. Later, he saw the tiger's soul memories. It confirmed his suspicions. This relic had indeed not been opened for the first time. It had been opened countless times before. Each time the relic moved to a new place, it would open for a period. This relic had moved to many places and opened many times in contemporary times. In the previous eras, the ancient and prehistoric eras, it had moved many times as well. The beasts in the relic included those that reproduced from ancient and prehistoric times, and those from contemporary times. The tiger and the rhinoceros king were descendants, not from contemporary times. The contemporary era was already an extremely long and distant past. The relic had been opened countless times in contemporary times, and the beasts inside had long mastered contemporary language. In the tiger's memories, there wasn't much, mostly vague understandings of the relic. The rhinoceros king, however, knew more about the relic. Deep within the relic, there were many terrifying beasts, all with unfathomable strength. Some descended from ancient and prehistoric times, others from contemporary times. The rhinoceros king had a profound impression of this. It had nearly been killed by a beast from deep within, after which it hid in the valley, never daring to venture out again. Of course, during the many openings of the relic, it wasn't just beasts that entered and stayed. Many human cultivators also entered, seeking opportunities in cultivation, and did not leave before the relic closed, staying within. Unfortunately, beasts had extremely strong individual combat abilities, especially in the ancient era, when they were more ferocious and powerful than human cultivators of that time. The human cultivators who stayed did not fare well, gradually being hunted down by various beasts. Thus, the beasts in the relic grew stronger, and human cultivators could not stay. Even if they did, they could not escape death. Gradually, only beasts remained in the relic, with no human cultivators left. It's also heartbreaking that a Taoist field relic left by human great masters was eventually occupied by various beasts. When Li Xing learned about these things from the Rhinoceros King's memories, he shook his head repeatedly, sighing in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do about it. During the ancient times, beasts were indeed terrifying and formidable, possessing various pure bloodlines, making them not easily dealt with. It was normal for human cultivators to be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, later, the bloodlines of beasts gradually diluted, losing their pure, ferocious bloodlines, allowing humans to rise and become the masters of the land. Of course, this referred to the situation outside the relic. Within the relic, there might still be pure-blooded, ferocious beasts that had continued to reproduce. Li Xing felt that the little white fox was scared by the Rhinoceros King's memories, worried about getting into trouble, hence her anxious expression. After all, those beasts were indeed terrifying. Don't worry, nothing will happen. We'll rescue the sect leader and leave this relic, he told the little white fox. It's not that. The little white fox hesitated, finally sighing, let's rescue the sect leader first, and I'll tell you later. She didn't want to delay Li Xing's rescue mission. All right. Li Xing didn't say more, stroking the little white fox's head, his eyes firm. Put your heart at ease. No matter what happens, I'll take care of it. The little white fox was a bit moved inside. When you're serious, you're really handsome and charming. Then hurry up and turn into a human form. Let me see how alluring and sexy this little fox of yours can be. Li Xing chuckled. Pfft, I haven't finished my words yet. When you're not serious, you're really annoying and hateful. The little white fox gritted her teeth. Let's go. Li Xing took a step forward, heading towards the ancient building to rescue the sect leader. The sect leader was inside the ancient building. Chapter 50. This is a good system, knowing how to protect its master. Ancient buildings were scattered in multiple locations, exquisite yet imposing, clearly not the living quarters of ordinary disciples. No wonder they occupied the entire valley. Li Xing held the white fox in his arms as he entered the main hall. The doors were wide open, and the floor inside was littered with animal bones, most of which had rotted away. When a gust of wind passed through, they crumbled like sand. The hall was empty. Li Xing carried the white fox and moved to the back hall. The back hall was smaller. As soon as he stepped in, he saw the sect leader curled up in a corner. The sect leader's face was contorted in pain, as if struggling with something, repeatedly muttering, "Can't go, can't go." Sect leader. Li Xing hurried over, but the sect leader seemed not to notice him, still writhing in agony. At that moment, the white fox in his arms suddenly had its eyes glaze over. It leaped out of his embrace and dashed deeper inside. "Xiaohei, what are you doing?" He quickly grabbed the white fox, but it was as if possessed, struggling violently, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light, trying to break free from his grasp. Its mouth kept repeating, "I need to go, I need to go." Li Xing sensed something was amiss. There must be something strange here. Both the sect leader and the white fox's abnormal behavior must be related to this. Come here. There's supreme elixirs, heavenly grade techniques. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, causing his eyes to glaze over, irresistibly wanting to walk deeper inside. Your soul is under a mesmerizing attack. The supreme chapter of the Great Clarity is enraged. How dare it bewitch the master? The supreme chapter of the Great Clarity, transcending its level, erupts to protect your soul, shattering all mesmerizing attacks. The system's voice rang in Li Xing's mind, and he immediately snapped back to clarity, his eyes no longer glazed. Damn, there really was something strange. He almost fell for it. No wonder the sect leader and the white fox were behaving like this. They were under a mesmerizing attack. Recovered, Li Xing tightened his grip on the white fox, preventing it from going further. If it went in, who knows what would happen? He praised the supreme chapter of the Great Clarity, saying, "Not bad, very loyal, knowing how to protect its master. And it can even transcend its level to erupt. That's even more commendable." Transcending its level to erupt was truly beyond his expectations. In an instant, he became even more satisfied with this system. This was a good system, wholeheartedly protecting its master, unlike other systems that followed a step-by-step routine. In a flash, Li Xing felt a surge of spiritual energy pouring into his body. He immediately broke through, his cultivation level rising from the 7th stage of void to the 8th stage of void. So what? It was just a soul attack. If it were other forces, I could protect the master by transcending my level too. The minor saint body is indignant, training furiously, evolution value plus 88,888. Could it really protect the master by transcending its level? Li Xing laughed, his smile brilliantly radiant. As fellow transmigrators, the difference was this vast. His system was simply amazing. Well, both of you are doing well, but there's still room for improvement. Don't call me master, that's so cliché. Call me the exceptionally talented, handsome, peerless, stunning young master. Li Xing thought to himself, the system, the supreme chapter of the Great Clarity, the minor saint body. Ah, I need to go. At that moment, the sect leader couldn't hold on anymore, completely breaking down, sprinting wildly towards the depths. Seeing this, Li Xing quickly grabbed the sect leader. The sect leader was no weakling, possessing the level of Dao 1. Now, with his mind set on rushing in, when Li Xing grabbed him, a blazing light erupted from his body, and a force surged out, striking Li Xing. Let's go. Li Xing withstood the sect leader's attack undamaged, forcibly dragging the sect leader back to the rear hall. He couldn't help the sect leader break free from this mesmerizing influence, but he could take the sect leader out of the affected area. The white fox in his arms also struggled fiercely, but it was futile. Holding the white fox and dragging the sect leader, he quickly dashed out of the ancient building. Sure enough, once outside, the sect leader and the white fox returned to normal. What happened? The white fox was confused, not knowing what had just transpired. Who are you? The sect leader's eyes were dazed but quickly regained clarity, his gaze sharp as he questioned Li Xing. I'm an outer sect disciple of our pure heart sect. Li Xing replied with a smile. What? The sect leader was dumbfounded, standing in shock. He had thought of many possibilities about Li Xing's identity, but never this one. An outer sect disciple, venturing into an ancient relic, saving him? Heavens, how could he have imagined this? Friend, don't joke. My pure heart sect doesn't have such a capable disciple. He was at a loss for words, not recognizing Li Xing. After all, Li Xing was only an outer sect disciple, not outstanding before, so the sect leader had never met him. Even if the sect leader had seen Li Xing, he wouldn't recognize him now, as Li Xing had changed his appearance. Yes, the Pure Heart sect does have a disciple as capable as me. Li Xing chuckled, taking out a medicinal king and handing it to the sect leader, saying, Sect leader, please heal your wounds first, and I'll explain further later. The sect leader was covered in wounds, still bleeding, making it heart-wrenching to look at. Ah! The sect leader was shocked, immediately recognizing the medicinal king as a treasure of that level. His heart raced. Who exactly was this young man, being so generous as to offer a medicinal king right away? A medicinal king he had only seen in ancient texts, not even his Pure Heart sect, let alone the prominent sects in the northern regions, had a complete medicinal king. Not enough with one? Here's another. Li Xing took out another medicinal king, offering it to the sect leader. Another one? The sect leader was almost scared silly. When did medicinal kings become so cheap? One after another, just like that? Enough, enough, one is enough. No, just a leaf is enough, he hurriedly said, not daring to take more. His injuries were severe, but the medicinal effects of a medicinal king were too astonishing. A single leaf would be enough for him to fully recover. Injuries can't be taken lightly. What if it leaves a lingering ailment? Sect leader, just take them. Li Xing forcefully handed the 2 medicinal kings to the sect leader. He continued, we have plenty of these, sect leader. Don't think about saving them. Indeed, he had many on him. The spiritual herbs looted from the treasury of a first-rate force, under the diligent cultivation of the system, had all evolved and upgraded to the level of medicinal kings. The sect leader's expression was one of utter bewilderment. He never dreamed that one day, he would be forcibly given medicinal kings, and 2 of them. On the other side, the white fox was also greatly surprised. She remembered Li Xing's previous words. He had once said that medicinal kings were nothing, he could give her several. At the time, she thought Li Xing was being unserious, spouting nonsense. But no, Li Xing really had many medicinal kings. Ah, I can't. It hurts, hurts. I'm too badly injured. Li Xing, hurry and give me a medicinal king for healing. She flailed around in Li Xing's arms, pitifully saying. For added authenticity, she even bit her paw, blood immediately flowing out. Look, how badly injured I am. It's bleeding, she said with teary eyes. Li Xing was speechless. The white fox really thought he was blind, seeing nothing. All right, stop acting. Here are a few for you. Li Xing took out several medicinal kings and gave them to the white fox. Medicinal kings became like cabbages? Just giving a few like that? The sect leader was utterly shocked, his perceptions completely shattered. Thank you, my star brother. My star brother is truly the world's #1 handsome. The white fox hugged the medicinal kings, her expression blissfully beautiful. You stay here. Li Xing looked back at the ancient buildings, saying, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Attempting to mesmerize me? I want to see what kind of creature is causing trouble. He was determined to go in and find out the truth. Chapter 51. The red-clothed Empress, unmatched in the ancient times. Do you really have to go in? Let's not. The little white fox was worried, fearing that Li Xing might get into trouble. No worries, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Ah, pfft. No, that's not right. What I meant is, wealth is sought in the midst of danger. Not taking treasures is against the natural order. Li Xing spat several times. What did he mean by a thief never leaves empty-handed? How did he blurt out his true thoughts? He felt that there should be some good stuff inside. After all, this wasn't just an ordinary disciple's residence. There might be opportunities and blessings. As for any dangers, he wasn't concerned. The supreme chapter of the Great Clear and the minor saint physique could protect him by surpassing levels, so there shouldn't be much of a problem. Then, he walked further inside. The sect master watched Li Xing's retreating figure, dazed, and finally couldn't help but ask, is he really a disciple of our Xianxia sect? No need to doubt, he is indeed, as authentic as it gets, a disciple of your Xianxia sect. The little white fox nodded. On the other side, Li Xing once again arrived at the back hall, where that sound echoed again. However, it was immediately shattered by the supreme chapter of the Great Clear, surpassing its level. There wasn't much in the back hall, so Li Xing continued deeper inside. He arrived at what seemed to be a practice room, where a round, lustrous jade bead floated, glowing softly. Around the jade bead were countless rotted and weathered animal bones, far more than outside. Li Xing realized that it was all the doing of this jade bead. The beasts were enchanted and lured here, then all perished. At that moment, a strange glow flashed before his eyes, and the surroundings changed entirely. He found himself in a paradise, a landscape as beautiful as a painting, with ethereal mist, serene and harmonious, making one feel utterly at ease, like in a fairyland. Simultaneously, melodious and enchanting music resonated in his ears like celestial tunes, making one involuntarily immerse in it. Swish, swish, swish. Several scantily clad fairy maidens descended on the wind, each more beautiful than a painting, their skin snow-white and lustrous, dancing around him. They laughed, their eyes filled with waves of charm, their jade hands constantly caressing Li Xing, creating an exceptionally alluring scene. You have encountered a charm attack. The supreme chapter of the Great Clear erupts again, surpassing its level, shattering all charm illusions. Moreover, the supreme chapter of the Great Clear speaks to you. The invincible master, am I good? The system's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind, and the fairyland and the seductive fairy maidens before him vanished completely. Good my foot. I just started feeling it, and you shattered it. Next time, pay attention to the timing, wait until I've enjoyed it before shattering it. Li Xing shouted in his heart. Couldn't it wait a bit longer? It was too fast, and he hadn't even enjoyed it yet. The supreme chapter of the Great Clear. The system. It felt aggrieved. Where did such a difficult host come from? So hard to serve. Alas, life is tough, but one must continue. You rebuked the supreme chapter of the Great Clear. It deeply feels it has made a grave mistake, frantically practicing to make amends for its error. Furthermore, it promises to pay attention to the timing next time, never repeating the same mistake. Hearing the system's voice, Li Xing nodded slightly in his heart, thinking, well, to be able to correct one's mistakes is the greatest good. You are still commendable. I'll give you another thumbs up next time. On the other side, inside the jade bead. What? It failed. There was a spirit within the jade bead, full of disbelief, unable to believe her charm illusion had failed so miserably. No, this guy must be in possession of a great treasure, otherwise, he absolutely could not have broken the illusion. She affirmed in her heart. She could sense Li Xing's realm, only at the void divergence level, and although she had not fully recovered, she had regained some strength. Dealing with a void divergence cultivator like Li Xing should have been a piece of cake. Yet, she had failed miserably. There was no doubt. Li Xing must have a great treasure. At that moment, Li Xing's hand reached out to grab the jade bead. Don't come over. She panicked, and powerful energy erupted from the jade bead, intending to kill Li Xing. This energy was absolutely terrifying, capable of easily wiping out beings beyond the 9th stage of the Dao realm. Even Li Xing's minor saint physique at the middle stage would not be able to withstand it. You have encountered terrifying energy attacks. The current minor saint physique cannot withstand it. It erupts with surpassing power, enhancing the body to defend. The system's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind, and his entire body glowed with crystalline divine light. His hand suppressed all the energy erupting from the jade bead. He took the jade bead into his hand. It's over. I'm not clean anymore. I've been defiled. The spirit within the jade bead wailed in her heart, feeling utterly heartbroken and distressed. Who was she? She was not just some jade bead spirit. She was the ancient demon Empress, a figure who had shaken the ancient times, unmatched in the world. She wore a crimson dress, unparalleled in the world, and was revered as the red-clothed Empress. She had once suppressed all the emperors of the ancient times, earning the title of the first emperor of the ages. Unfortunately, she eventually fell, collapsing on the path to immortality. The path to immortality was difficult, achieving immortality like a dream bubble. She had dazzled the ages, possessing unparalleled talent, yet she had failed to break through the shackles and barriers, unable to attain the immortal status, unable to step onto the path to immortality and enter the immortal realm. She even doubted if there was such a thing as an immortal. Even she had failed, collapsing halfway. It was too difficult, almost hopeless. The path to immortality was not easy, the immortal realm not easy to enter. She had suffered a severe blow and retreated from the path to immortality. In fact, being able to retreat alive was already astonishing enough. The path to immortality was littered with bones. Most beings who sought immortality had perished. She had lived a strong life, with too many enemies. As soon as she retreated from the path to immortality, she was ambushed. However, she was ultimately extraordinary, dazzling beyond compare, breaking out of the death trap. Her body was shattered, her soul pierced, yet she did not die, escaping with a wisp of her soul's essence. But she was also at the brink of exhaustion. After all, she had been wounded on the path to immortality and then ambushed by the emperors. Escaping with a wisp of her soul's essence was already a miracle. She wanted to survive, but it was almost impossible. That wisp of soul essence was extremely weak, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. And just as her soul essence was about to extinguish, she encountered this jade bead. She did not know what the origin of this jade bead was, but when she encountered it, that wisp of her soul essence was absorbed into the jade bead. After that, she fell into an endless slumber. Until this era, she awoke, regained consciousness, and found that she had not died, surviving from the ancient times. This shocked her immensely, and she could not understand it. The ancient times to the present were incredibly distant, let alone with just a wisp of her soul essence. Even at her peak, she could not have lived through such a long period. Yet, she had not only survived, but her soul was no longer just a wisp. It had grown stronger, able to exert some power. She could be said to have become one with the jade bead, the jade bead being her body. Now, the jade bead was in Li Xing's hand, equivalent to her being in Li Xing's hand. She was truly enraged, feeling severely defiled. Ah, my pure and flawless body, never touched by a man, today is defiled by a man's hand. It's maddening. She roared in her heart. It was impossible to let this go. Once she recovered further, she would definitely make Li Xing pay the price. The red-clothed Empress, unmatched in the ancient times, would never tolerate such defilement. Chapter 52. Not just hands, but mouths too. A pure and flawless body, yet grasped by a man. The red-clothed Empress was furious, but she was no ordinary being. She quickly calmed down, suppressing her anger. These were minor matters. No spiritual energy fluctuations detected. It seems he suppressed my unleashed power with sheer physical strength, she thought to herself, carefully recalling what had just happened. Earlier, Li Xing had reached out to seize the jade bead, and to stop him, she unleashed a powerful force, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Li Xing's large hand. As an empress, even in her fury, she remembered certain details clearly. No spiritual energy fluctuations. No traces of Tao or Fa. This was absolutely certain. Even with higher cultivation levels, any use of spiritual energy would leave traces of Tao and Fa. However, for those with higher cultivation levels, these traces were difficult to capture. She was an empress, an extraordinary one at that, undefeated in ancient times, with her cultivation level already at the pinnacle of the mortal world. Even though she was currently weak and far from recovering, her perception of Tao and Fa traces was extremely sharp. If Li Xing had truly used spiritual energy, the traces of Tao and Fa would have been impossible to escape her detection. Pure physical strength, yet so powerful? Is he a beast in human form? The red-clothed Empress thought again. No, if he were a beast in human form, he couldn't have evaded my perception. I sensed no beastly aura on him at all. He is a pure human. A pure human with such formidable physical strength. She immediately thought Li Xing might be a reincarnation of an old body cultivator. Too young. Even among the 10 strongest body cultivation physiques, none could possess such strength at this age. Body cultivation was a lost and obsolete human cultivation civilization, extremely ancient, dating back to the most primitive era. Most beings were not very familiar with this era. Although she didn't know deeply, she still knew some. In the body cultivation era, there were 10 strongest body cultivation physiques in the human race, unrivaled in the world, comparable to the strongest beast physiques. Once grown, these 10 strongest physiques could crush stars with a single step and shatter suns and moons with a punch, extremely terrifying. However, this was after they had grown. These 10 strongest physiques did not possess such power from birth. They needed to grow and improve step by step. The body cultivation civilization has long been eliminated and passed, and those body cultivation techniques have long been obliterated through the eons. He is not a reincarnation of an old body cultivator. There is no way he could possess such formidable physical strength. The red-clothed Empress sneered inwardly, completely certain that Li Xing was a reincarnation of an old body cultivator. Even if Li Xing possessed the strongest body cultivation physique, he still needed body cultivation methods to cultivate. Otherwise, he couldn't have grown up. Undoubtedly, Li Xing had been cultivating his body all along. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such strong physical strength. Body cultivation methods had long been lost and no longer existed. With the rise of the cultivation civilization, there were no more body cultivators, and no body cultivation methods remained. Countless eras had passed in this manner. In this case, only if Li Xing was a reincarnation of an old body cultivator would it make the most sense and be explainable. Reincarnation is very difficult to achieve, almost impossible. Throughout history, countless strong beings have researched reincarnation, wanting to gain rebirth and fight the path to becoming an immortal again. However, never has anyone succeeded. She had also researched reincarnation and ended in failure. Time was the most ruthless, capable of cutting down everything. Relying on reincarnation to live another life, or even multiple lives, was impossible. No power could withstand the power of time, unless one was an immortal. This was why all cultivation beings desperately wanted to become immortals. Only by becoming an immortal could one leap out of time and no longer be eroded by it. However, nothing is absolutely certain. For example, me, who would have thought I would survive with just a wisp of soul energy and live to this era? She thought to herself, the primitive era was too ancient. If there were truly some treasures that allowed people from that era to reincarnate to the present, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, she was the best example. She had survived and crossed endless ages by relying on the jade bead, awakening in this era. This requires careful handling. I can't expose myself otherwise, it's hard to determine what might happen. The jade bead had fallen into Li Xing's hands, and currently, she couldn't change that. She calmly thought about her future path and how to proceed. First, she absolutely couldn't expose herself. If Li Xing, an old man from the primitive era, knew she was an ancient demon empress, no one knew what Li Xing would do to her. She currently had no power to resist, so she absolutely couldn't expose herself. Fortunately, Li Xing was just a reincarnation of an old man from the primitive era, only skilled in body cultivation, not Dao cultivation, and his realm was only in the donghua realm. If she didn't actively expose herself, Li Xing probably wouldn't discover her. Second, she calmly analyzed the current situation, continuing to think about the second point and what to do in the future. However, soon, she couldn't remain calm. She saw Li Xing holding the jade bead and about to put it in his mouth. "Stop your mouth." She was anxious, almost shouting out loud, shouting in her heart. This old man, Li Xing, not satisfied with just touching her, wanted to use his mouth too. Everything was silent. She didn't dare to expose herself, and Li Xing naturally didn't know that there was an extraordinary demon empress inside the jade bead. After holding the jade bead, he felt it was very hard, so he put it in his mouth and bit it. Indeed, no matter how hard he bit, there was no trace left. This was very rare and impressive. Considering his small achievement in the sacred body, his body was extremely strong, including his teeth. Being able to bite so hard without leaving a trace, this jade bead was definitely not an ordinary item. Inside the jade bead, the red-clothed empress was almost in tears. She had merged with the jade bead. She was the jade bead, and the jade bead was her. Now, the jade bead was in Li Xing's mouth, bitten repeatedly, covered in Li Xing's saliva, which was equivalent to Li Xing biting her repeatedly, her body covered in Li Xing's saliva. Her killing intent was extremely strong, her mind full of wanting to dismember Li Xing, but considering she was not Li Xing's opponent, she forcibly suppressed these thoughts. How did I end up encountering such a vulgar and disgusting old man? Her fate was truly unfortunate, too unlucky. She kept cursing in her heart. Really good. Li Xing held the jade bead with one hand, continuously wiping its surface with the other, liking it more and more. Let's test its power. He smiled and walked out of the cultivation room, coming outside. The red-clothed Empress immediately felt a bad premonition. What did Li Xing want to do? He looked at a large rock in the distance. Then, with the hand holding the jade bead, he exerted force and threw the jade bead towards the rock. Swish! The jade bead flew quickly, its power terrifying. The rock was instantly blown up. You mother f... The red-clothed Empress was about to explode with anger, unable to help but curse in her heart. After defiling her, he used her to smash rocks? Damn Li Xing, what did he take her for? She again had the thought of dismembering Li Xing. Chapter 53. Not bad, quite a good weapon. Swish. Li Xing retrieved the jade bead that he had thrown out. His speed was so fast that it looked as if he had never left, still standing in place. Bang bang bang. He continued to test the jade bead by hitting it against various hard objects. Without exception, these hard objects were shattered by the jade bead, which remained bright and smooth, not even a scratch on it. The red-robed Empress was completely dumbfounded. Li Xing was truly an old man who only practiced physical cultivation, with simple and crude ideas. What was he doing? Using the jade bead like an iron ball? The jade bead was incredibly extraordinary. Although she had not been able to discern its exact function, just from the fact that it had kept her alive and carried her through endless years, it was undoubtedly a treasure beyond imagination. A normal cultivator would not be using the jade bead like this. Shouldn't they be immersing their spiritual senses into the bead to examine its interior? Or perhaps holding the jade bead to cultivate, seeing if it could aid their own cultivation? But what did Li Xing do? Goodness, he was indeed simple and crude. He didn't inspect the interior, nor did he hold the jade bead to cultivate. Instead, he used it like an iron ball, testing its hardness. This was truly a waste of a precious item. No wonder physical cultivation has declined and been phased out. With such a single-track mind, how could it not be phased out? The red-robed Empress thought bitterly. She was also in a pitiful situation, encountering someone like Li Xing. It seemed that she would have a tough time ahead. She could see that Li Xing was treating the jade bead as a weapon to throw at people. As a revered ancient demon emperor, feared throughout ancient times, invincible across the world, she had now fallen to the status of a mere tool in someone else's hands, tossed around. She felt an indescribable sadness and grief. Not bad, not bad. It can mesmerize the mind and be used to throw at people. It's a good weapon. Worth my trip back? Li Xing smiled, quite satisfied with the jade bead, and put it away. Indeed, he really was going to use the jade bead to throw at people. The red-robed Empress was speechless. Using such an unparalleled treasure to throw at people, only someone like Li Xing, with his simple and crude mind, could do such a thing. Any normal Dao cultivator would never do such a thing. Li Xing did not leave immediately. He walked through each hall, not missing a single spot, and took everything he could carry. The red-robed Empress was placed inside a storage magic item, but she could still see outside. What kind of person is this? Even more of a bandit than a bandit, taking everything without discrimination, regardless of whether it's useful or valuable. Truly a crude old man from physical cultivation, with a simple and brutal mind, only capable of brute force. She thought disdainfully. Li Xing did not think much about it. His knowledge was limited, and he could not tell the quality of things. Anyway, he took everything he could carry, just to be safe and not miss anything. He would examine and distinguish them later. A residence of an ancient sect, where an esteemed disciple lived, should not be easily overlooked. Who knows, there might be some treasure hidden among the items. Finally, he left the place. You're all right, that's good. I heard a lot of noise inside, and I was so worried. The white fox, upon seeing Li Xing come out, immediately pounced on him, and Li Xing held it in his arms. It's all right, don't worry, Li Xing said, patting the white fox's head. This guy may be lacking in wits and have a violent tendency, but his heart seems to be good. Treating such an ugly mutt so gently, without abandoning it, is quite rare, the red-robed Empress thought, slightly improving Li Xing's image in her mind. After all, such an ugly mutt, crippled and with only one ear, would have been discarded by others long ago, let alone treated so gently. The sect leader, having consumed a leaf of a medicinal king, was in the process of refining it. At this moment, he opened his eyes and ended the refining. His vitality and spirit were extremely full. All previous wounds had healed, new flesh had grown, and his aura had become much stronger. This made him feel deeply moved. The medicinal king was indeed a medicinal king. Just a single leaf not only healed all his injuries, but also allowed him to make a breakthrough in his realm. He had risen from Dao 1 to Dao 2. Thank you. After opening his eyes, he saw Li Xing and thanked him again. The sect leader is too polite. Where does a sect leader need to be so courteous to a disciple? Moreover, it is the duty of a disciple to rescue the sect leader. There's really no need for repeated thanks, Li Xing said with a smile. Was it normal for a disciple to rescue the sect leader? The sect leader's face twitched. It was not normal at all. It was normal for the sect leader to rescue the disciple. By the way, are you really a disciple of my Xianxia sect? He asked again. Although he had received a definite answer from the white fox, he still could not believe it. After all, Li Xing was too formidable, casually able to produce several medicinal kings, and able to move freely in ancient buildings. He could hardly believe that such a remarkable disciple could come from their Xianxia sect. The sect leader need not doubt my identity. I am indeed a disciple of our Xianxia sect. Li Xing smiled and recounted the process of coming to rescue the sect leader, from the sect leader and many elders being in trouble, to someone seeing the sect leader, an eldershire informing him. The sect leader's eyes were somewhat blurred. As Li Xing described, Li Xing was indeed a disciple of the Xianxia sect. An eldershire was the elder left behind in the sect to guard it. He said incredulously, "What virtue and ability does our Xianxia sect have to take in a disciple like you? It is indeed a great fortune for our Xianxia sect." He did not ask about Li Xing's deeper identity. Being able to casually produce several medicinal kings, could Li Xing be just an ordinary disciple? Impossible. Li Xing must have a more astonishing identity. However, as the leader of a sect, he was very adept at human relations. Some things should not be asked too deeply, as that could cause resentment and dislike. Moreover, Li Xing showed no signs of wanting to elaborate, so he would not ask further. Regardless of what other identities Li Xing had, for now, Li Xing had done him a favor, and he only needed to remember that. Other matters could be dealt with later. Being able to join the Xianxia sect is also my fortune, Li Xing said sincerely. He had a sense of belonging to the Xianxia sect, considering it his own home, as it was the place where he had stayed the longest and where he had been treated well in all aspects. By the way, Xiaohei, you had something to tell me, right? What is it? He looked at the white fox in his arms, not forgetting the anxious look on the white fox earlier. The white fox looked at Li Xing, then at the sect leader, and finally, gritted its teeth and said, "Actually, I'm not an ordinary fox. I am a princess of the Baihu clan. My father is the Baihu emperor, the white fox emperor." After hearing this, Li Xing did not react much, but the sect leader exclaimed in surprise. "Is it the white fox emperor who is famous in the northern region?" He was greatly shocked. If it really was that white fox emperor, it would be extraordinary. The White Fox Emperor was notorious in the northern region, one of the strongest, with few rivals. The White Fox clan was one of the strongest in the northern region. He truly did not expect that the princess of the White Fox clan was in Li Xing's arms. Wait, wasn't the one in Li Xing's arms a little mutt? Had the White Fox Emperor and a mutt combined? Was this the White Fox Emperor's illegitimate daughter? Chapter 54. My name is Li Jiodao, and I have no need to lie. The White Fox Emperor had actually mated with a mutt. TSK, TSK, TSK. If this news were to spread, it would likely shock the entire northern region. The sect leader thought to himself that this was definitely a shocking piece of news. It's not what you think. Seeing the look on the sect leader's face, the little white fox knew what he was thinking. How could her father possibly mate with a mutt? This was all due to Li Xing using the face-changing fist, turning her into this mutt-like appearance. She didn't explain much to the sect leader, as those details weren't the main point. I was being playful and sneaked out of my clan. I hadn't even had much time to play outside when I encountered a senior from the Xianxia sect, who captured me and brought me back to the Xianxia sect, eventually placing me in the 100 Beasts Mountain. The little white fox said, "There is constant conflict between the Yaozu and the Runzu, with deep-seated grudges. Therefore, I didn't dare to reveal my identity and disguised myself as a beast without any background." Li Xing nodded. Humans and Yaozu indeed didn't get along well. If the little white fox's identity were exposed, it could indeed lead to trouble. He asked, "And then?" The little white fox hesitated slightly before saying, "The depths of the ruins are too dangerous, and my father has ventured into them. I want you to accompany me into the depths. I'm worried about my father's safety." Li Xing remained silent. Was this the concern that had been troubling the little white fox? The depths of the ruins were indeed perilous, home to powerful beasts from both the present era and the ancient past. It was understandable that the little white fox would be worried. "It's okay, you don't have to go if you don't want to. It's my fault for bringing this up. You don't have to accompany me into such danger." Seeing Li Xing's silence, the little white fox hurriedly said, "You should return with the sect leader. I'll go into the depths alone." The depths of the ruins were so terrifyingly dangerous, and she had only known Li Xing for a few days. She felt guilty for asking him to accompany her. With that, she tried to jump out of Li Xing's arms. "What are you talking about? I told you before, just put your mind at ease. If anything happens, I'll be there to handle it." Li Xing held the little white fox with one hand, preventing her from jumping away. The little white fox was moved. Li Xing knew how terrifying the depths were, but still agreed to accompany her. Li Xing might be a bit of a rascal, but when it came to crucial moments, he was truly reliable and would step up without hesitation. "Thank you." She thanked Li Xing. "No need to thank me. But if you insist, I won't refuse. Just give me a kiss." Li Xing joked. To his surprise, the little white fox didn't jump up to hit him this time, but directly leaped onto his shoulder and kissed him. He was stunned. "Pfft, you old lecher." Inside the jade pendant, the red-robed Empress spat in her heart, her slight appreciation for Li Xing instantly vanishing. She became even more determined not to reveal herself. If Li Xing, this old lecher, knew she was the talented and beautiful ancient Empress, who knows what he would do to her? Li Xing held the little white fox and left with the sect leader. He had decided that he would let the sect leader return to the Xianxia sect, while he would accompany the little white fox into the depths. "First, let's find the Rhinoceros King," Li Xing said, not feeling at ease with the sect leader leaving alone. He planned to find the Rhinoceros King and have him escort the sect leader out of the ruins. This would be safer, and he would feel more at ease. They exited the deep valley and arrived at the Rhinoceros King's territory, finding him. "Help me with something. Escort the sect leader out of the ruins," he said to the Rhinoceros King. "You don't need to be so polite. I'll escort the sect leader out right away," the Rhinoceros King said with a beaming smile. The sect leader was dumbfounded. He could sense how powerful the Rhinoceros King was, likely capable of kicking him to pieces with a single hoof. Yet, this Rhinoceros King was so humble and full of flattery in front of Li Xing. He realized that this disciple, Li Xing, was likely extraordinarily powerful. Otherwise, the Rhinoceros King wouldn't be so humble. "By the way, it's better to be safer. Go and call the Black Ape King and the White Elephant King. The three of you can escort the sect leader together," Li Xing said. "No problem. Your instructions are my command," the Rhinoceros King replied. "All right, go ahead. We'll wait for you at the valley entrance." Li Xing and the others left the Rhinoceros King's territory and headed towards the valley entrance. During the journey, the sect leader recounted his experiences in this ruin. "We were unlucky. We had just entered when we encountered misfortune, being targeted by a gray wolf that took us away," he said with red eyes. "All the elders I was with met with misfortune, devoured by the gray wolf. Later, the gray wolf was attacked by other beasts, carrying me and fleeing in panic into the valley. It was too badly injured and collapsed as soon as it entered the valley. Many beasts were attracted, and I took the opportunity to escape." The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became. So many elders were gone, a huge loss for the Qingxin sect. The past is gone and can't be changed. Look forward. The development of our Qingxin sect will not stagnate or fall behind. It will surely grow stronger in the future. Li Xing consoled the sect leader. Yes, I believe. The sect leader nodded heavily, confident that with a disciple like Li Xing, the Qingxin sect had nothing to worry about. As they spoke, they arrived at the valley entrance. At that moment, a large group of people was passing through the valley entrance and entering the valley. Among them were a young man and woman, both handsome and beautiful. Upon seeing Li Xing, they were first stunned, then their eyes blazed with fury. It's you. The young man ground his teeth, glaring at Li Xing with a gaze that seemed to want to tear him apart. Indeed, he was Tianming. Previously, he had wanted Li Xing and others to help disperse the forces at the valley entrance to assist him in entering the valley. Instead, he lost both his gains and his losses, failing to enter and being stepped on by Li Xing. The woman was Long Yao, who had been previously sent into the valley by Tianming and later had her spine shattered by Li Xing, being thrown out of the valley. Granny Hua, it's him, the despicable guy who shattered my spine. Although I healed the broken spine with medicine, it still hurts now. Granny Hua, you must not let him go. You have to avenge me. Long Yao pointed at Li Xing, pleading with the clan elder to avenge her. Granny Hua was an old woman with white hair, but exceptionally vigorous and intense spirit, showing no signs of senility. Her eyes were particularly sharp, making people feel a chill and fear. However, she didn't act immediately but cautiously asked Li Xing, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Unlike Long Yao and Tianming, who were blinded by anger, she remained rational. Both Long Yao and Tianming were top talents in the southern region, yet they were so humiliated and crushed by Li Xing. She realized that Li Xing was not simple and likely a top talent from the central region with a strong background. Only the central region, with its exceptional spiritual energy, could produce such a top talent. It was almost impossible in the other four regions. Li Jiudao, a lone cultivator with no sect or affiliation. Li Xing said calmly, giving his new name and identity. Not called Li Xing, a disciple of the Qingxin sect? How did he become Li Jiudao? And with no sect or affiliation? The sect leader was puzzled, but quickly understood. Li Xing had changed his name and identity to avoid implicating the Qingxin sect. What a thoughtful act. He was moved. On the other side, Granny Hua slightly frowned, not quite believing Li Jiudao's words. Li Jiudao, a lone cultivator with no sect or affiliation, is that true? She asked again. A lone cultivator, without the support of a sect or clan, could grow so quickly? She seriously doubted it. Bold. Li Xing shouted, I, Li Jiudao, have always acted uprightly and unwaveringly. Why would I need to lie? You have a narrow perspective. He spoke firmly and powerfully. Anyway, he was Li Jiudao now, not Li Xing. Chapter 55. It's over for us, and you won't survive either. Granny Hua's face twitched. What was wrong with this guy? A rogue cultivator with no sect or affiliation, yet he spoke with such pride and arrogance. She wondered, was being a rogue cultivator really something to be so immensely proud of? However, she didn't believe a word of what this rogue cultivator said. Could a rogue cultivator really overpower Tianming and Long Yao? Impossible. She was about to ask Li Xing again. If you're not going to say anything, then don't say anything anymore. At that moment, a middle-aged powerhouse from the Tian clan stepped forward, stopping Granny Hua and preventing her from asking further questions. Granny Hua was stunned, not understanding the middle-aged powerhouse's intention. Isn't it better not to know his identity? The middle-aged powerhouse said indifferently, if we knew his identity, that would be troublesome. He was the Ming Shu mentioned by Tianming, and he had a very good relationship with Tianming. After hearing what Ming Shu said, Granny Hua immediately understood. She pondered, indeed, Li Xing's identity was definitely not simple. If they knew Li Xing's identity, they would inevitably be wary of him, and then they would be in a dilemma about whether to act or not. But if they didn't know Li Xing's identity, they wouldn't have to worry or hesitate. The ruins are extremely dangerous. It's normal for people to die. Who can guarantee that nothing will go wrong? Even the top powerhouses in the central region can't. Ming Shu glanced at Li Xing and said indifferently, especially for such a young man. With his hot-blooded and inexperienced nature, it's even more normal for something to go wrong. Granny Hua smiled. What Ming Shu said made perfect sense, especially in this valley. In the valley, only they were there, no outsiders. Killing Li Xing would go unnoticed, and no one would be able to trace it back to them afterward. We gave him a chance, but he didn't take it. That's not our fault. Ming Shu looked at Li Xing again and said, Young man, next time there's a chance, remember to take it. Don't just think about showing off. Then, he instructed the powerhouses of the Tian clan, kill them, be clean and swift. We have a lot of things to do. Li Xing had overpowered Tian Ming and Leng Yao, possibly a genius at the level of Dao 2 or Dao 3, but Ming Shu didn't take him seriously. Li Xing wasn't worth his personal effort. Understood. We'll be clean and swift. Several Tian clan powerhouses accepted the order. Indeed, they were clean and swift, without any hesitation, immediately moving towards Li Xing and the sect master. Their auras were powerful, all of them at the level of Dao 3, none of them weak. The sect master's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that these Tian clan powerhouses were all above him. His confidence instantly plummeted. On the other hand, Li Xing's expression remained calm and composed, without any fluctuations. He took out a jade bead and said softly, create some illusions for them. Let them kill each other. Oh, and don't create illusions of fairy maidens. That would be too easy on them. You think you can just order me around? Inside the jade bead, the red-robed Empress thought proudly. She wasn't going to take orders from Li Xing. No, create them. Otherwise, this brute might just start using me as a weapon. She suddenly thought of how Li Xing didn't cherish the jade bead, using it like a steel ball. That wouldn't do. She didn't want the jade bead to be covered in blood. The thought alone made her feel sick. Then, very reluctantly, she activated her power, creating illusions that enveloped the Tian clan powerhouses. Their eyes changed immediately, being deceived by the illusions. They started to attack each other, seeing the other as Li Xing. Blood splattered, and they became increasingly ruthless. Soon, they all fell in a pool of blood, completely dead. What kind of bead is that? A treasure bead? Ming Shu, Granny Hua, and other powerhouses from the Tian clan and Long clan all changed their expressions, staring at the jade bead with greed. Li Xing had entered the valley earlier than them, and they assumed it was a treasure bead he had obtained in the valley. Kill. Attack. They all moved, wanting to seize the jade bead. Ming Shu and Granny Hua were among them, though their auras, though strong above Dao V, were not the strongest. The strongest aura fluctuations were above Dao 7. The Tian clan and Long clan were indeed powerful, prestigious clans in the south, their strength formidable and not to be underestimated. So many people, your illusions probably can't handle it, right? Li Xing looked at the jade bead in his hand and whispered. He tightened his grip on the jade bead, ready to throw it out. He estimated that when he threw it out, no one could stop it, and it would instantly kill everyone. No, I can handle it. The red-robed Empress almost shouted out. She knew what Li Xing was planning, to throw her out. She didn't hesitate, nor dare to hesitate, quickly activating her power to create a series of illusions. The jade bead radiated brilliant light, quickly enveloping the powerhouses of the Tian clan and Long clan. Next, they all fell into illusions, without exception, even the strongest Dao 7 powerhouse. Die for me. Ming Shu slashed at Granny Hua with a knife, seeing her as Li Xing. How could I die? The one dying will be you, you little brat. Granny Hua sneered, piercing Ming Shu's chest with a sword, seeing him as Li Xing. The Dao 7 powerhouses also started to kill each other. It was utter chaos. The Tian clan and Long clan powerhouses who had come to kill Li Xing were now killing each other, seeing the other as Li Xing. I thought you couldn't handle it. Li Xing smiled, very satisfied with the jade bead. The illusion ability of the jade bead was indeed powerful. The The Tian clan and Long clan had sent over 30 powerhouses, but all of them fell into illusions, unable to distinguish reality from fiction. How could this happen? Tian Ming and Long Yao's faces turned pale, full of horror and fear, trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. They never expected it to turn out like this. The Tian clan had 2 Dao 7 powerhouses, and the Long clan also had 2 Dao 7 powerhouses, plus more Dao 6 and Dao V powerhouses. Yet, they all fell into illusions and started to kill each other. These were the core and strongest forces of their Tian clan and Long clan, and now they were all gone. They wanted to cry but couldn't shed a tear, feeling utterly exhausted. Their Tian clan and Long clan were completely finished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 3 massive figures rapidly flew towards them from the distance, radiating immense ferocity, each one resembling a small mountain, extremely intimidating. Li Jiudao, don't be too smug. You won't survive today either. Haha, you're going to die too. Tian Ming and Long Yao recognized the 3 massive figures. They were 3 beasts. They laughed maniacally. The commotion here had attracted the beasts in the valley, and Li Xing would inevitably be killed by the 3 beasts. Hashtag Chapter 56. Entering the depths of the ruins. 3 monstrous beasts, their terrifying malevolent auras already sweeping across the land even before they arrived. With such formidable malevolent auras, the 3 beasts were undoubtedly incredibly powerful. Tian Ming and Long Yao both believed that Li Xing would not stand a chance against them and would be killed by the beasts. They laughed uncontrollably, despite their own demise. Seeing Li Xing's impending death brought them joy. It was a form of revenge. Seriously? You don't think these 3 beasts can kill me, do you? Li Xing said with a strange expression. He noticed Tian Ming and Long Yao's unrestrained laughter and their words, and he guessed that they probably thought he would die at the hands of the beasts. You two are short-sighted, he couldn't help but laugh. Arrogant fool. You'll cry soon enough. Tian Ming and Long Yao retorted viciously. They refused to believe that such powerful beasts couldn't kill Li Xing. However, they were soon dumbfounded. The 3 beasts arrived and, to their astonishment, they all suppressed their auras and obediently lay by Li Xing's side, as if they were his pets. What on earth was happening? Rhino, black ape, white elephant, someone said I'd die at your hands. Is that true? Li Xing stroked the Rhino King's head and asked with a smile. Indeed, the 3 beasts were the Rhino King, Black Ape King, and White Elephant King. Who would say such nonsense? You are our most revered elder brother. We would never harm you. Are they insane to say such things? The Rhino King, Black Ape King, and White Elephant King hastily replied. Oh, it was them, Li Xing pointed at Tian Ming and Long Yao. After hearing Li Xing's words, the 3 beasts turned their cold gazes towards Tian Ming and Long Yao, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Handle them, Li Xing instructed the Rhino King and the others. Understood. You can rest assured, elder brother. Leave it to us, the Rhino King and the others responded in unison. Good, Li Xing nodded and said. After that, escort the sect leader out. Make sure to safely escort the sect leader out. If the sect leader has any issues, I'll hold you accountable. Then, he picked up the little white fox and left the valley. After Li Xing left, the Rhino King and the others immediately launched an attack on Tian Ming and Long Yao, tearing them to pieces in an instant. With Li Xing gone, the illusion dissipated, and there were still some strong members of the Tian and Long clans alive. However, they were quickly killed by the Rhino King and the others, all perishing. The Rhino King and the others, along with the sect leader, left the valley. Li Xing held the little white fox and quickly headed towards the depths of the ruins. The ruins were vast, a world unto themselves. Li Xing continuously accelerated along the way, finally reaching the depths of the ruins. The spiritual energy here was even more abundant and intense. Under the operation of the 3rd chapter of the Supreme Tai Ching scripture, a large amount of refined spiritual essence surged into Li Xing's body. His cultivation level was once again elevated. He advanced from the 8th level of the void to the 9th level of the void. The depths were much larger than the outer regions, with more complex terrain, towering ancient trees, and mountains rising one after another. In the deeper parts, one could vaguely see a series of grand and majestic buildings, exuding an ancient, weathered aura. Li Xing knew that those were the true abodes of the ruins. The depths were chaotic, with battles breaking out everywhere. The beasts residing in the depths of the ruins seemed to be unhappy with the disturbance and attacked various strong beings that had entered the depths. The strong beings from various factions cursed, having found nothing in the depths and only engaging in battles with the ruins' beasts. Nevertheless, they did not consider leaving. The ruins were too astonishing, and they had indeed seen many extraordinary things, making them unwilling to leave just yet. Li Xing also encountered beasts from the ruins, and there were quite a few, but none were a match for him, all being easily slain by him. He did not waste them, collecting all the beasts for future use in stewing and grilling. The truly terrifying beasts of the ruins haven't shown themselves yet, Li Xing mused, rubbing his chin. From the beasts he had slain, he learned a lot. Most of the beasts currently emerging were contemporary, while those descended from ancient and primordial times had not yet made any moves. Those ancient and primordial beasts were even more powerful, occupying the deeper parts and not yet disturbed, hence their inactivity. A flash of sword light caught Li Xing's eye. In the distance, a beautiful maiden wielded a long sword, like a sword fairy, battling a beast from the ruins. Xuanhuan Liyue, Li Xing murmured, recognizing the beautiful maiden. She was a talented young woman from the central region who had caused quite a stir before entering the ruins, garnering immense attention and shining brilliantly. Xuanhuan Liyue was indeed formidable and impressive, worthy of being one of the strongest young talents in the central region. The beast she faced exuded the aura of the 9th level of the Tao, yet it did not pressure her in the slightest. Her movements were light and agile, and with a single strike of her sword, she easily slew the beast. She seemed to notice Li Xing and glanced in his direction, but quickly turned her gaze away and flew off towards the deeper parts. Li Xing paid no mind and continued to search for the White Fox Emperor, holding the little white fox. A northern beast clan expert was in peril, nearly killed by a beast from the ruins, but was recognized by the little white fox. Li Xing quickly intervened, saving the northern beast clan expert and slaying the beast. This expert was from the Bashi clan, which, like the White Fox clan, was one of the prominent beast clans in the north. The Bashi clan expert was shocked by Li Xing's strength, his face filled with disbelief. The beast he faced possessed the peak power of the 9th level of the Tao, extremely terrifying. He had barely exchanged glances with it when he nearly met his end. And Li Xing? With just a single kick, he had obliterated the beast's head. How powerful must he be? "Do you know where my father is?" the little white fox asked urgently. She hadn't expected the depths to be so chaotic, and she wanted to find her father as soon as possible, fearing for his safety. "Your father, who?" The Bashi clan expert was puzzled, not recalling any powerful stray dogs in the beast clans. "The White Fox Emperor," the little white fox blurted out, too anxious to explain further. "Ah." The Bashi clan expert was shocked, never imagining that the father the little white fox was referring to was the White Fox Emperor. The White Fox Emperor was so proud, disdaining other beast clans, yet he had ended up with a stray dog and produced offspring? This was beyond its imagination. Chapter 57. The big catch-up scene. "Father, you are too heartbreaking." The strong man of the Bashi tribe had an expression that was more than just strange. He knew the White Fox Emperor and had a deep understanding of him. The White Fox Emperor had always been proud, believing that the bloodline of the White Fox clan was extraordinary. Even among the strongest northern tribes, the White Fox Emperor looked down upon them, thinking that their bloodlines were inferior to the White Fox clans. As a result, the White Fox Emperor had taken a liking to a mutt. The shock in his heart was beyond words. However, he quickly responded, "I have seen him." The White Fox Emperor was spotted in that area. He pointed in a direction where he had seen the White Fox Emperor not long ago. "Let's go." Li Xing held the little white fox and hurried towards that direction. The depths of the ruins were indeed terrifying. The White Fox Emperor's strength was not enough to cope with the dangers there. Li Xing was also worried about the White Fox Emperor's safety. They rushed over and soon saw the White Fox Emperor. A fierce battle was unfolding there. The White Fox Emperor had encountered a beast from the ruins. But who was that fox next to the White Fox Emperor? Although Li Xing had never met the White Fox Emperor, he recognized him at a glance. The tall white fox, with its flawless fur, exuded a fierce aura, clearly extraordinary. Next to the White Fox Emperor, there was a small nine-tailed fox with fur of 7 different colors, looking very beautiful. This nine-tailed rainbow fox was even more ferocious than the White Fox Emperor. It fought at the forefront, its small body containing incredibly powerful and terrifying strength. It was agile, moving as fast as lightning, leaving a series of afterimages as it attacked the beast from the ruins. This beast from the ruins, with its power fluctuations above the Tao level 9, was very passive when facing this nine-tailed rainbow fox, unable to mount much of a counterattack. Every attack from the nine-tailed rainbow fox dealt a heavy blow to the beast, causing it to bleed and howl in pain. In contrast, the White Fox Emperor was not as powerful, mostly assisting from the side. In the end, with blood splattering everywhere, the beast from the ruins was killed by a claw from the nine-tailed rainbow fox, which pierced its heart. So beautiful, even in battle. You are so beautiful, making me intoxicated, never tiring of looking at you. The White Fox Emperor gazed at the nine-tailed rainbow fox with infatuation in his eyes. Do you know what the difference is between you and the stars in the sky? He asked the nine-tailed rainbow fox with deep affection. What is the difference? The nine-tailed rainbow fox asked, puzzled. The difference is that the stars are in the sky, and you are in my heart. The White Fox Emperor said earnestly. Oh my! Not far away, Li Xing heard the White Fox Emperor's love words and looked at his arms, which were covered in goosebumps. Oh my, that was too mushy. The little white fox also felt her teeth were about to be sour. However, her expression was not just that. It was very angry. What was going on? Li Xing noticed the anger on the little white fox's face. Could it be that the nine-tailed rainbow fox was not her mother? If that was the case, it would be quite interesting. Indeed, as he thought, the nine-tailed rainbow fox was not the little white fox's mother. The little white fox burst into loud sobs. Father, father, you are too heartbreaking. I was worried about your safety in the depths and dragged Li Xing to find you. But you are here flirting with another fox. The little white fox became more and more heartbroken, her tears flowing like they were free. Do you even deserve me? Do you deserve my mother? My mother loved you so much, and you betrayed her by seeking another fox behind her back. She angrily questioned, feeling her whole heart was shattered. Her mother loved her father so much, and her father had also said that he would only love her mother in this life and never fall for anyone else. But now, she had seen with her own eyes that her father was saying such mushy and flirtatious words to another fox. She was truly heartbroken, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Who are you? You can eat food indiscriminately, but you can't speak nonsense. Who is your father? The White Fox Emperor heard the little white fox's words, looked over, and saw a small mutt. He immediately replied, warning the little white fox not to speak nonsense. This could be fatal, not just for a person, but for a fox. Indeed, he saw the nine-tailed rainbow fox glaring at him with a displeased expression. Well, you always saying you love only me, but secretly you're cheating, even having a child come looking for you. The nine-tailed rainbow fox angrily glared at the White Fox Emperor, more than upset. It condensed a giant club with its power and directly smashed it towards the White Fox Emperor. Cheating behind my back. Let me beat you to death, you unfaithful fox. It attacked ruthlessly, the club specifically targeting the White Fox Emperor's head, causing him to bleed profusely, in a very miserable state. I am innocent. The White Fox Emperor cried out. Where did this small mutt come from? How could it frame him like this? He hadn't even thought about combining with any mutt, let alone actually doing it. The evidence is right here. Your child has come looking for you, And you're still shouting innocent? The nine-tailed rainbow fox became angrier, the club smashing harder, not giving the white fox emperor a chance to explain. The white fox emperor's entire head was almost smashed to pieces, covered in blood. Seeing that he couldn't explain it to the nine-tailed rainbow fox, he hurriedly shouted to the little white fox, "Hey, I really don't know who you are. Don't frame me like this. Hurry up and tell the truth, or I really will die." "Father, this is what you deserve. You betrayed my mother. Don't expect me to save you," the little white fox said heartbrokenly. This time, she was truly heartbroken. Her father had broken her heart. She felt it was unfair for her mother, who loved her father so much, yet her father betrayed her. Li Xing scratched his nose. Was this a caught-in-the-act scene? It had to be said. The white fox emperor had some tricks up his sleeve. Those love words just now. Which woman could resist? Ouch! It hurts. It hurts. The white fox emperor was beaten to a sorry state. The nine-tailed rainbow fox, also tired from beating, finally she threw the white fox emperor to the side. "Explain, what exactly is going on?" She glared angrily at the white fox emperor, never imagining he would betray her. Recalling the love words the white fox emperor had just said to her, she couldn't help but want to pick up the club and beat him again. Had the white fox emperor said those words to other women too? "I am truly innocent," the white fox emperor cried uncontrollably. "I swear, I only love you, xuanhuan. I have never betrayed you, not flirted with other women, nor had any connection with them." "Wait, xuanhuan." The little white fox's face changed. The nickname xuanhuan was what her father called her mother. Her father called her mother xuanhuan. Could it be that the nine-tailed rainbow fox in front of her was her mother? She had misunderstood? Chapter 58. I'm not defending him. I'm defending you, father. What on earth is going on? Little white fox was confused, bewildered by the title her father used for the nine-tailed color fox. Little warm. This was how her father addressed her mother. Why would her father address the nine-tailed color fox like this? How could she not recognize her mother? Her mother was a pure white fox, not a color fox like this. Moreover, her mother only had one tail, not nine. This nine-tailed color fox in front of her could not possibly be her mother. "Why do you call her Little Warm, father?" "That's my mother's name." She couldn't help but speak out. "What? Your mother is also called Little Warm?" The white fox emperor was shocked. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed color fox became even angrier and once again picked up her wolf tooth club to give the white fox emperor a fierce beating. "You scoundrel! No wonder you keep saying you only love me. You actually gave another woman my name." She was furious. If they were both called Little Warm, it meant he only loved one person, Little Warm. This scoundrel was truly rotten to the core. "Stop, I really didn't." The white fox emperor cried out, shouting at Little White Fox, "Who exactly are you?" "I'm Little Chi." Little White Fox replied. "What? You're Little Chi?" The white fox emperor was stunned, and so was the nine-tailed color fox. Little Chi was the name of their daughter. "Yes, I am Little Chi, the daughter of you and mother." Little White Fox said bitterly, "But I guess you wouldn't want to acknowledge me now. Your eyes are probably filled with only this color fox now." "Wait, how could you be Little Chi?" The white fox emperor said, "My Little Chi is a pure white fox, not a black mongrel like you." Ahem. At this moment, Li Xing coughed and said, "It's time for me to step in and reveal the truth." He addressed Little White Fox. "I'm sorry to have to do this to you." "All right, but remember to go easy on me," Little White Fox said with lingering fear. "I'll try." Li Xing picked up Little White Fox and then began to pummel her with his fist. He was using the Return Your Beauty fist to restore Little White Fox's original appearance. Ah! With each scream, Little White Fox gradually regained her true form, transforming from a black, one-eared mongrel into a pure white, flawless Little White Fox. "It really is Little Chi," the White Fox Emperor exclaimed in surprise, immediately recognizing Little White Fox. It had to be said that the unrecognizable fist and return your beauty fist, when perfected, were quite powerful. Not only did they change the external features, but even the aura and bloodline were altered. Even the White Fox Emperor and the Nine-Tailed Color Fox hadn't noticed before. Little Qi, how did you get here? The Nine-Tailed Color Fox was also full of surprise, never expecting to see Little White Fox here. Moreover, she glared at Li Xing with a hostile expression, saying, "How dare you treat my daughter so violently?" Her daughter was their cherished gem, never having been hit or even scolded. Li Xing had treated their daughter so roughly, right in front of them. She was furious. Your daughter?" Before Li Xing could react, Little White Fox exclaimed in surprise. How had she become the daughter of the Nine-Tailed Color Fox? Silly daughter, she is your mother, a noble Nine-Tailed Color Fox. The White Fox Emperor said, "Your mother's identity is sensitive and cannot be revealed. She has been hiding her identity all along, not even telling you." At the same time, the Nine-Tailed Color Fox glowed with a radiant light. Her seven-colored fur turned snow-white, and her 9 tails merged into one, transforming into a beautiful white fox. Mother! Little White Fox was shocked to find that the 9-tailed color fox was indeed her mother. "You also carry your mother's noble blood, but we suppressed it through some means." The White Fox Emperor explained, "This time when we came to the ancient ruins, your mother was worried about me and came with me. Later, we encountered this relic beast, and I was powerless to resist. Your mother then revealed her true form and killed it." This is the truth. Little White Fox never imagined it would be like this. She then chuckled and said, "After all that, it turned out to be a misunderstanding." "How dare you laugh?" The White Fox Emperor glared at Little White Fox, saying, "Look at what you've done to your father, almost beaten to death by your mother. What a daughter who keeps digging holes for her father. Hee hee, it shows I'm on mother's side. If father really betrays mother, I definitely wouldn't agree." Little White Fox laughed. "Yes, that's my good daughter. You should always stand by your mother's side," the 9-tailed color fox said with satisfaction. However, she didn't forget about Li Xing beating her daughter. She stared at Li Xing and asked Little White Fox, "Little Qi, what's going on with him? Why are you with him? Were you kidnapped by him?" After Little White Fox disappeared, they sent powerful members of the White Fox clan to search for her. However, they didn't dare to make a big fuss, fearing that it would be known by human cultivators. They could only search in secret. The conflict between the Yalzu and the human zoo was intense, and if human cultivators knew Little White Fox was missing, it would cause a big problem, possibly being exploited by some ill-intentioned human cultivators. "No, he's my friend. He's very nice," Little White Fox quickly said. "Very nice? Nice people don't treat you so violently." The 9-tailed color fox didn't believe it. The scene of Li Xing beating Little White Fox was still very clear in her mind, with each punch hitting hard. "It's not like that. He was helping me change my appearance and restore my original form," Little White Fox explained. The White Fox Emperor also focused on Li Xing. Little White Fox was his precious treasure, not to be hit or scolded. Although Little White Fox explained the situation and it was understandable, he still felt uncomfortable. "Transforming, huh?" He chuckled and said, "Young man, I observe that you have a unique bone structure and a full forehead, indicating you are a rare talent in cultivation. It's just a pity that your cultivation meridians haven't been fully opened yet. Since you are my daughter's friend, I'll help you open your meridians for free, allowing you to soar to new heights." Upon hearing this, Little White Fox immediately panicked and said, "Father, don't do it. You can't treat him like that." How could she not understand that her father wanted to teach Li Xing a lesson? But could her father win against Li Xing? Absolutely not. Her father was no match for Li Xing. "Little Qi, don't tell me you've fallen for him? Why are you defending him like this?" The White Fox Emperor said. "No, I'm not defending him. I'm defending you, father. If you really fight, you'll be in a very bad situation," Little White Fox said seriously. The Rhinoceros King, Black Ape King, and White Elephant King, 3 top-level beasts, were all ferocious and far stronger than her father. But what about facing Li Xing? They were like lambs, with no combat power at all. Her father still wanted to teach Li Xing a lesson. Well, maybe it's better to rest. Nonsense. Do you really look down on your father so much? If you say that, I really have to spar with him a couple of rounds. The White Fox Emperor was angry, never expecting his daughter to underestimate him so much. After all, he was one of the top-tier experts in the northern region. How could he not be able to handle a young man like Li Xing? It was too absurd. Chapter 59. Uncle, please continue. A daughter grows up and no longer follows her parents' wishes. The White Fox Emperor deeply understood this now. Just look at his daughter. For the person she loves, she has gone to such lengths to defend him, even saying things like, "Even I can't do it." He was furious and glared at Li Xing again. Would this man, in the future, take his daughter away from him? The nine-tailed rainbow fox also watched Li Xing, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Was her daughter really going to leave them behind? She felt very uncomfortable and couldn't accept it for a moment. "Old White, teach him a lesson. Let him understand some truths," she said to the White Fox Emperor. Her daughter was grown up and would eventually have someone she liked. She couldn't stay with her parents forever. She understood these things and respected her daughter's choice. However, as parents, they would always be their daughter's backing. She wanted Li Xing to understand this, to treat Xianxia well, never to mistreat her. Otherwise, as parents, they would never let Li Xing off. Understood. The White Fox Emperor understood the nine-tailed rainbow fox's intention to give Li Xing a taste of their power. That way, even if Xianxia really ended up with Li Xing would be wary of them and wouldn't dare to mistreat Xianxia. He looked at Li Xing and said, "Young man, although I don't approve of you, I respect my daughter's choice. If you want to gain our recognition, then come forward. Don't hide behind my daughter. Let me see the bright spots in you." What did this mean? Was he being seen as a son-in-law? Li Xing showed a knowing smile. Was his future father-in-law trying to test him? "Father, mother, what are you thinking? The situation is not what you think it is. Please stop making a fuss. If you really fight, you won't even find a place to cry." The little white fox was speechless. Why wouldn't her father and mother listen to her? Li Xing, this humanoid beast, was as fierce as they come. Her father and mother together might not be a match for Li Xing. Listen, is this what it means to be a girl in love? No wonder they say that women in love have almost no intelligence. The White Fox Emperor felt very uncomfortable. His own daughter, how much was she defending Li Xing? He ignored the little white fox, who couldn't be reasoned with, and continued to look at Li Xing, saying, "Don't you have the courage? If so, you are too disappointing." All right. Li Xing had no choice but to step forward, since the White Fox Emperor had said so much. He turned back to look at the little white fox and said, "Don't worry, he is your father after all. I will hold back and try to be gentle. Promise me, don't go too hard." Understood. Li Xing nodded. The White Fox Emperor rolled his eyes. What was this? Did this young man really think he was invincible and could handle him at will? He was a bit displeased. It seemed that Li Xing had some strength, but he was too arrogant, over the top. Would his daughter have a good life with such a person in the future? There are always people stronger than oneself, and there is always a higher sky. In the world of cultivation, this is even more so. Maintaining humility and always having a clear understanding of oneself is the way to go higher and further. If one is overly conceited, even with talent, one will not reach the peak. There are too many such examples. Many talented geniuses failed to reach the end due to arrogance and were cut down halfway. "Forget it, for my daughter, I will teach him a good lesson." He stepped forward. "Young man, as an elder, don't say I'm bullying you. Let's do this. Tell me your cultivation level. I'll lower my level, and then I'll give you the chance to strike first 100 times. After 100 moves, I'll make my move," he said confidently, raising his fox head. As the emperor of the White Fox clan and a top-tier powerhouse in the north, he had always crushed his peers. He had the confidence to do so. Even if he lowered his level and let Li Xing strike first 100 times, he was confident in taking down Li Xing. "Father, you..." The little white fox widened her eyes. Had her father lived so long without understanding the situation? Was Li Xing someone who could be underestimated like this? Lowering his level and letting Li Xing strike first 100 times. Oh my, she wanted to say, "Father, stop joking. After 100 moves, you'll be reduced to bones." This isn't good. Li Xing said, "You are an elder. I should respect you. Don't lower your level, and don't let me strike first 100 times. Let's just fight like this." In fact, he wanted to say, "Let me let you strike first 100 times. If you can make me lose a hair in 100 moves, I'll admit defeat." However, he thought about it and felt that would be too arrogant, so he didn't say it. Confidence is good, but overconfidence is arrogance. The White Fox Emperor rebuked, "Young man, that's how you are. Overconfident, becoming arrogant, which is really not good." Roar. At that moment, a roar sounded. A Dao 9 level relic beast arrived and lunged at Li Xing and the others. Its movements were too fast, and its appearance too sudden. Neither the White Fox Emperor nor the Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox reacted in time. The Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox was a bit quicker and reacted first. But by the time she reacted, the Dao 9 relic beast was already close. Without hesitation, she quickly moved to block the Dao 9 relic beast's attack. Swish. However, what happened next left her utterly shocked. Li Xing had already acted before her, arriving near the Dao 9 relic beast. "Get lost, don't disturb my sparring with my uncle," Li Xing shouted. His fists glowing with crystalline light, he punched out as fast as lightning. The Dao 9 relic beast didn't react at all, immediately hit by Li Xing's punch. With a splatter, blood sprayed like rain. The Dao 9 relic beast was instantly blown up, flesh flying everywhere, dead on the spot. Li Xing seemed to teleport, vanishing in an instant from there and returning to his original spot, not a drop of blood on his clothes. "A blind little beast, what are you messing around for?" "No worries, it's already dealt with." Li Xing smiled and said, "Uncle, what you said just now is very right. Overconfidence is arrogance, and arrogance is indeed not good. Come, please continue." On the other side, the White Fox Emperor was completely stunned. A Dao 9 level relic beast, killed by Li Xing with one punch? He was full of disbelief. This young man was outrageously strong. The Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox was also shocked. Li Xing's speed, Li Xing's punch, even she couldn't see through, couldn't gauge. She felt that if she were to fight Li Xing, she would probably be taken down with one punch too. "Uncle, why aren't you speaking? I think what you said is very good, very educational, truly worthy of an experienced senior in cultivation. I've learned a lot." Li Xing was sincere and earnest, looking like he was taking advice. Chapter 60. Amidst the storm, my golden spear stands firm. What more was there to say? The White Fox Emperor's face twitched, and there was nothing left to say. It had wanted to show Li Xing its prowess, but what prowess did it have to show? If they were to truly fight, it estimated that Li Xing could dismantle its entire skeleton. It glanced nervously at the Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox, hoping the latter would step in on its behalf. After all, as parents, they had to maintain their authority, right? If it couldn't do it, then let the mother do it. To its surprise, the Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox completely ignored its plea, looking left and right, but never in its direction. It finally understood that the Nine-tailed Rainbow Fox also lacked confidence and dared not engage Li Xing in battle. "Forget it. If it's a matter of losing face, it has to be handled by me, the head of the family." It sighed inwardly, realizing there was no solution. Just now, it had glanced at the little white fox, hoping it would help defuse the situation and persuade Li Xing to abandon the fight. However, the little white fox gave it a look, as if saying, "I told you before. Who asked you not to listen? I'm not getting involved." As the saying goes, a daughter is a warm little cotton-padded jacket. But its daughter's cotton-padded jacket was leaking wind. It had no choice but to steel its resolve and say to Li Xing, "Young man, I only spoke half of what I intended to say earlier. Excessive confidence is arrogance. However, it's normal and acceptable for a young person to be impetuous and full of vigor. If a young person isn't impetuous, can they still be called young? So you're not wrong, you've done well." It continued. "As for me, I'm just an old bone. How can I compare to a young person like you? What I said earlier was just a casual remark. How could I really fight with you? That was just a joke. As an elder, one must act like an elder and not fight with a junior. That would be too bullying. It would tarnish the dignity of an elder. If a young person isn't impetuous, can they still be called young? Li Xing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The White Fox Emperor sure knew how to talk. How could he not know that it was because he had just punched through the Dao 9 relic beast, scaring the White Fox Emperor? If not for that, the White Fox Emperor would have surely fought him. In fact, all of this was intentional on his part. When the Dao 9 relic beast attacked, he deliberately intervened, punching through it in one move, all to showcase his strength and avoid a fight with the White Fox Emperor. After all, the White Fox Emperor was the father of the little White Fox. How could he really go after the White Fox Emperor? That wouldn't do. If he did that, the little White Fox would probably scratch him every day. So that's how it is. The elder's intentions are truly profound, and I have learned greatly from it. He gave the White Fox Emperor enough face, praising it profusely. All right, this young man is quite decent. Seeing that Li Xing was quite cooperative, the White Fox Emperor's gaze towards him grew increasingly approving. The nine-tailed rainbow fox, too, thought that the young man was polite and didn't make the White Fox Emperor lose face. She also approved, thinking Li Xing could be a suitable son-in-law. However, there were still some issues. She said to Li Xing, "Young man, if you want to marry my daughter, it's not impossible, but I need to tell you some things in advance. The Fox clan is different from the human clan. Foxes are naturally charming, and their needs in that aspect are high. You need to train well, strengthen your body, or I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." She was quite bold, saying everything, and the little white fox's entire body turned red, almost becoming a red fox. "Mother!" The little white fox gritted her teeth. What was her mother saying? Was she really treating Li Xing as her son-in-law? "Please rest assured, no matter how fierce the storm, my golden spear will stand firm," Li Xing said, patting his chest. A joke? He, Li Xing, might not have much else, but his body was definitely in good shape. Storms, golden spears standing firm. What kind of wild words were these? The little white fox was so embarrassed that she couldn't lift her head, her entire body even redder. Bragging, the nine-tailed rainbow fox is not ordinary in that aspect. The human's little frame is really stretching it. Inside the jade bead, the red robe Empress commented. She knew the nine-tailed rainbow fox, which in the ancient times was one of the great ferocious bloodlines, extremely powerful. "Just now, I observed your move. Your body is quite good, so this shouldn't be a problem," the nine-tailed rainbow fox said. "However, there's another issue I need to inform you about in advance. Little Chi's body contains the bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox, which in the future will cause major problems." She looked serious and earnest. "You are so young and already so powerful. It's truly extraordinary. Your future seems limitless. But if you are with little Chi, many problems will come your way in the future, problems beyond your imagination." "Big problems? How big?" Li Xing became interested. "Let me put it this way, among these problems, there are countless as young and powerful as you, and even more who are several times stronger than you," the nine-tailed rainbow fox said solemnly. "Mother, are you exaggerating? Do you know how strong Li Xing is? Even the top talents of the central region might not be Li Xing's match." The little white fox thought her mother didn't know how strong Li Xing was. "What's the central region's top talent?" The nine-tailed rainbow fox shook her head. "I don't know how strong he is, but I've already considered him strong enough. Can he surpass the Nirvana realm? What I'm talking about, at the very least, are those in the Nirvana realm, and more are in the divine realm. The 9 stages of the Tao realm. Surpassing the Tao realm is the Nirvana realm. The Nirvana realm, divided into 9 nirvanas. Each nirvana is like a rebirth, bringing qualitative changes, surpassing the past. After completing 9 nirvanas, one can completely bid farewell to the past, step onto the path of transcendence, ignite the divine fire within the body, and become a god with the power to destroy heaven and earth, a god. God, divine realm? The little white fox was greatly shocked. The nine-tailed rainbow fox's words completely exceeded her imagination. Were there really such young people who could become gods? How could she feel so unreal about it? Hard to believe? That's because you lack the corresponding resources, and we dare not let you grow too fast. Otherwise, with the bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox in you, you could already stand in the divine realm now, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. The nine-tailed rainbow fox said meaningfully. Ah! The little white fox was completely shocked. Was the bloodline of the nine-tailed rainbow fox in her so powerful? With the support of corresponding cultivation resources, could she become a god now? This era is much weaker compared to the ancient times. Even young gods are so hard to believe and imagine. Inside the jade bead, the red-robe Empress could hear these conversations. She murmured in her heart, young gods, in the ancient times, were nothing. There were plenty. Even young saints were not uncommon. Those ancient clans had too deep a foundation. Almost every family had a young saint. The ancient times were extremely brutal, with countless extraordinary figures emerging. Looking back, she could step by step climb to the top, achieving the supreme Empress position, suppressing various extraordinary figures, which was indeed difficult. The winter of cultivation, the era of the end of the law, all cultivation civilizations will wither. All cultivation flames will be extinguished. Is this all true? Is it going to happen in this era? The red-robe Empress thought of an ancient prophecy. Her heart couldn't help but beat violently. Was this ancient prophecy going to be fulfilled in this era? Chapter 61. The Winter of Cultivation, the Era of Ending and the Era of No Cultivation. In ancient times, she achieved the position of Demon Emperor, seeking to break through and attain immortality. She ventured into the immortal realm, braving countless ancient, perilous lands and secret realms. In one such ancient, perilous land, she obtained an ancient piece of animal skin, its age uncertain even to her. It was inscribed with archaic text, which she researched extensively and consulted various great figures to decipher, but to no avail. No one recognized these characters. It was only by chance, during her cultivation, that she experienced a profound insight into the Tao, resonating with the text on the ancient animal skin and understanding its meaning. The animal skin recorded a prophecy. The prophecy roughly stated that the path of cultivation would gradually collapse, the flame of civilization would slowly extinguish, and the lives of cultivators would face a winter, giving way to the era of ending and even the era of no cultivation. At that time, she disregarded it, believing it to be a prank by some ancient being out of boredom. She never took it to heart. After all, in the ancient era, various cultivation civilizations were so prosperous, with every Tao cultivated to its extreme. How could there be a collapse? But now, she had to take it seriously. In fact, ever since she awakened in this era, she sensed something amiss. When she first awakened, she was in this relic, where the Tao fields were already empty, with no disciples of the Tao fields around. Since then, she had stayed in the relic until now. She wasn't unwilling to leave. She had ventured out, only to find that the current world was far inferior to ancient times, with a gap so vast she couldn't even measure it. Recovering outside was not as effective as staying within the relic. At least, the environment inside the relic was slightly better than outside. This relic had been opened many times in this era. Initially, it was fine, with various powerful beings appearing. She had seen beings above the level of saints. But as time went on, the later the relic was opened, the weaker the beings that entered, with increasingly inferior strength. In recent openings, she no longer saw beings above the level of saints, not even a single saint, mostly divine-level beings. As for this opening, the situation was even more dire. She hadn't even seen a divine-level being. The situation is truly worsening. She sighed inwardly. What she once thought impossible was now coming true one by one. The environment of the world had drastically changed, spiritual energy had significantly declined, and cultivators truly faced a winter of cultivation, with the flame of cultivation civilization slowly extinguishing. Would the era of ending and the era of no cultivation appear in this era? She couldn't imagine it. If it became the era of no cultivation, would all cultivators revert to being mortals and all beasts lose their intelligence? Is this prophecy known only to me? Do those beings who risk everything to break through to immortality and enter the immortal realm also know about this situation? Will the immortal realm be the only haven for cultivation? She pondered inwardly, feeling that there might be other beings who knew about this situation and were desperately trying to enter the immortal realm to avoid this winter of cultivation and not lose their cultivation. What about me? I awakened in this era. It's too difficult. It would have been better to awaken in the previous era. She felt uneasy. With such a harsh environment in this era, did she still have hope of attaining immortality? Attaining immortality was already a distant dream, and now, under these circumstances, it seemed even more unrealistic. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed rainbow fox was still explaining to the little white fox the extraordinary nature of the nine-tailed rainbow fox bloodline. Do not underestimate the bloodline within you. Once you grow, you will be astonishingly brilliant, surpassing your peers, including your little boyfriend. The nine-tailed rainbow fox gave Li Xing a meaningful look. Li Xing was indeed formidable, but compared to the celestial prodigies she knew, Li Xing was far inferior. So impressive? Can I really surpass him? The little white fox looked at Li Xing in disbelief. She knew how monstrous Li Xing was and never thought she could surpass him. But according to her mother, her bloodline was incredibly powerful. Surpassing Li Xing was not a problem. Very simple, no problem at all, the nine-tailed rainbow fox said confidently. But mother, you don't know how monstrous he is. I suspect he's the reincarnation of some great beast. His physique is too strong, not at all like a human. The little white fox said, feeling her mother still underestimated Li Xing. Earlier, he dealt with that remnant beast of the Dao 9 relic using pure physical strength. His cultivation level isn't high. The little white fox continued, I think he's the reincarnation of some great beast. I've been longing for his blood, wanting to extract a few drops to refine and absorb, enhancing my own bloodline. Pure physical strength? The nine-tailed rainbow fox was also surprised. She had initially thought Li Xing's cultivation level was high enough to suppress the fluctuations of his spiritual power, not letting them emanate. But in fact, Li Xing's cultivation level wasn't high. He used pure physical strength. The reincarnation of a great Xiong? Impossible. Time is the most ruthless, cutting down countless peerless powerhouses. How could one casually reincarnate? She shook her head, dismissing the little white fox's idea. Indeed, one cannot casually reincarnate. But there are too many unexpected things in the world. For example, I lived from ancient times to the present. Little fox, you're still too naive. Inside the pearl, the red-robed demon emperor thought inwardly. If not for her own experience, she wouldn't have believed in reincarnation either. But with her example, reincarnation didn't seem so unbelievable. She still believed Li Xing was the reincarnation of some old human physical cultivator. Yes, don't talk nonsense. I'm not some old man. I am who I am. A flame of unique color in the world, dazzling and brilliant. There is no other like me. Li Xing firmly denied. Not wanting to be seen as some old man, the flavor would change. Just like before, when Mu Yin was worried about some old lecherous issues. Reincarnation is impossible. I think he has a special physique, one of the powerful human physical cultivation physiques, and later obtained some fortunate opportunities, which is why he's so formidable. The nine-tailed rainbow fox smiled, voicing her guess. However, she didn't press Li Xing for details, as everyone has their secrets. Little fox, you're still too young, and you don't know how strong his physical strength is. This level of strength is not something that can be achieved just by obtaining some fortunate opportunities. Inside the pearl, the red-robed demon emperor thought again. When Li Xing tried to hold the pearl earlier, she had unleashed her power to stop him, a power capable of annihilating gods, but Li Xing's physique easily withstood it. Could a young hothead, just by obtaining some fortunate opportunities, cultivate his physique to such a formidable level? The era of physical cultivation wasn't that easy. You should know, physical cultivation is far more difficult than Dao cultivation. Otherwise, physical cultivation wouldn't have been eliminated. Moreover, the physical cultivation civilization was in its primitive era, unimaginably distant. The possibility of leaving behind fortunate opportunities was almost nil. She still firmly believed Li Xing was a reincarnated being. Not a reincarnated being, relying solely on oneself, even if truly obtaining fortunate opportunities left behind by the physical cultivation civilization, there's no way to reach this level. On the other side, the nine-tailed rainbow fox said to the little white fox, "Rest assured, no matter what kind of physique he has, your mother can clearly tell you his bloodline is inferior to yours." She had great confidence in the nine-tailed rainbow fox bloodline. The nine-tailed rainbow fox bloodline was truly a formidable bloodline, not something that could be casually compared to other bloodlines. The nine-tailed rainbow fox bloodline was exceptionally extraordinary and supreme. However, if you want to obtain his blood to refine and absorb, it's also possible. His physique is also extraordinary, although inferior to yours, it can still bring you some help. The nine-tailed rainbow fox looked at the little white fox with a knowing smile, saying, "But I suggest you combine with him. This will be more beneficial to you." As the saying goes, 1 drop of essence is worth 10 drops of blood. This is still very true. Here she goes again. Her mother's words were really bold. The little white fox blushed, even mentioning 10 drops of blood. Was she really treating Li Xing as her son-in-law? Chapter 62. Sneaking in cold arrows, let's settle old and new grudges together. Li Xing was also somewhat dumbfounded. No wonder the Fox clan is renowned for its charm. In certain aspects, they are indeed much more open than humans. It seems he needs to be more cautious around the little white fox. What if, in order to obtain his 10 drops of blood, the little white fox suddenly makes advances on him at night? His pure body would be ruined. Don't worry, I practiced the gathering technique. She won't succeed. He thought to himself. The gathering technique wasn't practiced in vain. It really comes in handy in critical moments. It can also protect him. Young man, after hearing all this, are you scared? If you are, you still have a chance to stay far away from Xiaoqi. The nine-tailed color fox looked at Li Xing and said, "I'm scared, goodbye." Unexpectedly, Li Xing said this and turned to leave. Li Xing. The little white fox was so angry she gnashed her teeth. This was so typical of Li Xing, too unreliable. Both the nine-tailed color fox and the white fox emperor were stunned by this turn of events. They truly regarded Li Xing as their son-in-law and wouldn't have told him so much otherwise. What the nine-tailed color fox said was of great importance and should not be easily disclosed. It was only because they trusted Li Xing and considered him their son-in-law that the nine-tailed color fox revealed these secrets. Just kidding, I, Li Xing, have never known the word fear. At this moment, Li Xing walked back and said to the nine-tailed color fox and the white fox emperor, "Rest assured, the little white fox is absolutely safe with me. No one can harm her without stepping over my dead body." The expressions of the nine-tailed color fox and the white fox emperor softened. "I hope you can keep this secret. The bloodline in Xiaoqi's body is of great importance. Once exposed, it will cause tremendous trouble," the nine-tailed color fox said solemnly, reminding Li Xing once again. "Mother, what kind of trouble could it cause?" the little white fox asked. The nine-tailed color fox looked at her daughter with a complex expression and finally sighed heavily. "I'll tell you the details later. You're still too young." With the bloodline of the nine-tailed color fox, she should have been extremely powerful, at least much stronger than she is now. But she isn't. She has significant issues, and her current strength is not strong. These problems will eventually fall on the little white fox as well. This is why she has always tried to suppress the nine-tailed color fox bloodline in the little white fox from a young age. "Please do come to me if there's anything. I should be able to help in some way." Li Xing put aside all his jesting and spoke seriously to the nine-tailed color fox. The nine-tailed color fox must be bearing something, and these burdens could be deadly. Although he isn't strong enough now, he has a system that can protect him beyond his level, and in the future, he will certainly be able to help the nine-tailed color fox. "All right, I will. After all, you are my son-in-law." The nine-tailed color fox smiled. I won't be polite with you, my son-in-law, when I need your help. Mother, stop saying that. He's not your son-in-law. The little white fox blushed and said, Is that so? The nine-tailed color fox smiled knowingly. She didn't think so. Uncle, aunt, let's go. This relic is not something we should meddle with. Li Xing said at this moment, This relic has been opened many times before, from the ancient times to the present. Every time, a large number of creatures enter, and many stay behind. He explained everything and persuaded the nine-tailed color fox and the white fox emperor to leave. The relic has been opened many times, and any easily obtainable treasures must have been taken by the relic beasts. The remaining treasures will undoubtedly be guarded by terrifying relic beasts. Most of the creatures entering this time will likely return empty-handed, unable to gain anything from the relic. The relic forms its own world, extraordinary and extraordinary, with extremely abundant spiritual energy. Who knows how terrifying and powerful the beasts that have evolved from ancient times are. Although Li Xing has a system that can protect him beyond his level, he isn't sure how far the system can go. He has no confidence in sweeping through all the beasts deep in the relic. The truth is like this. I thought this relic was appearing for the first time. The nine-tailed color fox and the white fox emperor immediately understood. In that case, we indeed can't gain anything deep in the relic. Let's go. They quickly made the decision to leave the relic. Whoosh! At that moment, a cold arrow suddenly shot towards Li Xing. Li Xing reacted quickly, stretching out a hand to catch the arrow. It was only a hair's breadth away from hitting Li Xing's chest. Of course, even if it hit, it wouldn't break through Li Xing's physical defense. Who? His gaze was cold as he scanned around, and with a squeeze of his hand, the arrow was crushed into powder and fell from his palm. Roar! A lion's roar sounded, and a majestic nine-headed lion appeared. Its entire body glowing brilliantly, its 9 heads staring at Li Xing with unkind expressions. On its back sat a young man with an ethereal aura, his waist adorned with a sword, the scabbard of which looked extraordinary, and the sword inside must be even more extraordinary. In his hand was a large bow, clearly the one that shot the cold arrow earlier. Lin Xun. Li Xing recognized the young man. He was Lin Xun from the Central region, known as the King of Geniuses. Before entering the relic, Lin Xun had publicly recited a poem, extremely arrogant and self-confident, causing the little white fox to blurt out how truly self-obsessed he was. Later, the 9-headed lion wanted to kill the little white fox on the spot, but was stopped by Lin Xun. Lin Xun stopped the 9-headed lion not out of kindness, but because he looked down on Li Xing and the little white fox, thinking that the 9-headed lion fighting with them would lower its status, being quite arrogant and haughty. At that time, Li Xing wanted to pull Lin Xun down and beat him up, but later, Lin Xun rode the 9-headed lion into the relic, so he didn't get the chance. Unexpectedly, he encountered Lin Xun here, and Lin Xun even shot a cold arrow at him. This was truly a narrow escape for enemies. He sneered in his heart. This time, he would settle both old and new grudges and would not let Lin Xun off easily. Did you really think the previous matter would just pass like that? At this moment, Lin Xun coldly laughed. How could it be? Publicly insulting me. You are guilty beyond redemption and must die to atone. At that time, I didn't make a move on you because there were too many people, which would have lost my identity and face. Now that there are no witnesses and I've caught you, how could I let you off? Prepare to die. He seemed to be taking revenge on Li Xing for the previous incident. In fact, it wasn't entirely true. Of course, there was that reason, but it was just one of them. He mostly wanted to capture the 9-tailed color fox and the little white fox. Earlier, as he passed by this place, he happened to see Li Xing and the little white fox. He intended to directly attack and kill Li Xing and the little white fox to punish the little white fox's disrespect. However, just as he was about to make his move, he saw Li Xing and the little white fox walking together with the 9-tailed color fox and the white fox emperor. The 9-tailed color fox immediately caught his attention. He came from the Central region's prestigious Tai sect, an extremely ancient sect with a history that can be traced back to ancient times. As the top genius and the first disciple of Tai sect, he held a high position in the sect, with unrestricted access to any part of the sect and free access to various ancient records. He had read many ancient records, which included information about the nine-tailed color fox, a great ominous bloodline, extremely extraordinary and remarkable. Unfortunately, the nine-tailed color fox seemed to have gone extinct, rarely appearing again. A great ominous bloodline. The research value was enormous, and the entire body was a treasure. At that moment, he had the idea to capture the nine-tailed color fox and bring her back to Tai sect for thorough research. However, he was afraid that he might not be a match for the nine-tailed color fox, so he refrained from making a move and immediately sent the news to the powerful figures within their sect. The powerful figures from their sect had also entered the relic and were currently deep within it. Later on, when Li Xing and the nine-tailed color fox were about to leave, he had no choice but to take action first to block Li Xing and the nine-tailed color fox, preventing them from leaving. After all, once Li Xing and the nine-tailed color fox left, it would be difficult to find them again. His current task was to delay Li Xing and the nine-tailed color fox, waiting for the arrival of their sect's powerful figures. I just said you were really self-obsessed, and you hold such a grudge, wanting to tear us to pieces? Your heart is too small. It's not even as big as a sewing needle. The little white fox said bitterly. Chapter 63. Shouldn't have blown up the lion's head. Should have saved it for braised red cooking. The little white fox was furious. Li Xing was truly not a man. Just because she had said one sentence about him being truly narcissistic, he had developed a murderous intent towards them, wanting to eliminate them. Such a narrow-minded person had a heart even smaller than a sewing needle. Some people cannot be insulted, and the person in front of you is one of them. Li Xing sat on the back of the nine-headed lion, exuding arrogance as he looked down at the little white fox. On one hand, he was deliberately acting this way, while on the other, it was also his true expression, all for the purpose of inciting hatred and buying time. Earlier, he had witnessed Li Xing and the nine-tailed color fox in action, both of whom were very strong and could easily slay the beasts of the Dao Nine ruins. Nevertheless, he remained confident because he could also do the same, easily slaying the beasts of the Dao Nine ruins. He did not make a move, waiting for the arrival of powerful figures from his sect, all for the sake of ensuring everything was foolproof. The nine-tailed color fox, with its formidable bloodline, was too crucial to risk any mishaps, which was why he had informed the powerful figures from his sect. In his heart, he had never feared anything and never believed he was inferior to Li Xing and the nine-tailed color fox. He just wanted to ensure there were no mistakes. Who is this person? What grudge do you have with them? The white fox emperor's eyes showed animosity. Where did this young man come from? So arrogant that he seemed to want to kill Xianxia just because of a disagreement. He is the king of geniuses in the central region, Li Xing, the little white fox explained, detailing Li Xing's background and how the conflict had arisen. There are over 3,000 sword sects in the world, and with me being invincible, I reign supreme. A single sword frosts over 19 states. Even the gates of heaven must open wide. The nine-tailed color fox sneered, slightly disdainful, saying, Xianxia is right. He is indeed quite narcissistic. But if I were to say it, Xianxia was too subtle. This isn't just narcissism. It's blatant arrogance. A bit of talent, and he thinks he can ascend to the heavens. She had seen true geniuses, who were genuinely formidable. Compared to those geniuses, Li Xing wasn't even worthy to carry their shoes. With me being invincible and reigning supreme, even the gates of heaven must open wide. What nonsense, I wouldn't even dare to say that. Inside the jade bead, the red-clothed demon emperor was amused. Was there really such an arrogant person? Too lacking in self-awareness. Li Xing's eyebrows twitched, his expression filled with displeasure. The words of the nine-tailed color fox were far more offensive than those of the little white fox, and his eyes were already flickering with anger. The king cannot be insulted. Be prepared to face the king's wrath. He spoke coldly, raising his large bow and pulling it to full tension, aiming at the nine-tailed color fox. What king cannot be insulted? A little turtle king? The nine-tailed color fox mocked repeatedly, charging forward to attack. Xiaoqi was her precious treasure, and since Lin Shan wanted to kill Xiaoqi, she had already decided to kill Lin Chen here. She didn't care about Lin Chen's background. This place was a ruin. Killing him wouldn't cause any trouble. With a swoosh, Lin Shan quickly shot an arrow, which flew like a meteor towards the nine-tailed color fox. The nine-tailed color fox swiped with a claw, releasing dazzling light, immediately snapping the arrow in half. Lin Chen leaped high from the back of the nine-headed lion, drawing the sword hanging at his waist. The sword's radiance illuminated the surroundings, clearly not an ordinary sword. He wielded the sword in a sweeping motion, worthy of his title as the king of geniuses in the central region. The sword intent was fierce, the sword light dazzling, and he engaged in a fierce battle with the nine-tailed color fox. Roar! 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 The nine-headed lion roared to the sky, its ferocity overwhelming, its entire body emitting blazing light as it locked onto Li Xing and the others, charging forward to attack. The nine-headed lion, although formidable, can be considered a great beast, but compared to the nine-tailed color fox, it is still inferior. Within the jade bead, the red-clothed demon emperor mused, there are too many formidable bloodlines. The nine-tailed color fox can rank in the top 50 among these formidable bloodlines, while the nine-headed lion's bloodline can't even make it into the top 100. Only those ranked within the top 100 can truly be called Great Sheng, and those in the top 50 are even more formidable. As for the top 10, they can no longer be described as Great Sheng. They are peerless Great Sheng, each terrifyingly powerful, capable of suppressing even emperors. Those ranked after the top 100 are just average, and the nine-headed lion's bloodline mostly serves as a mount, not having anything particularly remarkable. Lin Chen was also aware of this, knowing that the nine-tailed color fox ranked among the top 50 great fierce bloodlines, which was why he had such a high regard for it, wanting to obtain it and see if the bloodline within the nine-tailed color fox's body was pure. If it was pure, then it would be a huge fortune. A pure bloodline of a great beast, especially one ranked in the top 50, was invaluable. The nine-headed lion wasn't up to par. Its bloodline wasn't pure, only possessing a trace of remnant blood, belonging to a remnant beast, with limited future potential. However, even with just a trace of remnant blood, the nine-headed lion was formidable enough to break through the barrier of the Tao Nine and enter the Nirvana realm. Seeing the nine-headed lion charging towards them, the White Fox Emperor was the first to engage. Daughter, watch closely and see how your father teaches this deformed lion with 9 heads a lesson. He was supremely confident, thinking that it was just a mount and couldn't be that powerful, so he decisively attacked, wanting to show off in front of his daughter. However, he was dumbfounded the moment he charged. The nine-headed lion, like swatting a ball, slapped him away with a single paw. His entire body was almost dislocated, severely twisted and deformed. Deformed? The nine-headed lion locked onto the White Fox Emperor, its killing intent surging as it quickly charged towards him. The words of the White Fox Emperor had greatly angered it. Damn. So fierce. No, son-in-law, you take over. Seeing the nine-headed lion charging towards him, the White Fox Emperor's face turned pale with fright, hurriedly shouting to Li Xing. Li Xing moved, his speed surpassing lightning. The nine-headed lion had 8 heads and 16 eyes on Li Xing, yet it still failed to catch Li Xing's movements. Before it could react, Li Xing had already reached its side, delivering a punch to one of its heads. With a splat, blood splattered, and flesh flew. It was sent flying, and the head was blown apart on the spot, smashed by Li Xing's punch. What Nirvana realm? Even the Nirvana realm was no match for Li Xing's minor saint body. Oh, wrong. I shouldn't have punched its head. Braised lion's head. What a delicious dish that would have been. At this moment, Li Xing regretting that he had punched the nine-headed lion's head. Luckily, there are still 8 left. Pay attention below. Don't blow up the heads anymore. Keep the lion's heads for braised cooking. Li Xing grinned. You seek death. The nine-headed lion roared in fury, its killing intent overwhelming. The damnable Li Xing was actually planning to use its head for braised cooking. It was enraged, having never suffered such humiliation before. In an instant, its remaining 8 heads, 16 eyes, all locked onto Li Xing. Then, it began to erupt. The 9-headed lion, with 9 heads, could use 9 minds at once. It practiced 9 different Dao paths. After being blown up 1 head, it still had 8 heads to launch attacks. It didn't hesitate, using 8 heads to demonstrate 8 different Dao paths, launching an attack towards Li Xing. Chapter 64. Mess with my mother-in-law, and you'll wish for a quick death. Rumble. Thunder roared, flames crackled, a biting wind howled, and the clash of metal echoed. The 9-headed lion went berserk, unleashing all its attacks. It had undergone a rebirth, far surpassing ordinary Dao realm beings, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Its full eruption was terrifying to behold. The white fox Empress quickly pulled the little white fox to a safe distance. Such a battle, if even slightly touched, could mean their death. No exaggeration, the difference between the Nirvana realm and the Dao realm is like night and day. Below the Nirvana realm, all are but ants, even those at the peak of the Dao realm, like Dao 9, would be easily wiped out. A mere mount is so fierce. What about its master? The white fox Empress couldn't help but glance at Lin Chun, finding that he was indeed even more ferocious, pressing the 9-tailed color fox into a corner. Xuanhuan is wary and unwilling to reveal her true form, otherwise, she wouldn't be so passive. But this Lin Chun is truly fierce. Even if Xuanhuan revealed her true form, she might not be his match. Is this the terror of the overlord among the geniuses of the central region? Truly frightening. She thought to herself. As the region above the 4 divisions, the central region truly boasts exceptional talents, far surpassing the 4 divisions. Just a young man like Lin Chen alone has shown strength that could make the 4 divisions despair. She had no doubt that if Lin Chen roamed the 4 divisions, he could sweep through all their strongholds, displaying invincible might. Facing the 9-headed lion's attacks, Li Xing was fearless. He forcefully broke through various attacks, arriving near the 9-headed lion. The 9-headed lion almost peed itself in fright. What was happening? Was it hallucinating? So many terrifying attacks landed on Li Xing, yet not a single hair on him was harmed? Good heavens, what kind of freak was this? It couldn't help but panic and turn to flee, but it couldn't escape. Li Xing grabbed its tail and pulled it back with brute force. Boom! Li Xing's fist slammed into the 9-headed lion's back, causing all 8 of its heads to wail in pain. Its back was smashed to pieces, its spine reduced to dust. Li Xing had it in for its lion heads, leaving only its head intact, the rest of its body obliterated. However, it didn't die. Beings of the Nirvana realm have terrifyingly strong vitality. Even with its body destroyed, it still lived. Moreover, even if its remaining 8 heads were obliterated, it wouldn't die. Its soul wouldn't disperse and could regenerate, though it would require heavenly treasures and a long time to do so. Li Xing knew the 9-headed lion wasn't dead. He took out a purple gold gourd and aimed it at the 9-headed lion. Hey, 9-headed lion, I'll call you once, dare you answer? He shouted. The 9-headed lion's 8 heads all looked away, none glancing at the purple gold gourd. Did it look stupid? It had a good guess about the purple gold gourd's function. If it answered, its soul would likely be sucked into the gourd. This must be a weapon specifically designed to deal with souls. Yet, the next moment, it felt a tremendous suction force pulling its soul towards the purple gold gourd. Damn, you're despicable, shameless, and lack martial virtue. I didn't even answer. It shouted. What was going on? It hadn't answered and hadn't even looked at the purple gold gourd. How could its soul still be sucked away? Naive. Did you think not answering would prevent the purple gold gourd from sucking your soul? Li Xing chuckled. Then why did you call me and ask if I dared to answer? I was just having fun. The purple gold gourd sucked the 9-headed lion's soul inside, and Li Xing sealed the gourd's mouth. This was a weapon he had looted from the treasury of a top-tier force. It was indeed designed to deal with souls, capable of sucking them in. Of course, The top-tier forces had limited resources, and even their treasuries contained weapons of limited grade. The purple gold gourd was originally mediocre and couldn't threaten a Nirvana realm being like the nine-headed lion. But who could resist Li Xing's good system? With the system's diligent efforts, the purple gold gourd had been upgraded, allowing it to threaten beings like the nine-headed lion. However, due to the purple gold gourd's material limitations, it had reached its upgrade ceiling and couldn't be further enhanced. In fact, not just the purple gold gourd, but all the weapons looted from top-tier forces had similar limitations, only able to be upgraded 1 or 2 grades higher. Help, my good son-in-law, come to the rescue. At this moment, the nine-tailed color fox urgently shouted. She couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Chun was indeed strong, and his sword strikes left her in a very passive position. How dare you lay a hand on my mother-in-law? You'll wish for a quick death this time. Li Xing roared and immediately charged over, shattering the sky full of sword strikes with a single punch. Mother-in-law? The little white fox rolled her eyes. This was so Li Xing, so unserious. What? Just like that, she became a mother-in-law. Did she agree? Li Xing rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Chun. The nine-tailed color fox quickly withdrew from the fight and joined the white fox Empress and the little white fox. Let me tell you, our son-in-law is really quite good, handsome, and capable. The nine-tailed color fox praised Li Xing endlessly. Mother, stop joking. He's really not your son-in-law. The little white fox weakly said. What was going on? She and Li Xing were far from that step. They were just friends. Don't deny it. Look at him, calling you mother-in-law so naturally. It's an ironclad fact. He has you in his heart. He likes you a lot. There's no. The little white fox was about to cry. Her mother didn't know Li Xing's character. If she did, she wouldn't say such things. Li Xing was just so unserious. Rumble. Li Xing's body glowed with a faint, crystalline luster, exceptionally fierce and powerful. He broke through one astonishing sword strike after another, making Lin Chen's eyelids twitch. He had seen Li Xing in action before and knew he was no ordinary man. But when he truly fought Li Xing, he realized he had seriously underestimated him. Li Xing was even stronger than he had imagined. He had undergone 3 rebirths, experiencing 3 qualitative changes. His strength was incredibly powerful. His sword strikes could easily annihilate beings like the nine-headed lion, which had only undergone 1 rebirth, with no problem at all. Even those who had undergone 3 rebirths, using only their bare hands, would find it hard to withstand his sword strikes. After all, the sword technique he used was the sect-protecting art of the Tai sect, a very high grade and extremely powerful. It was impossible to be easily blocked. Yet, Li Xing blocked his series of sword strikes with his bare hands. How could this not surprise him? However, he was hailed as the king of geniuses, crushing his peers. How could he admit defeat so easily? Absolutely not. Kill! He coldly shouted, swinging his precious sword towards Li Xing's head, intending to split it in half. Li Xing struck out with a palm, intending to block the sword with his hand. Lin Chen almost laughed out loud at the sight. The sword in his hand, named Xianxia sword, was a legendary sword, crafted by an ancient sage of the Tai sect from various rare minerals. It was said to cut through iron like mud, unstoppable. Since its creation, the Xianxia sword had never failed to cut through anything. Li Xing actually wanted to block it with his hand, which was almost laughable. He was confident that with this strike, blood would splatter, and both Li Xing's hand and head would be split in half by the Xianxia sword. Nothing could withstand the Xianxia sword. Chapter 65. Li Xing, come, I'll teach you how to negotiate. As the sword descended, blood splattered everywhere, and Lin Chun could already see the image of Li Xing being cleaved in 2. Alas, this was nothing more than his fantasy, for reality was far from it. Bang! A sound of shattering echoed, and Li Xing struck the purple heaven sword with a single palm. In an instant, the unbreakable, all-shattering purple heaven sword shattered into pieces. Even the fragments splashed onto Lin Chen's face, slicing it open and causing blood to flow. robbing him of his previous ethereal grace, leaving him in a wretched state. Lin Chen's eyes widened, his pupils dilating, unable to believe what he was seeing. A flesh and blood hand had shattered the purple heaven sword? He couldn't believe it, couldn't comprehend it. It completely defied his understanding. Bang! Li Xing didn't care about any of this. He kicked out, directly hitting Lin Chen's chest, sending him flying. Lin Chen's body exploded mid-air, turning into a cloud of blood mist. This was the terrifying power of a partially perfected saint body at the intermediate stage. Even the extraordinary purple heaven sword, with its unimaginably hard material, couldn't withstand the power of a partially perfected saint body at the intermediate stage. And this was far from the full power of a partially perfected saint body at the intermediate stage. Entering the intermediate stage had brought about a qualitative change. Li Xing felt that if he fully unleashed the power of his partially perfected saint body at the intermediate stage, he could dominate the nirvana realm, with even beings who had undergone 9 nirvanas unable to contend with him. Of course, this was just his conjecture, and he couldn't be sure of the specifics. After all, the nirvana realm was an extraordinary realm, and each nirvana brought about astonishing changes. How powerful were beings who had undergone 9 nirvanas? He didn't know. Supreme Qing scripture, what's wrong with you? It seems like you've fallen behind again. Can you step up and catch up, so that my cultivation level can surpass others? He thought to himself. Although he had a partially perfected saint body at the intermediate stage, with both astonishing defensive and offensive capabilities, as he encountered increasingly powerful practitioners, he gradually realized that if his cultivation level couldn't keep up, it would still bring him a lot of trouble. Take Lin Chen, for example. He had shattered Lin Chen's body, delivering a heavy blow to Lin Chen. But Lin Chen wasn't dead yet, his soul still intact. And this was a problem he couldn't solve with just the power of his partially perfected saint body. He needed to rely on artifacts like the purple gold gourd to completely annihilate Lin Chen. However, if his cultivation level were to catch up, he wouldn't need to do this, wouldn't have to rely on the purple gold gourd and other artifacts. He could deal with Lin Chen's soul himself, easily wiping out Lin Chen. The Supreme Qing scripture, once again scolded by you, feels extremely ashamed, believing itself to be useless, and forcefully activates a double training mode, madly trying to catch up, vowing to surpass the partially perfected saint body. In an instant, Li Xing felt more refined spiritual energy pouring into his body, his strength greatly increasing, his cultivation level rising, breaking through the barrier of the cavern abyss realm and entering the Daowan realm. Not bad. Li Xing praised the Supreme Qing scripture in his heart. Could it really activate a double training mode? His system was truly invincible. He felt that his system still had a lot of potential undeveloped, and more powerful functions would surely appear later. However, now was not the time to think about these things. He saw Lin Chen's soul trying to escape from this side. Hey, demon, where do you think you're running? He shouted, summoning the purple gold gourd and aiming the mouth of the gourd at Lin Chen's soul. Immediately, a huge suction force appeared, instantly sucking Lin Chen's soul into the purple gold gourd. Unfortunately, the material of the purple gold gourd is limited, and it's already at its peak. Otherwise, why would I have to go through such trouble? I could have just sucked Lin Chen's soul away directly. Li Xing closed the mouth of the gourd, shook it, and thought to himself. The purple gold gourd was indeed very strained against the power of the nirvana realm. This was only possible because he had shattered Lin Chen's body, affecting Lin Chen's soul, allowing him to suck Lin Chen's soul into the purple gold gourd. If he hadn't shattered Lin Chen's body and Lin Chen was still in peak condition, the purple gold gourd wouldn't have been able to take Lin Chen's soul. Now, beings in the nirvana realm were indeed powerful. Although Li Xing had sucked Lin Chen's and the 9-headed lion souls into the purple gold gourd, the power of the purple gold gourd wasn't enough to quickly annihilate Lin Chen's and the 9-headed lion souls. It would take a long time to do so. What a fierce son-in-law. The White Fox Emperor was dumbfounded, watching the formidable Lin Chen being so easily dealt with by Li Xing. It felt incredible, as if it were all a dream. Indeed, very powerful. The 9-tailed rainbow fox also nodded, her gaze filled with admiration for Li Xing. She knew Li Xing was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. Li Xing had so easily dealt with Lin Chun, clearly not his limit. So, how strong was Li Xing's true limit? Bold. At that moment, a furious shout rang out, and powerful figures from the Tai sect arrived. They had just witnessed Li Xing taking Lin Chen's soul, and they were all enraged. Lin Chen was the king of geniuses in the central region, his talent unparalleled. The Tai sect had long regarded Lin Chen as the next sect leader, and now Lin Chen was in trouble. How could they not be furious? Li Xing ignored these Tai sect powerhouses, slowly picking up Lin Chen's spatial artifact that had fallen to the ground. This sight made the Tai sect powerhouses even more furious. The damned Li Xing treated them like air, showing such contempt for them, igniting their full wrath. Release Chen's soul immediately, or I'll make sure you die without a burial place. An old man with white hair, his eyes filled with malevolent light, glared at Li Xing. He was the 8th elder of the Tai sect, with a high cultivation level, having undergone 7 nirvanas, and was the leader of these Tai sect powerhouses. If I don't release Lin Chen's soul, you'll make sure I die without a burial place. I'd like to ask, if I do release his soul, will you let me go? Li Xing asked with a smile. Even if you release Chen's soul, you won't live, but I can leave you a whole corpse. The 8th elder of the Tai sect said coldly. You old man, you really don't know how to negotiate. What's the point of what you just said? Either way, I'm doomed to die, so why should I release anything? Li Xing said disdainfully, if I'm dead, who cares about a whole corpse? No one will collect my body anyway. The difference is between a good death and a miserable death. The 8th elder's voice was icy cold. Release Chen's soul, and I'll give you a quick death, leaving you a whole corpse. If you don't, I'll make you suffer, living in torment for the rest of your life. No, 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 you can't negotiate like this. This kind of negotiation is no good. It's all threats and doesn't give people hope. Negotiations easily fall apart. Li Xing shook his head. Come, let me teach you how to negotiate. You should say, release Lin Chen's soul, and I can let you live, and even give you some rewards. If you don't, I'll make sure you die without a whole body. The 8th elder's face twitched. It was the first time he had encountered someone as bizarre as Li Xing, who was actually teaching him how to negotiate. Negotiation, you can't just threaten. It needs to have hope and threats together, making the other party see hope, so they'll compromise. Li Xing said, look, I'm like this. As long as there's hope to live, I don't want to die, and I'll think about compromising with you. This way, we can continue talking. After saying that, he opened the mouth of the gourd and released the 9-headed lion's soul. This is my sincerity. What about you? Will you let me live? If so, I can release Lin Chen's soul right now. Li Xing continued. Was this fear? The 8th elder's expression softened slightly, then release it, and I'll let you live. All right. Li Xing smiled, opened the mouth of the gourd, and released Lin Chen's soul, saying, look, isn't this negotiation much smoother? Remember to negotiate like this next time? Was he just going to let it go like that? 8th elder was stunned on the spot. He had thought Li Xing would make some demands, such as having them swear to let him live, and so on. But there were no demands at all. Li Xing simply and neatly released Lin Chen's soul. This was encountering a fool, and he was teaching him how to negotiate? He couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 66. A mere commoner. I have over 100 ways to kill you. After Lin Chen's soul was released, he immediately fled to the side of the 8th elder. This scene not only took the 8th elder by surprise, but also the other powerful figures of the Tai sect. Lin Chen's soul was Li Xing's only trump card, and Li Xing just let it go like that? This was indeed beyond their expectations. Just like the 8th elder, they originally thought Li Xing would make some demands. However, after Lin Chen's soul returned to their side, the stone that had been hanging in their hearts finally fell. Having Lin Chen's soul in Li Xing's hands made them somewhat wary. After all, if mishandled, Lin Chen's soul could be injured. Injuries to the soul are very serious, with significant consequences, and such wounds are difficult to heal. If not completely healed, Lin Qin's future cultivation path could be completely ruined, and his astonishing talent for cultivation would disappear. But now, with Lin Qin's soul on their side, they no longer had these concerns and could act freely without any reservations. Li Zhidao, why did you let him go? On the other side, the white fox shouted anxiously, almost calling out Li Xing's name. She too hadn't expected Li Xing to release Lin Qin's soul so directly. It's okay, don't worry. Didn't they say that if we let Lin Qin's soul go, they would let us live? Li Xing said with a smile to the white fox. Eighth Elder, we absolutely must not let him go. We must light him up and grind him to ashes. Lin Qin's soul said hatefully. Don't worry, he will definitely not live. The Eighth Elder sneered, never intending to let Li Xing live from the beginning. In his eyes, Li Xing was already a dead man. You. Li Xing showed an incredulous expression and said to the Eighth Elder, are you going back on your word? What is credit? Is it edible? Only the weak would believe in such a thing as credit. The Eighth Elder said coldly. Alas. Li Xing sighed and said, I chose to believe in you with honesty as my principle, but you have disappointed me greatly. Take your disappointment to the grave. The Eighth Elder waved his hand, and immediately two powerful figures from the Tai sect rushed out to kill Li Xing. One of these two figures had undergone 4 rebirths, the other 5, both possessing formidable strength and not being unknown in the central region known for its talented individuals. They attacked without any carelessness, treating Li Xing as a formidable enemy. Li Xing's easy release of Lin Qin's soul made them feel something was amiss, so they dared not relax their vigilance. Cold glints shot out, and terrifying power fluctuations shook the surroundings, causing the earth to tremble. The power of those who had undergone 4 or 5 rebirths was extraordinary and extremely powerful. They wielded their magical artifacts with ruthless precision, aiming directly at Li Xing's vital points, not giving him any chance to escape, intending to kill him in one strike. Li Xing moved, his momentum like a raging dragon, his body enveloped in a faint treasure glow, his fists harder than divine metal, clashing with the two magical artifacts, producing a series of metallic, clanging sounds. He gradually gained confidence. The perfected saint body at its intermediate stage was indeed very strong. He had not yet unleashed his full strength, still reserving much power, yet he was able to engage in combat with these two figures from the Tai sect with ease. If he were to unleash the full power of his perfected saint body, he might truly be able to dominate the rebirth realm, suppressing all beings within it. The depths were filled with intense battles, each more intense than the last, but their battle did not attract other practitioners. Most other practitioners were preoccupied with dealing with the beasts of the ruins. The Eighth Elder gave Lin Qin a high-grade medicinal pill, under the effect of which Lin Qin's physical body was reformed. How can he be so strong? He was astonished and incredulous. Li Xing, who looked to be of similar age, was so fierce, able to fight on par with the Tai sect's figures who had undergone 4 or 5 rebirths. It's okay, he is ultimately not your match. He's just a mere commoner, strong in body but not in cultivation. The Eighth Elder sneered. As someone as powerful as him, his spiritual perception was very sharp. He sensed Li Xing's realm, which was only at the first stage of the Tao. All of Li Xing's strength came from his physical body. He was not impressed, believing that Li Xing had merely obtained some legacy left by physical cultivators and had a special physique suitable for physical cultivation. However, these were of no use and destined to be a dead end. Physical cultivation had no future. It became increasingly difficult as one progressed, far inferior to Tao cultivation. Physical cultivation was an already discarded path of cultivation. Boom! He struck out, forming a spear of thunder with a wave of his hand, and hurled it fiercely towards Li Xing. As someone who had undergone 7 rebirths, his power was extremely formidable. Li Xing reacted astonishingly, grabbing the Tai sect figure who had undergone 4 rebirths and tossing him towards the thunder spear. With a bang, a huge explosion occurred, and the Tai sect figure who had undergone 4 rebirths instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, his soul obliterated on the spot, causing instant death. A mere brute with some brute strength. This world belongs to Tao cultivators, and it's not for you to run wild and act recklessly. The eighth elder shouted coldly, striking out again. He formed seals with his hands, quickly casting a great technique, and then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, quickly locking onto Li Xing, forming chains that bound him tightly. He formed seals with his hands again, and a terrifying power instantly spread, causing the heavens and earth to rumble incessantly. A massive seal platform appeared above Li Xing's head. This seal platform, covered with inscriptions, was square and larger than a mountain. Upon its appearance, it blocked the divine sun in the sky, causing the earth to become extremely dark. It descended rapidly, like a massive mountain falling, intending to crush Li Xing into a pulp. Do you see? This is the power of Tao cultivation, something you physical cultivators can never achieve. Standing still, you can control the power of heaven and earth for my use. Facing such a situation, you have only one way to go, death. The eighth elder's expression was cold, fully displaying the power of someone who had undergone 7 rebirths. He initiated the ultimate killing move, transforming spiritual energy into chains to bind Li Xing, preventing him from dodging, and then casting the 4-sided seal to crush him down, completely obliterating Li Xing. Li, Judao. The white fox's heart was in her throat, almost calling out Li Xing's name again. The 9-tailed rainbow fox and the white fox king were also worried. The 8th elder's displayed techniques were too frightening. A brute is a brute, lacking brains and unable to recognize reality. I have over 100 ways to kill you. Opposing me, you are destined to be like an egg striking a rock. The 8th elder shouted coldly. Physical cultivation had too many limitations, far inferior to Tao cultivation. In his eyes, Li Xing was nothing, someone he looked down upon. Chapter 67. Sometimes, you have to push yourself. Li Xing's eyebrows twitched slightly as he clearly felt the limitations of relying solely on physical strength. For example, the spiritual chains that wrapped around his body appeared so suddenly that he hadn't sensed them at all before. If his cultivation level were higher, such a situation would never occur. His powerful soul perception would certainly have detected it in advance, thus preventing him from being ensnared by the chains. However, this was not a significant issue. Bang! With a slight exertion of force, the spiritual chains wrapped around him instantly exploded. He looked up at the square seal that was crashing down and remained calm. With a thunderous crash, he surged upward, his fist glowing with crystalline luster, colliding with the square seal and causing a massive explosion. The entire square seal was instantly shattered into fragments, and Li Xing burst out from within. His garments fluttered, and he was now dazzling and radiant, like a war deity, sweeping through everything with overwhelming might, displaying invincibility. What? Elder Eight's body swayed, his face filled with horror, unable to maintain his previous composure. This scene had a tremendous impact on him, making him almost unable to believe his eyes. Lin Chen was completely stunned, standing like a statue, his mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg. The spiritual chains and the mountain-like square seal, even a creature that had undergone 6 cycles of rebirth, would be effortlessly killed. Yet, in front of Li Xing, all of this was insignificant. Li Xing destroyed everything with ease. He was truly frightened. Could a human's flesh and blood body really be cultivated to such an extent, mastering such formidable power? Even seeing it with his own eyes, he found it hard to believe. The other experts of Tai sect were equally shocked, never expecting such a situation to occur. Mother, will I truly be able to surpass him and leave him far behind in the future? Little White Fox widened her eyes, lacking such confidence. Li Xing was too monstrous. His strength seemed like an endless abyss, always showing even greater power. She seriously lacked confidence. Maybe. 9-tailed color fox swallowed hard. Even she was losing her confidence. If it were earlier, she would have directly answered yes, but now, her yes was followed by a maybe, indicating hesitation. She could clearly see that Li Xing still had reserves of strength, not exerting his full power. This made her uncertain about Li Xing's true capabilities. Could Li Xing battle a divine realm being if he went all out? She couldn't help but think. Regardless of whether it's possible or not, it's a good thing because he's our son-in-law. White Fox Emperor was grinning so wide his mouth almost couldn't close. Boom. At this moment, Li Xing moved, charging towards Elder 8 and the other Tai sect experts. He was exceptionally dazzling, his flesh glowing with crystalline treasure light, too powerful, as he charged towards Elder 8 and the others, shaking the void, causing the space to twist. Don't confront him head-on, attack his soul. Elder 8, though not an ordinary person, remained composed even in such circumstances, directing the Tai sect experts in battle. Li Xing's physical body was too formidable. Confronting him head-on would only put them at a disadvantage. Body cultivators and path cultivators are different. Body cultivators focus entirely on their flesh, with their souls being weaker, which is a weakness of body cultivators, and one of the reasons they were phased out. Path cultivators, on the other hand, also cultivate their souls, which is a key area of focus. They believe that the soul is the most important, and the cultivation of the soul goes hand in hand with the cultivation of their path. As for the body, they don't place much importance on it. As long as their souls remain, they won't die, and even if their bodies are destroyed, they can recreate them using path powers. Moreover, as their cultivation level increases, they can cultivate a law body, far surpassing the flesh and blood body, mastering even more powerful laws and path powers. Boom! Elder 8 acted decisively, quickly unleashing one great technique after another to block Li Xing, buying time for the other Tai sect experts to launch soul attacks. Unfortunately, he underestimated Li Xing. Strength trumps all. Li Xing perfectly exemplified this. In the face of Li Xing's formidable physical body, no blocking technique worked. Li Xing truly was like a human beast, breaking through various great techniques with overwhelming force. Splash! Blood splattered, and Li Xing's speed was lightning fast, like a beam of light, quickly appearing next to several Tai sect experts. Immediately after, the bodies of several Tai sect experts were directly shattered, leaving only their souls howling in the mist of blood. So fierce, so fast. Elder 8's pupils shrank, not expecting his successive great techniques to fail to stop Li Xing even for a moment. Soul-shattering arrow. Without hesitation, he quickly summoned a crimson bow, then pulled it to full and whoosh whoosh whoosh, shot several arrows. This was the soul-shattering bow, a weapon specifically targeting souls, with a very high grade. The soul-shattering arrows it shot could not be withstood by creatures that had undergone 6 cycles of rebirth, their souls directly obliterated. Li Xing was only at the Dao 1 level. How strong could his soul be? After these arrows shot over, Li Xing's soul would surely be obliterated, dying completely. The soul-shattering arrows were incredibly fast, more like intangible objects, invisible and intangible, instantly shooting into Li Xing's forehead, aiming to kill his soul. No! Seeing this, little white fox sobbed uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, thinking that the soul was Li Xing's weakness and that he might be in trouble. You are under attack by soul-shattering arrows, exceeding your soul's ability to resist. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching surpasses its level and erupts, protecting your soul. The system's voice rang out, and Li Xing felt a few crisp cracking sounds in his mind. The soul-shattering arrows that had entered were all destroyed. You have repeatedly been under soul attacks, threatened. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching feels deeply ashamed, considering it a serious dereliction of duty, prioritizes soul cultivation, and focuses on strengthening the soul. The system's voice echoed in Li Xing's mind once more. Soul cultivation and path cultivation are conducted simultaneously. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching contains methods for both soul and path cultivation. Now, the supreme chapter of Tai Ching has decided to prioritize soul cultivation, enhancing Li Xing's soul power to avoid such situations in the future, aiming to make Li Xing's soul no longer vulnerable. Prioritize soul cultivation? Not necessary. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching. You are so powerful, so amazing, can't you multitask? Split into two, and let soul cultivation and path cultivation advance side by side, rapidly improving together. Li Xing thought inwardly. He wanted the supreme chapter of Tai Ching to split into two, each cultivating separately, not focusing on soul cultivation and neglecting path cultivation. Your request is somewhat difficult. The supreme chapter of Tai Ching cannot currently cultivate separately and ensure that both soul cultivation and path cultivation advance rapidly simultaneously. It can only prioritize one and make it rapidly improve. Difficult? Don't be like this. I know you're very capable and can definitely do it. Li Xing thought inwardly again. Inspired and praised by you, the supreme chapter of Tai Ching will strive to complete it, bursting with potential, splitting into two, and simultaneously advancing soul cultivation and path cultivation, each undergoing double speed cultivation, equivalent to quadruple speed in total. Previously, the supreme chapter of Tai Ching had already initiated double speed cultivation mode, but since it was both soul and path cultivation, it meant that soul cultivation and path cultivation each received a single speed boost. Now, with soul cultivation and path cultivation separated, each receives a double speed boost, combining to be equivalent to quadruple speed. That's great. Awesome, awesome, awesome. See, I knew you could do it. Sometimes, you don't push yourself. You'll never know how amazing you really are. Right, supreme chapter of Tai Ching? Next time, you can try 10 times speed cultivation, 100 times speed cultivation. Li Xing thought inwardly. You know, don't you, supreme chapter of Tai Ching? Supreme chapter of Tai Ching. Unknowing the limit of death, the limitations of body cultivation are clearly there, uncorrectable. You still dare to challenge me, truly laughable to the extreme. Elder 8 saw the soul-shattering arrows shoot into Li Xing's forehead and noticed that Li Xing had stopped moving, thinking that Li Xing's soul had been obliterated by the arrows. His face once again showed a smile. Little did he know, Li Xing wasn't moving because he was having a heart-to-heart conversation with the supreme chapter of Tai Ching, exploring potential. Chapter 68. It's not too late now. Can you wear them for me? I shouldn't have let you go deeper. The white fox slumped to the ground, wailing in despair, as she thought Li Xing was finished, his soul obliterated by the soul-extinguishing arrow. She was full of self-reproach. If not for her, Li Xing wouldn't have ventured into the depths, and he wouldn't have died here. I was wrong, it's all my fault. If I had known this would happen, I should have fulfilled your previous requests. The white fox sobbed. You once said you wanted to see me in human form, and that you wanted me to wear something called black silk, mesh, openwork, miniskirts, and stockings. Although I didn't understand what those were, I really should have fulfilled your wish, let you see me like that, at least to avoid leaving any regrets. It's not too late now, can you wear them for me? At that moment, Li Xing heard the white fox's words and dashed over, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Black silk, mesh, openwork, miniskirts, and stockings. The white fox might not know what they were, but he did. Those were the most beautiful scenery on Blue Planet. Girls wearing these looked incredibly stunning. Of course, mature women wearing them were even more alluring and beautiful. In simpler terms, men loved to see it. In the language of Blue Planet, it was a surefire way to attract attention. Okay, I'll wear them for you. The white fox heard Li Xing's voice and, without much thought, agreed. But she quickly realized, glaring angrily at Li Xing with her little claws scratching at him. You're fine? You scoundrel. So indecent, utterly wicked. She had thought Li Xing was dead, but he was perfectly fine, full of vitality. Of course I'm fine. How could that possibly hurt me? It's a joke? Li Xing chuckled. But that's not the point. The point is, can you really transform into human form and wear them for me? Look all you want. Wait until you're dead. The white fox huffed, turning her head away in anger, no longer paying attention to Li Xing. Li Xing was too mischievous, making her cry so bitterly. What's going on? On the other side, the eighth elder's face changed drastically. He never expected the soul-extinguishing arrow to fail. How could Li Xing, at the first level of the Tao, have such a strong soul? It was beyond his expectations. Let's go. Without hesitation, he led the Tai sect experts and quickly left the area. Li Xing, at the first level of the Tao, couldn't possibly have such a strong soul. The most reasonable explanation was that Li Xing possessed some treasure that protected his soul. Otherwise, Li Xing's soul would never have withstood the soul-extinguishing arrow's attack. Li Xing's physical body was incredibly strong, and he possessed a treasure that protected his soul. Under such circumstances, they were practically unstoppable, and there was nothing they could do to Li Xing. Staying would only put them at a disadvantage. Wanna leave? Not so easy. Li Xing sneered, fully extending his speed, not intending to let the 8th elder and the others go. You all go first. The 8th elder shouted, wanting to stay behind and give the Tai sect experts time to escape. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. As soon as his words fell, Li Xing was already in front of him, his speed unimaginably fast, surpassing the limits. With a puff under his incredulous gaze, his body was shattered by Li Xing with a single punch, turning into a cloud of blood mist, leaving only his soul. Then, the remaining Tai sect experts were also consecutively shattered by Li Xing, turning into blood mists, leaving only their souls. Lin Chen was even less likely to escape, his body shattered again, his soul becoming weak and faint. Being shattered twice, he was greatly affected, his soul becoming very weak. Come here. Li Xing took out the purple gold gourd, opened the mouth of the gourd, and a huge suction force appeared, sucking in the souls of the 8th elder, Lin Chen, and the others. Then, he closed the lid of the gourd and put the purple gold gourd away. He didn't waste any time, collecting all the storage artifacts and other items that the 8th elder and the others had dropped. The 8th elder and the others were indeed from a prosperous sect in the central region, and they had many valuable items. Li Xing didn't keep them all for himself, but shared some with the White Fox Empress. You take these, after all, you're in a stage of growth and need these more than us. The White Fox Empress shook her head, refusing. I don't lack these. Li Xing smiled and handed them over forcefully. Take them, this is our son-in-law's filial offering to us. The nine-tailed rainbow fox told the White Fox Empress to take them. She could see that Li Xing wasn't lying. He must have even better things on him. Indeed, she was right. Li Xing did have even better things. The White Fox took out several medicinal kings and handed them to the nine-tailed rainbow fox and the White Fox Empress, saying, Father, Mother, take these, they should be very helpful for your cultivation. Medicinal kings? The White Fox Empress widened his eyes, never expecting the White Fox to be able to take out several medicinal kings at once. Medicinal kings, he hadn't even seen a complete one before. Even the 8th elder and the others, from a prosperous sect in the central region, didn't have a medicinal king. The best they had was only a half-broken medicinal king. Did he give these to you? The nine-tailed rainbow fox asked with a smile. Her daughter didn't have such a big ability. It was a no-brainer that these must have been given to her by Li Xing. Him. The White Fox nodded, saying, Father, Mother, take these medicinal kings. He still has plenty more on him. Li Xing gave the White Fox a sidelong glance. That comment made it sound like all the medicinal kings on him belonged to the White Fox. Don't you want to see me in human form and wear those clothes and stockings you mentioned? The White Fox said with a smile, already having a firm grasp on Li Xing. You're saying that, I have to seriously criticize you. Unexpectedly, Li Xing said seriously, we have such a good relationship. My things are yours. Do we need to negotiate like this? It really hurts me. Well then, I won't transform or wear them, so you won't get sad and die. No. Li Xing quickly changed his tune. I was just saying that casually. You should still transform and wear them. Just pretend I didn't say those things. Then, he took out several more medicinal kings and handed them to the nine-tailed rainbow fox and the White Fox Empress, saying, The White Fox is right. I do have quite a few of these, uncle, aunt. Just take them. Seeing this, the White Fox was almost laughing to death inside. She thought to herself, Little rascal. I can't handle you. Little scoundrel. Old rascal. No, little rascal. After the nine-tailed rainbow fox and the white fox empress took the medicinal kings, Li Xing picked up the white fox and gave her a set of unrecognizable fists, turning the white fox back into the appearance of a little black dog. Then he proposed to part ways with the nine-tailed rainbow fox and the white fox empress, to avoid any accidents happening and involving them. After all, he had changed his identity and was untraceable, unlike the white fox empress, who had an identity and status that could easily be traced. All right. The nine-tailed rainbow fox and the white fox empress nodded, walking ahead, while Li Xing carried the white fox and followed at a slightly farther distance, not too close but not too far either, so he could rush over immediately if anything happened. Boom. However, just as they hadn't gone far, a large number of explosions and continuous beast roars came from the depths behind them. They saw that a large number of cultivators and creatures were fleeing from the depths in panic, with a large number of beasts chasing them. A terrifyingly powerful beast in the depths had awakened and was about to launch a massacre against the intruding cultivators and creatures. Chapter 69. Li Xing. The man even the system bows to. Roar. 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 The roars of beasts echoed continuously, shaking the depths, which had descended into chaos. Countless beasts surged forth, hunting down the cultivators and creatures that had ventured into the depths. The beasts that emerged were terrifyingly powerful. A central region expert who had undergone 5 cycles of rebirth was caught by a beast and torn in half on the spot, with its soul devoured. Numerous cultivators and creatures fell, slain by the beasts in the depths, their blood staining the ground red and forming rivers of blood. Run! Hurry! The surviving practitioners and creatures, without exception, desperately tried to escape the depths, employing all sorts of means, each faster than the last. However, just as they were about to escape the depths, a colossal beast, carrying an overwhelming aura of ferocity, descended from the sky and blocked their path. Then, this monstrous beast opened its gaping maw and swallowed all the practitioners and creatures in one go. Is this a divine-level beast? Several Central Region experts who had undergone 7 cycles of rebirth were swallowed without any resistance at all? Some cultivators and creatures were left dumbfounded, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies in terror. Experts who had undergone 7 cycles of rebirth, like chicks, were swallowed in one gulp by that beast. They were filled with shock and seriously doubted that this was a beast that had stepped into the divine realm. However, they quickly snapped out of it and fled in other directions. With a suspected divine-level beast blocking the way, there was no way they could take this path. Poor souls, you should never have ventured into the territory of the Pong King, disturbing his rest. This divine-level beast, with a cold expression, said, "The Pong King is very angry that you have disturbed him. You will atone for your mistake with your blood." Bold and powerful Central Region experts had ventured deeper, disturbing the slumber of the Pong King, which infuriated the Pong King and led to an order to wipe out all cultivators and creatures in the depths. The words of this divine-level beast terrified many practitioners and creatures. This divine-level beast was not even the main figure, merely an underling carrying out orders? Heavens, how powerful must the Pong King be? The ancient ruins were indeed not simple, truly terrifying to the extreme. Uncle Ant, let's go. Li Xing had no time to think further. He held the little white fox and met up with the 9-tailed colorful fox and the white fox emperor. He led the little white fox and the others, changing direction to leave the depths from another route. The depths were vast. There was no need to stick to this path. There were plenty of ways to leave the depths. Shake with fear, cower in dread, you insignificant insects, daring to covet the blessings of the ruins? How laughable! The divine-level beast sneered, not taking further action, its eyes filled with a mocking gaze. In its eyes, these cultivators and creatures were nothing more than a bunch of insignificant insects, not worth its effort to kill. It left them to other beasts. Splash, splash, splash. Blood splattered everywhere as Li Xing led the way, slaying one powerful relic beast after another. The number of beasts emerging from the depths was simply too great. He had fought his way through, his path littered with the corpses of ancient beasts. He didn't waste them, collecting those ancient beasts that looked edible. The nine-tailed colorful fox and the white fox emperor's hearts were pounding non-stop. Fortunately, Li Xing was there. Otherwise, they would surely have perished, killed by those relic beasts. These relic beasts were incredibly strong, with many being of the rebirth level. Li Xing had already killed more than 20 rebirth-level beasts. Ahead, someone was being attacked by the ancient relic beasts. It was a beautiful maiden, enveloped in a holy aura, wielding a long sword, like a sword fairy, flawless and stunning. Unfortunately, her situation was not good. 3 relic beasts were attacking her, each extremely fierce, possessing the combat power of the 4th cycle of rebirth. The maiden fought 3 against 1, clearly struggling. Her snow-white, neat dress was already tattered, with many tears and rips exposing large swathes of delicate, fair skin. She had many wounds, blood flowing continuously, her condition obviously poor. However, this did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a touch of endearment, making one ache for her. Xuanhuan Liue. Li Xing recognized this beautiful maiden at a glance. She was the renowned genius of the central region, from the Tianyan sect, Xuanhuan Liue. Li Xing was hailed as the king of geniuses in the central region, but compared to Xuanhuan Liue, he was clearly inferior. The 3 beasts attacking Xuanhuan Liue each possessed the combat power equivalent to the 4th cycle of rebirth. Despite the perilous situation, Xuanhuan Liue had not been defeated and could still hold her own, which demonstrated that she was considerably stronger than Li Xing. Xuanhuan Liue clearly had the combat power of the 4th cycle of rebirth, while Li Xing had only undergone 3 cycles. Tisk, old lecher, can't move when he sees a beauty. Is he going to let his lower body decide his head? Rushing forward to be a hero, saving the beauty, capturing her heart, and taking her. Inside the jade bead, the red-robed Empress thought to herself, Li Xing, this incorrigible lecher, could he let such an opportunity pass? Impossible. She didn't think so. To be honest, Xuanhuan Liue was really beautiful. Even she couldn't help but praise her a few times. She felt that Li Xing definitely couldn't resist Xuanhuan Liue's beauty and would go forward to save her from danger. Li Xing saw Xuanhuan Liue, and Xuanhuan Liue also saw Li Xing. Their eyes met, their gazes clashing. Xuanhuan Liue's gaze was indifferent, still that of a noble fairy, seemingly detached from the mortal world, with no plea for help or other emotions. Earlier, when they first entered the depths, Li Xing had seen Xuanhuan Liue and had a brief eye contact with her. At that time, Xuanhuan Liue was no different from now, her gaze indifferent and noble. She merely glanced at Li Xing before quickly looking away, showing a casual indifference. Should we save her? In his arms, the little white fox asked, a bit sour. The incorrigible Li Xing, seeing such a beautiful, endearing, and heart-wrenching Xuanhuan Liue, would probably go forward to rescue her. Save her? No interest. I'm not going to be a dog that licks hot buttocks to cold ones. Li Xing held the little white fox and quickly left the place with the 9-tailed colorful fox and the white fox emperor, truly having no intention of rescuing Xuanhuan Liue. Didn't she have a mouth? Couldn't she shout for help? Even when their eyes met, there was no save me in her gaze. Did she really think he would save her? Don't joke around. He, Li Xing, would never do such a dog-like act. Even if Xuanhuan Liue was truly beautiful and stunning, making his heart flutter, he would not lose his self-respect, rushing forward like he had never seen a woman before, to save Xuanhuan Liue and lick her. What was there to be proud of in Xuanhuan Liue? He, Li Xing, was a man even the system had to flatter. At the same time, seeing Li Xing walk away without looking back, Xuanhuan Liue's expression immediately changed, losing her previous indifference and calmness. Is he even a man? She gritted her teeth, truly not expecting Li Xing to leave without saving her. What man would see her in trouble and not save her? She had never thought there would be such a man. Chapter 70. Just a small divine beast, No need to panic. Xuanhuan Liu's face turned pale. She never expected to be so wrong. She was the pride of the Central Regions, the senior sister of Tianyin sect, and without a doubt, she would become the sect leader of Tianyin sect in the future. Even without mentioning that, her beauty had never failed to captivate any man. She had originally thought that even if she didn't ask for help or express the need for rescue, Li Xing would still rush over to save her without hesitation. After all, she was in such a critical condition, and no man could stand by and watch her die, especially since they had made eye contact. She believed Li Xing would be ensnared by her gaze. But she was wrong, gravely wrong. Li Xing walked away without a second glance, showing no intention of saving her, and now he was out of sight. If he didn't have the strength to save me, that would be one thing. But he clearly does, she said bitterly. Earlier, a beast that had undergone 3 rebirths attacked Li Xing and his group, only to be obliterated by Li Xing with a single punch. Li Xing could obliterate a beast that had undergone 3 rebirths with one punch, clearly indicating his strength was even greater, capable of battling beasts that had undergone 4 rebirths. If Li Xing could help her, even if just for a moment, to hold off one of the beasts, she was confident she could turn the tide and slay the 3 beasts. When she saw Li Xing nearby, she was excited, thinking she was about to be saved. But Li Xing ignored her, not lifting a finger. I remember you. If I survive, I will make you pay dearly for this act of indifference. Her eyes flashed with cold light as she mentally recorded this. He could have saved her but chose not to. If she survived this ordeal, she would make Li Xing regret it. He didn't save her? Inside the pearl, the red-robed demon emperor found it utterly unbelievable. Hero saves the beauty, capturing her heart in one fell swoop. What a perfect opportunity. Yet, Li Xing, this old lecher, passed it up? This was beyond her expectations. It seemed she had underestimated Li Xing. He wasn't as shallow as she thought. At the same time, the little white fox also found it surprising, quite unexpected. You're really not going to save that beautiful fairy? In his arms, she couldn't help but ask. Beautiful? SOSO? Li Xing said indifferently, I, Li Xing, am not easily swayed by beauty. Really? The little white fox expressed serious doubt about Li Xing's words. Not swayed by beauty? What a joke. In her impression, Li Xing was not that kind of person. Of course, there are exceptions, like your beauty. I can't resist. If you wore the clothes I mentioned, sorry, I would fall even faster. I would be instantly ensnared. Get lost. The little white fox snapped. Although she didn't know what those clothes looked like, she was quite certain they weren't anything good. However, she seemed to have gained some new understanding of Li Xing. Li Xing wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. His nonsense was selective. After a bloody battle, Li Xing arrived at another place where he could leave the depths. Unfortunately, a divine beast also presided over this place, its body flowing with divine radiance, exuding a terrifying aura. Let's go. Li Xing chose not to confront this divine beast and instead left, preparing to exit the depths from another location. He didn't want to draw attention. Leaving without causing trouble was the best option. After all, the Pong King had awakened, and drawing attention could be disadvantageous, possibly making him a target of the Pong King. Even divine beasts served the Pong King, clearly indicating the Pong King was no ordinary being, undoubtedly a relic beast that had survived from ancient times. He didn't know how powerful the Pong King was, so unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to draw too much attention and invite a series of troubles. Unfortunately, things didn't seem to be under his control. He went to several other places where he could leave the depths, but all of them had divine beasts guarding them. It seemed the Pong King was determined to annihilate all the cultivators and living beings who had ventured into the depths. What should we do? The little white fox's face was full of worry, her heart not optimistic. Li Xing was fierce and powerful, defeating reborn beasts without trouble. But could he still be that fierce against divine beasts? Those were divine beasts, igniting the divine fire within them, officially stepping into the realm of the extraordinary, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, their strength unimaginable. She really couldn't be optimistic. It's over. The nine-tailed rainbow fox also felt pessimistic. Entering the divine realm and not entering were two completely different concepts, incomparable. Without exaggeration, even 100 warriors who had undergone 9 rebirths would have no chance against a divine warrior, easily wiped out by divine power. Should we find a place to hide first? Wait until the storm passes, and then find a way out. The White Fox Emperor suggested. With divine beasts guarding the exits, they had almost no hope of breaking through. He thought it would be better to hide first, waiting until the danger subsided before trying to leave. Not a good idea. Li Xing shook his head, saying, "This is the territory of those relic beasts. They've lived here all along, so they must be very familiar with this place. Can we really hide from them? Moreover, this relic is not fixed, it can move at any time. If we delay, the relic might move away. We don't know where it will move next. If it moves to a deadly place, the situation will be even worse." The White Fox Emperor didn't speak. Thinking about it, it was indeed as Li Xing said. The relic beasts had always lived here. How could they possibly hide from them? This hope was really slim, almost impossible. In addition, this relic had been moving throughout the long ages. Who knew where it would move next? If it really moved to a deadly place as Li Xing said, they would be doomed, the situation even worse. So what should we do? Really break through from the divine beasts? The little white fox also felt it was not a good idea to stay, but she thought breaking through from the divine beasts was also not a good idea. Now they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Staying wasn't an option, nor was breaking through. No need to panic. Li Xing said, "It's just a small divine beast. There's nothing to be afraid of." Earlier, he was just afraid of drawing attention and attracting the Pong King's notice. But now, they had no better options, so they had to break through from the divine beasts. He knew that even if he unleashed all the power of his minor saint body, it would be difficult to defeat a divine beast. However, that wasn't a problem. His minor saint body could also transcend levels. Handling a divine beast was no issue. Divine beast, small beast? The little white fox's eyes widened. Goodness, when did a divine beast become a small beast? Li Xing was being unreliably boastful again, wasn't he? Hashtag chapter 71. The power to punch through or the power to pin with a finger. Good son-in-law, you shouldn't say such things lightly. The nine-tailed rainbow fox also glared, feeling that Li Xing's words were too much. After all, the divine realm is not something that can be surpassed casually. Even among the astonishing young talents she has mentioned, only the elite can become gods in their youth. Can Li Xing compare to the elite among those astonishing talents? Unlikely. Yes, good son-in-law, let's be patient for now. When your strength improves, we'll try again. The White Fox Emperor said, with such a capable son-in-law, I believe it won't take long for you to make significant progress. Let's wait a bit longer. It's okay, trust me. I, Li Xing, am a serious person who never exaggerates. Li Xing smiled. Little white fox. She wanted to say, if you're a serious person, then there are no unserious people in the world. On the other side, Li Xing communicated with the minor saint physique in his mind. Can you surpass your level and quickly subdue this divine beast? With his full power, he could already dominate the Nirvana realm. If the minor saint physique could surpass its level and unleash some power, he would surely be able to easily subdue this divine beast. No problem, the minor saint physique is ready and eager. It asks you whether you want the power to punch through a divine beast in one blow, or the power to pin it down with a single finger. Oh, can you choose how strong the power to unleash? This system is getting better and better. The one with a finger. Li Xing said in his heart, as he might be targeted by the Pong King. So the stronger the power, the better. Alright, the power to surpass your level has been unleashed. Please check it out. The system's voice sounded, and Li Xing felt an immense surge of power, far stronger than before. Let's go. Li Xing's entire body glowed with crystalline treasure light as he leaped and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the divine beast's side. so fast that even the divine beast couldn't react. By the time the divine beast realized, Li Xing's finger was already pressed against its forehead. "Behave and listen. I'll let you live," Li Xing shouted loudly. This divine beast was a dragon horse, with 2 dragon horns, but they probably weren't real dragon horns, just resembling them. Otherwise, this dragon horse wouldn't be so weak. Dragons are terrifying and formidable, known as the kings of myriad beasts. Even a trace of pure dragon blood would be incredibly terrifying and unmatchable. This dragon horse, with dragon horns, should also be a descendant of dragons, but its dragon blood must be extremely diluted, at most just a remnant beast, not a pure-blooded dragon horse. He quite liked this dragon horse and was interested in making it his mount. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste words with it, and would have pierced its head with a single finger. What? The dragon horse bared its teeth, its eyes strange, pressing a finger against its forehead and expecting it to submit? Is this a joke? It acknowledged that Li Xing was somewhat powerful, fast enough that it couldn't react, but to think a single finger could make it submit, what a joke. Its body was so strong that even divine weapons couldn't break through. Could Li Xing's tiny finger be more powerful than a divine weapon? Impossible. On the other side, Little White Fox, the 9-tailed rainbow fox, and the White Fox Emperor were all on edge, extremely nervous. Li Xing just went ahead and did it? This was completely unexpected, shocking them. Boom. The dragon horse wouldn't submit directly. Divine light radiated from its body, and terrifying divine power erupted, aiming to shred Li Xing into pieces. Unfortunately, that divine power didn't even damage a single hair on Li Xing. Not obedient, huh? Li Xing shouted coldly, exerting force with the finger pressed against the dragon horse, instantly pinning it to the ground. The dragon horse roared, unleashing all its power, but the finger pressing against its forehead seemed to carry the weight of the heavens, pressing it down so hard it couldn't rise. In an instant, it felt an infinite fear, realizing that Li Xing was indeed a formidable opponent, far beyond its reach. If Li Xing wanted to, that finger could definitely pierce through its forehead. Oh my! Little White Fox was so shocked she couldn't speak, her heart like waves crashing, extremely unsettled. Li Xing hadn't exaggerated. He really could deal with this divine beast. In front of Li Xing, this divine beast truly was, as Li Xing had said, just a small beast. The 9-tailed rainbow fox and the White Fox Emperor were also shocked into silence. A divine beast, subdued by Li Xing with a single finger? This shattered their understanding, making them feel incredibly incredulous. Submit or die? Li Xing asked quickly, not wanting to waste time. If the dragon horse said no, he wouldn't hesitate, would pierce its forehead, and leave with Little White Fox and the others immediately. Submit. I submit. The dragon horse immediately shouted, not daring to say no. Li Xing was too terrifying, and it couldn't see through him. Saying no now would be suicide. It didn't want to die. Good. Li Xing retracted his finger and said to Little White Fox and the others, "Quick, get on its back and let it take you out of the ruins." Still deep in shock from the previous events, Little White Fox and the others reacted immediately upon Li Xing's words, quickly leaping onto the dragon horse's back. Once on the dragon horse's back, the 9-tailed rainbow fox was still in shock, while Little White Fox and the White Fox Emperor couldn't contain their excitement and joy. This was a divine beast, and it had become their mount. They had never even dared to dream of such a thing. Don't try anything funny. You've seen my speed and strength. If you show any signs of trouble, believe me, I can kill you in an instant. Li Xing said to the dragon horse. No, I won't. The dragon horse quickly replied. It really didn't dare to play tricks. It had witnessed Li Xing's speed and power, which were truly terrifying and beyond its reach. Li Xing definitely had the ability to kill it instantly. Of course, it could sense that Li Xing's attack didn't involve spiritual energy, possibly pure physical strength. Additionally, it could sense that Li Xing's realm seemed not too high, not yet entering the divine realm. But it didn't dare to act rashly or have other ideas. Human flesh couldn't be so terrifying, could it? Impossible. This isn't the era of body cultivators, and even if it were, no one so young could have cultivated their body to such a terrifying level. It didn't think Li Xing had used pure physical strength. It believed Li Xing had a high realm, concealed his true level, and controlled his spiritual energy, causing no leakage. Li Xing was likely a divine king. Under such circumstances, it didn't dare to play tricks or have other ideas. It quickly carried Little White Fox and the others, rushing out of the depths towards the ruins' exit. Li Xing followed closely behind, preventing any accidents. Sure enough, an accident happened, but it wasn't really an accident, as Li Xing had already anticipated it. The Pong King had come. Chapter 72. You dare to block the exit? You're dead. Roar. Before the great King Pong even arrived, his voice reached first, a terrifying roar that shook the mountains and rivers, causing the void to tremble violently. Pft, pft, pft. Many cultivators and creatures within bled profusely, all of them being important figures with significant backgrounds, either the leaders of prosperous sects or the emperors of powerful ancient kingdoms. Now, they were all obliterated by the great King Peng's roar, reduced to ashes and completely dead. Li Xing withstood it, unscathed. The roar contained extremely strong soul attacks, but under the overarching power of the supreme chapter of Tai Ching, these soul attacks were shattered. Oh my, how terrifying! The dragon horse, upon hearing the roar, wanted to turn back, but seeing Li Xing unscathed, not even a drop of blood spilled, it immediately abandoned the idea. It bolted wildly, no longer thinking of turning back. Perhaps Li Xing was not a match for the great King Pong, but if it ran towards the great King Pong now, Li Xing could easily wipe it out. It was best to leave first and discuss matters after the battle. The void rumbled, and the enormous figure of the great King Pong appeared, blotting out the sky and causing the earth to fall into darkness. All cultivators and creatures trembled in fear. The great King Pong was too terrifying. Just the natural aura emanating from him was unbearable for them. They were filled with despair, not knowing what had happened. Was the great King Pong coming out to kill them personally? Instantly, they all hid, completely concealing their auras, not daring to reveal even the slightest, for fear of being discovered by the great King Pong and inviting disaster upon themselves. The great King Pong was golden and radiant, a golden-winged great Pong, his eyes flashing with endless cold light. He was terrifying to the extreme, and with a flap of his wings, he stirred up boundless hurricanes. Even mountains were swept up and then ground into powder. In the blink of an eye, he appeared where Li Xing was, his killing intent overwhelming, and he spat out a thunderbolt to kill Li Xing. Li Xing did not confront it head-on. Instead, he burst out with extreme speed, rushing towards the ruins' exit. He was so fast that he seemed to be traversing the void. Even the powerful great King Pong could not lock onto him, and the thunderbolts he spat out exploded one after another behind Li Xing, none hitting their mark. Who is that? Too terrifying. Many creatures witnessed this scene, their hearts shaken to an unprecedented degree. They wanted to see Li Xing's face, to know who he was, but Li Xing's speed was too fast, almost traversing the void, making it impossible for them to see his face clearly. Roar. The great King Pong seemed to be enraged, his entire body radiating with blazing light, even more dazzling and brilliant than the divine sun in the 9 heavens. Ah, my eyes! Many cultivators and creatures cried out, their eyes directly blinded by the light, bleeding and in excruciating pain. Li Xing did not engage in battle with the great King Pong. After all, there were too many terrifying beasts dwelling deep within the ruins. If he attracted them, it would be troublesome. He exploded with speed, faster than lightning. Even the powerful great King Peng's eyes flashed with surprise. With a wingspan of 30,000 miles, the great King Pong possessed extreme speed. Yet he still couldn't catch up with Li Xing, which surprised him greatly. The ruins were vast, and although the dragon horse had left earlier, it had not yet exited the ruins. Let's go. Li Xing had now caught up, grabbing the dragon horse's horn with one hand and dragging it along in a mad dash. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The dragon horse cried out in pain, its entire horn almost being torn off by Li Xing. But when it saw the surrounding scenery, it was instantly frightened. Oh my, this was faster than traversing the void. The surrounding scenery was all blurred, and it couldn't determine how fast this speed actually was. Finally, Li Xing and the dragon horse left the ruins. Roar, roar, roar. The great King Peng chased to the exit of the ruins, roaring in anger. Yet he hadn't caught up with Li Xing and the others, which made him utterly unable to bear it. However, it seemed he did not want to leave the ruins, and did not chase after them. In the end, he stayed at the exit of the ruins, blocking the way out. You all must die. No one will get out. He roared in anger, deciding to personally guard the exit, not letting a single cultivator or creature escape. This time, whether they were in the depths of the ruins or the peripheral areas, he would kill them all to quell the anger in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Xing and the others quickly distanced themselves from the ruins, stopping on a mountain. Damn it, what a scoundrel! Li Xing's face was grim, not happy about escaping the ruins. What's wrong? The little white fox hurriedly asked, very nervous, thinking the great King Peng had chased after them, her little head looking around everywhere. Relax, it didn't chase after us. Li Xing's voice was cold, saying, I wish it had, but it didn't. It stayed at the ruins exit, blocking the way out. After the small saint body erupted with overarching power, his hearing also became very sharp, hearing the great King Peng's angry roars at the ruins exit. The great King Peng was going to kill all the cultivators and creatures within the ruins. He was not a saint, nor did he want to be a hero, saving the cultivators and creatures within the ruins. The lives of the cultivators and creatures within the ruins were none of his concern. However, the great King Peng blocking the exit was related to him. If not for him, the great King Peng wouldn't have blocked the exit, nor would it have wanted to kill them all. At least the peripheral cultivators would have had a chance to escape the ruins. Initially, the great King Peng had only issued a kill order for the cultivators deep within the ruins. Now, the great King Peng had blocked the exit, and the peripheral cultivators had also lost their chance of survival, unable to escape from the ruins. He did not kill them, yet they died because of him, which made him feel a bit guilty. Small saint body, do you have a chance to take down this great King Peng? He spoke to the small saint body in his mind. The great King Peng possesses the strength of a fully matured god king. The current power erupting is not enough to kill it. However, feeling your anger, the small saint body cannot tolerate the great King Peng's provocation, daring to provoke you like this. The small saint body vows to kill the great King Peng, initiating a transcendent level eruption. Then, Li Xing felt the power within him increase by several times. Transcendent level eruption? Great. Thumbs up to you. Li Xing gave the small saint body a big thumbs up in his mind. Dare to block the exit, great King Peng. I will make you die without a grave. Li Xing's expression was cold, pronouncing the great King Peng's death sentence. You're going back? The little white fox was scared. Of course, I'm going back. Li Xing nodded, saying, this great King Peng is too vicious, blocking the exit and cutting off all hope for the cultivators and creatures. This matter arose because of me, and I naturally won't ignore it. I will go back and kill this great King Peng. The dragon horse trembled all over upon hearing Li Xing's words. Was Li Xing so fierce? Did he have the confidence to kill the great King Peng? Old bye, help me steady myself, I feel dizzy. The nine-tailed rainbow fox wobbled, asking the white fox emperor to help her steady herself. Li Xing's words had really scared her. Don't ask me to help, I'm even dizzier. The white fox emperor wobbled even more, also scared. Let's go, to kill the great King Peng. Li Xing patted the dragon horse's head, smiling at it. What? The dragon horse was instantly dumbfounded, its face pale, its body weak, almost falling to the ground. Li Xing was going to take it to kill the great King Peng? It didn't dare. Can we not go? It cried, truly not wanting to die. Not going is fine too. Chop chop, let's have dragon horse meat stew, Li Xing said with a smile. The dragon horse possessed divine combat power, and he had no means to effectively control it, so naturally, he wouldn't leave it here. If the dragon horse betrayed them and harmed the little white fox and the others, that would be disastrous. No, I'll go, the dragon horse hurriedly shouted. Li Xing let the little white fox and the others get off, then mounted the dragon horse, riding it towards the ruins. At the entrance of the ruins, Great King Pong, don't be angry, it's okay, a few escaped, but there are still many inside. There were divine-level beasts surrounding King Pong, all of them smiling ingratiatingly at him. What do you mean, don't be angry? What a joke. How could I possibly be angry over a few insignificant bugs? King Pong scoffed, saying, it's just that I wasn't prepared, didn't expect that little bug to run so fast. Otherwise, how could he have escaped? Absolutely impossible. Exactly. The divine-level beasts immediately chimed in with smiles. Don't let me see that brat again. If I do, I'll tear him to pieces. King Pong let out a cold laugh, saying, but there shouldn't be such a chance. That brat wouldn't dare to come back. He doesn't have the guts. Little did he know, Li Xing was already on his way back. Chapter 73. Little horse, have you ever considered that I might not be able to defeat it? Yes, that guy saw the Pong King and was so scared that he fled in panic. Not even a match for you, Your Majesty Pong King. A divine beast fawned on the Pong King. If it weren't for the harsh environment outside, where I would be tainted by turbid chi, I wouldn't have let him go. I would have chased him out and torn him to shreds. The Pong King snorted coldly, not lying. It had ventured outside before, where the environment was so harsh that it could barely endure, incomparable to the ruins. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let Li Xing go so easily. It would have chased after him,